They were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs took 2 out of 3 from the Padres this weekend, which included a 5-run 9th inning and a walk-off win on Saturday, but a loss Sunday ended their 5-game win streak, and now they'll hit the road for a 9-game trip that'll start up in Toronto against the Blue Jays tomorrow. The Phoenix Mercury, behind Satu Sabaly's 22 points, beat the Las Vegas Aces yesterday, 76-70, and moved to 8-4 on the season. A massive Game 5 in the NBA Finals will be in Oklahoma City tonight as both the Pacers and the Thunder look to take control of the series and become just 1 win away from an NBA championship. And lastly, J.J. Spawn is your U.S. Open champion at Oakmont. He battled back after bogeying 5 of his first 6 holes on Sunday and finished with a 65-foot birdie putt on the 18th to shoot 1 under par and win the U.S. Open. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta, Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday. Away we go on a brand new week. Is everybody ready? Is everybody buckled in and locked in?
Got my helmet on.
Do you?
We're all good to go.
Good.
Safety first, Bick. Safety first.
And off we go. Another long week ahead of us. Everybody saying the same thing yesterday. Why didn't the NBA play a finals game on Father's Day?
I don't know.
Certainly couldn't have been out of deference to a golf tournament.
No, I mean, they've played on the Sunday before, but I think now it's about, I think it's about the potential Game 7.
Oh, I see.
So I believe a Game 7 would be next Sunday to maximize television audience. And you know, if they have Scott Foster officiating any more games, people are just going to put 2 and 2 together and figure out their grand plan. That was so ridiculous over the weekend.
What? The
Scott Foster stuff.
Uh-huh.
An NBA game, and you know how I feel about NBA officiating on the whole. I really enjoyed Friday night's game. I thought it was a really well-played game. Everybody talked about there's so many fouls, 53 fouls. It could have been officiated by the 3 different guys the same exact way, but because Scott Foster's attached to it, it becomes a story.
Well,
and I guess that's...
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander did get away with quite the travel.
He did.
On that one fadeaway jumper that was rather consequential in the outcome.
Both teams' coaches came out in defense of the officiating afterwards. I just enjoyed the game. I didn't think it fell under the umbrella of, it's fixed. The extender is working again.
Okay, yeah.
And you are right. The games now are Monday, then they don't play again until Thursday, then they don't play again until Sunday.
Jarrett wants it to be Monday, Tuesday,
every
Wednesday.
other day.
Yeah,
every other day is that?
No, I totally agree with you. That's been the rhythm of the playoffs up until now. That's what it should be.
But they also chose to play a finals game on a Friday night, which has not been
silly.
Par for the course. I think that's the worst night you could have a major sporting event.
Yeah, it clearly is.
Yeah. So
whatever.
How are your guys' Father's Day?
Oh, beautiful.
Very nice, Jarrett. Thank you for asking.
Anything special? Did they
I got a pair of really good golf shoes.
Hey,
and my
that's
kids
great.
came over. Yeah, no, we had a great time. It was fantastic.
Excellent.
Got good gifts, had good food.
Wonderful.
Bad
I got some really
game.
good cards from my kids who generally don't think to put words to paper, So yeah, my heart was full.
Have you seen how expensive greeting cards are now?
Yeah,
Holy moly.
Holy moly.
Wow.
Yeah,
Even
exactly.
the basic one-fold cards with a couple words on them.
$7.50.
Yep.
$9.
I know.
It's
crazy.
just crazy.
It really is. All right.
Back in my day.
Yeah, exactly. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him all coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
It is only fitting that the Padres win on Father's Day, right? San Diego smacked the Diamondbacks 8-2 in the finale of a 3-game series in front of a huge crowd at Chase Field. Padres jumped on Merrill Kelly for 4 runs in the 4th and 5th innings and never looked back. Nick Pivetta, not to be confused with former NBA official Dick Pivetta, kept the D-backs at bay, took a no-hitter into the 5th, which Gino Suarez broke up with a 2-run home run that provided the only offense of the day. D-backs winning streak snapped at 5, but still a successful 5-1 homestand. Diamondbacks on the road now for a bit, 9 in a row away from Chase Field, starting tomorrow in Toronto, where they'll take on the Blue Jays for 3. This road trip also takes them to Denver for 3 against the Rockies and then 3 against the Chicago White Sox. This is a pretty big stretch. You got the Blue Jays who are struggling and beat up, and then just 2 bad baseball teams following that. This is a time to make some hay.
Yep.
D-backs also made some roster moves. Prior to Sunday's game, they signed, as expected, right-hander veteran Anthony DeSclafani to a big league contract. He made his debut yesterday. Right-hander Bryce Jarvis. Option to AAA Reno, right-hander Justin Martinez transferred to the 60-day injured list as Friday. Torey Lovello announced that Martinez will undergo Tommy John surgery and miss more than a calendar year. Martinez now the 4th Arizona pitcher to require the surgery this year. And that list might not be done growing. The other thing we learned on Friday is that lefty reliever A.J. Puck has been taken off his throwing program and seeking a second opinion.
Oh, boy.
From Dr. Neil Elatrash, who is being mentioned every day in the Splash, and that's not a good thing. He performed Tommy John surgery on Corbin Burns last week.
The Neil Ellis Splash, we should call it.
Maybe he can throw some sponsorship dollars to us. Huge trade going down in the big leagues yesterday. The San Francisco Giants acquiring Rafael Devers from the Boston Red Sox in exchange for right-handed pitcher Jordan Hicks, lefty Kyle Harrison, and 2 prospects. Devers in the 2nd season of a massive 10-year, $313.5 million deal he signed with the Red Sox in January of 2023. Giants taking on the entire amount. Devers, by the way, homered off Max Fried in his last Boston at-bat Sunday as the Red Sox beat the Yankees 2-0. That whole Devers and Boston thing has been a soap opera all year, but people were still shocked by this move, and rightfully so. Huge deal for San Francisco.
Yeah, no, it really, really is. And Shohei coming back to pitch for the Dodgers and Devers going to the Giants, that makes things kind of interesting,
Yeah,
huh?
Shohei will make his pitching debut tonight against the Padres.
Sorry.
It's all right. He hasn't pitched since August of 2023 when he was a member of the Angels. In September of that year, he had a torn UCLA repaired by whom? Dr. Neil Elatrash.
Boy, he's not hurting for business, is he? I'll bet you he's got a car full of garages.
What happened to Dr. James Andrews?
What happened to Dr. James Andrews?
He is so 2018.
Yeah.
In his big league career, Ohtani 38-19 and 86 starts, a 3.01 ERA, and a whip of 1.08. It'll basically be a bullpen game for the Dodgers, though. Ohtani expected to pitch 1 inning. NBA Finals resume tonight. Huge Game 5 in Oklahoma City. Thunder evened things up on Friday night. They scored a 111-104 win over the Pacers in Indianapolis, outscoring the home team 31-17 in the final quarter. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had 15 of his 35 in the fourth. Jalen Williams, 27. Alex Caruso, 20 off the bench. Tonight's game gets underway at 5:30 on ABC. Also a huge trade in the NBA. The Memphis Grizzlies sending guard Desmond Bane to the Orlando Magic in exchange for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and a first-round pick swap. The draft haul includes the 16th pick in this year's draft and a 2026 first-round pick, which includes swap rights with either the Suns or the Wizards. So either way, you figure it's going to be a good pick. Bane had spent his entire 5-year career with the Grizzlies. Last year averaged 19 points, shot 39% from three. Caldwell Pope moving on to his 6th NBA team. He started all 77 games he played for the Magic in his 1 year there. 2 championship rings on his resume. In golf, J.J. Spawn birdied his last 2 holes, including an amazing 64-foot putt on 18 to hang on and win the U.S. Open at Oakmont in Pennsylvania. Spawn bogeyed 5 of his first 6 holes on Sunday, but then found his footing after a big rain delay and a messy course. Carded 4 birdies from holes 12 through 18. Finished the tournament at 1 under par, the only player under par. Wins by 2 strokes over Robert McIntyre and 3 over Victor Hovland for his first major championship and only his 2nd tour victory. Everybody was talking about that putt. the 2 putts on 17 and 18.
It's the whole round that J.J. Spawn had. He shot a 40 on the front 9. Yeah. It looked like he was out of it. He's the first guy in a long time to win a U.S. Open without ever having made the cut at a U.S. Open previously.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? It was a crazy tournament.
It was. Arizona ousted at the College World Series, and Omaha Wildcats fell to Louisville 8-3. They become the first team eliminated. That's like falling asleep first at the slumber party. They've got a marker all over their face. Elsewhere, Coastal Carolina, which beat Arizona on Friday, took down Oregon State 6-2. They've won 25 in a row. Today it'll be Arkansas facing Murray State in an elimination game, and UCLA taking on LSU. And the Mercury notched a 76-70 win over the Aces in Las Vegas on Sunday. Satu Sabali, 22 points, 9 rebounds. Sammy Whitcomb came off the bench to hit 4 threes, pumped in 18 points for the Mercury, who also got All-Star and gold medalist Kalia Copper back from injury. Copper started, played 18 minutes, scored 11 points in her first game of the season. Mercury now 8-4. They'll play on the road at Connecticut on Wednesday. There you go. There is your splash for this Monday morning. Coming up.
Uh-huh.
My system's all messed up today. Coming up, what is the latest on the Kevin Durant trade front? We'll get into all of it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately, playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The Dbacks start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Building wealth is difficult to do if you're starting from scratch, if not downright impossible, but the best way to do it is to reduce your debt. That means if you're buying a house, if you're looking to refinance, make your first phone call to Life Changer Loan. If you're a good fit, they are going to save you a ton of money. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. It allows you to pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades. This is the way people borrow money in many places across the world. In fact, 40% of all mortgages in Australia are done in the offset loan kind of variety, which Life Changer Loan is. This is a great idea for a lot of different reasons. Number one, when you pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades, you get a lot of time to build personal wealth. You also get 24/7 access to your equity, which gives you the control to pay off, pay down, borrow back whenever you want. If you're retiring soon in your profession, this is also a great thing to consider. You do not want a mortgage payment in your fixed income years. Life Changer Loan checks a lot of great boxes, but like I said at the start, you've got to have the right financials. You've got to be a good fit, but if you are, I can guarantee you will love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open.
An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-431-8958. That's 800-431-8958.
As the old saying goes, size matters. At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff. But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Bickley and Morata.
Well, this is where the rubber is going to meet the road in the Kevin Durant trade situation. Are the Suns going to cooperate with exactly what Durant wants? I think that there is an openness to doing that, but I don't think it's something that is the number one priority. And that is going to really be a factor here. Of course, Durant wants to go to a place where he can get a $100 million extension. Of course, he wants to go to a place that can be competitive right away. But can those teams, or more importantly, are those teams willing to make the offer?
It's Brian Windhorst, ESPN, reporting yesterday on the never-ending rumors, speculation, and tidbits about the Kevin Durant, the pending trade to Kevin Durant. It looks like he's on his way out of town. In the next few days, we were kind of all on watch to see if anything was going to happen. There was a huge trade in the NBA yesterday that did not include Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns. So there's Brian Windhorst on it. Mark Stein also in his newsletter over the weekend wrote, quote, sources say the Suns, meanwhile, are not promising to send Durant to any of those destinations, Houston, Miami, San Antonio. They are open to a mutually beneficial trade to the Spurs, Rockets, or Heat if they end up liking the return, but it appears that Phoenix is prepared to make the best deal it can after surrendering a staggering haul to acquire Durant from Brooklyn in the first place in February of 2023. Here's a follow-up on the wild card teams, the teams outside the mix right now that aren't on Kevin Durant's list. Here's more from Brian Windhorst.
I want to bring up another team here because this is somewhat reminiscent of what happened in 2018 when Kawhi Leonard was a free agent. He had a list of teams he preferred to go to. He had 1 year left on his contract, and the Toronto Raptors were willing to roll the dice as a possible rental. And once again, you don't see Toronto on Durant's list, but the Raptors are one of the teams lurking out there who may be willing to do this without knowing that they can keep Durant on an extension and basically potentially be a rental. And I think there's a couple others, including the Los Angeles Clippers and potentially even the Minnesota Timberwolves. This is still wide open. Maybe Durant gets what he wants. Maybe he has to accept something else.
Yeah, there's a lot to consider in all of this. I thought about it, and yes, what Brian Windhorst makes sense, but it's not an apples-to-apples comparison.
Mm-hmm.
The Kawhi Leonard example, because Toronto has been rumored in this whole thing that they are hot and heavy after Kevin Durant. He's not on the list because they're not a warm weather team. Warm weather is very important at this point. The difference is Kawhi Leonard was 10 years younger at that time. And the San Antonio Spurs had every reason not to cooperate with Kawhi Leonard at that point when that trade went down. He quit on them.
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly right.
And that version of Toronto was a lot closer to being one player away than this one.
But listen, and I understand why you feel the way you do about having Kevin Durant's co-signment in terms of where he is going. But to me, this is a zero-sum game for the Phoenix Suns. If the offer you're getting from someplace is far superior from a place Kevin Durant is going to get a contract extension, I don't care what I don't care what the blowback is for the franchise when dealing with the next free agents. I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, if there's an extreme difference in the return, you have to do what's best for yourself. I'm saying all things similar.
Yes.
You probably want to play ball with a future Hall of Famer.
You would like to.
Yeah.
You would like to because, Kevin Durant, you would want him to speak positively about your organization. But then at the same time, I think Kevin Durant would like the Suns to speak kindly of his time in Phoenix as well. I think it's going to be fascinating to watch because as of right now, unless it's changed, Kevin Durant wants the Miami Heat, he wants the Rockets, or he wants the Spurs. The Knicks have basically said, we're out of this. The Timberwolves are having a hard time getting into this. There was a time over the weekend when it really looked like they were percolating, and that seems to have cooled off a little bit.
It's cooled off, but I was reading in The Athletic today, John Krasinski, who covers the Timberwolves for The Athletic and New York Times, talked about their situation. And yes, they're not on the list. There is that Anthony Edwards connection there. But they're also a second apron team, so they might have to do some maneuvering, and this could be on hold until after the league year starts on July 6th, because then, Naz Reid's probably going to opt out. He's probably going to test free agency. That would clear up some space. The Julius Randle decision's not there either, because as of now, they couldn't aggregate contracts to meet Kevin Durant's salary. That's one of the restrictions on a second apron team. That's one of the restrictions the Suns have on themselves. So there's some maneuvering there, but again, you have to consider Minnesota not currently on the reported list of Kevin Durant preferences.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly right. And I tend to believe it's true with New York as well. I think their tapping out is because KD doesn't really want to be there. But that's just my intuition.
Yeah, but I think it was Alan Hahn too from ESPN Radio talked about, what are you doing if you're the Knicks? You're close. You traded 2 starters last summer to get Karl Anthony Towns. You would have to trade probably 2 more starters to get Kevin Durant. And this is not a knock on KD, but if they make that trade, they might be further away from competing for a championship than they are right now.
Well, yeah, that is certainly something to consider.
And look, I mentioned the warm weather factor. Houston, San Antonio, Miami. Those are the destinations that are reported to be high on Kevin Durant's list or on the list. They comprise the list. But, again, and we don't know. We didn't expect Indiana to be playing for a championship and be tied 2-2 at this point. So anything can happen in today's NBA. But how close do you consider those 3 teams? I mean, Houston probably is the closest to competing for a championship in my mind. The other 2 aren't close.
No, that to me is really the big takeaway that very, very, very few people are talking about, in my opinion. That if this is accurate, that this is where KD wants to go, winning a championship is not at the forefront of what he's thinking about. It just isn't.
Totally agree.
It just isn't. And I eventually I think people will realize that, but that to me says a lot.
I mean, most players at a certain point of their career, regardless of how accomplished they are, that seems to be the impetus. Not a 2-year contract extension and sunny weather.
Right. That's exactly right.
It would be a funny sort of contradiction to the earlier criticism of his career when he left to go to Golden State Warriors, and everyone said, "Oh, you're just trying to latch on to a championship team, and all you care about is just."
Well, it wasn't just that. It was leaving the team that championship team just eliminated. So there was a double whammy involved there that made that perception especially bad. But you're right. And so I think Kevin Durant, all this stuff is floating around his head. The idea of how is this going to be perceived? If I go someplace, there's going to be pressure. Do I want that? Do I want it to make it look like I'm ring chasing? If I go someplace that isn't so good, do I look non-competitive? It's all fair game. for a guy that's as well-traveled as him.
Yeah, here's one more nugget from the weekend. This from the Bill Simmons podcast on whom he thinks should trade for Durant, and he thinks it's the team in Houston.
I actually think Houston not only needs Durant, but becomes a really interesting team if they can add him and all they give up is Jabari and Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore, and they give Phoenix their pick back. I still really like the nucleus of their team. Like post-trade, they would have Şengün and Adams. They'd have KD and Amen Thompson. They'd have Eason and Brooks and Whitmore. They would have Van Vliet and Shepard and the 10th pick. That's a lot to work with just to throw Durant. And what was the one thing they needed last year was a guy to score at the end of games. So it's a home run across the board, I think, for them.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. They certainly appear to be the best equipped to make a deal with the Suns. I think San Antonio is second on that list. And I think Miami on the Durant preference is probably third, especially if they're not willing to part with Khalil Ware. We'll see. This week's going to be crazy.
It could be one of those things where Houston was the first team that we talked about months ago, and if it just comes all the way around, that
circles back around.
Yep.
Yeah,
could be.
Multi-platinum entertainer Dierks Bentley is heading to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on June 20th for his Broken Branches tour. Limited tickets are still available. You can win a pair now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Coming up next, the Dbacks ended a homestand with a sour taste in their mouth on Father's Day. We'll tell you more about it in Dbacks Daily next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to become much more aggressive. When that ball is in the air, no. I'm not going to wait for it to come to me. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to stab him out there and stab the pig out of the air and go get it and pull it down. That ball is mine.
It would be great to see, and I know I'm comparing him to an all-time great here again, which is all that seems to have ever happened in his career, but it'd be great to see him go out and just take balls away from defenders like Randy Moss in his prime.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know the Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
RLC number 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs took 2 out of 3 from the Padres this weekend, which included a 5-run 9th-inning walk-off win on Saturday, but a loss Sunday ended their 5-game win streak, and now they will hit the road for a 9-game trip that'll start up in Toronto against the Blue Jays tomorrow. The Phoenix Mercury, behind Satu Sabali's 22 points, beat the Las Vegas Aces yesterday 76-70 and moved to 8-4 on the season. A massive Game 5 in the NBA Finals will be in Oklahoma City tonight, as both the Pacers and the Thunder will look to take control of the series and become just 1 win away from an NBA championship. And lastly, JJ Spawn is your U.S. Open champion at Oakmont. He battled back after bogeying 5 of his first 6 holes on Sunday and finished with a 64-foot birdie putt on the 18th to win the U.S. Open. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
That baby is gone! Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
After Saturday's dramatic comeback win over the Padres, Diamondbacks in position for their first homestand sweep of 6 or more games since 2017, believe it or not. They'd go at it with Merrill Kelly on the mound for Father's Day, going up against right-hander Nick Pivetta. Both pitchers sharp early. Kelly held the Padres scoreless, while Pivetta went through the Arizona order the first time through without allowing a base runner. Things would change in the 4th inning. Kelly walked Gavin Sheets, who was a thorn in the side of the D-backs all weekend long, and that brought up Xander Bogaerts.
A 2-0. There's a ball roped down the left field line and fair. That'll be extra bases. Question is, can Sheets score? He gets to third. He is going to be waved around as Gurriel had trouble in the corner. And Perdomo pockets the throw. It's an RBI double by Bogaerts, his first hit of the series, and it gives the Padres a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, that RBI double opened the scoring. Padres were not done. Jake Cronenworth capped a 10-pitch at-bat against Kelly in a big way.
Swinging a high fly ball in a deep right field. Cronenworth wins the battle, and he goes deep. A 2-run home run. That is his 5th. And all of a sudden, when the Padres get production from 5 and 6 in their lineup, they jump out to a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, Cronenworth got a changeup low in the zone, crushed it 395 feet to right field. First home run yielded by Kelly all year that did not come on a fastball. And it gave the Padres the 3-0 lead. Kelly would get out of the inning, but needed 32 pitches to do so. Pivetta set the D-backs down in order again in the 4th, marking 12 straight Arizona hitters retired to start the game. San Diego would tack on in the 5th. Fernando Tatis Jr. led off with a single. That brought up hitting machine Luis Arraez.
And there goes Tatis on the first pitch. That's a line drive ripped to right field. That's going to score Tatis. That's going to roll all the way to the wall. And the Padres now, on the RBI double by Luis Arraez, take a 4-0 lead.
Yeah, 4-run lead at that point. Dbacks would finally get a runner on base in the 5th. Josh Naylor led off against Pivetta with a walk. He wouldn't stay on first long thanks to Gino Suarez.
The 0-1, there's a swing and a ball hit high and deep towards center field. Going back, Lockridge onto the track, looking up, gone! Into the overhang for Suarez, his 21st of the year. And the D-backs carved this deficit right in half. It's now 4-2.
437 feet, cut the lead to 2. Taylor Scott would relieve Kelly in the 6th. He got Cronenworth, Iglesias, and Lockridge in order, but Pivetta again went 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 6th. San Diego would pad their advantage in the 7th. Elias Diaz led off with a double down the right field line. Tatis, the next hitter.
It was the 0-1. Swung on, line drive. That is a gap shot, left center field and down. Diaz will come home and score. Tatis digging for second. The throw, not in time. The third hit of the day for Tatis. It's an RBI double. The Padres now in front 5-2.
Yeah, Tatis would later steal third on a Machado ground and a Machado ground out. Score on a Machado ground out to make it 6-2. Good writing, Vin. They'd had 2 more in the 9th. Against Anthony DiSclafani, who was making his D-backs debut. Go ahead, Bick. Have at it.
Disco.
Great nickname.
Isn't it?
Yeah. Elias Diaz had a solo home run. Machado's RBI single knocked in Tatis to make it 8-2. There would be no magical comeback from the D-backs on Sunday. There would be no homestand sweep. That's the way it would end. 8-2, Torey Lovello after the game.
Yeah, it's just, it's a tough way to end a homestand. You're on a nice little run, and, their pitcher comes out and throws a really good game against us, and you lose 8-2. But I'm not going to let that distract from the success that we've been having over the past week of playing baseball games. I'm really proud of this team. This team continues to go out there and fight and get in the middle of the ring and duke it out, and just tells me a really good story that things are moving in a very, very good direction. Look, we got to flush this one. It's a 5-1 homestand, and this game was in the balancer. I think the 2-run home run by Cronenworth maybe gave them a little energy and took it away from us. But overall, like I said, I'm very, very pleased with what I saw.
Yeah, it was
the proudest manager in America, Vinny. Look, I know I caught their vibe yesterday. It's what happened Saturday in the 9th inning was another one of those magical games that worked in the Diamondbacks' favor, and as a result, there was house money written all over yesterday's game, in my opinion.
There was, and look, the fact of the matter is, a 5-1 homestand. When that homestand started, and it was shaping up to start with the worst loss of the year for this baseball team, that's saying a lot. And they pull that game out with a walk-off grand slam from Josh Naylor. Then they played really, really good baseball. I totally agree with you. Coming back and winning on Saturday in the fashion that they did, you could almost project what was going to happen.
Exactly. You could project that Sunday was going to roll around and the Padres were going to have a level of fire and desperation that it was going to be tough to deal with, especially when you as a baseball team had been in celebratory mode less than 24 hours earlier, because that comeback on Saturday was insane.
Yeah, the triple. I mean, the triple from Perdomo. The crowd got so loud it basically knocked out the Fox audio feed.
Listen, I'm glad you said that, because watching it live, I thought to myself, this is a triple that felt like Archie Bradley's triple against the Rockies in that playoff game.
Yes.
And then for Perdomo to score the way he did and get his hand in, it was just a great comeback.
That was an unbelievable, because they had the hold sign on Perdomo. He went.
Right.
And an amazing slide.
Oh.
But I could not believe how slow Diaz, the catcher, was in applying that tag. It made zero sense that Perdomo was able to get in there.
I agree.
But
listen, it made zero sense to me that Ketel Marte was almost thrown out on that play. I'm like, where's his foot speed gone?
None.
Yeah, zero.
Minimal.
And fortunately, they won that replay challenge, which really kind of changed the way that inning was going to look. And okay, so I think what the Diamondbacks did after yesterday's game, and Merrill Kelly, that was a weird 4th inning for him. He could not get Gavin Sheets out to save his life.
Nobody could, really. I mean, they won 2 of 3, but Sheets was just a problem for them the whole time. And the Cronenworth at bat was just kind of the
And then there was that
icing on the cake.
Yes. So I'm down with that. I'm down with, okay, listen, we're doing a lot of good things, and we've kind of maybe possibly saved our season. maybe gotten off the, will this team be sellers at trade deadline? Now, again, you mentioned they're going on the road now, and it's a soft stretch of schedule. They need to keep this up.
But why this makes even less sense is, again, dealing with the news that they were dealt with on Friday. Here's Torey Lovello from Burns & Gambo.
It's official. He's going to be done for the season. He's going to have Tommy John surgery with Dr. Meister. Time TBD. Some of the swelling has just got to subside in that right elbow before they can go in there and accurately see things the way they need to see them. So, once again, it's another big blow to this team. But I'm proud of the way the guys have been fighting. We've kind of been sitting on this news and not totally official until about an hour and a half ago. And this team has been tough. We're gritty. We're like Arizonans. We're true Arizonans. We are gritty. We find a way. We get it done, and that's going to be our mindset.
What's with this notion that all Arizonans are gritty?
Arizona strong.
I don't know why Torey is just so over the top this year with the therapy and the positivity.
At this point, he's proud of us.
That's true.
I don't know if
right.
he is.
Now, the really sad thing is I had to, because he didn't say a name there, I had to use the context clues of which pitcher he was talking about that was done for the year.
Yeah, because
I was like, I guess that was Justin Martinez.
That was
right?
Martinez.
Okay.
The news on Puck is also, hey, we're gonna suspend your throwing program. The anti-Torey Lovello crowd was in its element on Friday after those two stories broke.
Yeah,
and it bled over to it's Torey's fault, but hey, big fault on the training staff too, because it's undeniable on this front. The guys that, Jordan Montgomery notwithstanding, but Corbin Burns had a little bit of a setback for one start, remember?
Yes, yeah.
Missed one start. They didn't put him on the injured list. They moved him back. He pitched well after that. Tommy John surgery. Justin Martinez had the stint on the injury list, came back after 3.5 weeks. He's having Tommy John surgery. A.J. Puck on the injured list. They're slow rolling him back in, getting ready for return, and now his status is up in the air. So there are questions to be asked because this, 4, maybe more Tommy John surgeries, and it's June 16th.
I know.
That's weird.
It's beyond weird. I wonder if A.J. Puck saw this rash of guys going to Dr. Ella Trash and thought to himself, am I doing the right thing?
Maybe.
I don't know. It's odd to be this far down the road and then decide to pull the plug on it. But again, this is modern day baseball and something has got to give with this. It's really, really, the sport fundamentally has got a severe crisis on its hands with velocity and spin rate because, look, I think you said it last Friday. Maybe you didn't. Maybe I imagined it. We're all just kind of waiting for it to happen to Paul Skeens now.
I didn't say that, no.
Okay, but somebody did,
yeah.
and it's how can you not? How can you as a baseball fan have a pitching staff with a couple of top-flight, high-end guys and not have this worry? I don't know.
Tommy Henry has left elbow inflammation now as well.
Yeah, they're also getting hit with a rash of injuries at the AAA level, which doesn't help things out. And just to wrap this up, we'll get into more D-backs later, and Steve Berthium's going to join us at 8:30. But for the team to respond with the brand of baseball and winning 5 of 6 on this homestand after dealing with all this stuff, that's maybe the most puzzling part of all of it. Maybe they needed a dose of adversity on that front for the slap in the face. Hey, we got to kick this into high gear because they're playing arguably their best baseball of the year. Without their 2 top relievers and their best starting pitcher.
Right, exactly. So I hope they can keep this vibe up. I hope it's not a temporary thing. That's what I hope.
Yep. Coming up, a lot of bad weather, a lot of wetness, and a dramatic finish at Oakmont. We'll get into the U.S. Open next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It's going to be the first fair way to judge Brian Gregory as a GM. The reality is a just whatever league average experienced GM would get a decent return for Kevin Durant. I know that's vague because, what defines a decent return?
Yes.
But I think we're all going to know when the trade happens. If it's a trade where we're like, yeah, I kind of get behind this. Okay, maybe they could have got more, but it also makes sense they did this. But if it's this trade where we're all just like staring at each other in shock and the rest of the league is laughing at the Suns, well, that's a problem because you can't do it over. Like once you trade KD, he's gone.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. If you are a homeowner in Arizona, you know the Desert Sun does a number on your windows. If you've been here a while like I have, chances are you need your windows replaced. I know mine do, which is why I'm stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that treats customers like friendships, a company that is family-owned and locally operated. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They're also co-owned by former Utah great NFL linebacker Nate Orchard. Many sports fans might remember him. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and that's because there is no middleman you're dealing with. They are the manufacturers. They've got their own factory here in the Valley, which means they build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And even better, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, you will get a $2,500 discount. That's right, $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the summer rush. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Ben 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Is your toilet clogged or no hot water? No worry. Are you spending too much on bottled water? No worry. Did your AC or heating break overnight or on a weekend? No worry. Collins Comfort Masters can help with all your heating, plumbing, and water treatment needs. All of our work is backed by our no worry guarantee. You'll get quality craftsmanship done right the first time. We take that so seriously, we put it in our phone number, 480-NO-WORRY. We have industry-leading warranties, like part and compressor warranties of at least 10 years, some even 15 and others lifetime. Plus, Collins Comfort is an official Lennox dealer, so you're going to get great pricing on an excellent cooling system. Get your house ready for the summer heat. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment now. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs. Collins Comfort Masters.
Hey, it's Luke. Where do things stand with Kevin Durant and the Suns following this weekend? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I grew up watching golf. I was a young kid, wanted to play golf. I loved golf. It was a passion for me growing up, and always played with my parents growing up. And one thing led to another. Wasn't really groomed to be like a professional golfer. I didn't get put through academies. I didn't play the AJGA. I played local stuff. I did qualify for actually my first big USGA event, which was the US Junior. I did that 2 times when I was like 16 and 17. And that's kind of when I realized my potential. But I just kept going like one foot in front of the other, and junior golf, college golf, turning pro, and now here I am with the U.S. Open trophy.
It's J.J. Spaun after winning the U.S. Open, his first major. They promised it was going to be a tough course, Bick.
Yeah.
The U.S. Open prides itself in that anyway, regardless of setting. But even going into it, and we talked with Nick King last week, and he was there about the difficulty of the course. Then you add in the rain. But for J.J. Spaun to bounce back the way he did on Sunday in the back 9, and those last 2 putts were just ridiculous.
Well, yeah, listen, this is a great story, and where to begin with all of this. Number one, I'll say this, that the U.S. Open for years, if not decades, has always been fun for casual golfers and casual sports fans to watch, because you see golfers lose their ever-loving minds. It was especially true this year because the sport of golf has really become a sport of bombers, young people, young kids who hit the ball 5 miles, don't really worry where it lands. I'll get out of trouble because I'm going to be so close to the green it doesn't matter. So to watch golfers be really penalized for not being accurate, it really hit differently this year. I could tell from like listening to Brandel Chambly and other golf experts and the like. All right, J.J. Spaun. J.J. Spaun is, I don't think you'd call him a journeyman, but he's got a great backstory. In fact, there's a famous story. Sammy might know this because he works in the golf media. J.J. Spaun was spotted by a golf writer working on his game at Starfire in Scottsdale. Starfire is not considered a nice course. It's fine for hacks like us, but it's not where you would normally find a professional golfer working on his putting stroke. There's an everyman quality to J.J. Spaun that's really cool, including the fact that on Sunday morning, he had to go to CVS at 3 o'clock in the morning because his daughter was sick. This is the morning of the final round. Then he gets out there and he shoots a 40 on the front 9. He gets off to a terrible start, and you thought he's gone, and he just kept grinding. And then near the end of the tournament, as often happens at U.S. Opens, the people who can't handle it, they all fall apart. Yeah. And J.J. Spaun was right there at the very end. J.J. Spaun also really, everybody talks about that 64, 65-foot putt that he made, which was insane. Every angle you look at it makes it look even harder.
Yeah.
Right? But the guy in his group actually had a putt right in front of his line, so he gave him a great read. So he benefited from that. It was a wild tournament. From the NBC broadcasters, I don't know if anybody else noticed this, but Scottie Scheffler was like 7 shots off the lead, and they tried to pimp the fact that he's still alive. He's still alive.
Kept showing him.
Yeah, kept showing him. Don't go away. Scottie's lurking. No, he's not. He's 7 shots back. And then they went to the rain delay, and they scrambled to pull out the 2008 U.S. Open that featured Tiger Woods, the one at Torrey Pines in San Diego when Tiger could barely walk. And so they were desperate to do anything to keep this Father's Day audience intact throughout this lengthy weather delay and leaderboard that wasn't all that appealing. And boy, did they get a great ending to the tournament.
You know what I'll say is, so you mentioned J.J. Spaun. He's from Scottsdale, lives here actually. His Sunday round was the epitome of his career. The front 9, just like the front 9 of his career, it took him 4 to 5 years to get his PGA Tour card. Started on the Canadian Tour, only made $825 in 2014 as a golfer, and then the back 9 of his round was the last 2 to 3 years of J.J. Spaun's.
He made how much in 2024?
$825 on the Canadian Tour.
That's fantastic.
He made just $11,000 on the Canadian Tour the year before that. And
he had only 1 win in 235 career starts.
Yeah, the Valero Open in 2022. And if you're unfamiliar with golf and money, making $11,000 is you're losing money as a professional golfer.
No doubt.
You need to make upwards of like $100,000 just to break even as a professional golfer with all the travel. But the back nine of the U.S. Open is kind of like the last 2 to 3 years of J.J. Spahn's career. An absolute grind it out, hit shots when he needed to. Just like he's had to get his tour card back before. And it's the epitome of what a grinder looked like at the U.S. Open, where it was truly remarkable.
Yeah. So there were some big names who didn't make the cut. Phil Mickelson didn't make it. Bryson DeChambeau didn't make. A whole bunch of guys didn't make the cut. But a lot of people in the golf world, they're talking about Rory McIlroy this morning as in, what is the matter with this guy? There were people, when he won the Masters, and I was one of them, I thought that Rory could be, okay, now that he's been unburdened by finally winning the green jacket, he might rip off 3-4 majors in a row. He's done exactly the opposite. He had lost motivation. He's very angry at the golf media. He's very angry at professional golf in general for testing his driver randomly and then taking it out of play at that. What tournament was that, Sammy?
It was last weekend at the Memorial, Memorial.
Okay. And so I don't know whether he thinks he was targeted, but there's something really off about this dude. He refused to talk to the media for most of the tournament, and it's really, really odd for a guy that had that defining triumph at the Masters, and everybody thought, oh, this is go time for him. He's done exactly the opposite.
Yeah, that was going to unlock him in so many ways, and instead it's locked him up in others.
Yeah.
Real quick to wrap it up, I know you and Sammy are on a different level of your golf fandom and your consumption of these events. And like I said to start the conversation, the U.S. Open is always tough. Was this too tough? One golfer under par for the weekend?
It's what they want.
Yeah. Do you like it as a change?
Personally, I was going back and forth with this all weekend because you love to see golfers struggle in the way that they do. But then for the average golf fan, come Sunday, you're like, where are the names?
Yeah.
Where are the guys?
Yeah. You want, along those lines, you're exactly right. It's almost like cheering for an underdog in the NCAA tournament. You get them for the second and the third round, which may not be good. To me, it's yesterday going into the round on a course like that. You know there's no magic number. Now, for me, it was even particularly more aggravating. I'm not a sports bettor. And I said on the show, and I even texted Charles Barkley, I'm going to bet Sam Burns. I can't believe he's 70-1. And then like a yo-yo, I forgot all about it, didn't place that bet.
But now you got more money in your pocket.
Well,
than
I
you
do.
would have.
But I all over the weekend, I thought this guy is going to freaking win this, and I saw this coming. Because Sam Burns had won the RBC in Canada. He finished in second. He lost a playoff after shooting the best round, a 62 in the final round. And nobody watched that tournament, so nobody knew that guy came in piping hot. And he was 70-1. So I was hate watching him all weekend. I'm like, this is why I don't ever want to get into that realm.
Oh, I was thinking about you and Sammy all weekend, too, and I would see the leaderboard and glance at it and was like, Sammy was on top of this. Vic was on top of this.
Well, Sammy did win. Sammy won our pool here at the radio station.
My four guys were J.J. Spahn, Sam Burns, Victor Hovland, and John Rahm, and that got me to the top of the board.
Wow.
And how much did you win, Sammy?
$400.
There's no money involved. It's just entertainment purposes and pride.
Yes.
Yeah.
Credits.
Congrats on the points. Congrats on all that pride.
Yes.
Yep. Pride.
Coming up, the list of Kevin Durant suitors is getting narrowed down more. At least we think so. We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and it is true. Earnhardt Ford's general manager, John Nissen, and his team rolling out low prices on nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford vehicle, now below employee price, like they're built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers do end July 6, 2025. So hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for. I-10 and Ray Road in Chandler, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com, and that ain't no bull.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-489-5660. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-489-5660 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-489-5660 to see if you qualify. That's 800-489-5660.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond Certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks took 2 out of 3 from the Padres this weekend, which included a 5-run 9th inning and a walk-off win on Saturday, but a loss Sunday ended their 5-game win streak. But they'll hit the road for a 9-game trip, which will start up in Toronto against the Blue Jays tomorrow. The Phoenix Mercury, behind Satu Sabli's 22 points, beat the Las Vegas Aces last night, 76-70, and moved to 8-4 on the season. Tonight, a massive Game 5 in the NBA Finals, where the Pacers and Thunder, one of which will look to take control of the series and become just 1 win away from an NBA championship. This report is brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. Like, I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
As far as Durant, I would say in a San Antonio trade, I wouldn't think, the number 2 pick and Stephen Castle would be available. Certainly Wemby there. As it goes with Houston, I wouldn't think Amen Thompson is available. Giannis is a different animal outside of Victor. Basically everything would be in play here. I do think those two teams have, I call it the bucket list of things to offer in a superstar package where maybe Miami doesn't quite, or New York or Minnesota, which is a little bit complicated because of the money and everything. But listen, when they've got draft assets and you've got players and you got controllable contracts, and the biggest thing is, what does your roster look like after you acquire that player? Are you still playoff worthy? Can you compete for a championship? San Antonio is extremely interesting because they went out and got De'Aaron Fox. They haven't been in the play-in, and so you're not trying to jump to step 2. You're trying to jump to step 5 in doing that here. But as I said, they both have a lot of things to go out and do a deal, especially for Durant.
That is Bobby Marks from ESPN over the weekend. The latest on the Kevin Durant trade market with a lot of moving pieces there. San Antonio, Houston, Miami. Those are the 3 teams that have been identified as at the top or maybe the entire list of where Kevin Durant wants to go. So now you have to consider the other side of this. And the other side is what the Phoenix Suns are willing to do to appease Kevin Durant in all of this. We know this for a fact. At the trade deadline, they did acquiesce to the wishes of Kevin Durant. He didn't want to go to Golden State. They pulled that trade off the table. They did him a solid there. And I think at that point, Bick, the agreement or the reality of the situation is, okay, we'll revisit this in the summer and we'll work together. So, but you also can't cut off your nose to spite your face in this if you're the Phoenix Suns. If Kevin Durant says, that's it, those are the only 3 teams I want to go to, and those are the 4th, 5th, and 6th best offers you have on the table, something's got to give.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And this is why Kevin Durant's business manager is involved in this, because sometimes a go-between can help, goose one side of the offer to help all parties get what they want.
Sure.
So yeah, listen, I find a lot of things interesting about this. We've talked about the trade that went down between Orlando and Memphis, and whether or not you believe that Memphis is yet another team who's banking on the Suns' downfall because they acquired that 2026 pick swap. That's very, very complicated, by the way.
Yeah.
Vinny said it best. It's basically going to be the worst of the Wizards of the Suns. And
let's hope it's the Wizards.
Yeah, man,
if it's us next year,
it's going to be real ugly if it's the other way around.
How about it? And so there's that. There's also the fact that if you can trade Desmond Bane and get 5 draft assets in return, including 4 firsts, then shouldn't you be able to get something comparable for Kevin Durant? You would think.
There's another layer to it, and one of the initial reactions yesterday when that trade was reported between the Grizzlies and the Magic was, wow, Desmond Bane fetched more than Luka Doncic did. So it's just another arrow shot at Nico Harrison and the Dallas Mavericks. But in terms of, there seems to be some logic in that. Although Desmond Bane is not close to the age,
right?
He's also not close to the player.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But they were also able to get off the KCP contract, which Windhorst said it best yesterday. It was like 1.5 draft picks to just get off of KCP, and then the other 2.5 were for Bane.
And there's other things too. There's belief that maybe this is Orlando looking at the East, going, we can win this thing.
Well, look at their core now.
Yeah,
I mean, their 4 core players are Banchero, Wagner, Jalen Suggs, and now you add Desmond Bane into the mix.
And so I think they're looking at the Pacers and going, okay, you add some grit guys, a lot of two-way players, which Desmond Bane is, and certainly not the offensive player that KD is, but like you said, he's a nice player, and maybe it's a sign that is Memphis blowing this thing up.
That's the other thing. Everybody yesterday after that was making hypothetical Ja Morant and JJJ trades like what's their next move going to be, if there is a next move, because it was very kind of curious that they made that.
All due respect to Desmond Bane, who's been a very important player for what Memphis has tried to do over the last 4 years, but trading him doesn't signal to me, hey, we're tearing this down. John Morant and
next.
Jackson are on different levels of importance for that team.
And just to go back to the original thing about KD's 3 teams that he wants to play for. Well, at different points in the last couple of weeks, we've been told that San Antonio and Houston are no longer interested in Kevin Durant. So, like, the narrow list becomes narrower and narrower if you are going to go with Kevin Durant. What happens if the only one of those 3 that wants him is Miami, and who we all think can give you sort of the worst package of anybody?
And
then there's got to be a line.
But then again, teams are also using information distributors at this point in time for leverage. We're not interested. Get that out there. So you have to kind of take every piece of information in and of itself. I would like to say this is a big week for Brian Gregory, but again, I have as much confusion as to who's calling the shots in that organization as I ever have.
Well, and it kind of feels, not to compare the two, but they're kind of like slow rolling the whole KD thing, similarly to how they slow rolled the head coaching position. And I get you want to take your time and to get your best offer, but also the clock is ticking for the draft.
Well, that's the thing, though. But the argument can be, what's the rush? Like, don't you want to take this all the way up into the draft and get your best possible thing, or does that not give you enough time to prep with what you're getting back if you get a draft pick in this year's draft?
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but we also don't know what the discussions between the teams are. The Suns, in terms of when they make this trade, they kind of hold the cards there. Hey, give me your best offer now. We want to fast track this thing because we want to be ready for the draft, especially if we're going to acquire another first-round pick where we're picking in a spot we didn't expect to be picking. They need to have some time to do some more intelligence, and I'm sure there's a level of that going on, but the Suns could be pushing that. We don't know what those discussions are.
Yeah. The other thing is some people have speculated that if the Suns really wanted to rebuild properly, Memphis has a ton of stuff now if you would only consider trading Devin Booker, which they're not going to do. But that's out there as well.
I don't know. Memphis just traded its starting 2 guard.
But that would require the Suns looking at this in a different way.
Yeah, that's not.
And they're
again,
not looking
I
at
don't
it
even
that way.
think that is on anybody's radar.
I agree
right now.
with you.
Although
I think they should be open to the idea, but they claim they're not. So that is what that is.
Yeah, as the it's like a soap opera now. As the KD turns.
As the KD turns.
Dun, 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 dun. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Coming up next, for the Arizona Diamondbacks, the injuries are piling up, but what do you know? So are the wins. We'll get into their weekend next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. One of the rites of passage of living in Arizona, and we've all been there, I think we've all been there, is waking up in the middle of the summertime and you realize, wow, it's hot in this house, and you turn on your air conditioning and nothing happens, and 2 hours go by and it's still 85 degrees in your house, and you realize, oh no, my AC is broken. That is a terrible position to be in Arizona in the middle of the summer. That is why I highly recommend you call Parker & Sons and get your air conditioning system tuned up before it is too late. A tune-up from Parker & Sons does a lot of great things. It prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money up to $30 a month on utility bills, can prevent costly repairs and help prevent future breakdowns, but it also gives you that peace of mind that I'm referencing, because the last thing you want is to find yourself with an air conditioning system that is busted in the middle of the summer. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. All of their technicians are trust certified, which means they're insured, licensed, bonded. They've all passed drug tests. They've all passed background checks. They are the company you can trust in your personal space. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you gotta have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sport stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm Altima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Wolf. How did the Diamondbacks bullpen fare in their crucial series against the Padres over the weekend? We'll be reacting to the series at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports.
Is swung on, line to right, it's fair. Down the line it goes, all the way to the wall. Moreno scores, Thomas scores. Here comes Cattell. It's a diving triple by Perdomo, and we are tied. At his first pitch, Naylor swings, slow ground ball to first. Arise has it, comes home. Save! Perdomo under the tag, and the Diamondbacks win. But the Padres will challenge, and we have to wait and see. That's the crowd and the roar of Diamondback fans, and the call is confirmed. Another walk-off for Naylor on a fielder's choice.
Chris Garagiola, that was back on Saturday. Just an improbable 5-run ninth inning comeback by the Diamondbacks. They stun the San Diego Padres on national TV. That was their 5th straight win.
Yeah.
Things didn't work out on sweeping the Padres or the homestand yesterday. Kind of a dud performance. Really well pitched game by Nick Pivetta, who was incredibly sweaty by about the 5th.
Yeah, he was.
Did you notice that too?
Yeah, I did. I did notice that.
He was soaked right through his jersey.
Yeah.
But 5 out of 6 on a homestand, and combine that with the injuries that are piling up, and combine that with what's happening in the National League West. Arguably the best division in baseball, arguably. It got way tougher yesterday. With the news that Shohei Ohtani is going to be back on the mound for the Dodgers. He's starting tonight against the Padres. And with the news of the Boston Red Sox just getting fed up with Rafael Devers and trading him to the San Francisco Giants, yes, it affects them financially, but it also makes them a much better offensive baseball team. This division got way tougher yesterday alone.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very, very fair assessment of all the potential talks of who is available, who is going to be buyers, who's going to be sellers. I don't think anybody expected the Red Sox, a team that has got momentum and is playing well, to go and trade Rafael Devers. Now, this has been brewing for a long, long time. You know this. As soon as they acquired Alex Bregman, they had a big issue on their hands.
Well, the Giants are not issue free on all of this. Rafael Devers wanted to play third base from the beginning. They made him a DH. It came to a head when they lost Casas for the year. They said, "Hey, Rafael, you want to play first base?" "No, I only want to play third still." Well, the Giants have a pretty good third baseman themselves in Matt Chapman. And they've invested a lot of money in Chapman. I know he's injured right now, but, I mean, you always find a place for a bat like Devers, but it's not the most issue-free landing spot either.
No, listen, you're exactly right about that, but I think why it does kind of affect the balance of the power in the National League West is we all know the Dodgers have a lineup full of mashers. We talk about it all the time. Mookie Betts, Shohei, Freddie Freeman, others. Same thing with the Padres. The Diamondbacks did a good job of keeping that lineup in check for most of the weekend, but it's Fernando Tatis, Manny Machado, Jackson Merrill, and the Diamondbacks killer. Doesn't every team have a Diamondbacks killer?
It seems so at this point.
But the Giants, they've been surviving on really good pitching and really good bullpen. They don't have really much star power in that lineup, and now they do. A left-handed slugger who just destroys right-handed pitching.
Well, I mean, the offseason, they got Adames. Now you add Devers. I mean, that's a major upgrade to the offense, and that's a good baseball team. Yeah.
so that's a team that's in front of you that is full in on what they're doing, and another obstacle for the Diamondbacks. So the path just got tougher, basically, is what we're trying to say.
But it also makes me wonder. We had Buster Olney on last week. We've had Tim Kirchin on recently, and everybody seemed to be waiting. Okay, we're still 6 weeks away from the deadline. There's plenty of time. This is a major boost to the Giants 6 weeks ahead of schedule.
That's right.
So they went out, and I wonder if this spurs other teams. 6 weeks is a long time.
Yeah, it is.
And especially for a team like the Diamondbacks, who are hurting in the pitching department. There's no other way to say it. A.J. Puck's status is now up in the air for the rest of the year. What do? Or do you wait 6 weeks? You have to find a willing participant.
Yeah.
And the fact that the Giants pounced on a willing participant that's actually a pretty good baseball team in Boston, you can make deals. You just have to look in the right places.
Yeah, and I think you kind of nailed the crux of this. This is very, very early for a team to be making a blockbuster acquisition like that, but that's sort of a Mike Hazen move. Remember getting way out in front of the J.D. Martinez thing and giving the Diamondbacks that much more time with them. So that really does kind of complicate matters. And I know that the whole idea, are they going to be sellers? Are they going to be buyers? I know Mike Hazen cleared up a lot of that mystery by saying he fully expects to be adding pieces to this team. We'll see. It's all predicated on this team staying in a good place. And my only disappointment about yesterday was I thought Merrill Kelly was in one of those grooves where he was going to be unhittable for about the next 4 weeks. and he
started out that way too.
It started out that way, but that fourth inning came and it just seemed like it just all hit the wall for him. So I hope that's just a one-off.
Yeah, and Kelly talked about it afterwards too, about his command lacking and how rare that's been for him recently.
I mean, it was okay. I just today was probably one of the least command days that I think I've had in a while. Just couldn't get the ball where I wanted to. Bottom line.
Yeah, and
it happens.
Torey Lovello talked about Kelly's performance.
Merrill Kelly, I didn't have his best stuff. I thought it was adequate, and I think he was just grinding it out for those last couple innings of his outing. The pitch count started to climb a little bit, and then we maneuvered into the bullpen.
Yeah, that 32 pitches in the fourth inning really changed the complexion of that game.
Yeah.
And the scoreboard for that matter. But going back to Buster Olney, he had a piece on ESPN.com today about, as we're nearing the trade deadline in Major League Baseball, the 6 executives that are under the most pressure. Mike Hazen was number 1 on the list. He wrote, Hazen will have a lot to say about what happens at this year's trade deadline because, and that's what he told us last week too, because if Arizona decides to trade talent, he'll dangle a highly marketable set of players. Josh Naylor, could the Mariners be interested? Or the Giants? Gino Suarez, Yankees would be on him. Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen would become some of the best options. And other GMs like to trade with Hazen because they find him communicative and decisive. They have a 34.9% chance, according to Fangraphs, to make the playoffs.
That's interesting. That's the second time in the span of 3 days we've heard the word decisive used to describe Mike Hazen, meaning he doesn't. I don't know. Let me get back to you.
Yeah.
That really is. There's a strong gravitational pull to use this trade deadline to kind of regenerate your farm system a little bit. Because you just mentioned there's any number of pieces. The Diamondbacks might be, they might be the Walmart during the trade deadline where everyone goes.
Those players specifically, Naylor, Suarez, Kelly, Gallen, if you want to go down that road, and I know it's not as toxic to mention that as it is to mention a Devin Booker trade for Suns fans.
Right.
But those are the types of players that get you top flight prospects that are either close to big league ball or already like starting out in big league ball.
Yeah, and as Buster Olney told us last week, if Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly are not part of the starting rotation next year, Mike Hazen's got to build that out. So it's conflicting. I really want this team to stay kind of in this lane that they're in. I felt really good about everything Saturday, like you said, to do that on a national broadcast added a layer of enjoyment to that.
By the way, I got to give credit to Adam Wainwright, who's new to broadcasting, but he was the color commentator. And going into that 9th inning, when the Padres went to Suarez, he said it. He said it's weird sometimes for relievers, stoppers, closers to come in when they think they're going to have a save situation, and it's not a save situation. It messes with you sometimes. And then he even acknowledged, Padres fans want me to shut up right now.
It's amazing.
And then Suarez had another implosion he's great against everybody but the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, that was a great bit of foresight, wasn't it? Foreshadowing?
It really was.
Yeah, it really was.
Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories, and there's a lot of them on this Monday morning. The reboot, straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately, playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The Dbacks start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs took 2 out of 3 from the Padres this weekend, which included a 5-run 9th inning and a walk-off win on Saturday, but a loss Sunday ended their 5-game winning streak, and now they'll hit the road for a 9-game trip, which will start up in Toronto against the Blue Jays tomorrow. The Phoenix Mercury, behind Satu Sabli's 22 points, beat the Las Vegas Aces yesterday 76-70 and moved to 8-4 on the season. A massive Game 5 in the NBA Finals will be in Oklahoma City tonight as both the Pacers and the Thunder look to take control of the series and become just one win away from an NBA championship. And lastly, J.J. Spawn is your U.S. Open champion at Oakmont. He battled back after bogeying 5 of his first 6 holes on Sunday and finished with a 64-foot birdie on the 18th to shoot 1 under par and win the U.S. Open. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Get me in the lot of mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:32. Happy Monday. This is the Rush Hour reboot. We've got a lot to touch, whether it's the Diamondbacks, the KD trade in the Suns, the NBA Finals. But we start with the good, bad, and the ugly from the Diamondbacks weekend. A lot of good. Took 2 of 3 from an NL West rival. Ryan Nelson was good in his start, and a resilient team was shown on Saturday. The bad, the bullpen continued to kind of struggle a little bit, and they're still 3.5 games back in the wild card. And the ugly, the sad news of Justin Martinez. He'll be getting Tommy John surgery. And now AJ Puck is seeing another doctor. So what was your biggest takeaway from the Diamondbacks weekend?
My biggest takeaway was the magic they showed in that 9th inning comeback on Saturday. That walk-off victory was about as thrilling as anything gets in a baseball stadium. And I was hoping that would define the rest of the month for this baseball team. Like Torey Lovullo said, I'm going to kind of forget what went down yesterday. It was very, very predictable what went down yesterday, given the emotional nature of Saturday's victory. But I do want to believe that this team is trending in the right direction.
Yeah, the resilience was the big thing that stood out to me, especially even going back before the magical 9th inning. The Diamondbacks melted down in that game, too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
in
the top of the 9th, the defense just... What was happening defensively? I mean, Naylor's error, and then the play that Ginkel didn't make, and you thought, okay, they're doomed to lose this game. So the resilience to come back and win that game against a division foe was huge. That was the biggest takeaway for me.
And if you're wondering what that resilience kind of looked and sounded like, here was Geraldo Perdomo's 3-run triple in the 9th.
Is swung on, line to right, it's fair. Down the line it goes, all the way to the wall. Moreno scores, Thomas scores. Here comes Cattell. It's a diving triple by Perdomo, and we are tied.
So they came back from 4 runs down, and then 5 to win in the 9th. The D-backs now have 3 wins in the 9th inning when trailing by 4 or more runs. No team has had 3 before the All-Star break since 1933.
The extremes of this season are unbelievable on things that have never happened before.
Yeah, I mean, they're on record pace for grand slams at this point.
And from the Eugenio game to the 10-run inning early in the season where we thought this team was doomed, and now it's kind of maybe we're turning the clock back to the real answer backs. But my question with this is that with this 9-game road trip coming up against 3 teams that you should realistically handle, will the Diamondbacks give Mike Hazen an exact answer on where this season should go the rest of the year?
I really hope so. And I like the way you frame that question, because it is incumbent on this team to make that declaration, to make a decisive general manager go left instead of right. It's tricky because, like you mentioned, the extremes of this baseball team. You tuned in on Saturday, and because it was a national broadcast, it wasn't our announcers, and I'm watching the pregame, and they're showing the graphics of the Diamondbacks offense, and they're painting the picture as that this team is an offensive juggernaut. And the numbers say that. But you watch them with your eyes, and it's very, very hit and miss, and it's very rainstorm-like. When it rains, it pours with this team. But we also see this team go for large swaths of games being very, very sleepy and non-productive.
Like yesterday. No hits for 5 innings.
That's
3 hits for the game.
So that's not an offensive powerhouse.
No. Yeah, I hope. I mean, Bick said the words. I hope so, too.
Right.
You want definition one way or the other, and I know Mike Hazen recently has been saying, hey, we're going for it. When you have a chance to compete, you got to take these. But on the flip side, you have to monitor the results of your team on the field. If they go on this road trip and lose 7 out of 9, that's probably an indicator that you're not ready to do it, and it would be more beneficial to go the other way.
No doubt. An NBA blockbuster trade happened this weekend, and it didn't involve Kevin Durant. Instead, it was Desmond Bane, and the only reason I bring that up is a lot of people are now beginning to wonder if this trade helps or hurts Durant's stock or what the Suns could get back. Some don't really believe so. Here was Ryan Russillo on Bill Simmons' podcast.
I think Phoenix is a mess right now, like not trending in the right direction. So why would I help them stabilize in front of that?
What if Phoenix says that's the only way you're getting Durant?
Then I'd be like, let's Jabari this up.
He's talking about a deal with the Rockets. So the question here is, will the Suns' kind of dysfunction over the last year to 2 years prove to be a major downfall in a Durant trade?
I'm not sure I understand.
Like, will them being the, quote, mess that they are kind of
just lead them to being taken advantage of?
Right, yes.
Certainly the danger.
Mm-hmm.
There's certainly the danger there. I would think that there's probably layers to teams negotiating with the Suns where the first phase of negotiations are exactly that.
Yeah.
Prodding and poking to see how inexperienced and vulnerable they are. And again, are they even talking to a deal maker? Who are they talking to?
Yeah.
Is it if Brian Gregory is making these phone calls and exchanging offers, which a general manager generally does?
Sure.
Does he have the power to make a decision?
Well, the fact that this is the first trade that Brian Gregory is working on is not ideal.
No.
And if it's not Brian Gregory as the point person on this, it's not ideal.
So true.
We know who that person would be.
Might be.
If it's not him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, the last thing, Friday night, the Thunder, with their backs against the wall, got 15 points in the last 5 minutes from Shea, and they just allowed 1 point to the Pacers in the last 3 minutes of the game. And now we head to a game 5, 2-2. Do we expect to see the same Thunder we saw down the stretch in game 4, or will we once again be sleeping on the Pacers tonight?
I'm not sleeping on the Pacers anymore.
No, me neither.
May the best team win.
They had control. They had control of that previous game before SGA kind of took over, like he's done now. There's been a couple of really consequential fourth quarters this team has played.
Yeah.
The game against the Nuggets, when Shea blew up in the fourth quarter to save them, and then this game 4 against the Pacers. Yeah, I don't quite know what to expect. I do know this, though, again, if you go by the fundamental tenet that role players play better at home, you have to think Oklahoma City's regained control of this series.
Sure. You would think, is Alex Caruso a role player? He was fantastic on Friday night. The thing that really surprised me about the whole trajectory of that game was the storyline going into game 4 was he's exhausted.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of proof of that in game 3. I think there was a lot of proof of that in the first half of game 4. He didn't look that engaged again. I don't think he shot a free throw in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
So for him to muster up whatever it took to muster up in the fourth quarter and take that game over might swing the series back. But again, I can't sleep on Indiana anymore. They're just way better than that's just a good basketball team.
Yeah.
And this series has been fantastic so far.
Yeah, and again, they've been a good basketball team. It's not like they've just become one.
Yeah.
It's because they've been criminally underrated and undercovered.
But people look at their seed. Yep. They look at their win total.
Yep.
And those things are largely irrelevant once you hit the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
I mean, historically, the seed has not been irrelevant. The Pacers are making it irrelevant this year.
And I think us sitting here saying we don't know which way the game's going to swing in a game 5 is a great finals. It's going to be good to go watch the game tonight and be unsurprised if the Pacers are able to win the game. So, game 5 tonight, 5:30, and you guys have been rebooted.
Thank you, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy.
Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30, where we hit the big stories of the day. Coming up next, who knew the A in Stephen A. Smith stood for ace? We'll discuss the solitary talent that is Stephen A. and what it means for the NBA next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to become much more aggressive. When that ball is in the air, no. I'm not going to wait for it to come to me. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to stab him out there and stab the pig out of the air and go get it and pull it down. That ball is mine.
It would be great to see, and I know I'm comparing him to an all-time great here again, which is all that seems to have ever happened in his career, but it'd be great to see him go out and just take balls away from defenders like Randy Moss in his prime.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and golf fans in the audience. If you watched the U.S. Open yesterday and you watched J.J. Spawn win the tournament with a 65-foot snaking putt, and you ask yourself, man, I wish I could make a putt like that. Here's a little bit of advice. You're not going to make a putt like that if you never practice, and this is where my friends at Turf Monsters can really help your game if you're a golfer. They are a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams no matter what you're looking for, but they are incredible at creating customized state-of-the-art putting greens. They've even done the putting course at Dobson Ranch. You can go check that out. The difference with Turf Monsters putting greens, most putting greens are boring, just one colored surface. They give you the putting green as the surface, and they surround it with a secondary cut of turf that makes it look like a rough. It's absolutely beautiful. Highly recommend if you're a golfer and you've always wanted to practice your short game in the comfort of your own home, go to their website, check out the samples of their putting greens. They are fantastic. Also, if you're looking for other things, fire pits, barbecue pits, patios, pergolas. If you've always wanted a sparkling green lawn, they can give you an artificial turf that comes without seeding and water bills and mess. Whatever you're looking for, they're fantastic. Go to their website, check out their near 1,000 five-star reviews. You get a real clear indication as to the craftsmanship and the character of this company. TurfMonstersAZ.com, or give them a call, tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Bunker to Bunkers Golf Tour is kicking off their summer swing at Verado Golf Club's Founders Course on Saturday morning, June 21st. Benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation, Bunker to Bunkers two-person scramble is loaded with breakfast, team competitions, a huge raffle, awards, and even includes a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. This event is open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on. Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, Game 4 of the NBA Finals Friday night in Indianapolis. The Thunder even things up at 2 games apiece. And there are storylines that are being talked about. There's the SGA storyline. We just hit it in the reboot. Earlier in the show, we talked about the Scott Foster influence of the officiating storyline that people seem to be buying into. But I think the biggest storyline of the night has to do with a media member covering the game. Somebody took a picture of Stephen A. Smith from a behind him viewpoint.
Yeah.
And captured on his phone that during the game he was playing solitaire on his phone. Okay?
Yeah.
They posted on social media. Stephen A. quick to respond to it. Yep, that's me. Who would have thought? I can multitask, especially during timeouts, in all capital letters. Hope y'all are enjoying the NBA Finals. This is going 7 games now, peeps. Well, then somebody, maybe the same person, posted not a still shot, but a video version of Stephen A. Smith playing solitaire on his phone. And it certainly was not during a timeout. In fact, on X, there was a community note posted on it that said what, Jarrett?
This is the note. It says, Stephen A. is lying. This photo was taken during gameplay, not during a timeout.
Listen, if there was ever a moment that would trigger the basketball community, it is this one. And KD, to his credit, he could not resist taking a shot, right?
Yeah, posted it on Instagram with, come on, Steve.
Come on, Steve. Calling him Steve, first of all, right? Listen, you might not think it's a big deal. So what? Dude is bored at an NBA Finals game, and he gets on his phone and he's playing solitaire. It was also really weird how many people jumped to his defense before that secondary wave of videos hit that showed, no, this is happening during a game. This is happening during live action play. What makes this story very, very I think profound, if that's not too strong of a word, it's that this predicament that the NBA is in with having two teams that did not get their just due from NBA media partners, national media partners. The Indiana Pacers have been the NBA's best team since January. The stats will prove that. And the Oklahoma City Thunder won 68 games, including a number of big games on the road. They're both great stories. And ESPN, primarily Stephen A. Smith, has taken a lot of heat for hyperbolically fixating on all things LeBron, all things Lakers, all things Luka, all things Knicks. And everything else doesn't seem to get to kind of have any merit for his show. For him to not be paying attention to the two teams he refuses to talk about is a very bad look.
Yeah, but it's also symbolic. There's a lot of basketball fans who watch during the season who are playing solitaire during the NBA Finals, too, to their own detriment. We've talked about it. You could predict what was going to happen from a television rating standpoint. And again, what feeds what? The blame, certainly to a degree, goes on the television partners for the way that they've handled or mishandled these two teams during the course of a regular season where both have been excellent. But a lot of it is human nature, too. Indianapolis is not a sexy city. Oklahoma City is not a sexy city. And for some people, that it comes down to that basic fact. That's not moving the meter. I'm not going to watch. I don't understand that thinking. I never will. But you want to talk about a bad look for the guy who is the most prominent figure on ESPN to the point where, I would love to see a breakdown of his work schedule. And there was just an announcement a couple weeks ago that he's adding 2 more shows to his daily schedule on Sirius XM radio. I mean, scarcity does not exist with Stephen A. Smith.
No, it doesn't exist anywhere anymore.
No, I guess not.
It's like every commercial is Snoop Dogg or Charles Barkley. It seems to me that there's no diversity of anything.
It's saturation of certain known quantities, I guess.
Right. Oversaturation. And so for a guy like Stephen A. Smith to refuse to talk about it because of ratings or whatever you want to concur from that, to not even bother watching it during a game. I mean, it's one thing to check your phone during a game. It's another thing to be playing solitaire.
That's inexcusable.
Yeah, it's inexcusable.
But I'm very, very where this goes in the future. And we had Charles on last week. Charles told us I was hesitant to sign the deal with ESPN. He signed it.
Mm-hmm.
He's part of it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of questions and there's a lot of fear among people thinking, oh, ESPN's going to botch this.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to take this great property that TNT had and they're going to absorb it under their umbrella. And yes, they're going to have, quote unquote, artistic and journalistic freedom to do what they've done the whole time. But not everybody is convinced of that.
Mm-hmm.
And one of Charles Barkley's, he's been one of the guys beating the drum on ESPN specifically and their coverage. And when they do, focus on teams that are not relevant in terms of winning at the highest level, and they neglect the teams that aren't. I wonder if Charles Barkley and the TNT crew with Ernie Johnson, Kenny Smith, and Shaq can go in there and actually enact some sort of change on the coverage policies.
Yeah.
I don't think they will.
I don't think they will
And I don't
either.
think that's not a knock on those guys. I just think the ESPN machine has way too much momentum and way too much proof of this is what moves the meter for us.
Here's what I will say. I do think that they will get to do whatever they want because I think the Pat McAfee model has proven that if they have a big enough property, they will let them to their own devices because McAfee is getting to do essentially the same show that he did on YouTube and break all kinds of previous rules that they used to have on the network. So I think they're going to let I would hope so, that show sort of be its own thing. So I think that part of the worrying shouldn't be.
You're making a good point, but I think there's a difference to what I'm saying. McAfee is not affecting the coverage policies of the other shows.
Right.
And I think that would be a goal for the TNT crew going to ESPN is to give some love to the other team.
Yeah.
And I don't think ESPN's going to change their grand plan, is what I'm saying.
I agree with that. I wonder how involved Adam Silver might be with this because he has gone public with his dissatisfaction of some of the popular media narratives and how everything seems to be steeped in negativity and hot takes and the like. I wonder if he gets involved. But you have to realize Stephen A. is very, very he's got a lot of power there. And he also is very set in his ways. Like, for instance, when people clap back at Stephen A., you can bet on him addressing it the next day. He doesn't like being questioned.
His first take on you.
So do you think that this, to put a point on it, do you think this is him getting caught, playing solitaire during him? Is that a big deal? Is it perceptually a big deal, but not actually won't happen?
Perceptually. Yeah, perceptually.
Or is it not
a
a deal at all? Like, is this something that would have been a much bigger deal, whatever the equivalent would have been 20, 30, 40 years ago, and now just nothing matters anymore?
It's
good question.
It's only a big deal because it's him.
That's it. If that was Bill Simmons, he'd be mocked a little bit, but not to this level.
Yeah, if it's anybody else, it's not a story.
But he's going to be mocked and made fun of. But like in the old days, this is something that could have completely taken away the credibility of somebody as a journalist, as a analyst.
Oh, we're well
beyond
that.
Days. Yeah,
we're well past that. Yeah.
Coming up next, Bick's going to kick off the second half of the Monday show with the blast.
Fire!
Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Everybody wants the hookup when making a big purchase. Everybody wants the hookup when you're buying a new car. What if I told you I can get you the hookup on the ultimate driving machine? Because I can. In fact, let me tell you a text I got from one of our great listeners, Martin Lopez. Hey fellas, no, here's the right one. Yo, Dan Bickley, I went to Chapman BMW this past weekend and our boy Shane hooked me up. I am now cruising and styling in my new X5. Thanks to everybody at the dealership. My experience was top-notch. This is what Chapman BMW is doing for a lot of our listeners. Remember, this is a family-owned, award-winning business for nearly 6 decades, from Ted Chapman all the way down. Everything they do is first class. You'll feel that red carpet treatment the minute you walk into either of their two locations, and those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. So head on down, take a test drive, find what you like, then get your hookup. Ask for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both stores. Great dude, personal friend of mine. He ensures every listener of Arizona Sports is going to get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs took 2 out of 3 from the Padres this weekend, which included a 5-run, 9th-inning walk-off on Saturday, but a loss Sunday ended their 5-game win streak, and now they will hit the road for a 9-game trip that will start up in Toronto against the Blue Jays tomorrow. The Phoenix Mercury, behind Satu Sabali's 22 points, beat the Las Vegas Aces yesterday 76-70 and moved to 8-4 on the season. A massive Game 5 in the NBA Finals will be in OKC tonight, as both the Pacers and the Thunder will look to take control of the series and become just 1 win away from an NBA championship. And JJ Spawn is your U.S. Open champion at Oakmont. He battled back after bogeying 5 of his first 6 holes on Sunday and finished with a 64-foot birdie putt on the 18th to shoot 1 under par and win the U.S. Open. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Bickley and Marotta Arizona sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Kevin Durant's time in Phoenix is coming to an end. The news could drop at any moment. The moment of reckoning is fast approaching. So how are you feeling, Suns fans? Ready to turn the page? Excited about the renewal of your basketball team? Or terrified by what this trade and the future might yield? Some feel enthused because Orlando just traded 5 draft assets, including 4 first-round picks to Memphis for Desmond Bane. And if Bane can command that kind of haul, a KD trade has to be comparable, right? Some feel the draft haul Memphis just acquired marks a great chance to consider trading Devin Booker as well and rebuilding with a wealth of new assets. Alas, the Suns seem unwilling to even consider the option, which means they remain somewhat delusional about how far they've fallen. And some fear the front office doesn't have the experience to thread this needle, which might include a 3-team trade to allow KD to get where he wants to go and get the Suns what they need in return. My fear is something much bigger, namely whether the new general manager is the next Sam Presti or just another puppet executing the desires of the owner and Isaiah Thomas, his Hall of Fame buddy, because the latter might make the difference between a trade that is Kevin sent and one that is heaven sent. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
There's been a lot of buzz, especially in social media, for people saying essentially Desmond Bane, who's a very good young player, but obviously he doesn't have the name or cachet of somebody like Kevin Durant. There have been a lot of responses like, well, if the Grizzlies were able to get that much for Bane, then man, what does that mean the price will be for KD? It also, you could argue, maybe helps the Durant trade market in the sense that if Bane was available, he's another good young wing three-point shooter scorer who's now off the market, which would mean there were fewer other possibilities outside of Durant for teams trying to make that type of move. So I think that anytime you get a big trade in the NBA, it can be the start of a flurry. And so the NBA draft is coming up. Maybe this was just the first domino to fall.
Yeah, that's Andre Snelling's on ESPN, and there seems to be some speculation. Is everything tied together? I think everybody, the basketball world, was waiting for the Kevin Durant trade or the announcement of an agreement between the Suns and one team or 2 teams or even 3 teams, and all of this was going to be the first thing to drop. Well, it's not. Blockbuster deal yesterday. 4 draft picks for Desmond Bane. And as it pertains to the Suns, it's an interesting discussion to have. What does that mean? Does that mean, you know, you can read whatever headline you want. I was reading all kinds of headlines this morning, and there was one from yesterday in the last 24 hours. Suns not expecting a big haul for Kevin Durant. Well, if Desmond Bane again fetched what he
now there are expectations.
Now
that's
there
the whole
should be
point.
expectations.
Yeah, that's kind of the thesis of the blast, that now the expectations have kind of been ramped up a little bit, which means it's another chance for it either means this might turn out better than a lot of people feared, or it means a lot of people are going to be disappointed when the trade is finally executed.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd be a hard sell if the consensus is, wow, that's all they got for Kevin Durant. That's going to be a real tough pill to swallow for a lot of people.
I agree.
But realistically, if you look at it, the list of suitors has been narrowed because of this. Again, I know Brian Windhorst. I want to play this sound again from Brian Windhorst, who kind of compared it to another recent example. And he did this under the guise of, hey, there's 3 teams on the list for Kevin Durant now: Miami, San Antonio, Houston. There could be other teams, including one north of the border.
I want to bring up another team here because this is somewhat reminiscent of what happened in 2018 when Kawhi Leonard was a free agent. He had a list of teams he preferred to go to. He had 1 year left on his contract, and the Toronto Raptors were willing to roll the dice as a possible rental. And once again, you don't see Toronto on Durant's list, but the Raptors are one of the teams lurking out there who may be willing to do this without knowing that they can keep Durant on an extension and basically potentially be a rental. And I think there's a couple others, including the Los Angeles Clippers and potentially even the Minnesota Timberwolves. This is still wide open. Maybe Durant gets what he wants. Maybe he has to accept something else.
Yeah,
It's very interesting.
Look, and I'm not saying it shouldn't be suggested because there is the recent history. I think there's a lot of details that are left out there, and the details that I brought up earlier is the difference in age. Kawhi Leonard was 27 years old when he landed in Toronto for that year, and the San Antonio Spurs had every reason to do what was best for them and them alone in trading Kawhi Leonard to wherever. They didn't have to play ball with him because Kawhi Leonard didn't play ball with them.
Right.
Literally didn't
Right.
play ball. That last year in San Antonio, he took his ball and went home.
It might actually benefit Kevin Durant and his image and his legacy if he were traded someplace he didn't want to go. As if, okay, we're not indulging you, and this is the city that's next on the KD tour. But I can't get past the idea that the Suns might get an offer from a team that might have Kevin Durant for one season that is better than the offer for the teams that Kevin Durant will sign long-term for. I'm having a hard time reconciling those two because that would tell me that the teams that are willing to extend him are really trying to take advantage of the Suns.
Or that they don't have the same assets. I mean, it could just happen to be that the team that he doesn't want to go to happens to have the assets you covet more.
I can imagine in the discussions between Rich Klein and Kevin Durant and his people and the Phoenix Suns, they are hammering home the point, look, he's going to be 37 years old. We can't afford this Kawhi Leonard pit stop for a year because that's 1 year less availability, especially if they're not willing to extend or I'm not willing to, my client's not willing to play there for more than a year. The Kawhi Leonard thing was remarkable in that it was the 1 year pit stop. They wanted to keep, and they won a championship.
And they won a freaking championship.
And he still bolted town. So Raptors fans are like, all right, that's cool. We got him for a year. We won a championship, and he moves on.
Right.
Now, another team that's off the radar, too, and Minnesota right now appears to be off the radar a little bit because of their salary cap situation being a second apron team. Brian Windhorst brought up the Clippers. That was a team that Gambo brought up last week in possibilities. Jake Fisher, who writes for the Steinline newsletter over the weekend, he brought it up. And they even have a clutch points graphic, a pretty convincing one too, of Kevin Durant in a Clippers uniform with James Harden and Kawhi Leonard. Regarding the Clippers, we've been consistently told LA has no desire to part with Ivica Zubac, as much as the Suns surely covet the consistently improving center. The Clippers, however, do hold 2 future first-round picks and some available swap rights to sweeten a potential Durant offer. That would almost certainly require the inclusion of Norman Powell, Bogdan Bogdanovic, and Derek Jones Jr. I'm going to throw up the stop sign there and say, no, they can't do that.
I'm going to throw up. Forget the stop sign.
I like Norman Powell a lot as a player, but again, the Suns have been fighting positional overlapping for the last 2 seasons. They can't go further down that road in any trade for Kevin Durant.
Totally agree with you. Totally. And that's another thing that I think is going to be a litmus test for the people making this trade. If they go for the star quality or if you end up with positional overlap again, then they've learned nothing. They've learned absolutely nothing. And so there's a lot of tentacles to this. Zubac would be a tremendous addition. They're not going to want to let him go. Steven Adams just signed an extension with the Rockets. He was at the very top of what looks like a very, very mediocre center free agent market. Yeah.
You just blip out there for a second? Because
Yeah,
I certainly did.
We blipped out for a second. That was very, very bizarre.
Everything went quiet.
That was weird because you kept talking. I saw your lips moving. I didn't hear anything. And then when your audio came back, you said exactly what you were going to say.
That's just Dan Bickley being a pro.
My brain just
stayed right on task.
Right on
he
task.
He knew the message he was delivering, and he, by God, delivered it.
So this to me, again, I've got a lot of trepidation. I've got a lot of excitement. As I said last week, I just want everything about the last 2 years collected in a dustpan, whatever it is, dustpan, and thrown in the garbage. That's what I want. I want a new basketball team that plays hard and plays their tails off, and something that is dramatically different than what we've had for the past couple of years.
Coming up next, you know how much I hate talking about legacy.
Yeah.
But there is no doubt that wherever Kevin Durant ends up, his legacy is going to be affected even further. We'll explore the possibilities next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The lifestyle of Arizonans is supported by Southwest Gas. Hey, it's Vince Murata. And whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the home. It also supports economic development and growth in the community. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for 2024 for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and mostly safety. Discover more about these recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence by visiting swgas.com.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Watch all Dbacks games both live and on demand with the Dbacks TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at Dbacks TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Arizona Sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizons. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
Drives left side, gets bumped, knocked down, and grabbing his left ankle right now. Kevin Durant lying on his back, and groans from the crowd here downtown Phoenix as to make things worse. Suns down 35, and now their star KD slow getting up.
Yeah, and this one hurts. Yeah, he's not putting any weight on it.
He is looking like he is going to limp off, grabbing at his left ankle.
March 30th was the date. John Bloom, Tim Kempton on the what it looks to be the final seconds played as a Phoenix Sun for Kevin Durant in that 39-point loss to the Houston Rockets, a team that Kevin Durant could be joining in the next few days. What does this mean for the big picture for Kevin Durant, a guy who is very dialed into his legacy? We kind of talked about it last week. There was an exchange on social media where somebody had suggested, Kevin Durant's not the same player. And I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the tweet in front of me. But he responded to it. And he responded to somebody who had a pretty sizable following, like 49,000 followers.
Right.
And said, look, wasn't my fault. Wasn't me. I don't play tennis. This isn't an individual sport. You have to talk about the whole team when you lob the criticism. Which is fair, but it's an interesting it's an interesting stance to take, especially when later on in this thread, Kevin Durant identified himself as the top player of all time.
Which was really borderline, well, not even borderline, absurd. I understand a player needs to believe he's the best at his craft, but that's pretty hysterical.
So legacy is very important to him.
Well, for a guy that claims it isn't, he does a lot of time obsessing about it and proving otherwise. His legacy in Phoenix is going to be it's going to be an interesting thing. Will it be kind of like Emmitt Smith, who came here and had one good year out of two, brought a lot of star power to the Cardinals, but was well past his prime? Kevin Durant's not past his prime, but what Kevin Durant hasn't done in either of his last couple of stops is lift the basketball team he was on. Now, I also know that there's a few misconceptions about Kevin Durant. Number one, leaving Brooklyn in the lurch, that wasn't his intent at all. That whole thing got sideways for a lot of reasons that had nothing to do with Kevin Durant. It was Kyrie Irving. It was adding James Harden. It was
the level of injuries.
So do
you think the injuries were bad with the quote-unquote big three with the Suns? I mean, that threesome never played. I think they played 17 games together.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. So, but I think that in the case of Kevin Durant, he does protest this point in a lot. And it's a point that people hammer home because he hasn't really done much ever since joining the Warriors, who had eliminated his Oklahoma City Thunder. Now, I think if Kevin Durant could go back and do that over again, I think he might not go to Golden State. In fact, there are plenty of stories where he got all over his agent. After all that criticism he endured for joining Golden State, how did you allow this? How did you let this happen to me?
Just the Suns' luck he did have a chance to do it all over again, and he didn't do it.
But I will say this. Despite that, the two championships and the two finals MVPs that Kevin Durant won in that uniform, I think he was unequivocally the best basketball player on the planet at that time.
And that is the biggest misconception about Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant went to Golden State. He didn't ruin his legacy. He saved Steph Curry and Draymond Green's legacy is what he did, because that was the basketball team that had just coughed up a 3-1 series lead to LeBron. And when that series was over, Draymond was leaving the arena when he either texted or called KD and begged for him to join. So I don't hit KD for the Golden State experience, but it's pretty clear in Phoenix that he can play at a very, very high level without lifting a team. And there are going to be people 10 years from now who wonder, how could a team with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant be 10 games under 500? The answer, the NBA has changed. You have to have deep rotational units.
And in terms of his place in Suns history, as it looks like it's coming to an end, it will be marked with frustration, disappointment, underachievement will get thrown around. And I'm not talking about Kevin Durant specifically. I'm talking about what the team failed to achieve while he was here. I mean, one playoff series? They broke up the team for one playoff series win, is what it turned out to. And when you do the comparisons, you brought up Emmitt Smith as a historical comparison valley-wide. I see a slight connection, but Kevin Durant, I think, had way more to offer.
And way more expectations.
Way more expectation.
Yeah.
That was just kind of we got Emmitt Smith, the guy the guy that killed the Cardinals for that long.
Yeah.
To me, it's closer. closer but not identical to Shaquille O'Neal. These guys ultimately will be thrown into the category of all-time great players who wore a Suns uniform but didn't achieve their best or even near their best in a Suns uniform.
But even Durant was better, is still better than Shaq was at that point. Shaq was still good, but he was not
Shaq
all-star.
won an all-star MVP.
I remember.
Yes, he did.
In a Suns uniform.
Well, he would have gotten that just for the dance he was doing with that group. What was that group's name?
The Jabberwockies.
The Jabberwockies. He was fantastic.
That's his most. I mean, that and pointing at his ring finger were the two things he's known for.
That and stealing Steve Nash television pilot.
Shaq versus.
And the disgusting things he did to Lou Amundsen.
Whoa.
Did you ever hear those stories?
I have heard those stories.
Disgusting.
Yeah. But there is that side of Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's not just the fact. What's weird about it is that KD came here and posted numbers that are very in line with his career. Yet we're going to remember these last 2 seasons very, very negatively. Very, very bad experiences. So much more expected, so little delivered, and just this lack and just this laissez-faire attitude to the compete level of the whole group. You know what I mean? It's also, I don't know how you can't separate that from
but
his
also
legacy.
the potential for way more pain too. If Kevin Durant goes somewhere in this trade,
and
it clicks, and he lands with the right supporting cast, and his legacy is affected by winning another championship in another uniform at age 37 or beyond.
Yeah, there is that possibility.
Can you imagine?
Right?
I have a question with Emmitt Smith and Shaq. I was too young to really have any expectation or be cognizant of what those teams were looking like. When those two guys came, were the expectations as high as they were when Durant got here?
No. Shaq, there was expectation. It was a very, very polarizing trade.
Oh, my goodness.
The Suns were the number 1 team in the West when they made the trade. Shaq was clearly past his prime, but was still more than a serviceable center. But they traded, and Sean, there was some anger towards Sean Marion, too, kind of necessitated that trade in a lot of people's eyes.
Yeah, it did.
But he kind of broke things up.
Yep.
But there was no expectation for Emmitt Smith. There was a lot of expectation on the Shaq years.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Sean Marion started squabbling about not getting enough touches, and Mike D'Antoni had enough. He had enough conflict resolution up to that point, and that's why he signed off on that trade.
Even the Shaq trade, though, it felt like you were at the tail end of these 7 seconds or less, and it was like you had to either try something or you had sort of one more shot at it. In retrospect now, and in real time because of how brutal that loss was in the playoffs the previous year, but in retrospect, it looks like the Suns pulled the cord too early to make this Kevin Durant trade and total reshape of the roster.
Because that's what I was going to say. We had a future of draft picks. We had a future superstar in Book, his cast with Cam Johnson, McHale, and then the expectation was when you get Durant, he's going to be the guy that gets you over the hump of winning a championship. And in that year, you saw kind of maybe what it could look like with a full offseason when him and Book were kind of unstoppable against Jokic and the Nuggets, but they lost. And then the next year, you're like, okay, we have a full year. We have Durant. He's going to get us there. And then it wasn't even close. That's why, for me, it was so I'd use heartbreaking of, I thought we were going to win a championship.
So did we all did. Yeah, we all thought that there was a real shot at this thing being the move that they needed to make.
And it was not.
Coming
up next, we will talk some Diamondbacks baseball. They nearly swept the homestand, fell short on Father's Day against the Padres, but we'll discuss the D-backs and what is ahead of them with Steve Berthium, their television play-by-play voice, next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. College basketball's elite round out NBA draft's depth for Suns at the number 29 pick. ASU football is using Willy Wonka-style golden tickets to help solve local recruiting. And Diamondbacks GM Mike Hazen maintains he will look to add if he's in position to do so. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, an astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs took 2 out of 3 from the Padres this weekend, which included a 5-run, 9th inning, and a walk-off on Saturday, but a loss Sunday ended their 5-game win streak, and now they'll hit the road for a 9-game trip that'll start up in Toronto against the Blue Jays tomorrow. The Phoenix Mercury, behind Satu Sabli's 22 points, beat the Las Vegas Aces yesterday 76-70 and moved to 8-4 on the season. A massive Game 5 in the NBA Finals will be in OKC tonight as both the Pacers and the Thunder look to take control of the series and become just 1 win away from an NBA championship. And lastly, JJ Spawn is your U.S. Open champion at Oakmont. He battled back after bogeying 5 of his first 6 holes on Sunday and finished with a 64-foot birdie putt on the 18th to shoot 1 under par and win the U.S. Open. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Wolf. How did the Diamondbacks bullpen fare in their crucial series against the Padres over the weekend? We'll be reacting to the series at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
We continue here on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports. Good homestand for the Diamondbacks. They take 5 out of 6. Couldn't complete the sweep over the Padres yesterday. Day off today. 9-game road trip starts tomorrow north of the border against the Blue Jays. And here to talk some D-backs baseball with us, their television play-by-play voice, Steve Berthium, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Steve, good morning to you.
Steve.
Good morning, guys. Greetings from the Great White North, eh?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, you hoser.
Can you do Bob and Doug McKenzie? Is that passe, or are we just showing our age?
Both.
Yeah.
That was one of those movies in Strange Brew that was it was great for like the first half, and the back half was just awful.
Yeah, they had a great song, the Takeoff song. I remember they did with Geddy Lee. That was a highlight in the very early '80s. I'm sorry to say.
Yes, I remember it charting, and I remember it being. I remember standing by my cassette player radio, waiting for it to come on the radio so I could record it, Steve.
But there is a reason why most sketches are like 6 minutes long and not 90 minutes long.
That's true.
Right, exactly.
Strange Brew was that.
But no, we're here in Toronto. It's. I think it might be my favorite stop. It's an awesome city, and it's a great ballpark. So I'm looking forward to this one.
Going back to the homestand, Monday night when things started to unravel, it was shaping up to be another one of those gut punch losses for the D-backs, and maybe the worst of the bunch, all things considered. But for them to rebound, to win that game, and then follow it up with 4 more wins, it seems like every time, at least I'm ready to bury this team, they climb out of it. How big was that homestand in your mind for the resolve of this team moving forward, Steve?
Oh, I think it was huge because it put them over 500. It showed that they're, as Torey Lovello keeps insisting, hungry, that they can answer back and fight back, and they certainly did that a couple of times in that series, particularly that Monday nighter. And, you know, they have taken a tremendous direct hit in terms of injuries. Mm-hmm. And I think we're past the point where you can say, well, you can't use that as an excuse. Well, I call BS on that because they've taken so many direct hits to so many key players. They're just trying to, you know, scramble the lifeboats and hang on. And I think they've done a very, impressive job of getting back to where we can almost have a new starting point, because we're heading into a road trip now on which they should do very well against the Blue Jays, the Rockies, and the White Sox. And it's a chance to, you know, cushion that lead over 500, get, you know, 4, 5, 6 games over 500, and then see where you are as you get sort of toward July the 1st.
Yeah, you know, as I've written and said repeatedly, my hope is that they have been stripped down to the team they were meant to be all along, because you can still see that 2023 runner-up right there on the field in front of you. Yet at the same time, a lot of baseball people have pointed out there's a lot of assets that you could trade and regenerate with if you're thinking of not re-signing guys like Zach Gallen or Merrill Kelly or Josh Naylor or Eugenio Suarez. What do you think are going to be the determining factors in all of this, Steve?
Vic, I just don't see Mike Hazen selling. I just don't think that's in Mike's DNA. I think the expectations were so high for this team before the injuries, and you remember it all started when Jordan Montgomery, who looked great in camp and had lost a ton of weight, and everyone thought, okay, now we're going to get a good season out of him. He had Tommy John, and it's just been a repeated cycle from there. Even with all the losses on the roster, I just don't see Mike being a seller. I think expectations were too high. I think the desire to get back to the postseason is paramount. And I don't care what their record is. I don't think he's going to sell. I really don't.
Steve Berthium, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. On that subject of Tommy John surgery, it's an ugly phrase. It's an ugly surgery, and the D-backs have been hit by it hard this year. And there seems to be this faction of people, Steve, that wants to pin it on the training staff. They want to pin it on the manager. Is this nothing more than bad luck? Because it's not like Tommy John surgery hasn't been around since the mid-'70s. We've known about it. But this rash is a bit alarming. Would you agree?
Well, pardon me. Yes and no, Vince. I think look at what the Dodgers have gone through. Now, the Dodgers are a special case. If they have 5 injured pitchers, they just go out and buy 5 more. So they're not impacted that way like other teams are, the Diamondbacks included. I think to blame it on the manager is ludicrous. That's just stupid.
I agree.
This is the state of the game. This is what the game is. Every team goes through this every year to varying degrees. And there are teams, believe it or not, that have been hit worse than the Diamondbacks, and the Dodgers are the first one that jumps to mind. Everyone's asking questions about why is this happening. It's just so obvious to me. If you grip a baseball or a tennis ball, anything in your hand, and hold it loosely, like Kevin Costner says in Bull Durham, it's an egg. Hold it like an egg, right? If you hold it like an egg and throw it, you could do that all day long. If you take that same ball and grip it as absolutely death grip tight as you possibly can, and then maneuver your elbow in such a way and throw it as hard as you can every time, your elbow is going to explode. But that's where the data and the technology and the lab rats have come in. It's all about spin rate. Does your slider break this much? Does your changeup break this much? Can you get this much action on your two-seam fastball? They're in the lab all the time trying to maximize the data, and you just can't throw a ball that hard that often and not be injured. And everybody is wondering, well, why is this happening? It seems fairly obvious to me. I'm certainly no doctor, but if you hold the baseball as death grip tight as you can and try to throw it, it hurts your elbow just to hold it like that, let alone throw it at 95 miles an hour. And ligaments just give out. Yeah,
no, you're absolutely right. It's velocity and spin rate. It's not bad luck. It's those two elements right there. And we talked to Derek Hall about this. This is almost an existential crisis for baseball. How do you undo some of this? Can you undo some of this?
Vic, I don't think you can. I think that's where the game is. And there are a lot of pitchers who are willing to pay the price. And look, I'm going to get this much break on my slider. I'm going to elevate my fastball and get it up to 99, 100. And I'm going to get a contract. And if I have Tommy John, so be it. A lot of other guys have had it. They've all come back. I'll get paid, and I'll still have a good career after the surgery. And there's something to be made for that argument. It's not outrageous by any stretch. But I think once you reach a certain point of performance in any area of life, any profession, there's no going back. There was no drive-line baseball, right, when Nolan Ryan was pitching and guys were throwing 300 innings a season. Nobody was going to drive-line in the offseason to find out how to get more velocity or more break on their curveball. They were just throwing the baseball, and 90 miles an hour is considered fast. We're way past that point now. I don't think we ever go back. I think this is the state of the game, and I'd be stunned if it didn't get worse.
Steve Berthium, our guest here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings. In terms of the bullpen, it's being pieced together right now. Shelby Miller has been a godsend. Now he's the closer moving forward. When the situation happened with Justin Martinez, Bick and I were having the discussion about where does the importance lie? Who are the important figures in that bullpen? And they're all important, but to me it comes down to Kevin Ginkel and Ryan Thompson, two guys who have been very successful in roles for a winning team that got close to winning a World Series. Would you agree that there's some pressure on those guys to be the forms of themselves that they were in the past?
I would, Vince, and I think that pressure has been there for those guys since opening day. This is a team that lost its entire A bullpen almost immediately, right? I mean, you have an A bullpen and a B bullpen, guys you're going to use when you're ahead and guys that you're going to use when you're behind to try and keep the score close. Their entire A bullpen imploded almost right away. I mean, think about all the guys in the back end of that bullpen that have gotten all the big outs since the middle of 23, right? You've got Mantiply and Ginkel and Thompson and all of these other guys. J. Mart, you add Puck, we know what he did last year. They're all gone in like the blink of an eye. I don't know how any team comes back from that. And yet they've been able to piece together a piece with, Jalen Beeks. We signed Jalen Beeks, I like to joke, on the hood of a car right before opening day in the parking lot. Like, this guy just fell out of the sky, right? And he's been one of their best relief pitchers all year. And you mentioned Shelby Miller, a minor league deal. He was let go by Detroit last season. So they have pieced together something that seems to work with Beeks and Miller, and Murillo started to throw more consistent strikes now. And I think Backus is going to be a tremendous addition. Yeah. I think that he's been really, really good in Reno the last couple of years. I think he's ready based on what we've seen so far. He's a guy you can rely on. And if Ryan Thompson can get more consistent, and if Kevin can figure out how to maneuver his four-seam and two-seam to go along with the sinker or the slider, and not be so slider reliant like he has been so far. You piece all that together, you've got a good enough bullpen, I think, to survive.
All right,
and right now it's now it's about survival.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to ask you one last question right in that vein, especially with the Giants adding a significant piece to their offense. Your confidence level that they're going to pull out of this and be the team we all hope they would be. Where is it? Where's it at?
It's interesting that you use pull out of this. Like, what does that mean exactly? Because I'm not sure. I think that given the injuries and the circumstances, when you lose your basically your ace and your two closers, you have to lower expectations. So I think that if they can tread water and maintain a spot where they get 5-ish games over 500 at the deadline, and I don't see Mike Hazen selling. I just don't think Mike is made up that way. Expectations too high. Then you're in it, and then you just race to the finish line. So I think come back from this road trip 5 over 500 and compete, and I think that's the goal right now.
Steve, always a pleasure to talk to you, man. Enjoy the time above the border.
That's awesome, man. I'm headed down the street to the Hockey Hall of Fame and then the Distillery District for dinner. So, yeah, this is a great city. It's one of my favorite stops.
Yeah.
It's a very cool place.
Good day to have a day off, Steve.
Very good.
Right? And then we go 9 in a row, eh?
Yeah, hey, have a good one, man.
Sorry about that part. Thanks, Steve. Steve Berthium, Diamondbacks television play-by-play voice, joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, can the Pacers bounce back against a resurgent Thunder team? And how much will a trade between Memphis and Orlando affect the Suns? Coming up next, here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The trade deadline, and whether it's the Mariners or somebody else, trade deadline, the Diamondbacks are going to be, depending on what happens in the next 5 weeks, maybe the team to watch in Major League Baseball because of Gallen, because of Kelly, because of Naylor, because of Suarez, because of Shelby Miller. Yep. They've got a plethora of things that people would want. The Diamondbacks, they need to play well enough in the next month so that we don't even have to have the seller conversation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Happy Monday, everybody. Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know all about game changers and how important they can be. And all over the valley, that is what New Life Dental Implant Center is doing. They are changing the game. They're doing it by offering amazing quality, great conveniences, and the best prices you are going to find. And you don't have to settle for the standard all-on-4 dental implants at New Life Dental Implant Center. They use more than 4 implants per jaw for rock-solid support and longevity. Each new smile digitally designed so you heal faster with minimal bone removal. Plus, they craft your teeth from solid zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And they've got flexible financing that makes it all possible. So heads up to all denture wearers, veterans, people who are tired of dealing with dental issues at New Life Dental Implant Center. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. Call 602-855-0000 or visit newsmilearizona.com today.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How is the progress bar on a Kevin Durant trade? We'll get you the latest on today's Burns and Gambo show on a KD trade starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
I just thought we showed great will in the game. I thought, we really hung in there in the third. I thought that was the key to the game because they really had the wind at their back. We had some deflating plays. It was an easy game to give up on, but we kept it within striking distance, 8-10, and then we're able to close in the fourth. I thought Lou, in particular, just set an unbelievable tone defensively in the fourth quarter. That was kind of contagious, but his energy, and he was just on it and was very impressive. Got great performances from a lot of guys, but I thought he really kind of swung the game with his approach when he went back in the game.
What a dort.
What a dort.
Mark Daignault, the head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder on Friday, talking about pulling that game out in the fourth quarter. Closed on a run. They outscored Indiana 31-17 in the final quarter to win that game to even things up 111-104. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he looked like SGA in the second half of that game.
Sure
35 points, 15 in the fourth quarter. Got a big game from Jalen Williams, who got to the free throw line 11 times. There's a lot of people belly aching about the officiating. There was a ton of free throws shot in the game, 71 free throws shot in the game, and nobody wants to see that. But I for one, and that was one of the storylines, like I said, is people saying, Scott Foster, the extender. Both coaches came out and said it was pretty ridiculous that there was that much criticism on the officials. Rick Carlisle, the Pacers head coach, the losing team, said awful and stupid for people relying on that. There were 53 fouls called in the game, 23 of them by Scott Foster, not including double technical fouls. But Carlisle said, as far as officiating, I think it's awful. Some of the things I've seen about the officiating, and Scott Foster in particular, I've known Scott for 30 years. He's a great official. He's done a great job in these playoffs. We've had him a lot of times, and the ridiculous scrutiny that's being thrown out there is terrible and unfair and unjust. It's stupid.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to go that far. I thought that the travel from SGA was just so obvious, and it happened right in front of Scott Foster. I don't know how something doesn't get called on that particular play. And then there's a theory that by calling so many fouls in Game 4, you basically negated Indiana's main advantage, which is to play with pace.
Yes.
And we saw the Thunder. What was the tone after Game 3? Thunder players with their hands on their knees and pulling on their shorts. They were a fatigued basketball team. So Game 4 was 169 minutes long. It's the fourth longest finals game over the last 4 years. and 30 minutes longer due to foul calls. So I understand why people, when you combine that one play of SGA where there's a push off in 3 steps and he makes the shot and nothing was called, with that, I understand why Indiana's angry. I'm not saying the game was rigged. I'm just saying I understand why the Pacers are angry about it.
That to me was the one call that took place. But the thing that you know when Scott Foster's the official is he blows the whistle more than anybody else. There's stats to prove it. You have to adjust to that type of game. And look, he's going to be one of the top officials. He irks people. He does take over games. I've seen him take over games. I just didn't think that rose to the level. Now, your point on the pacing and the slowing down of the game, did that allow Oklahoma City to get its bearings back and maybe get its wind back a little bit? It certainly looked that way because they did finish strong.
Yeah. Yes.
There's 3 more games potentially in this series. I wonder if Scott Foster is maybe in the mix for a potential Game 7, which would be juicy. I hope that's not the case.
Yeah. You don't need to put that element out there if you don't have to. I know he's a very highly rated official, but he comes with a reputation, and it's a very distracting reputation.
Yeah. Series-wide, going into Game 5, 2-2, back at Oklahoma City, I think this has been a highly entertaining series. There was a stretch where it was like 7 straight quarters where neither team had a double-digit lead, which is remarkable in today's NBA. And I don't care if it's the same 2 teams playing each other over and over again.
Yeah.
10-point leads get wiped out. They get built and wiped out in no time in the NBA. For 7 straight quarters of that shows you how evenly matched these 2 teams are.
Yeah. And now we've got what I love, and that's a best-of-7 series coming down to a best-of-3. You know? So even though Indiana might feel like they squandered a great shot at home because they led by double digits in the second half, they should feel really good about whittling this series down to a best-of-3.
Yep. Game 5 tonight, the other big NBA news, and we're waiting on Kevin Durant developments. We've been talking about that all morning. Big trade going down between the Magic and the Grizzlies yesterday. Desmond Bane on his way to Orlando for a haul. 4 first-round picks, a pick swap, and 2 very serviceable players in KCP and Cole Anthony. Brian Windhorst, however, says this deal was worth it for Orlando.
The Magic have needed more offense for a year, and it was actually a little bit mystifying that they didn't make a trade at mid-season when they had a bunch of expiring money on their books, when they wouldn't have had to give up a player beyond this year, and didn't do so. And they really collapsed offensively down the stretch and were not a threat in the playoffs because of it. So they trade for a guy in Desmond Bane, who over the last 3-4 years has averaged about 20 points and shot over 40%. He's under controlled long-term contract, plays both ends of the court, a quality player. And they also trade Kentavious Caldwell-Pope away. You have to look at this trade not only as acquiring Desmond Bane, but they're offloading the contract of Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. He's owed $43 million over the next 2 years. So part of what they're paying with those picks is for Bane, but also to offload what is viewed as a bad contract. The 16th pick in this draft isn't viewed as super expensive, but unprotected in 26, 28, and 30. We have no idea what those teams are going to be. That's a big price, but they're paying for get rid of Caldwell-Pope and to acquire Bane. That's what you have to understand.
And now everybody's wondering, how does this trade affect anything that the Suns are doing? If the Suns were expecting maybe a lukewarm haul back in return, if Desmond Bane can fetch you 4 first-round picks, are the Suns even interested in 4 first-round picks?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Probably not. But we do know over the weekend, Kevin Durant, it was reported, his list of 3 preferred destinations, Houston, San Antonio, and Miami. The weather matters.
How about that? Yeah, and you might make an argument that the Rockets are close to a championship. You might argue that KD plus the Spurs would equal a team that was capable of it. But it's surprising to me that Minnesota isn't on that list because there is such among NBA types, that is the preferred landing spot for KD. They think that pairing KD with Anthony Edwards would be gold for the NBA. Big brother, little brother, 2 guys who really bonded at the Olympics in Paris.
Is that not the same recipe, though, as Booker and Durant?
I remember Booker and Durant really bonding at the Olympics in Paris, too. This Olympic experience is going to pay such huge dividends for the Suns. They won a title together.
And I do wonder if there is any sort of prevailing thought across the NBA on what Giannis is going to do and how much that's impacting this right now.
I
How
heard
many
from-
teams are still holding out?
I heard from somebody. I don't know who said it, but if Giannis
Same
doesn't
here.
win another title, he is an underachiever.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, wait.
Back to Stephen A. Smith. Yeah, and again, you talk about ridiculous hot takes. Giannis brought us a championship to Milwaukee in the King Kong variety. Basketball player puts team on his back, right? And gives them the moment of their lives, the triumph of their lives. You don't know what the next X amount of years are going to look like. How can you say that as a blanket statement?
Well, that's
now
it's the world we live in right now, Vic.
I guess.
Yep. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It's going to be the first fair way to judge Brian Gregory as a GM. The reality is a just whatever league average experienced GM would get a decent return for Kevin Durant. I know that's vague because, you know, what defines a decent return?
Yes.
But I think we're all going to know when the trade happens. If it's a trade where we're like, yeah, I kind of get behind this. Okay, maybe they could have got more, but it also makes sense they did this. But if it's this trade where we're all just like staring at each other in shock and the rest of the league is laughing at the Suns, well, that's a problem because you can't do it over. Like, once you trade KD, he's gone.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I say it all the time. I'm a huge believer in your body's natural ability to heal itself. I'm a huge believer in what QC Kinetics can do for you if you're dealing with any kind of joint pain. In fact, they can also help you avoid surgery. And I know that because they did that for me when I tore my meniscus 5 years ago. And I'm not alone. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics, transforming lives, helping tens of thousands of people with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. They use these state-of-the-art treatments to harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. And this revolutionary approach is gaining great reviews from all their patients, including Emmett Smith, who just raves about QC Kinetics and how it's helped him manage and deal with his joint pain brought on from years and years of running the football in the NFL. Give them a call, see what they can do for you. Make the summer of 2025 the time you reclaim your independence, your mobility, the ability to run and play and live the way you want to. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey. That's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The D-backs took 2 out of 3 from the Padres this weekend, which included a 5-run 9th inning and walk-off win on Saturday that sounded like this.
At his first pitch, Naylor swings, slow ground ball to first. Arise has it, comes home! Save! Perdomo under the tag, and the Diamondbacks win!
But a loss Sunday ended their 5-game win streak, and now they will hit the road for a 9-game trip that will start up in Toronto against the Blue Jays tomorrow. The Phoenix Mercury, behind Satu Sabui's 22 points, beat the Vegas Aces yesterday, 76-70, and moved to 8-4 on the season. A massive Game 5 in the NBA Finals will be in OKC tonight as both the Pacers and the Thunder look to take control of the series and become just 1 win away from an NBA championship. And lastly, JJ Spawn is your U.S. Open champion at Oakmont this weekend. He battled back after bogeying 5 of his first 6 holes on Sunday, but finished with a 64-foot birdie on the 18th to shoot 1 under par and win the U.S. Open. This report is brought to you by APS. Visit APS Solutions for Business for ways to help your business make smarter use of energy while saving money. Schedule a free consultation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hours upon us. That means it's time for some social studies with Sammy Sabolka. Take it away, Sammy.
Yeah, good morning. Happy Monday. First and foremost, you know where to find us on X at Bickley_Murata. If you want to chime in on the daily to our questions, we are on Instagram, Facebook, Blue Sky at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. But our first question is towards Diamondback fans. How are you feeling about this team compared to just a week ago? So before the homestand, guys.
There's 3 options.
Okay, there are 3 options.
Yeah, okay, and this is compared to last week. Then we hear the Justin Martinez news, the AJ Puck news, but we also have the homestand.
So how are you feeling? Are you feeling better? You Gollum?
Golumpus.
See, there's no chance I was getting that right. Are you feeling worse?
No.
You Shabaroon. I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Or are you feeling the same? You reheated potato. Man.
What were the first 2? A Golumpus?
A Golumpus
and
a Shabaroon?
Shabaroon.
And a Shabaroon, exactly.
Come Wednesday.
Give it a goog, and you'll see the meanings. They're real words.
Wow.
Real insults.
Better, worse, or the same?
I never thought you would be teaching me vocabulary in a million years.
Man.
Vocabulary?
Are we sure these are vocab
I feel
words
better.
You want? Okay, yeah,
They've shown. Let's move past the Golumpus, you Shabaroon.
Yeah, right.
I feel better.
So do I.
Because they've shown the ability to be resilient, which they hadn't shown much of. leading up to that homestand.
Yeah. And that comeback on Sunday, we've talked a lot about the sucker punch losses that could have demoralized, probably did demoralize them. That win on Saturday is exactly the kind of game that can do just the opposite.
Yeah.
And they've had a couple of those recently.
The results are interesting. Nearly 60% of the vote say the same. 33% say better. Only 7% say worse. And it's interesting because you head into the homestand against two really good teams and you come out 5-1. I personally would feel better about it. Tony Light says better, but I'll have a much better gauge of this team a week and a half from now. Got to go 7-2 on the road stand to make us feel comfortable. And then Daylight Films, similar notion. He says, ask me after this road trip. It's either going to result in moving Naylor, Suarez, Kelly, and or Gallen for the future, or moving Lawler, McCarthy, etc. to get win now arms. It hurts his stomach either way, which I would mind too. Our next question, so no Kevin Durant trade over the weekend, but we did ask Suns fans to fill in the blank. A Kevin Durant trade will be a failure if blank. What would a failure KD trade look like?
If it doesn't look anything comparable to the trade for Desmond Bane.
Okay. Comparable in terms of like
pieces,
overall
assets,
return.
Overall return. And it's hard for me to quantify. It's just the feeling you'll get when you look at the trade package.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I gotta. It sounds like a cop-out answer, and it is a cop-out answer. I gotta see what the return is before I could call it a failure or success. I mean, you're hoping for 2 to 3 rotation players and probably a draft pick.
Yeah.
But again, one thing that we don't know in this situation is what the Suns are seeking in return.
Mm-hmm.
How important draft picks are to them, if they're important at all. So I'm just going to moonwalk away from that one.
Yeah, and I think to Big's point of when the Desmond Bane trade happened, if you're a Memphis fan or a Orlando fan, you have that gut check moment of when the trade happens. You either do feel good about it or you feel like you got fleeced. And if I am a Suns fan, and when Durant gets traded, I'll know as soon as it happens, like in my gut, like, ooh, okay, I feel good about this.
Kind of, yeah.
Or like on the flip side, like, man, what are we doing?
Yeah, but my gut is also an idiot, so my gut feeling on past trades has been like, I like this.
Yeah.
And it hasn't worked.
I know.
So that's it. That's how I'll answer.
Guilty too.
It'll be a failure if I like it first blush. That means it's wrong.
That's perfect, Vinny.
There we go.
Unfortunately, I resemble that remark as well.
Okay. Some of the responses, Andy Bryant says, if we get no draft picks in return. Steven Ruiz says, if it doesn't occur at all.
Oh, no.
Man, that shouldn't happen.
Could you imagine?
Oh, wow. Seriously. Chris says it'll be a failure if KD gets to say what team he gets to go to, and the Suns are forced to take that team's package. Bottom line is the Suns need to do what is best for the team, not KD, which is something we've talked about a lot today of how will Durant impact where he goes. Our last question, in regards to Father's Day, we hope all fathers out there had a great weekend with your family. So we asked, what was the best piece of advice / the best thing your father ever taught you?
Oh, that's a great question. Something I was reiterating to my own children this weekend, pay your debts. Don't accumulate debt.
No doubt.
Yeah, this is going to turn into a guilt feeling. He gave me a lot of great advice that I didn't follow. That was one of them for me, and I was terrible at it. Or don't accumulate debt if you can help it.
Yeah.
Duh. I went the other way. He gave me great advice about handling, navigating the relationship of my first girlfriend, my first real girlfriend when I was in college. He was right about her, too. And I ignored him. I'm sorry, Dad. I was a terrible son.
There are some good responses. Gary Fritz says, my dad always taught me as a man, always control the 4 walls of your house and everything going on inside of it. I haven't heard that before. I think that's pretty good. Justin Prestigard said, he taught me 2 words. Yes, dear.
Yeah.
Wookie says, he taught me never to set the AC below 84 degrees. That way you'll save $3 every month on the electrical bill. Or maybe was it $30,000? At least it seemed the same way. And then Jimbo...
84, that's criminal.
Brutal.
That's pretty bad.
And then Jimbo said his father taught him, son, Don't spill your beer.
That's great advice.
That's great advice, Jimbo. But yeah, those are some of the best pieces of advice I saw in the comments.
I like it.
Yeah, there you go. Social studies.
We do it every morning at 9 o'clock.
Nice.
Thank you, Sammy. At Bickley_Murata on X/Twitter, at Bickley and Murata on Blue Sky, Facebook, and Instagram. We're on YouTube now as well. You can watch the show live. Coming up next, according to Mike Hazen, Diamondbacks are not ready to sell or look towards the future. We'll let you hear the exact words why next. Bickley and Murata mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. You see his face on billboards, on Valley buses, on television commercials during Suns games, Sweet James, everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but know this. If you were ever hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. They are exactly the heavy-hitting kind of firm you need in your corner when dealing with insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They have full in-house trial teams, and that trial experience gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering the largest settlements in Arizona. Remember this, having the right attorney is essential if you're ever hurt in an accident. It can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. So if you are ever hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future, so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where do things stand after a pivotal weekend for the National League West? We'll react to everything Diamondbacks starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
It's hard for me to wrap my brain around that line of thought. I get it. Yes, it probably objectively makes a lot of sense to want to, load up for some imaginable future. I would have thought I'd have Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez and AJ Puck for the entirety of this season. That didn't go that great for us. So, me planning for acquiring 10 prospects that may or may not make us a good team, it's just hard for me to wrap my brain around that. It's hard for me to watch how hard these guys are grinding every day and then take the trap door and rip it out from underneath them, honestly. And we kind of do these jobs to take shots and win. Those 4 guys that you mentioned, I built the team with those 4 guys knowing they were going to be free agents at the end of the year. And we had every intention of going for it with that same collection of guys.
That is Mike Hazen appearing over the weekend on MLB Radio, talking about hard to wrap his head about being sellers with this deadline coming, even with all the adversity this team has experienced so far to this point. And he mentioned the 3 players at the heart of it: Corbin Burns, AJ Puck, Justin Martinez. We know 2 of them are out for all of this year, part of next year. Still, the phrase holding out hope or hoping for the best has been applied to the Arizona Diamondbacks way too much on the injury front this year. Isn't it interesting, though, before we move on, that we've got 2 teams certainly at different points of their development, their paths, whatever you want to say, that are averse to rebuilding things. The Phoenix Suns have certainly been on that tact.
Yeah.
And even with the similarities, the Diamondbacks, and you hear it right from their general manager and their architect, the difference is there's no doubt on who the architect of the Arizona Diamondbacks
That's
is.
right. Yeah, you're right. There's the fundamental difference. We all know who's calling the shots in Arizona, and we're all very comfortable with who's calling the shots in Arizona. And I even said it at one point in time. I was hoping that the search for the GM would produce the new Mike Hazen for the Phoenix Suns. I'm not sure that's locked in stone. I respect Steve Berthiaume, and I respect the fact that Mike Hazen has already declared kind of that we're not selling. We're going to be adding to this team at trade deadline. If they bottom out on this road trip, if the next 2 weeks is a big time, if they revert to some of the stuff we've seen, I'm not so sure this is set in stone, if you will. I think it's partially wishful thinking, but I also think it's an acknowledgement of the fact that there still is a really good team here.
Yeah.
Now, is it good enough to get in the playoffs? I think they're close. But at the same point in time, there's a lot of competition, not only in the National League, but just inside their own division.
Yeah. Here's Mike Hazen from that same radio interview on MLB Radio, talking about what the intention at the deadline actually is.
Look, as long as we're playing well, and I believe that this team has the gas in the tank to go get it, we're going to try to add to this team. I don't really find it all that fun to sit there in August and September and go to the ballpark every day knowing you're going to get your butt kicked. Like, that's not really exciting for me, to be honest with you. I've done that for a few seasons, and that stinks. And I have no real intention to go and do that, in all honesty. Now, I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to sit there and just, throw bad money after bad. If, we're not in a position, we take on more injuries, our depth gets thinned out to the point where it's going to be very hard for us to cobble something together to chase into a wild card race where we're down behind 5 different clubs. And let me just say this, the National League is what it is. It's a really tough league, and we know that, but I think we're tough too. And I'm not sure that when we walk into town, teams are celebrating either when we walk in for 3 games. So hopefully we give those teams a lot to think about and a lot to handle. And hopefully by the end of July, we're one of those teams that's clawing at those 5 teams, 6 teams maybe, to go by. And that's what my intention is, to be honest with you.
Make no mistake about it. By starting that answer about the intention of the deadline, and the first words out of Mike Hazen's mouth are, as long as we're playing well, there's a little bit the ingredient of a carrot, of motivation, too. Because this team obviously hasn't clicked the way top to bottom anybody expected it to or wanted it to. The injuries are certainly a factor. But this last homestand was very encouraging. And maybe if they respond to adversity, they can also respond to the encouragement. Hey, There's help on the way. Let's keep this together. Where it gets complicated is if they are playing well at the deadline and they do add and they don't subtract and they don't trade these guys and then everybody leaves in free agency, then what are you left with?
You've lost an opportunity to of repopulate your farm system.
Yeah, that's why that's why Mike Hazen makes the big bucks as a general manager. Those are hard decisions to make. And the Diamondbacks have been so up and down. There's no clear direction right now. The next 6 weeks is obviously what it all boils down to. But this road trip, even though it's early on, and they'll be done with this road trip before the calendar hits July, if this goes poorly, I don't think you'll hear the same tact from Mike Hazen.
Nor should you. Nor should you. This baseball team at some level has got to declare themselves and do it on a very, very consistent basis. And it's, like you said, it's really, really been up and down. I'm going to say this again. Watching Saturday's game, which was a national broadcast, you had a different crew, and they began their broadcast by pointing out and talking about how the Diamondbacks' offense was a juggernaut. And they put all the stats up on the screen, the grand slams, the home runs, the runs per game. And it's one of those things where the numbers are telling you an incomplete story, because this is also an offense that goes to sleep sometimes for long periods of the game. So it's complicated with this baseball team, and I think it's really going to be it might be a complicated decision, because even if they continue to play at this level that they're at now, they may not gain much ground in the NL West, depending on what happens with the Dodgers. They're bringing Ohtani back into rotation today. Rafael Devers, who's now a member of the Giants lineup. That's a significant offensive piece to drop into that lineup. Stop rubbing your eyes, Jared. It's only Monday. And he's going on vacation on Wednesday.
Lucky
Jared. Are you going on vacation, Jared?
Are we sure?
Have we figured that out?
Have we figured that out? He's not happy.
Jared's a ball
I don't
of
even
nerve.
want to. I'm
He's
so
a
stressed
ball of
out
nerves
right
this
now.
morning.
Yeah, he is.
But to the point of the NL West real quick is I don't know necessarily if the Diamondbacks are focused on trying to gain. You should be. You're trying to win games or win the NL West. They're 3.5 out of the wild card, and I think that's where their eyes are probably going to have to be.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt, right?
And they've got the track record of getting in and running the table. So they, more than anybody else, they understand the upside of getting in.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that game yesterday has to just be the outlier of they turned it around. Everybody has, one bad off game in a week or something like that. That can't now lead to them losing 3 in a row or 4 out of 5 like it has over the last, month or so.
No, and Toronto's coming off a sweep. They just got swept by the Phillies. Then you're playing the 2 worst teams in baseball back to back, and the Rockies and the White Sox. This is an opportunity, like Steve Berthium said, to build some goodwill and to get comfortably above 500, not hovering around it. To your point, and I get the point, you have to look at the big picture and what the production says when you compare the Diamondbacks' numbers to other teams. On that realm, in that realm, they are an offensive juggernaut.
Yeah.
But the nature of baseball is so frustrating because you saw it over the last 2 games.
No doubt.
For them to explode for 5 runs on 5 hits in 1 inning against a superior closer shows you their ability. But then yesterday, 3 hits.
So true.
And really, it looked like the way Pivetta was rolling, it looked like, all right, we're gonna be talking about a no-hitter here.
Well, and it's funny, too, because you mentioned, and the national media will look at the Diamondbacks stats and be like, on paper, they score a lot of runs, get a lot of hits, but as people that watch them every day, we know how quiet the bats can go.
Yeah.
They went real quiet yesterday.
It could be an early offensive explosion for 4 runs in the second, and then we're fighting to win a 4-3 game in the ninth, So...
And that's one of the issues with this baseball team, the competitive stamina, the phrase that JG likes to use about the Cardinals. You've got to be able to burn at a high level for the requisite amount of time it requires. And this team has struggled with that in the past.
Yeah. Evening things out would go a long way because they still have that ability to be a productive offensive team. The consistency is where it's lacking.
Yeah.
Day off today. That series in Toronto against the Blue Jays starts tomorrow. Coming up next, it's Monday. We'll hand out some hardware straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to become much more aggressive. When that ball is in the air, no. I'm not going to wait for it to come to me. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to stab him out there and stab the pig out of the air and go get it and pull it down. That ball is mine.
It would be great to see, and I know I'm comparing him to an all-time great here again, which is all that seems to have ever happened in his career, but it'd be great to see him go out and just take balls away from defenders like Randy Moss in his prime.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance, where you're going to find more than big screen televisions. They have appliances, computers, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, security cameras for your home, all sorts of audio components, including waterproof soundbars, which are great in and around the pool during the summertime. But if you're looking for a big screen television, Waltz can take your fandom to the next level. Understand you're going to get great expertise from Waltz. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. Their staff is incredibly knowledgeable. They'll give you all the insight and information you'll never get from big box stores. You'll get a great experience. They've got all the big screens you're looking for, up to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room. All their major name brands you're looking for, and they are great on pricing. You're going to get the best selection, great prices, and red carpet service. They'll match any price you bring to them to prove that point, and they'll also get your electronics delivered and installed correctly. Go get game ready by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready. As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Light up the summer with two great shows. August 13th, Grammy winner Kemp Mo brings that smooth Southern soul with special guest Sean Colvin. Then feel the fire with the fierce and fearless Samantha Fish September 13th. Two unforgettable nights, one legendary stage, the Celebrity Theater. Tickets on sale now at celebritytheater.com. Feel the blues. Brought to you by Danny Zalisco Presents.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
I'm Sammy Spolka with Trending Now. Presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, the D-backs took 2 out of 3 from the Padres this weekend, which included a 5-run ninth and a walk-off win on Saturday, but a loss on Sunday ended their 5-game win streak, and now they'll hit the road for a 9-game trip that will start up in Toronto against the Blue Jays tomorrow. The Phoenix Mercury, behind Satu Sabli's 22 points, beat the Las Vegas Aces yesterday 76-70 and moved to 8-4 on the season. A massive Game 5 in the NBA Finals will be in Oklahoma City tonight as both the Pacers and the Thunder look to take control of the series and become just 1 win away from their first NBA championship. And lastly, JJ Spawn is your U.S. Open champion at Oakmont. He battled back after bogeying 5 of his first 6 holes on Sunday and finished with a 64-foot birdie putt on 18 to shoot a 1-under par and win the U.S. Open. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Make the right choice for windows and doors in your home. Visit thewindowdepot.com or one of their 3 Valley locations for the lowest prices and biggest inventory.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The D-backs will hit the road, and so that's where we ask our questions. How will the Diamondbacks do on their 9-game road trip at the Blue Jays, Rockies, and White Sox? Will they win all 3 series, win 2 of the 3 series, drop 2 of the 3, or lose all 3?
Why are you laughing, Viddy?
I'm looking. I don't know about all the series.
Series. You don't need to pluralize it.
Series. It's a lot of series over there.
There you go.
I'm looking at 6-3. Come back 6-3.
I'm looking at 7-2.
I might be giving way too much credit to the opposition, but we've seen them fall to the Rockies in ugly fashion before. Toronto is not as bad as those 2 teams, and playing up there is never great. So, 6-3, 7-2.
So win 2 series.
Win 2 series.
All right, win 2 series has 43%. Win all 3, 41. So those 2 neck and neck. Drop 2, 9%, and drop all 3 is at 6%. So, I think they should win all 3 of them. That's where I would vote.
You know, I got really bored yesterday.
Okay.
Going into the game, like, how many times have the Diamondbacks swept a 6-game or longer homestand in their history? It hadn't happened since 2017. They've only done it 6 times.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
That is.
And normally, when they were able to do that, it usually equated with the team going to the playoffs. So,
darn it.
Read into that what you will.
Right?
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings, handing out the hardware.
Hardware is how we do the award show based on what we saw over the weekend. And we do it on Mondays because there's just a lot to take in over the weekend. What do you got, Beck?
My first award is Sports Fans Are Insane Award, and I'm giving it to Lauren Philpott. She's a New York Giants fan who now sports a nude tattoo of former Eagles center Jason Kelce on her arm. I'm not sure if you've seen this tattoo.
I have not. It's
fairly ridiculous. She says she lost a bet with her husband that ended up with her getting this tattoo on her arm. The design of it is kind of bizarre, if you ask me, but she apparently also has a tattoo of Gardner Minshew's mustache on her leg. Sports fans are insane.
All right, is this the one? I'm looking it up now. I was completely unaware of this. Is this the tattoo where it's like a cartoon version of Jason Kelce with his arm up and no shirt on?
Yeah, and right. And there's an eagle's head, like, between his legs, if you will.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's very, very strange.
Oh, stop. Stop making bets like this.
Yes. Totally
And
agree.
if you lose a bet with
To
your
your
husband,
husband?
now your husband's got to look at that.
Right.
Maybe he likes it. I don't know. What was the name of that award?
Sports fans are insane.
The old mustache on the leg gag.
My first award is the All Is Right in the World Award. And I'm giving it to the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest.
He got that dog in him award. That's what I had.
It looked like for the second straight year, the greatest competitive eater of all time, Joey Chestnut, was not going to be a part of the Nathan's 4th of July hot dog eating contest at Coney Island on July 4th. But I think I mentioned July 4th twice. They worked out a deal because he had signed a deal with a Beyond product, I guess, and they couldn't get together on the agreement last year, but they've worked out a deal. So the 41-year, how is Joey Chestnut only 41, by the way?
He's a phenom.
Yeah, I guess. Young. He was a prodigy.
Yeah.
He will be in the competition after he was banned after he signed an endorsement deal with Impossible Foods.
How is he only 41? You should be asking, how did he make it to 41?
Yeah, I guess, that might be.
The guy eats hot dogs for a living.
But doesn't it seem like we've been talking about Joey Chestnut
for a long time.
25 years?
Yeah, well, there was about a long stretch with the other guy, Kobayashi, before he took over.
True.
So that's when the hot dog contest really
came.
Sorry,
I think I stepped on your award.
That was one of my awards, too. My other award is the Like Father, Like Son award. The I Love Velo You Dad award, and it goes to Tori Lavello and his son Nick Lavello, who Nick gave his father a very special gift on Father's Day by paying homage to his father. The way Tori tells it is that he woke up to a nice text from his son and then a phone call, Happy Father's Day, Dad. And then sort of midday, he got another call from his son. Say, hey, Dad, son, you already called me. This is twice in one day. And it was his son telling him that he had gotten ejected. He's Nick Lavello, the manager of the High A
Fort
South
Wayne
Bend.
Tin Caps, was it?
Wow.
No? Or
it was the South Bend Cubs.
Oh.
The Cub.
They were against the Fort Wayne Tin Caps. And so he got thrown out of the game. And then to pay homage to his father on Father's Day, he ran back out onto the field and tried to eject each of the umpires that threw him out.
Yes.
So that was
certainly
a
paying
funny thing. Homage.
That's fantastic.
That is. My first award is the We Want Carnage award, and it goes to Oakmont Country Club, the home of the U.S. Open, where we've got several Rory McIlroy club throws, multiple club pounds, one golfer under par, rounds in the 80s, and a professional golfer finished a golf tournament 24 shots over par. So shout out Oakmont Country Club for giving golf nerds a truly great weekend of watching.
Give the shout out to the golfer who was 24 over. Who was it?
Oh man, weird name.
If you don't know it.
Yeah, I genuinely did not know it. So, but we had Cam Davis at 22 over par, great golfer, and ate him alive. Let's see if I can pronounce his name.
I was pulling for Matt Vogt to make it, the dentist, but he didn't do very good.
Philip Barbet Jr., 24 over par.
Okay.
Shot an 82 on Sunday.
Really hard to do when you make the cut to be 24.
Very.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, my last award is Calm Down, Karens, and I'm giving it to caddy Mark Karens. He is the caddy for J.J. Spawn. After J.J. Spawn made that 64-foot putt to win the U.S. Open, he wanted to kind of exalt and play to the crowd. This caddy just ran right up on him. He turned around. The caddy basically jumped in his arms while holding an umbrella. They're doing this weird little hug thing, and he's trying to keep the umbrella. It's like, give the man his moment.
Oh, my God. They have impaled the champion.
They have impaled J.J. Spawn.
What a turn of events here at Oakmont. By the way, Philip Barbary Jr., even though he was 24 over, not a bad weekend of work. $41,785.
Not bad.
Look at that. My last award is the Let's Get It Together award. I tweeted about this yesterday when I was watching the Diamondbacks game. And I was on my phone during the game, not playing solitaire. There was nobody behind me taking pictures. But I was sending a text because I was trying to plan with my son what the deal was for Father's Day.
Right.
And my other son I was watching the game with. And you get notifications on your phone that something happened in a game before it actually happens when you're watching it on TV. The apps, and I guess the betting apps are even further ahead of everything. The delay on television is so far removed from the actual action. It's like a 30-second delay. Wow. So I knew, like, Geno Suarez was going to break up the no-hitter with a 2-run home run while I'm watching the game.
Wow.
Why do they need that long of a delay?
That's terrible.
And then it sparked, somebody said to me, Jarrett, you can chime in on this because you were the technical director for Diamondbacks games for years on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
You're not supposed to be in 7-second delay on those, correct? So people can listen at the game?
For home games, you are supposed to be out of delay completely.
Yes.
Correct. I don't know how they do it nowadays. It's been years, and now they are allowed to stream on the app and stuff, which they didn't used to be able to, so I don't know how it
but if
works.
you're old school and you want to take your headset with your transistor radio to the game and follow along with the action, it would drive you nuts.
It would absolutely. I agree.
Sorry if I got any of the technical directors in trouble.
That's the least of their problems. My last award is hey, look, it's the son of Enrico Palazzo award, and it goes to the Liam Neeson, who plays the son of Frank Drebin in the newly released full-length trailer for the Naked Gun sequel/reboot. And it looks good. It looks good.
Yes.
But we'll see. It is directed by one of the guys from Lonely Island and written by Seth MacFarlane, or vice versa, I forget. But they're both involved.
Akiva Schaffer, I think, is the director, yeah.
So it looks interesting.
It does look good. Did you see what else they're making a sequel to?
Remind me.
Spaceballs.
I did. Spaceballs 2.
Mel Brooks is almost 100 years old.
98 years old. Will be reprising
99.
And Rick Moranis apparently coming out of retirement to star in it.
I've always said we need Moranis.
Wow. Oh,
wow.
What
a
line to drop at 9:41 a.m.
I'll make my last word quick. It's the She's Back award. Caitlin Clark is back. She had 32, 9, and 8 in her return, and they beat the undefeated New York Liberty. She was fantastic.
Anymore.
And the game was the most watched WNBA game ever.
She was
that right?
so good.
But what were the numbers on the Chicago Sky game?
I don't know. I don't know.
It was on.
It was on. I couldn't tell you who won.
People watch for her, too, you know.
Yeah.
There you go. There's hardware. Final thoughts on this Monday straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The Dbacks start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, the market's been crazy. The highs, the lows, the ups, the downs. How do investors navigate today's volatile market?
Well, obviously, we've been feeling tremendous volatility because of that word tariff. But here's what people need to do. They need to set their politics aside and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy. free.
Sounds reassuring, but how do you achieve that? Some people want to retire within the next year or two, and some are 15 to 20 years out.
Gamble, we're not like most other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help achieve our goal of providing stability and growth to our portfolios.
So for many investors out there that are concerned, does that help limit the risk?
Well, it'll help reduce the risk. More importantly, it reduces the risk of one person, your financial advisor, messing up your whole retirement for you.
Is your portfolio in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
I feel like I should be doing a top 40 talk up right here. You remember this song?
I don't.
You probably will when it gets to the chorus.
Tried so hard to please you.
It's from 1984.
But you didn't need me.
Should I fast forward to the good part?
Sure.
You knew you wanted. All the cards were held by you.
I mean, good.
This is atrocious.
It's building to something. The payoff's going to be huge.
Oh, good.
This is a dedication to Stephen A. Smith. Solitaire. Behind you taking a picture and putting it on social media so you could be raked over the coals by everybody. I jotted it down. Look,
No, that's fine.
Laura Branigan, who had another song. Her first single, Gloria, became like a big... Remember when the... was it the St. Louis Blues? Won the Stanley Cup a few years back? That was their...
Vaguely,
that,
yeah.
That was like their big song. She's bleeding over into the sports world again. Laura Branigan, Solitaire.
Okay.
A long distance dedication. Today's
Bickley
song
and
of the day.
Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
We didn't get to it in the reboot, but we have to examine our own performance,
gentlemen,
in last weekend's bingo card.
We underperformed again.
Underachieved
once more, but we're getting better. So last week we got 0 out of 7. We're up to 2. We got 2 this week. Dbacks did win 2 out of 3. Got that. And
who predicted that? That was Bick?
That was me. Bick, yeah.
Okay.
So Bick had Dbacks 2 out of 3. Scotty Scheffler, U.S. Open winner. Vince had Ben Griffin to win the U.S. Open, which, hey, it looked good for a little bit. And then Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte both to have multi-home runs this weekend. Not good. Jarrett may have put the U of A curse on him. U of A to win both their first 2 games. They lost their first 2 games. But he did get the no Kevin Durant trade. That did not happen this weekend.
Wow, what a big...
That was the easy one that we were giving ourselves.
That was the big one. I had Victor Hovland to win the U.S. Open, and man, was it close.
You guys all have these feelings on Sam Burns, but nobody pulled the trigger on saying Sam Burns.
I know.
Or
he didn't win. So
or placing a wager on Sam Burns.
No, listen, and it was just it just confirmed how nutty I get in that realm, which is why I can't get involved in sports gambling.
Some of you didn't have Sam Burns top 10. I did. And then my last one was bullpen. The Diamondbacks bullpen to give up 3 earned runs or less. That did not happen as well. But
how many did they give up total? None on
none
Friday,
on Friday,
right?
and then Thompson. Well, Ginkel gave up 1. I think they gave up 6 earned runs off the top of my head.
Yeah, that's not getting it done.
Not getting it done. So 2 for 8. We'll get better.
I don't know.
You sure about that?
Yes, no,
We're consistently terrible
See,
at
no,
this
is what's been happening.
We've never won this.
I know, but what's been happening is I've been making a graphic, and we still didn't even get bingo. Like, I give us a free spot, too, in the middle.
Well, because that's
how it's supposed to go.
That's how bingo works.
Yep, and we're still not winning, and I'm trying to line it up, too.
Yeah,
Didn't happen.
I have to, in preparation for Friday's show, put more thought into things that could actually happen.
Yeah, I think
next week I'll go
So it's
low.
on us?
Like, I will have more than one beer over the weekend. I mean,
bingo! Bingo! Yeah. Well, because I think we've been doing it kind of off the top of our head, which I do it on Friday, and we got 3 days to kind of think. There's a lot of stuff going on, but
there is.
I think what does tend to happen is we try to go for the overkill. Like, this is kind of maybe rare or maybe not going to happen, and we try to do that as opposed to kind of just maybe sticking to what.
That's why I
could
think
happen.
we turn it into
who can be right in the most extravagant way.
An individual competition where we each pick 2, and we can't be in conflict of each other.
Yeah.
So if you pick Victor Hovland to win the golf tournament,
Right.
nobody else can pick anybody.
Yeah, see.
I see what you're saying. That makes sense.
What would have been good is like one of us pick a winner, and then I go with like Sam Burns top 10 or something like that. That's like the same realm,
Yeah,
but
not same realm, but different outcome.
results.
Yes.
Yeah. So, not good, but it's okay.
That way we can all go 0 for 2 and 0 for 8 as a collective.
As a unit.
So the clock is still ticking on the Kevin Durant trade rumors. They are out there. Here's more. We did not play this soundbite earlier today from the Bill Simmons podcast. And one of the talks about, hey, Suns need to get their own draft picks back. Here's Ryan Russillo from the Bill Simmons podcast on that subject.
So
that's still Laura Branigan. I got to shut her up. There we go. Quiet down, Laura. Here we go.
So you think that's too much for Durant to also include the Phoenix pick?
Yeah. I think Phoenix is a mess right now, like not trending in the right direction. So why would I help them stabilize in front of that?
What if Phoenix says that's the only way you're getting Durant?
Then I'd be like, let's Jabari this up.
So he did play that. But if you're Houston and you feel like you're close, like Kevin Durant is the final piece of the puzzle, can you worry about aiding potentially another team with a 2027 draft pick? I'm not thinking that way if I'm Houston.
No, right. That would have to be way down your list of concerns.
Because it's 2025. I mean, you have to ask yourself the question. We're going for it this year.
Right.
We're signing Durant to a 2-year extension. But how effective is he going to be in 2027 anyway?
Fair question.
And when I phrase it that way, if I'm a front office that's considering a Kevin Durant trade, if that thought enters my head, I'm probably not making the trade.
You're probably.
I just have to be honest.
No, listen. That has kind of struck me as well.
I mean, do you see Kevin Durant being LeBron level effective at LeBron's age now?
No,
I don't either.
I just don't. I
Maybe
think
we're wrong on that.
Maybe, but I think KD has been very fortunate to have relatively good health the last couple of years.
And the reason why I don't think I'm wrong on that is because we've seen exactly one person be LeBron level productive at LeBron's age.
Right.
And his name is LeBron James.
Yeah. And there's questions of whether he's done that naturally.
What?
What?
Whoa.
Hey, listen.
Hey,
take it up with Rick Bucher.
We didn't start that.
We didn't start
that. I don't
that.
think Rick Bucher started it either.
That's a good point.
All right, so Miami, Houston, San Antonio. Do you think that landscape changes between now and tomorrow morning when we hit the airways? And I wonder
I really, Vinny, I can't. I know Minnesota is strapped because of the second apron and the considerations and all that stuff. I also get the feeling they want him the most. So I don't know what that means. But look, it's like the Suns and Jimmy Butler. They wanted him the most, and they couldn't get him either.
What about the Toronto and Clippers off-the-radar picks?
I just have a hard time believing a team trading for him for a one-year deal. Now, maybe he'd want to stay in L.A., but that's not on this list.
Yeah, we did have a listener, too, bring this up, that I mentioned the weather as the factor, and it obviously is a factor with two teams in Texas and a Florida team.
Right.
But a listener pointed out there's no state tax in any of those locations either, so... Kill two birds with one stone.
He's making $50 million a year. Why does that matter?
Thanks to Steve Berthier. We'll catch you tomorrow morning. Wolf and Luke are up next.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Marotta, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
3-2 swung on. That's it high. Deep to left.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks took 2 out of 3 from the Padres this weekend, which included a 5-run ninth inning and a walk-off win on Saturday that sounded like this.
At his first pitch, Naylor swings, slow ground ball to first. Arise has it, comes home. Save! Perdomo under the tag, and the Diamondbacks win.
But a loss Sunday ended their 5-game win streak, and now they'll hit the road for a 9-game trip that'll start up in Toronto against the Blue Jays tomorrow. A massive Game 5 in the NBA Finals will be in OKC tonight as both the Pacers and the Thunder look to take control of the series and become just 1 win away from an NBA championship. And lastly, J.J. Spawn is your U.S. Open champion at Oakmont. He battled back after bogeying 5 out of his first 6 holes on Sunday and finished with a 64-foot birdie putt on the 18th to shoot 1 under par and win the U.S. Open. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Monday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
Oh, what's going on, Luke? I'm all fired up on this Monday, of course, ready to broadcast. How about you?
Yeah, let's do this.
Command and Control, you ready to broadcast back there? You all
I'm
jacked
ready.
up? Jamal, you ready as well? You ready to broadcast with the Kevin Durant news? You guys are on this back there. We're all on this, Space Earnings right now. Who knows when it might come down about KD, but we're on this thing.
Well, wait, I'm still waiting to hear if Jamal's ready to broadcast. You asked him the question, but he didn't.
Well,
give him a
once
chance
again,
to
he
answer.
nodded.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he
locked
gave
in,
the nod.
fellas.
Yeah,
All right,
of
okay.
course.
Well, what would we have done if he had said he wasn't ready? He's like, no, I'm not really feeling it
Yeah,
today.
that's
I'm
a great
kinda out on a
question right
Monday."
there. Can I talk to you, Jamal? Let's go out there and just have a word.
Just right there in the newsroom. All right, you know what, Wolf? I think we start. Yes, you're right. With the Kevin Durant stuff, we're going to be monitoring that throughout the entire day or week or however long it takes. But it sounds like a trade is pretty much imminent at this point. Let's start with the Diamondbacks, though. Play the Padres, and they take 2 of 3.
Yeah,
and it didn't seem like it on Saturday. It didn't seem like they were going to win that game late, but then of course they did because this is kind of what they do. They either come back in the 9th or they let a lead slip away in the 9th. But they came back in the 9th on Saturday. 2 of 3 from San Diego, and I would argue right back in this race.
Yeah. I think, once again, it's more of a prove-it mentality in the Wolfley compound for me, for the most part right now. Sunday sucked buttermilk. It
did.
I got greedy, basically. I'm just telling you that I wanted the sweep, man. I wanted the sweep, and I thought they were set up for the sweep with Merrill Kelly taking the ball. I thought this was going to be really, really good. Okay, they won the series, and that's what I come back to. I always have to come back to that. This is my hope for this team going forward, that they more consistently play well enough in which they win series instead of, demanding the sweep. I just kind of feel like this team has got to do that, play more consistently going forward. I don't want to see these wild variations. Now, Saturday, it was cool to see a wild variation. There's no doubt about that. Coming back and winning that game on Saturday, I thought that was unbelievably cool.
Yeah, these games, I mean, they've had so many of these just crazy finishes this season, and some of them have obviously burned them too, but you wonder how sustainable it is to keep expecting to come back like that in the 9th inning, but it's fun when it happens, and these games basically all had double meaning, right? I mean, you beat the Padres on Friday, it's you gain a game on them and they lose. Same thing Saturday. Now, you're right, you give one back yesterday, and we're so conditioned to just expect Merrill Kelly to go out there and give you 6 strong innings, and he just couldn't yesterday, and Nick Pivetta has been really good for the Padres, so
I don't think a shock that the Padres got one of the 3 games, but I do think a really good sign that the Diamondbacks were able to get 2 of the 3. And, yeah, I mean, prove-it mentality, certainly. We still got, 90 games left here? 91? But back, I mean, if that series had gone poorly, they could almost be out of it. Instead, they're 3.5 back of a wild card spot.
What is truly interesting about this, to me, the Diamondbacks have had 3 comeback wins in the 9th inning or later when trailing by 4 or more runs this year. They've had 3 comeback wins when trailing by 4 or more runs this year. And no other Major League Baseball team has done that. Think about that for a minute before the All-Star break. No other Major League Baseball team ever has done that. Think about that for a minute. We're starting to see this again. What is it with the Grand Slams? They hit the most Grand Slams in the history of Major League Baseball before their 68th game.
Yeah, they've had so many different moments this season where, that's the first time it's happened in baseball history, or that's just the second time it's happened in Diamondbacks history, and then it happens 2 more times the same month, or this is the worst first inning in Dbacks history, or this is the best 9th inning in Dbacks history. All of this stuff has happened this season, Wolf, and we're not even halfway through the season.
I know. By the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes. It's just bizarre what is going on, and to see that happen once again, how cool that was to see them come back and win that game on Saturday, win that game 8-7 when you thought they were done. Pretty incredibly cool to actually see that. But this is a trend now with the Diamondbacks. It is. They're capable of doing this. You just have to wonder why they can't seem to even it out a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping that they will here at some point. We'll talk about this in a little bit, but the next 12 games, at least on paper, give you an opportunity to really even things out, especially the series coming up against Toronto. Toronto's fine, but the 3 series after that are ones that you should win. But as we've seen from the Diamondbacks this season, they tend to play better against the better teams. So, obviously, big stretch here of 2 weeks coming up. I like the fact, Wolf, that they are 4-2 against the Giants and Padres this season. You know my stance on this. I think you're going to have to finish ahead of at least one of them to make the playoffs. I guess there is a world where all 3 wild cards come from the NL West, where the Dodgers win the division and the Padres and Giants and D-backs are all 3 NL wild cards. That seems pretty unrealistic. So I think you have to catch one of them. You've barely played them. You've only played, 3 games against each team, but they've won each series so far.
Yeah, they have. And, once again, yesterday really did. It got me all jacked up and fired up because I wanted to see them sweep the Padres. I got greedy.
Well, how
I
nice
keep talking about this again. I got greedy. I wanted to see them sweep the Padres. You felt really good going into Game 3, did you not? You felt good about this. The fact they were going to be able to pull this off, what they had done Saturday, to come back and win that game 8-7, come back and win that thing, and now all of a sudden you had Merrill Kelly out there taking the ball. You had already won the series. Merrill Kelly's got the ball. The sweep was a real possibility, and Jerry. How about Jerry's wry smile to the Diamondbacks dugout after tripling in those 3 runs? Did you see that when he looked up, and the look on his face when he looked into that dugout was, I told you so.
It was much better than Jerry laying on the field late in the game yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
Over this.
That was the highlight of my weekend. It was to see Jerry slide in head first to third base after he just tripled in 3 runs to tie that game up. And the way he looked up and he was looking right into the Diamondbacks dugout, you could see it on his face.
Yeah.
He was like, I told you so. Did you see that? Do you believe that just happened?
Can they make him their team captain, officially? I feel like they need to.
I don't even know if they need to. I think he just is. I mean,
yeah, but the title would be cool.
Yeah.
Honestly, that was the highlight of the weekend for me. It was so cool to see that. It was almost like he said, watch this. And and the look on his face, the knowing look of expectation. I thought it was super, super cool.
That win was it's so backwards with the D-backs. You win a game like that, you're like, oh, they're definitely winning tomorrow, and then they lose. But then you lose Justin Martinez for the year, and you're like, oh, well, they're definitely going to lose tomorrow. And then they ended up rattling off 5 straight wins before that loss yesterday, Wolf. So they continue to respond well to adversity. They are now at 36-35 on the year, so 91 games left in the regular season, as I mentioned, hanging around in the wild card race. You know, not where anybody, I think, was hoping they would be when the season started.
No.
3.5 back of a wild card spot. But all things considered, the injuries they've had, the way that they have played at times, the fact that they are hanging around in this, and we talked about this a lot last week, can you hang around enough through the All-Star break and get into that second half of July when the trade deadline rolls around? That's going to dictate kind of how the rest of the season probably goes. So I would say right now they are hanging around. But again, they've got 12 games coming up where they really need to make up some ground now.
Yeah, you know, and once again, when you think they did this against Robert Suarez as well.
Yeah.
Coming back.
That's a good point.
Coming back and doing it the way that they did. They continue to climb mountains that you just don't think they're going to climb. And they continue to also give up some games that are disturbing.
All right, we come back. The San Francisco Giants are adding a pretty big piece to the NL West mix now as of this morning. So what is that trade going to potentially do to the NL West? We're going to ask USA Today MLB insider Bob Nightingale. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away without waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program allows you to do. You get to buy your new home now without hesitation and then sell the old one later. It's the best way to do it. If you can do it that way, it's much less stressful. So here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. You already got a bunch of stuff going on right now. You're trying to move into a new home. You don't need extra complications. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent is going to be able to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation and see what you're working with. That's Orchard.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates. and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/ZED plans ineligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 7/6/25.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Well, you can tell everybody.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Tuesday. Can the Diamondbacks keep up their winning ways and kick the poutine out of the Blue Jays? That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
I believe every lie that I ever told.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. Rafael Devers is now joining the San Francisco Giants, so that'll be...
Now you really want to bum me out on a Monday.
Just raise the bar that much more in the NL West. USA Today MLB insider Bob Nightingale is joining us right now in the Arizona Sports Line. Bob, thank you for the time. How's it going?
Yeah, doing great. Yeah, I was just at a Diamondback game, about to go in the Padre clubhouse when that trade broke, and it was unbelievable. Started asking guys in the clubhouse, and then when the Padre players knew Bogarts, called Bogarts for me, who confirms. I was just those guys were in disbelief.
Yeah, it's San Francisco was not a team I think most of us expected to be in this. I mean, safe to say they're 10 games above 500. They're only 2 games back of the Dodgers, but safe to say this signifies they plan on sticking around for the rest of the season at least.
Yeah, I've been saying all summer, okay, these guys are playing on their head. It's not going to last. They're going to be, 81, 85 win team. And then they go on and do this. I mean, you're talking about in the last 10 months now, they've spent over $600 million on players.
Wow. So, Bobby, how are the Giants even here in this position to actually be one of the biggest buyers with the trade deadline looming, of course? I mean, anytime you acquire a guy who you're going to have to pay millions, tens, hundreds of millions of dollars, I mean, that's making a statement by the Giants, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, tennis has kind of been flat over the years, and, this should spice it up. I mean, anytime you win, and I think they say, you know what, we're only, like I said, 2 games behind the Dodgers. We did this in 2021 when won 107 games. And, I mean, you pick it up $260 million of Devers' contract. Granted, they dumped Jordan Hicks, has been kind of a bust for him and stuff, but you're still talking about $225, $230 million in new money. So, I think ownership is saying, you know what, we better win, and we better have the fans show up in bigger doses here to make it worthwhile.
Talking to Bob Nightingale, Bob, the other big news in the NL West is that Shohei Ohtani is pitching tonight. He's at least opening the game for the Dodgers against the Padres. Given what we've seen now through the first 72 games for the Dodgers and the injuries they have, how much are they going to lean on him pitching, do you think, the rest of this season?
Well, I don't think much until maybe August. I mean, to me, this is almost like, I think getting overblown. It's almost like this is his rehab assignment. So he'll go, one inning tonight, and then he'll pitch in a week, and maybe go 2 innings. Maybe build himself up to 3 innings before the All-Star break, and then go from there. No rehab assignment because they don't want to lose his bat in the lineup. So I think he's, pretty much told them, hey, instead of me wasting my bullets pitching to our minor league guys and guys on the roster, one day a week. Let me face the opposing team. At least keep an inning out of it.
Bobby, how big of a deal is this that Shohei Ohtani's going to pull this Babe Ruth? How big of a deal is it in the modern era?
Yeah, I mean, we just never seen it. I do believe it's going to open the door for other guys that do it. I know Tampa Bay had a guy that played both ways, but these kids, when you think about it, I mean, they all play when they're growing up. Hey, the best kids are usually playing shortstop and they're pitching, so why not do it in the big leagues? So no, so you can certainly pull it off. I'll be curious, Wolf, how long this lasts. I think they'll do it all the way through next year, and then I could see him say, you know what, I'm just going to become a hitter. We'll see if he gets injured or anything like that. But he loves hitting. I think he pitches just because he knows he can do it. Something no one's done since Babe Ruth. So, but I think his true love is hitting home runs.
Talking to USA Today MLB insider Bob Nightingale. Bob, you mentioned you were at the D-backs Padres game over the weekend. The series win for the D-backs, considering where they are with the pitching injuries to Justin Martinez and Corbin Burns, and now it doesn't sound great for A.J. Puck either. What have you seen from this team in terms of just resiliency through the first 70-plus games?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Luke. I mean, just a lot of fight. I mean, I know it was, a few weeks ago, people, whispers, hey, is Torey Lovullo in trouble? I said, no, he's not in trouble. And, what you want as a manager is not about the X and O's, it's about do the guys play hard for you? And that's why Dusty Baker's going to the Hall of Fame, Bruce Bochy's going to the Hall of Fame, Francona. And just, these guys play hard. I mean, they have 3 comebacks now of 4 more runs going to the 9th inning. It's never been done before the All-Star break. It's amazing, what they've done in there. That's why it's going to be very interesting at trade deadline. I don't see them, no matter what, becoming big sellers. Maybe they could buy and sell, but it's not like the fans are excited. I mean, huge crowds all weekend. But you don't want to upset the fan base either. I mean, they bought season tickets. You're not getting refunded half your money because the team's given up. So I think unless they completely fall apart. I'm not saying they won't maybe trade a piece or two, but I don't see a fire sale by any means.
Bobby, when you look at the NL West right now, just how good is this division?
Yeah, I mean, the Dodgers just have so much depth. I mean, nobody could survive except for them, 14 pitchers on the injured list. They have a, who's who lineup. They used to have that depth to cover up mistakes. I mean, where, who knows what Glass now will do for them or Schnell. But, hey, last year they won the World Series with just 3 starting pitchers who are healthy, and I think they're just hoping for 4. I think it's fascinating that right now the true ace of the staff is Clayton Kershaw again, the way he's pitching. No, I don't think they expected anything out of him. And here he is looking like Kershaw about 5 years ago.
We're talking to Bob Nightingale. Bob, when you see the injuries the Diamondbacks have to their rotation in the bullpen, and then you see guys like Erod and Zach Gallen really haven't pitched up to their potential yet, is this a team that has to win with offense now? Is that just, I mean, they're scoring a ton of runs. Is that something they could do for the rest of the season? Yeah, I mean, 1 through 9, you talk to opposing managers, that's as good as any in the game. I mean, there's no let up. I mean, the guy every opposing manager talks about is Perdomo. No, he doesn't get nearly enough credit. I mean, he's kind of glue of that offense. It's unbelievable how much he means to that team, offensively and defensively. But yeah, they're going to give you runs. I fully expect Gallen to, keep pitching much better. We've seen signs of it recently. They need to get something out of Rodriguez. And let's face it, I mean, they won 89 games last year without Corbin Burns, so it's not like you pull the tent because he's down. We've seen plenty of teams where their ace pitcher goes down, and they still end up going to the World Series.
Bobby, what kind of interest do you think there's going to be for Zach Gallen at the deadline, or Merrill Kelly for that matter? Those 2 pitchers specifically, what kind of interest do you think there'll be at the deadline?
No, I think both significant interest in the sense that, both are big game pitchers. And a lot of times these pitchers, that have good seasons or have good seasons, if you're an East Coast team, you say, can he really handle the East? Can he handle New York or Philly or Boston? Both those guys have. I mean, Gallen's a Philadelphia kid anyway. So we saw what he did. He dominated against the Yankees and Mets this year. So I think there's such a scarcity of starting pitchers are available. So, no, I think both will draw tremendous interest. I think everybody needs a bat. I think Eugenio Suarez gets a lot of interest. Naylor's going to get some. Even the bullpen too. So, but yeah, I think they'll have a lot of teams calling. It'll be fascinating to see what they do. Whether they're kind of no man's land or hang in the race. I think they still, I'm not going to say beat buyers at deadline, but I think they'd like to at least stay pat and see what happens here.
Bob, Ryan Nelson bounced back big on Friday night. He's been really good for the Diamondbacks as a starter this season, as you know, but he had really struggled in his first start since Corbin Burns went down back last Saturday against the Reds. How much can they realistically expect from him as a starter going forward this season, since he bounced around so much to begin the year?
No, he's been a great surprise for them. I think he's very steady. So I think, rely on what he's done so far. I think the guy that really need to step up is Rodriguez. I mean, gave him $80 million and just, hasn't produced. I know they've had some bad luck there, whether it's Jordan Montgomery or Madison Bumgarner. Of course, Burns get hurt. But if he steps up, then it's like, okay, that rotation can survive. You probably take that rotation. That rotation certainly matches up with the Padres. The Giants now take a step back in rotation, without Harrison. Dodgers rotation's banged up. So even with the injury problems there, the rotation is actually, you can stack it up with anybody in the National League West.
Well, Bob, it's always great talking baseball with you. Thank
Bobby.
you so much.
Take care, buddies.
Right.
See you, Luke. See you, Wolf.
Okay, man.
That's Bob Nightingale joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. When we come back, this is something to monitor this week. How close are we to a Kevin Durant trade, and have three teams really risen to the top as potential trade candidates? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
No question that the Diamondbacks' plan was for eventually Justin Martinez to be their closer. That plan's gone now. They need to go get a closer. The thought was, we'll go into the season and it'll be Puck and J-Mart, Puck and J-Mart, Puck and J-Mart. But the feeling was that eventually Justin Martinez would have enough reps under his belt where then he could be the closer. You have to go get a closer. You have to. And if you got to go get a guy that can be a closer for you for 5 years and Justin Martinez comes back as an eighth inning guy, fine. But you have to get a closer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Gather around the transistor and press the air. It is heating up, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley reporting. But the nights in the Wolfley compound, they're so cool, thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. That's right, we are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. There's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding summer sale. That's right, the summer sale is going on, brothers, now through June 17th. That's tomorrow. You can get 25% off everything in store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale. Once again, 25% off everything in store and online. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A huge trade went down yesterday in Major League Baseball with the Boston Red Sox trading star slugger Rafael Devers to the San Francisco Giants for pitchers Jose Bayo, Kyle Harrison, and Jordan Hicks, as well as outfielder James Tibbs III. Here's Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher Merrill Kelly on the latest big bat coming to the National League West.
Obviously, I think everybody saw what was going on with Rafi in Boston, and I think they probably just decided it was better to part ways with him. But it'll just add to more of the excitement in the NL West.
The Dbacks are off today before beginning a series at the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow. And the Oklahoma City Thunder host the Indiana Pacers in Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620 AM. This series is tied at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, well, this might very well be the week. It was never really going to be sooner than this, the Kevin Durant trade. They're not going to be able to make that trade with 8 teams left in the playoffs or whatever.
Yeah.
But now, we just saw a huge blockbuster trade in the NBA over the weekend that didn't involve the Suns that we can get to in a couple minutes, Wolf. But B, this is the week that Gambo has been kind of pointing towards as when it could happen for the Suns, and certainly the NBA draft is next Wednesday, which seems to be a real internal marker that they want to get a deal done by. So now we're all on high alert. I continue to be a little hesitant as to how they're going to get better. I thought there was an interesting note in one of the stories we were looking at before the show that said if they could have traded Bradley Beal, they might have actually been trying to run it back with KD and Book. We can get to that in a little bit as well. There's a lot going on right now, but Shams over the weekend said KD's preferred destinations are the Spurs, the Rockets, and the Heat. And that doesn't guarantee that he's going to the Spurs, the Rockets, or the Heat, obviously. But as has been reported all along, if he wants to go somewhere, that makes it a lot easier to make a trade than if he doesn't want to go there.
So where are you hoping that KD gets traded to? Because I'm looking at the Houston Rockets right now, and I know everyone says there's no way this is going to happen. But if I'm Brian Gregory, this is where I'm starting right now.
Yeah.
We'll take Amen Thompson and the number 10 pick overall. Okay? I'm just telling you right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what we're doing. What, you want KD? Okay, you don't. You must not really want him, because you're going to tell me right now Amen Thompson and Kevin Durant are equal players? No, you're talking about one of the best scorers of the basketball in the history of the game right now. Get a shot whenever he wants.
Are you doing that with the intention that they eventually meet in the middle and give you like Jabari Smith?
You've got to start somewhere.
You do, and I would say Houston has started so far to the other side where you almost have to start unrealistic on your side for the meeting in the middle to actually be in the middle. Because all we've heard from Houston over the last couple of weeks is we don't need Kevin Durant or Devin Booker. First of all, Devin Booker was never offered, so stop talking about him, Houston. And secondly, it looked like you did actually need Kevin Durant when you went out in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
So you ask which of those three teams I would prefer. Yeah, I think we're back to where we started. I think I would want it to be Houston, because it just doesn't sound like San Antonio is going to trade Stephon Castle or the number 2 overall pick.
Right.
Which is fine, but then you don't get Kevin Durant. I don't need your backup play. I don't need your bench guys for Kevin Durant. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one.
I don't really want to make the Spurs better either.
Once again, yeah, I know that would just be what a kick in the cradle.
To end this era, we send the Spurs off to another dynasty. Oh, cool. Yeah, forget it, San Antonio.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this, Basinonians, is you have to wonder how many other teams are really out there that nobody's talking about. How many teams are out there that nobody has leaked any information about to anybody? And I'm talking about from KD's side and from the Phoenix Suns, or maybe even the team that is trying to acquire him. Sometimes they'll leak a story letting people know that, hey, we're in this thing. We're trying. We want you to know we are trying. Buy those season tickets because we are trying. We think we can make a move here. And that's the thing right now that just blew my mind about this Memphis deal as well that came down. I was blown away by that deal right there, that Desmond Bane got sent away to the Orlando Magic.
Yeah.
And it was like, is Memphis, what are they doing? The other shoe has got to drop here for them, right? Right. There has to be, Jamal, you've got to come in on that next time as well. When we all do the right,
just four
we
of
all
us
go,
going
right. It's got to be a situation, though, where you have to wonder what is going on right there. The other shoe has got to drop.
Well, yeah, but the other shoe might be them trading Jaren Jackson Jr. away, too. I mean, it looks like they looked around the Western Conference and, look, first of all, before I say anything further, I can't figure out what Memphis is doing. Like they
fired Taylor Jenkins.
Moved on from Taylor Jenkins when they were having a good season. I understand John Morant has been anything but a stable building block the last couple years. You know, some nights he looks like the best player in the
Maybe
league.
He's gone.
Some nights he isn't playing. So I don't know what they're doing, but it kind of looked like they took a glance around the Western Conference and they're like, okay, wait, Oklahoma City looks really, really good for a long time. And San Antonio looks really, really good for a long time. And Houston might get Kevin Durant. And Denver's got Jokic. And they were just like, you know what? Let's stockpile some picks. That's what it looked like. Now, to your point, we got to see what they do next. I'm looking at these odds in Vegas for Kevin Durant's next team. Okay? Take these for what they're worth.
Okay.
The favorite is the Spurs.
Okay.
Then the Heat. Then the Rockets. Then the Raptors. Then the Knicks. Then the T-Wolves. Those are the top 6.
The Knicks. They just won't go away. Yeah. It will not go away, the rumors about the Knicks.
They can leak as many rumors as they want that they don't need any players or whatever their rumor was last week, but they're still number 5 on this list.
Yeah. You know, right now, I think the Phoenix Suns, so much of this is about digging in your heels. It's about posturing. So much of it from all the teams that are out there, of course, and even the Phoenix Suns, the posturing that goes into this, it really is important. And when we talk about having a relatively inexperienced ownership group, or having a relatively inexperienced general manager, this is where you worry about something like that. The posturing part of it and actually having the patience to say, we're gonna hold on here. We're going to hold on here. We're not getting what we want. And maybe the time ticking away and the draft to being that pressure point coming up. Maybe we're going to use that a little bit more to our advantage.
I'm nervous, man. Like with the way just the timing of all this. You've got a GM that's never been a GM before.
Yeah.
And I know he's hired a coach, but I mean, that's it. That's really the only thing he's done as a job so far. And the first real thing we're going to be able to kind of measure him to figure out what we have in that position is going to be making one of the biggest trades in franchise history. You know, Kellen Olson, I thought, said this really good when we had him on last week. This is kind of your last chip to change things, to get pieces back to build around. And you know they're going to celebrate the second they trade Durant no matter what. But if you tell me you got Devin Vassell in the 14th pick for Kevin Durant, I'm not celebrating. And that's it. You don't. What are you going to then flip that number 14 pick for a couple first round picks? Like, that's not going to work. So, I'm nervous about this week.
No, they're going to draft Jace Richardson.
Yeah, just draft the Michigan State guy. Here's Bill Simmons on his podcast yesterday saying the Rockets are the team that should be trading for Durant.
I actually think Houston not only needs Durant, but becomes a really interesting team if they can add him and all they give up is Jabari and Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore and they give Phoenix their pick back. I still really like the nucleus of their team. Like post-trade, they would have Şengün and Adams. They'd have KD and Amen Thompson. They'd have Eason and Brooks and Whitmore. They would have Van Vliet and Shepherd and the 10th pick. That's a lot to work with just to throw Durant. And what was the one thing they needed last year was a guy to score at the end of games. So it's a home run across the board, I think, for them.
So much to say about that.
I know. And no time to say it.
The draft or the trade he just laid out right there, when you throw that out there, Houston people are like, there's no way they would give up all that. Listen to what he just rattled off that they would still have. They can't even play all their pieces right now. Why wouldn't you condense a couple of them and add Kevin Durant? But
when did you get knocked out?
Yeah.
When did that happen?
When are you getting knocked out again next year if you don't make a move? All right, so when we come back, could James Conner and Trey Benson maybe split carries for the Cardinals this season? And if so, how would that benefit the team? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade.
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns Corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS. Maybe you've got some back issues. If you do, you need to go to DIS, Basinonians. Listen, I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis. I went to DISC as well, and they have helped me in the past. I give them my highest recommendation, especially if you're out there and you're battling spine or back issues. Listen, players, that's right, professional athletes from all over the world, they come right here to the Basin because of DISC. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. This is what they're known for. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known, Basinonians, worldwide. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000. Online at newsmilearizona.com.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off. Which is me, the 4Runner, and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to assetpreservationwealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. College basketball's elite round out NBA draft's depth for Suns at the number 29 pick. ASU football is using Willy Wonka-style golden tickets to help solve local recruiting. And Diamondbacks GM Mike Hazen maintains he will look to add if he's in position to do so. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, well, mandatory minicamp is obviously over as of last week, which is why we are back here at the Arizona Sports Studios this week, Wolf.
Broadcasting.
It was good to be out there. It's kinda, I love that, like, that early summer reminder that football's not really that far away.
Yeah, you can almost smell it, too, when you walk out. You can smell practice.
Yeah.
I can smell the pigskin. I can, basically. Some people have this unique ability to be able to smell pigskin. And I definitely do.
That's your superpower.
I'm just telling you right now.
You mean barbecue?
Smell it in the air. No. I'm talking about the football itself, the pig.
Do we all like barbecue again, or are we still, Rick, you're not like,
I'm
ready for a photo shoot or whatever you were doing?
I am still, I've lost like 10 pounds, guys.
Oh, that
Okay, that's awesome.
Plenty of room
That's
for barbecue,
great.
but congratulations.
You know what? We're going to start having salad Fridays.
I like that. I like that idea. Maybe we can have a little, pulled pork on top of it. But
Yeah, salad Friday.
All right, so basically what I'm hearing is I'm going to start ordering barbecue for myself.
Yes,
and
I'll take the
possibly
Cobb
Jamal.
salad, please. Could I have the Cobb salad?
Love a good
And by
Cobb
the way,
salad.
Could you put the biggest piece of salmon on top of that thing? You could do, what are we doing?
Can I have a house salad and then you put hot links and brisket on top? I mean, we could do it that way if you'd like, with some macaroni and cheese. Here is Trey Benson from last week talking about the running back position for the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, yeah, I feel like I'm going to get more opportunities, help James out a little more. I feel like we can have 2 RB1s on this team, and that's my mindset is just 2 RB1s. Be able to help James out because he was the workload for us last year, and he set the tone for me and, set the tone for the whole running back room. So being able to help him out a little bit more this year, a lot more this year is the goal.
Why do you think this would be a big deal, Luke? Why do you think?
There's a lot of
big deal.
Different ways that could help this team. I mean, Trey Benson is a pretty talented individual, so you get him the ball more. But I would say at this point, even more important is you preserve James Conner so you have him all season. You know, you don't need to run James Conner into the ground. We looked at this earlier. It's not like his carries were absurd last year, James Conner. I mean, when he went over 20 carries in the game, I think once all season. So they did a pretty good job of it last season, but still, you'd love to have both those guys at your disposal all year if you can.
It'd be fantastic if, in fact, they did have 2 RB1s, Basin Orleans, for three big reasons, for me at least. Number one is a different look. Trey Benson runs the ball a different way than James Conner. Now, I do believe that Trey Benson really learned an awful lot last year watching James Conner run the football, watching it on tape, run the football. I think Trey Benson started the season off, and he was really trying to bounce everything. He's trying to bounce everything outside, and why not? He's got great speed. Sub 4.4 guy. As big as he is, a sub 4.4. This is a guy he's trying to bounce it outside, always trying to hit home runs. I think he changed his running style after Game 6, Game 7. If you go and look at it, I think he changed the way he was running the ball, and it looked a lot more like James Conner as the season unfolded as well. So I love the different looks, though, because Trey Benson does have a different move. He has a different mindset from James Conner. Style, technique, tendencies, all of this matters, because if you're a defender and you're watching tape, Basin Orleans, you're watching tape on Trey Benson. Oh, he's got a move. What kind of move does he? Oh, he likes that. Oh, James Conner. How does he run the ball? What kind of move does he have? Well, you better brace up. You watch this stuff. This is what you do if you're a defender in the National Football League. You're going to watch this on tape to see how a guy runs the ball, his style, the techniques that he uses, the tendencies that he has. You're going to study all of this stuff. Defensive coordinators are going to study all of this stuff and try to break it down. So it's a different look. It's just a different look altogether when Trey Benson runs the ball and then James Conner runs the ball. That's number one. Number two is about keeping them fresh. This is going to be great. Are you kidding me? If you can keep James Conner's carries down once again, if you could have a true RB1 situation, like what the Detroit Lions had with Jahmyr Gibbs.
You got to have 2 backs, really, in 2025.
And David Montgomery. Heck yeah, man.
Yeah.
If you can have that, that would be awesome to keep them fresh. And then, Basin Orleans, it's also this right here. It's about competition. It's about compete. It's about, this is the NFL. It's a great reminder to everybody. Hey, you know what? There's a lot of talented people that are out here on this field right now. You're competing for reps. I'm competing for reps. It's a great reminder on a football team that, you know what? There's a lot of friendly competition that actually happens on a football team. Even your own team, a lot of friendly competition that happens. And that's never a bad thing. It's a good reminder for every guy in the locker room. If I don't do my job, somebody else will.
We had Drew Petzing on the show last week when we were out there, and we asked him what the best case scenario is with those 2 guys playing off each other in the backfield.
It's so hard because they're both so talented. You know, James has done it at such a high level for us the last 2 years and really throughout his career. But I think Trey has really learned a ton from him his rookie season, just in terms of how to be a pro, how to run with that violence and attitude that we talked about, how to make sure that you're doing the things, you know, in between games to make sure your body's ready to go. So I think it's just continuing to take that process to the next level for Trey that's going to be really important.
Yeah, that was awesome right there. It is. You know what, Trey Benson, to sit there and watch him on tape and to listen to James and how he talks about running the ball. Trey Benson is a big dude as well. This is a guy that he could be, oh my goodness, he could be so bad in terms of trying to tackle him. For a defender, it could be the worst case scenario. And the reason why I say that is because this is a guy who can run a 4.39, 4.38 at 225 pounds.
Yeah.
That is a big back. And if he trucks you, if he shows that, this is the one thing I would say about Trey Benson. Show it on tape. Man, this is what you want to do. You want to show it on tape. Run somebody over. Put the head down, run them over. Because everybody for the next 3 or 4 weeks is going to be watching that. Watching you run them over. And it makes it that much easier to make a little move and then boom, pick a side and you're gone.
Well, it's it's a nice weapon to have. I mean, there's a lot of people that thought he was the best running back in the draft last year, and we got to see him. He played, but we really didn't see him take off until later in the season. And even then, it's not like he had some amazing rookie season statistically, 291 yards and a score on the ground. But he showed flashes of how talented he is. Obviously, he showed it a lot at Florida State, but I would say he showed flashes in the second half of last season with the Cardinals. James Conner's about as tough as they get, right? He missed one game last year, and it was week 18 when he had clearly been banged up all season. He finally missed that game at the end. They were out of it. James Conner's probably going to play through pretty much everything, but it's a matter of, do you want to make it so he can be – he's not going to be 100% because he's an NFL player, in December, but can he be closer to 100%? And it's not like Trey Benson's just a filler. Like, hey, here's this guy we're just trying to eat up some downs to give James Conner a rest. They drafted this guy fairly early, 66th pick in the draft, because they believe that he maybe is the running back of the future for the Cardinals. And I mean future. James Conner's certainly still here for a while. But he can do some damage, and you want to be a team that likes to run. How many times you asked Drew Petzing last week if they're going to be in 12 personnel a lot, if they're going to run the ball a lot?
He was laughing about that.
He was.
I believe.
He was laughing when he walked in. When we come back, did the Arizona Diamondbacks take a couple more hits over the weekend while the Dodgers and Giants might actually be adding pieces? We'll explain all that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. And on score! Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information, or you can actually go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Maybe you're in the market right now for a new or pre-owned Ford. I can tell you if you are, you got to get on over to Santan Ford for 2 reasons right now. Number one, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. That's right, whatever a Ford employer is going to actually spend for a new car, Basinonians, or a pre-owned, you can actually do that. Yeah, you can buy it yourself for what the discount is for a Ford person who is working for the company. The employee pricing has been extended, of course. The selection is huge, 1,400 new vehicles on the ground, all the models, all the trim levels, different options, and every color under the sun. It's incredible. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A huge trade went down yesterday in Major League Baseball with the Boston Red Sox trading star slugger Rafael Devers to the San Francisco Giants for pitchers Jose Bayo, Kyle Harrison, and Jordan Hicks, as well as outfielder James Tibbs III. Here's Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher Merrill Kelly on the latest big bat coming to the National League West.
Obviously, I think everybody saw what was going on with Rafi in Boston, and I think they probably just decided it was better to part ways with him. But it'll just add to more of the excitement in the NL West.
The Dbacks are off today before beginning a series at the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow. And the Oklahoma City Thunder host the Indiana Pacers in Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 2 games apiece.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where do things stand after a pivotal weekend for the National League West? We'll react to everything Diamondbacks starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
Well, you just heard it in the update right there in case you had missed it over the weekend. San Francisco going out and getting Rafael Devers. I guess we can just start the segment there, Wolf. Devers this year, 15 home runs. Okay.
Yeah.
He's hitting .272. He is number 12 in all of baseball in runs scored with 47. He's number 3 in all of baseball in terms of RBIs, behind only Pete Alonso and Aaron Judge with 58. And the San Francisco Giants, who are the team that wasn't supposed to be in this race this season, are not only still in this race, they're ahead of the Padres and the Diamondbacks, and they just made the first big move of this baseball season.
Now they have Rafael Devers.
Yeah.
Think about that right now. A guy who signed a 10-year, $313 million contract. 10 years, $313 million with the Boston Red Sox right there. This guy is one of the better corner players in all of baseball, and now all of a sudden got a little sideways on him because they wanted him to play designated hitter.
Yeah.
More than actually play third base, which he did not like.
Don't call him anything other than a third baseman because that's been dragging on since spring training in Boston. And he was out there hitting. Like if you look at overall, some of these places that combined all the hitting stats and then, rank them, he's basically been a top 5, top 6 hitter in all of baseball this year across the board. But he did it the whole time while being angry, basically, that his former team wasn't playing him at third base.
Yes, and now the Giants, of course, with the season they've had, surprise season that they've had right now. This is a brilliant move for them. This gives them a legitimate dude in the middle of that order who can rake.
We talked to Bob Nightingale already earlier on the show, and he mentioned when it happened, he was at the Dbacks Padres game over the weekend, and he was kind of surprised that it would happen. Here's Jeff Passan yesterday, also surprised.
I was stunned. Red Sox Nation was stunned. Giants fans were stunned. The entire baseball industry was stunned because as much as the relationship between the Red Sox and Rafael Devers had degraded, the notion that there was going to be a team that was going to be willing to give up as much in assets as the Giants did and take on the $250+ million he still owed, nobody saw that happening.
Now, the Giants did give up assets, but for the most part, they are guys that are going to, potentially pan out for the Red Sox in the future, which doesn't really matter to the Diamondbacks. If you're a Diamondbacks fan, the Giants just got better this year, and that's going to complicate things a little bit because I think we were all kind of waiting, not that the Giants would just completely fall off like they were a fluke, but maybe they would slow down a little bit, and maybe they still will, but they just got better. They've been a team that really hasn't been winning by scoring a lot of runs. They've just been winning with pitching and just winning. Like, there's
Which
always
is
one or
why
two
they went
baseball
out and
teams that
got
just win.
Devers.
Yeah, now they can score a lot.
Because now they can score more runs. At least that is the idea behind that move right now. When you think about it, the NL West is just brutal. It really is when you think of all the star power as well. Not only how good the teams are, when you've got the Diamondbacks fighting and scrapping away to remain over 500, and they're in fourth place in your division, things are a little rough in the NL West right now, and only getting better. The star power that is brought into this division is truly amazing.
Yeah, and then you factor in San Francisco on paper getting better. The Diamondbacks over the weekend didn't lose anybody new, so I guess that's a successful weekend considering the way this season has gone. But the update came out after our show on Friday that AJ Puck is going to visit Dr. Neil Elatrache, so that typically doesn't go great. And Justin Martinez, that update came out over the after our show on Friday as well. Here's what Torey Lovello said to Burns and Gambo.
It's official. He's going to be done for the season. He's going to have Tommy John surgery with Dr. Meister. Time TBD. Some of the swelling has just got to subside in that right elbow before they can go in there and accurately see things the way they need to see them. So, once again, it's another big blow to this team. But I'm proud of the way the guys have been fighting. We've kind of been sitting on this news and not totally official until about an hour and a half ago. And this team has been tough. We're gritty. We're like Arizonans. We're true Arizonans. We are gritty. We find a way. We get it done, and that's going to be our mindset.
I love this guy. I seriously do. I love Torey. I respect him greatly, Basinonians. And I'm sure at some point in time, I'm sure a bat rack hit the ground, you know what I mean? At some point in time. Torey went nuts somehow. You just got to say, really? At some point in time. How many of your closers can you lose in one season?
And not just lose for a few weeks or even a month or 2 months. Like you're losing these guys into next season.
Yes, you're the best pitcher on your staff, and Corbin Burns gone for the season. Gone for the next 12 to 13 months, most likely. It's truly amazing. And yet, Torey, he's trying to keep it afloat. He's trying to keep their energy and their attitudes up.
I thought Bob Nightingale made a good point. We had him on earlier, too, that that's a pretty good sign that this team still believes in Torey, that the players want to play for him because they have, whatever you want to say, you want to call it excuses, whatever, they're not using them as excuses. And in the month of June, they've played a lot better. But in the month of June, we're right in the middle of June, too. You knew that was coming. In the month of June, they have lost Corbin Burns for a calendar year. They've lost Justin Martinez for, however long. It could be a slightly different timetable, but it's still Tommy John. And it seems like they're going to, lose AJ Puck. They haven't had him, but it seems like now that's not going great either. all in the last basically 2 weeks. And yet in that stretch, they are 9-4 now.
Yeah.
And they've played some decent teams in there. So as far as resiliency, it's the other good point I thought that Bob Nightingale made. They did win 89 games last year without Corbin Burns on this team. It sucks. It's miserable. It really takes a lot of the shine off this season, but it doesn't have to be the end of their season. The other development in the National League West right now is that Shohei Ohtani is going to pitch tonight. Here's Bob Nightingale when he joined us last hour on that.
Well, I don't think much until maybe August. I mean, to me, this is almost like, I think overblown. It's almost like this is his rehab assignment. So he'll go, one inning tonight. And then he'll pitch a week and maybe go 2 innings, maybe build himself up to 3 innings before the All-Star break, and then go from there. No rehab assignment because they don't want to lose his bat in the lineup. So I think he's, pretty much told them, hey, instead of me wasting my bullets pitching to our minor league guys and, guys on the roster, 1 day a week, let me face the opposing team, at least give you an inning out of it.
Guys, how big of a deal do you think it is? I mean, honestly, right now, that a guy is going to take the ball. He's going to be a starting pitcher for a team in Major League Baseball, and he's going to also hit.
He's also a good pitcher.
Yes.
And I know I'm speaking your language here, Wolf, for sure. He is such an anomaly that, places that run fantasy baseball leagues have had to make him into 2 players. You have to draft Shohei Ohtani, the batter, and Shohei Ohtani, the pitcher.
Okay, great. I would know nothing about that because I don't play any fantasy anything.
Because you're in too many fantasy baseball leagues and you can't keep track of all of them. But that's how ridiculous it has gotten with him. He is basically 2 different players.
He is. And you think about it, in this day and age, did you ever think we'd see anything like this? Ask yourself that question. Wherever you are right now, did you ever think we are ever going to see this?
No, just like I didn't think we would ever see Travis Hunter, but here we are.
It's true. All due respect to Travis Hunter, this is more insane to me.
I was just going to say, I'm with you on this. I know what it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
How many guys start in the NFL? Both ways. You don't see that.
I don't know. I think I probably honestly give more respect to Travis Hunter just because of how physical football is.
Well, it all depends how many reps he actually gets on the defensive side of the ball, to me.
If he plays more than 15 reps on the defensive side of the ball while also playing
or
offense,
the offensive side of the ball.
Vice versa.
Exactly.
I think it's more impressive, honestly.
Man, really? This is quite the debate.
I think what they're going to do is they're going to play him at corner. That's what I think they'll do. And then spot start him. Give him reps offensively.
Use him as a weapon on offense.
Exactly, based on where you are situationally.
I think physically, I agree with you, Rick, just the wear and tear. I mean, he hasn't done it yet. He's got to do it. But the actual accomplishment itself, I mean, Shohei's started 86 games in Major League Baseball, and his career ERA is 3.01. So he's not just like, and sometimes he pitches as a hobby. No, when he pitches, he's one of the best in the game. And when he hits, he's one of the best in the game. And when he's healthy on both sides, I mean, it's crazy to me he's been able to hit the way he has when he couldn't pitch because of the injury. He's arguably the best pitcher and best hitter at any given time.
He is a true unicorn. I think we throw that term around a little too much. I think he's actually the one guy it applies to.
How did the Angels never make a run with him and Mike Trout at the same time?
Yeah. And they had a few good years of Albert Pujols still in there.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Multi-platinum entertainer Dierks Bentley is headed to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater June 20th for his Broken Branches Tour. Limited tickets are still available, and you can win a pair right now by visiting the contest page on arizonasports.com. All right, we come back. Can the Phoenix Suns expect a similar return for Kevin Durant like the Memphis Grizzlies got for Desmond Bane? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. You know, there's occurrences that happen like inflation. Cycles like new laws, of course, and interest rates can affect the financial markets in the short term, but it doesn't make sense to keep changing the way you invest in response to the daily news, Basinonians. Instead, Trajan Wealth will help you review your strategy and make sure that it's right for your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon. Everybody's a little bit different. The simple truth is that there's more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses. Trajan Wealth can help you design a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and circumstances. One of the reasons why you should pick up the phone and call Trajan Wealth right now. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, well, Kevin Durant has not been traded yet, but there was a significant trade in the National Basketball Association over the weekend. By the way, NBA Finals resuming tonight. They took a weekend off in the middle of everything, but they're back. This is the trade that I kind of felt like was a little out of nowhere. Wolf, Desmond Bane goes to the Magic. Orlando has been working for a while to try and add their next piece, and they probably actually looked around the Eastern Conference and were like, okay, we got Paolo, we've got some decent pieces, and the Eastern Conference is looking pretty wide open. They go out and they get Desmond Bane from Memphis. Memphis gets Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and a first-round pick swap.
Wow.
That's a lot, man. That is a lot. I like Desmond Bane, but that's a lot.
No, it is a lot right there. And, for me, I was really surprised when this came down, Basinonians. I really like Desmond Bane a lot. I like him a lot. I like his game. Yeah, he's a guy that, he's maybe not as long as you would like, but this is a guy that in your backcourt, of course, is going to contribute on both ends of the floor. He's a two-way player to me. He's a guy who can shoot lights out at 3 as well. Mm-hmm. I really, really like Desmond Bane and his game right now. I was shocked when this came down, though. Now, I realize that you have to look at it. I believe he's got 4 more years on his contract right now, and he's 10 years younger than KD as well.
Yeah.
Got to throw all that stuff into the hat when you talk about this. But, man, I didn't think it made the Grizzlies better.
No.
And that makes me think there's another part to this deal, another shoe that's got to drop.
It didn't make the Grizzlies better, certainly in the moment. Should point out, too, Desmond Bane, the 30th pick of the 2020 draft. So, I mean, it's not impossible to get players towards the end of the first round. I wouldn't be trading Kevin Durant for 1 first-round pick that's going to be like the 28th pick or whatever. You know my thoughts on that. You got to get some actual players back, too, or a ton of picks. But it is possible to get guys, obviously, because look at what they got for Desmond Bane right there. The question it raises is, does this set the market at all for Kevin Durant? And I don't mean that in the sense of, are the Suns going to get 4 unprotected first-round picks and 2 players and a pick swap? They're not going to get that for KD. But in the moment right now, Desmond Bane is 10 years younger. He's signed for 4 years. Kevin Durant's still a better player in 2025. He's a better player. So if I'm Houston or San Antonio or whoever that's trading for him, I'm not trading for Kevin Durant 5 years from now. I'm trading for him right now because I'm going for it right now. The Suns should be able to get a pretty good return if that's what Desmond Bane costs. I understand Memphis got more for Desmond Bane than the Suns can realistically expect for Kevin Durant. But it shouldn't be a lot more. Kevin Durant's a better player.
Yes. No, I would agree with that. For me, once again, a big part of this deal, and one of the reasons why they gave up so much for Desmond Bane is because he's got 4 years on his contract.
Yeah.
Okay? So this is the reason why I continue to come back to this deal with Kevin Durant, the possibility of Kevin signing a extension with whatever team he's traded to, and how critical it is, Luke, because I think this is the reason why you're going to get a haul back. Not as much as what you had gave up to get Kevin Durant, of course, but the reason why it's so important that he does sign an extension with another team, it's because you're going to get more back. You just are. They're going to give you more if Kevin Durant is on board. It's one of the reasons why these 3 teams, it's critical that you make a deal with one of these 3 teams, because I believe the blessing has been bestowed, so to speak, with KD.
And you really have to trim out all the extra noise. Again, Desmond Bane's 26, KD's 36. I get it. Desmond Bane signed for 4 years, but to your point, if KD signs an extension with a team for like 2 more years, then you're getting 3 years of Kevin Durant or 4 years of Desmond Bane. At that point, it doesn't really matter what Desmond Bane's going to be in 7 years. It matters 4 years of Desmond Bane versus 3 years of Kevin Durant. And again, I'm not asking for exactly what Memphis got, but don't sell me on this garbage where I get a bench player and a mid-first-round pick for Kevin Durant if Desmond Bane just went for 4 unprotected firsts and a pick swap and 2 additional players. I better at least get a good young player and 2 first-round picks for Kevin Durant. Anything less than that, I'll just keep him, honestly.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that.
Like, it's ridiculous if I have to take less than that.
I'm with you on that. It was so interesting when I saw this deal, Basinonians, because I wrote in my notes, I was like, what are they doing? what are the Grizzlies doing? How are they better after this deal? Oh, wait a minute. They're loading up for something else. And I thought to myself, could it possibly be that they're loading up for KD?
I saw you put that in your
okay.
in your
and
email.
And of course, KD has said He's never said Memphis, as far as I know.
I think he specifically said he didn't.
Yeah,
want Memphis,
wasn't that
right?
like at the deadline he said anywhere but Memphis?
That was the report.
And I guess Golden State.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I'm saying I didn't hear that, but I've never heard him tied to Memphis.
I haven't heard him tied to Memphis, and it wasn't him that said it, but I remember that report. Like, they were like, "Oh, he'll go anywhere."
Must
except
hate
Memphis.
barbecue.
I'm spacing that one right
maybe
there.
he should be on this show. We all hate barbecue now.
Maybe just in Memphis. You just didn't want to be in Memphis or something like that. I have no idea. But to me, it made me think immediately. What are they? Oh, something else is coming. That's why you loaded up with all that draft capital.
Here's Bobby Marks on that exact topic yesterday.
Well, we'll know soon because, Jaren Jackson Jr. is renegotiation eligible this offseason here. And if they give him a nice sized contract and you've cap space to do it, then that's certainly an indication that they're going to continue building around him and Ja Morant. Ja's going to be interesting too because he's extension eligible. Zach Edey's out for a little bit of time, and they pick up the 16th pick in the draft here. Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's some ways where you could say, trading probably your second best player off that roster is a sign that you're going to take a step back. I don't know how you can take a step back in the Western Conference. It's unless you're really going to take a step back, and that's trading away, Ja and Jaren and picking up all these draft picks and then trying to figure out through the draft here and everything.
Yeah.
I
will say this though, Luke.
Yeah.
We've heard about these teams that might be out there, right? These other teams.
These wild card teams.
These wild card teams that might be out there and coming out of nowhere and suddenly, bam! Yeah. Which makes me really suspicious about this deal.
I don't think Memphis is going to trade for KD, but let me go down the path you're talking about for just a second.
What if it was in part of a bigger deal?
Well,
so to speak.
Yeah, certainly that.
More teams involved.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point.
Is that a possibility? Of course.
But even if it was just them, and again, I don't think this is going to happen, but it does. There's some logic to, okay, we have Desmond Bane. What if we turn him into 4 first-round picks and a couple players and a pick swap, and then we send 2 of those picks and a player for Kevin? So now you've turned Desmond Bane to Kevin Durant and 2 unprotected first-round picks and a pick swap or whatever. I don't know. Something's going to happen here pretty soon, and that something is not what I expected over the weekend.
I just know right now the Memphis Grizzlies, they're not a better team after this.
No,
now
they're too good to just completely hit the reset button. They had too many pieces. They I don't know. It would be really strange to me if Memphis this season was just like, you know what, we have to just completely start over. Well, how many games did they win last year? They ended up winning
48.
Yeah, 48.
48 games. They were 48 and 34.
They kind of reminded me of the Suns in 2022, though. They weren't as good, obviously, but their playoff run was just so it was just so bad.
Yeah, I mean, if they're hitting reset, they are literally hitting it because of how good the Western Conference is, and that's scary if teams that are decent are just bailing because of how good the top of the West is. All right, when we come back to baseball, Wolf's going to play Statman here. Wolf's got some stats that I haven't seen yet. He did a bunch of math before the show.
Oh, no.
Can the Arizona Diamondbacks sustain winning like this if Corbin Carroll's not really hitting as well as you think he is? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns Corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app. And ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Man, they are celebrating over 20 years. That's right, 20 years of shading Arizona homes. This past May, Basinonians, of course, it was 20 years for All Pro Shade Concepts. They're locally owned and operated. Robert Mulvin, of course, and his team. They've earned the trust of thousands of Arizona homeowners that are out there right now. They came out to the Wolfley compound and they advised us on what our shading needs were and what our options were. And I can tell you right now, it's one of the best things that we've ever done. Listen, now through November, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. So cool down your patio and support our heroes. What you need to do, Basinonians, is text SHOES to 620-620. Just the word SHOES to 620-620 for All Pro Shade Concepts.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A huge trade went down yesterday in Major League Baseball with the Boston Red Sox trading star slugger Rafael Devers to the San Francisco Giants for pitchers Jose Bayo, Kyle Harrison, and Jordan Hicks, as well as outfielder James Tibbs III. Here's Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher Merrill Kelly on the latest big bat coming to the National League West.
Obviously, I think everybody saw what was going on with Rafi in Boston, and I think they probably just decided it was better to part ways with him. But it'll just add to more of the excitement in the NL West.
The D-backs are off today before beginning a series at the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow. And the Oklahoma City Thunder host the Indiana Pacers in a crucial Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Tuesday. Can the Diamondbacks keep up their winning ways and kick the poutine out of the Blue Jays? That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Monday morning. Diamondbacks have tonight off before a stretch here against the Blue Jays on the road. The schedule gets a little bit nicer here. We'll see if that translates to wins. The Rockies on the road, the White Sox on the road, and then the Marlins at home, Wolf. And I give them a lot of credit for how they've battled specifically here in June, where they are 9-4 despite a lot of bad injury news. We were looking at this before the show, and you really actually did a deep dive on it over the weekend. If you look at Corbin Carroll's hitting numbers, they are not what you would necessarily expect. So I'm going to give you his batting average since April 28th.
Okay, April 28th, base earnings. Here's his batting average.
It's June 16th, so this is nearly 2 months. He's hitting 211 since April 28th.
Man, 211.
Not. It doesn't even really necessarily seem like that. I know he went 0 for yesterday. And he's still somebody who impacts the games, and when he is on the bases, it seems like he's hitting a triple or he's making stuff happen.
Yeah.
But man, 211 since April 28th is kind of an eye opener.
Yeah, it really is. The dynamics of the game of baseball have changed, have they not? I mean, analytics is so different right now, and I'm really interested in what analytics may say about this topic specifically. But you think about it, Corbin Carroll's hit 20 home runs this season. 20 home runs this season.
Yeah.
We were talking coming into this season. We were like, man, I wonder if Corbin Carroll could hit 30. Do you think he could hit that 30 mark?
Yeah.
Because that always has been the standard to me.
Yeah.
You were a home run guy when you hit 30 or more home runs in Major League Baseball. You were a home run guy. You're going to probably drive in 100 runs somewhere in that vicinity. Corbin Carroll's got 20 home runs right now. He's on pace to hit over 40 home runs this season.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, the Predator. So we would ask the question right now, based on earnings, maybe this is who he is. Maybe this is who he is. Maybe he's more about hitting home runs than he is about creating the chaos. And by the way, has anyone noticed? The Arizona Diamondbacks creating the chaos, they're not about it. The chaos is ripping the ball over the fence.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
The chaos this year is just hit the ball over the fence. One of the top teams with the number 3 in all of baseball in home runs as
number
a team.
3.
Behind the Yankees and the Dodgers.
Yes, and number 4, of course, in runs scored.
Yeah. Do you know they are 27th in runs allowed? I mean, I know that's not really on topic, but
really, stop and think about that. Coming into this season, again, the expectations that we had, would that shock you?
The teams,
it does shock me, even now, even knowing all the injuries.
Yeah.
To say they're number 27 in runs allowed?
Yeah.
Wow.
The teams that have allowed more runs than the Diamondbacks this season are the Marlins, who are the Marlins.
Okay.
The A's, who play in a minor league park. And the Rockies, who play like in outer space, like they have no gravity in that stadium.
Yes.
So, and also the Rockies aren't good.
So Luke just brought this up, base earnings, because I'm going to hit you with some stats right now that are going to blow your face off, and he didn't want to be left in the dust.
I had to throw out at least one number.
Right, he wanted to throw something out there. Listen to this now. Corbin Carroll, of course, he's hit 20 home runs this season right now. His at-bat to home run ratio is really, really good. Did you know that, base earnings? 128 at-bats from March and April. Okay, March at the end of March. Remember, they started. So at the end of March, of course, into April, 128 at-bats. He hit 9 home runs. That is 1 home run for every 14.2 at-bats.
Wow. Okay.
Which is good.
Think about
That's really good.
He gets at least 4 at-bats every game because of where he bats. So, I mean, you're right there. You're talking about at least a home run every 3.5 games from Corbin Carroll.
So now we're talking about May and June. 153 at-bats.
Okay.
In May and June, he's got 11 home runs, which is 1 home run every 13.9 at-bats, which is really,
so even better.
Really good. Even better. So the question must be asked, Basinonians, is this who he is? Is this what we can expect from Corbin Carroll going forward? Is this who he is, Luke?
I would be surprised. I mean, he's a guy, look, we all watch him every game, right? He's not somebody who's swinging for the fences. You watch his swing, and we've heard him say it too. I mean, he's a guy that is trying to hit the ball hard, basically.
Yeah.
Typically line drives, try and just exit velocity matters, but it doesn't have to go over the fence. So it is weird to see him. It's not weird to see him hit home runs, but it's weird to see the home runs go up this much and the batting average go down this much.
Yeah.
That's the part that's weird. It's the two of them together.
You know, it seems like the day and age of Rod Carew and hitting over 300, it's gone.
Unless you're Aaron Judge, who's hitting like 385.
Right. I mean, there are still some guys who can do it, Basinonians, but man, has anyone else noticed? It just doesn't seem like that is the standard anymore.
It's more about on-base percentage.
Yes, and not only that, too. I just think, can you hit home runs? I mean, this is one of the reasons why Torrey, he doesn't want to run into outs on the base paths.
Yeah.
Why would you when you're number 3 in home runs in all of Major League Baseball?
Yeah. I don't remember a team that is built to be one way and is almost doing the exact opposite, but still finding some success. I mean, you could point to the Suns last year and be like, well, the Suns were supposed to do this and that and that. Okay, but they didn't have any success.
Man.
And I'm not saying the Diamondbacks are successful right now, but they're above 500. They're still in this. But they were built to win with pitching and defense and running on the base paths.
Yeah.
And I just read you their numbers, like how I highlighted my one stat I gave. They're 27th in baseball in terms of runs allowed. They're not running great. And they're number 3 in baseball in home runs.
Your stats sucked buttermilk compared to mine.
My stat you could just Google and it pops up. Yours you actually had to do some math, but I'm going to highlight mine. But, I mean, you see what I'm saying, right? They're almost doing the exact opposite of what they were built to do.
Yes.
And yet they are still winning more than they lose.
Yes.
It's very backwards.
More on this as the show unfolds.
Wow, okay. More stats?
Yeah.
When we come back, is there a trade market for Bradley Beal? And if there isn't, what does that mean? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
More on this as the show unfolds.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AXZED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we're all waiting for the Kevin Durant trade to drop. When it does, we'll be all over it starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
They not like us. They not like
Well,
us.
if I'm going to read you a line from this story by Jake Fisher, okay? On the it's from the Stein line, Mark Stein's site, but I'm going to read you this. And it's not just about the Suns. There's plenty of different notes in here, but I'm just going to read you this line to set up the Bradley Beal conversation, okay?
Yeah.
It says a key element, this is a quote, a key element of the Suns' increased determination to trade Durant between now and the June 25th draft that bears repeating. Phoenix, in all likelihood, would currently be working to reshape its roster around the tandem of Devin Booker and Kevin Durant if the franchise could find a trade suitor for Bradley Beal. But they can't, unquote.
So, just to translate that, you're saying that the Suns, according to this, would rather just keep Kevin Durant and Devin Booker.
Just build around those two.
Yes.
Which,
if they could move Bradley Beal.
Yes.
They could have done that if they had never gotten Bradley Beal in the first place.
That's true. And look,
man,
that hits at the center of all this, and I think a lot of people feel this way. I have felt this way for a long time. The issue is not Kevin Durant. The issue is Bradley Beal's contract, but this is where you are. This is where you are now.
This is of everything. When I look at the show sheet, Basinonians, this is the most depressing, beautiful part of the program.
You look at the show sheet
in the entire 4 hours. Yeah, from time to time, I'll actually glance at the show sheet, Basinonians, and sure enough, the conversation about Bradley Beal. And I feel so badly, and the reason why I say this, my friends, is because Bradley Beal is a very, very talented human being. He's incredibly talented. Yeah. And yet, boy, it has not worked here for the Phoenix Suns. It just has not.
And
it's been a disaster, the Bradley Beal.
If this were 10 years ago, 6 years ago, whatever, and I don't even mean just earlier in Bradley Beal's career, I mean before the second apron hit, it would almost be like when the Dodgers sign a player and it doesn't work out and they're just like, whatever, they'll just sign another player, right? I mean, if this were before the era of the second apron, where there's basically a hard cap in the NBA, if this were before that era, Bradley Beal hasn't been able to stay on the floor enough to contribute, but it wouldn't be destroying the Suns the way it is now. But his contract makes it impossible for them to do anything else. They can't do anything. That part is not breaking news. They can't do anything because of Bradley Beal's contract. But what I thought was interesting is that line that they would probably just be trying to keep Kevin Durant and build around Booker and Durant if they could have traded Bradley Beal. Now, there's more in this next line. I think is pretty. Pretty telling as well, Wolf. It says, two things here became abundantly clear during all of the Suns' attempts to do just that leading up to the February 6th trade deadline. There were few teams then that were even willing to entertain absorbing the 2 years and nearly $111 million still left on Beal's contract. Atlanta and Washington were the only two we heard of. And seemingly even less appetite for Beal to waive his no-trade clause, unquote. First of all, Rick, how does it make you feel that Washington might have been interested in getting Beal back?
Oh, I think we went over this when that was a rumor and during the trade deadline. I mean, I would be furious.
Okay, good.
Furious.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
And
I was mad that he was coming to Phoenix because he didn't play for the Wizards. And the same things went on with the Wizards. And I told everyone, and they were just like, no, it's going to be a great big three.
Rick told everybody.
Well, for everybody that doesn't know, Rick is a Wizards fan. So
Yes.
he had some.
Sadly.
Yes.
Rick told everybody, and I was sitting here and I was buying it. I was like, okay, you know what? I know that he's a very similar player to Devin Booker. He is similar. There are some similarities there. And yet at the same time, I don't care. You're talking about KD, Book, and Brad Beal. I was on board with that. I was. Everything that glitters is not gold, babes and onions. Everything you can wave around doesn't necessarily work out in the end. But man, this has been a disaster. And that's the only way you can characterize it. And it's not Bradley Beal's fault. It isn't.
Well, this is what I'll say. That last line is what jumped out to me. The seemingly even less appetite for Beal to waive his no-trade clause. Because I've always sort of operated under the assumption that teams don't want Beal because of his contract, and they're not going to trade for him. And that if the Suns had come up with a good deal and a team was willing to do it, that maybe Beal would be interested in waiving his no-trade clause. Like, to me, I'd always put the no-trade clause further down on the list of obstacles.
Yeah.
That line seems to suggest it's absolutely up there near the top of the list of obstacles. And the only reason that really matters, Wolf, is I'm not surprised nobody's trading for Beal. Nobody thought that was going to happen this offseason. But I did kind of think that they would be able to get him to move on the money a little bit so they could buy him out.
Yeah.
And then, in theory, he could go make up that money playing somewhere else. I don't know that that's a given. I mean, are they really going to trade Kevin Durant and be stuck with Beal?
Yeah. I don't think so. There's no way. There's no way. I think they honestly would eat it. I think they will eat it if they have to.
Just not play him?
Just let him go. Period.
But they need him to take a little bit less money before they can even do that.
Right.
That's the problem.
Of course. But again, we'll see where all of this goes right now. I will say this. It's not Bradley Beal's fault. It isn't. Would you, Basin Reigns, if somebody actually walked up to you and said, would you sign this contract? And you looked at it and you thought, oh, man, I got a no-trade clause in this. Are you kidding me? And you're going to pay me how much? You're going to pay me over $50 million? Okay, yeah, deal. It's not his fault that he got offered what he did because he's been a great player in this league.
I don't blame him.
It just has been an unmitigated disaster here.
I don't blame him at all up to this point, but I would think at some point, like I'm just trying to put myself in his shoes. Like you just said, if somebody offered me that money and no trade clause, I'm signing it.
Good.
Absolutely. I have to, and I'd have to see the exact numbers, but I have to think if I was in his spot this summer, though, I'm looking around and I'm like, this isn't working here. Like, I would like to go play somewhere where I can compete they're basically tearing it down here, and they're asking me to waive my no-trade clause. I would be, at this point, willing to do that. I get why I didn't want to in the middle of the season, but I would be a lot more willing in the summer. But the other thing is, I would absolutely be looking to see if there's a way where if they're asking me, okay, we're going to buy you out, can you take a little bit less money so the percentages work so we can actually buy you out? I would at least have my agent looking to see if I could make my money up somewhere else, because I got to think Beal probably wants out on some level at this point. Does he want to hang around and win 25, 30 games next year?
Does he want to hang around and actually be with a team that doesn't want him here?
That's the thing. I mean, he could still play somewhere else.
Yeah, again, to your point, but we haven't gotten to that point yet.
No, but it's a scary thought if they can't move.
We haven't crossed that bridge yet. I think they will. That's what I'm saying.
I would almost rather they bought him out than trade him, as long as they can buy him out, so that they don't have to trade Oso or Ryan Dunn with him or whatever. But I cannot imagine going into next season with Bradley Beal still on the team. I want to play this cut, too. This is Brian Windhorst from yesterday talking about some of those other teams that might be willing to rent Kevin Durant for a year. You were talking about these mystery teams, Wolf. Here's Windhorst on that.
I want to bring up another team here because this is somewhat reminiscent of what happened in 2018 when Kawhi Leonard was a free agent. He had a list of teams he preferred to go to. He had 1 year left on his contract, and the Toronto Raptors were willing to roll the dice as a possible rental. And once again, you don't see Toronto on Durant's list, but the Raptors are one of the teams lurking out there who may be willing to do this without knowing that they can keep Durant on an extension and basically potentially be a rental. And I think there's a couple others, including the Los Angeles Clippers and potentially even the Minnesota Timberwolves. This is still wide open. Maybe Durant gets what he wants. Maybe he has to accept something else.
I'm not saying, Basinonians, that there aren't teams out there that want him on a 1 year deal that would be willing to do it. I'm just saying they're not going to give up anything that's going to be close to a team that is going to sign him to a 2 year extension, correct?
You would think not. You would think not.
Yeah, for good reason.
Yeah. It logically wouldn't make sense unless the Rockets and Spurs really just aren't offering anything. It's interesting that the Raptors name keeps popping up. I was reading those next team odds earlier in the show, Wolf, and this is for Kevin Durant. Again, take it for what it's worth. This doesn't mean it's going to play out this way, but this is in Vegas, the next team odds. The Spurs are the favorite for KD, then Miami, then Houston. Those are his three. The number 4 team is Toronto on this list. And Windhorst just said it right there. You know, they gambled with Kawhi, whatever that was, 6, 7, 8 years ago now, and they didn't win in the sense that they couldn't win him over. He didn't stay, right? He left. But they did win in the sense that they won the title in that year. So I don't think Toronto's close to winning a title right now. Like, I don't think if they add KD, they suddenly win the title the way I think like San Antonio might. But it's I guess we have to at least keep an eye on them because they keep hanging around in this conversation.
I know. For me, I'm looking at what the Phoenix Suns could get, the biggest haul they could possibly get for KD. It's not going to be like when they acquired him. It's not going to be close to that, I don't think. But to me, I believe you'll get more in the deal if KD's going to go somewhere, play for a year, and actually sign another 2 years after that. So now they got him for 3 years. Just going to have to put up more in order to get that, right?
Right.
Well,
nobody else did it. It's something, I guess, that, you know, we all look at what the Suns gave up for KD a couple years ago. And we're like, man, that's a lot. You gave up that. Even though it's KD, that's a lot. But then you just see what Orlando just gave up for Desmond Bane, which is not really much different. It's a little bit less. And what Minnesota gave up for Rudy Gobert a couple years ago. Like, sometimes you just have to, I guess, overpay to make a deal happen, which if you're the Suns, you're banking on some team doing that right now for KD. Coming up next, we're going to take it through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Monty Ossenfort, the general manager of the Cardinals, our guest here on Arizona Sports. What differences have you seen in Kyler Murray as a quarterback, as a human, and as a leader?
You know, just the comfortability with what we're asking him to do, both on the field and off the field. He's comfortable in his own skin. He has a good role in the locker room, on the field, and so just seeing him continue to expand his leadership of the team, I think that's going to pay dividends once we get to the fall.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to the Santan 202 freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or you can go to santanford.com for more information. I got two things. I've been talking about this right now. Employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. That's right. Whatever a Ford employee is going to pay for their new or pre-owned vehicle, you can actually pay the same thing. That's right. They get discounts, and you're going to get discounts right now. That's right. It's going on. It's been extended. Employee pricing at Santan Ford. And number two, Basinonian Santan Ford, it's selection. They got over 1,400 new vehicles on the ground right now. Over 1,400. All the models, all the trim levels, different options, every color under the sun. Get employee pricing on your new Ford, or go to the Santan 202 freeway. Go see it yourself, Basinonians. New Ford pricing, employee pricing for you. Go to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice? You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi? Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake. Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace. Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. Why didn't I just get the free inspection? Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it. And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now. We need some tax and tariff relief, right? Just mention Calvisi. Or Gatos. Arizona Sports. Or KTAR. You save 12%. Tax and tariff relief. No wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com. That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did. America Roofing. We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A huge trade went down yesterday in Major League Baseball with the Boston Red Sox trading star slugger Rafael Devers to the San Francisco Giants for pitchers Jose Bayo, Kyle Harrison, and Jordan Hicks, as well as outfielder James Tibbs III. Here's Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher Merrill Kelly on the latest big bat coming to the National League West.
Obviously, I think everybody saw what was going on with Rafi in Boston, and I think they probably just decided it was better to part ways with him. But it'll just add to more of the excitement in the NL West.
The Snakes are not in action today. They start a series against the Toronto Blue Jays in Toronto tomorrow. And the Oklahoma City Thunder host the Indiana Pacers in Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight. Tip-off for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Monday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick.
All right, what's up, guys? The Arizona Diamondbacks took a series from the San Diego Padres over the weekend and now have won 5 of their last 6 games. Here's manager Torey Lovello after yesterday's game.
Yeah, it's just it's a tough way to end a homestand. You're on a nice little run, and their pitcher comes out and throws a really good game against us, and you lose 8-2. But I'm not going to let that distract from the success that we've been having over the past week of playing baseball games. I'm really proud of this team. This team continues to go out there and fight and get in the middle of the ring and duke it out, and just tells me a really good story that things are moving in a very, very good direction. Look, we got to flush this one. It's a 5-1 homestand, and this game was in the balance error. I think the 2-run home run by Cronenworth maybe gave them a little energy and took it away from us. But overall, like I said, very, very pleased with what I saw.
How confident are you guys in the Dbacks following their 5-1 homestand?
Well, I think there's definitely value in, celebrating the victories. Look, beating Seattle and San Diego, going 5-1 in that stretch doesn't win you the World Series. Nobody thinks it does, and you're still out of a playoff spot, and you still got a lot of work to do. But especially with how trying it's been, Wolf, with the injuries and everything the last couple weeks, that is significant to go 5-1 on a homestand. You do need to let yourself feel good about that a little bit as you head out here on the road against Toronto.
Yeah, I am so much more encouraged because the news, the players in the clubhouse, they know what the news has been. All the injury news that has come down, it's not good for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and yet they just went out and were 5-1 in this 6-game homestand. Now their schedule also gets a lot easier going forward. Just how much hay can they make? We're going to find out.
All right, sticking with the D-backs, over to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at ArizonaSports.com. And it asks, how will the Diamondbacks do on a 9-game road trip at the Blue Jays, Rockies, and White Sox? Win all 3 series, win 2 series, drop 2 series, or drop all 3 series?
Oh, my goodness.
All right, so that doesn't account for the Marlins series that's after that because that series is here. So they're just
it is
talking
a
about the
road trip specific question.
Okay, so then this stretch is a little bit tougher because the Blue Jays are better than the Marlins. I will say, man, they better win 2 of these series.
Yeah.
I
was going to say 2.
Yeah, I'll say 2. They would do well to win all 3, but I'll say win 2 of the series.
Okay.
That
I
just
think I agree
seems
with
a
you
little
guys.
too prosperous right now for this team. That's kind of trying to find itself.
They're playing the Rockies and the White Sox.
I'm saying they're going to win 2.
Okay, yeah, 2. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
My prediction is that they will lose the series to the Blue Jays, but sweep both the Rockies and the White Sox.
Okay. I feel like they have some payback for the Rockies.
They do.
How dare you beat us once?
Win 2 series is at 44%. That leads. 41% win all 3 series. Drop 2 series is 8%. Drop all 3 series is 7%.
The optimistic folks in the
Dodger
audience.
fans.
Dodger fans, yeah. Padres fans. This San Francisco Giants traded for 3-time All-Star slugger Rafael Devers yesterday from the Boston Red Sox. Here's D-backs pitcher Merrill Kelly talking about that.
You know, it's a good player. Obviously, the Giants are in a good spot right now. They're clearly trying to go for it. So more power to them, more power to the front office for making a big move like that. Obviously, I think everybody saw what was going on with Rafi in Boston, and you know, I think they probably just decided it was better to part ways with him. But you know, it'll just add to more of the excitement in the NL West.
How do you guys think this trade affects the D-backs?
First of all, I like the idea that every time there's a trade now, we just send reporters to ask Merrill Kelly what he thinks about it.
Yeah.
Because he did break that down pretty good for a
I
player.
asked that question, by the way.
So, okay.
Oh,
wow.
Rick!
All right, Rick. Well, you know what
That's
you
what
have
I'm
to do.
talking about.
Did you ask him about any potential Kevin Durant trades? Or did you ask him
No,
about
I just
Desmond
asked. I
Bain?
mean, he is a big basketball fan.
Yeah.
I've seen him outside of the Suns arena
Yeah,
with a jersey on.
He does go to Suns games. All right, well, maybe we can get him to break down the Desmond Bain deal. We have to send Rick to Toronto, though. What was your original question? How do I feel about the trade?
Yeah.
How does this trade affect the D-backs?
This makes it tougher. San Francisco is not going away, and they clearly are now investing in the idea that they're not going to go away. They just added one of the best hitters in baseball right now, so that's a problem.
Yeah, you know, for me, again, you look at the Giants and their pitching staff, you know, that's the strength of their team right now. It's not their ability to score runs. This is really going to help them score a lot more runs with the acquisition of Rafi Devers.
It was a pretty wild day for trades in general yesterday as we saw the big NBA trade go down. The Magic sent guards Cole Anthony and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, as well as 4 first-round picks and a 2029 first-round pick swap to the Memphis Grizzlies for guard Desmond Bain. So I ask you guys, should the Suns push for a similar return in a Kevin Durant trade? I mean, Desmond Bain has never made an all-star team.
Yeah, I think you definitely bring this up. You know, do I believe the Suns can get a similar return for KD? No, because it just doesn't seem like the market is necessarily there. But you bring this up, and you bring up what Rick just said. Here's a guy that's never made an all-star team, and look what he just, you know, commanded in a return. Now we're talking about one of the best players in NBA history, and he's still really good. This isn't like KD wants to chase a ring and he's going to give you 12 minutes a night. He's still one of the very best players in the NBA. He was the Suns' best player last year. Like we all like Devin Booker, but Kevin Durant was their best player, and you're trading him. You should be able to get something closer to this than what we're hearing.
Yeah, this is just a reminder to me, once again, how important it is that you've got control over this player, Desmond Bain. You've got 4 years on his contract left right now, and oh, by the way, he's 10 years younger than KD. It's the reason why they got the haul for him that they did. I agree with everything you said, Luke, yet at the same time, it's about the 4 years on that contract right there, and the fact that he is younger. I'm not nearly as optimistic that you can get anywhere close to that unless you're talking about a team that is going to sign him to the 2-year extension, and now you got him for 3. That is going to bring back more of a haul for the Phoenix Suns, although it won't come close to this deal.
No, but at least then you're getting 3 years of KD versus 4 years of Desmond Bain. I think in a vacuum, I'd rather have the 3 years of KD. People are looking at Desmond Bain and be like, "Oh, he's 26." You're thinking you're getting him for 10 years.
Yeah.
Memphis got him for 4 years. Kevin Durant's still going to be a really good player in 3 years, but I'm with you. They're not going to get a haul like this. And when they do trade him, we're going to compare their return to that return. It's almost inevitable. So just get ready for that. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, what do the Diamondbacks have to do over the next 5-6 weeks to be buyers at the trade deadline the way the Giants already are? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. At Aria Dental Implant Center, they believe everyone out there deserves the smile that you want. That is why Dr. Joe, of course, who owns and operates Aria Dental Implant Center with over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. I've had the All-on-4. I've told you about it. It truly is a game changer. I think personally it will be for you, professionally, maybe even socially. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. With transparent pricing and no hidden fees, they make it simple and cost-effective. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get the implants, you gain the smile you want. Go ahead and go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA, dentalimplantcenter.com.
Are you thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers available by making one call? That's exactly what you get with Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or Carol will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, Carol delivers. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Caroline seller must agree on price and possession.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Brought to you by Navy Federal Credit Union. Navy Federal offers a home buyer's choice loan that can open the door to affordable home ownership because their home buyer's choice loan has no down payment options available, which means you don't need to wait years to save. Plus, you may be able to lower your rate in the future without refinancing with our no refi rate drop. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Terms and conditions apply. Equal housing lender. Loan subject to approval and eligibility requirements. Learn more at NavyFederal.org.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where do things stand after a pivotal weekend for the National League West? We'll react to everything Diamondbacks starting at 2 on Arizona Sports. All right, 26 games for the Arizona Diamondbacks before the All-Star break. 38 total games before the Major League Baseball trade deadline. D-backs actually don't play on the trade deadline this year. They'll be in the middle of a road trip. July 30th, they're in Detroit. August 1st, they are in wherever the A's are playing at that point. Sacramento, I guess, still. They'll be in a minor league stadium getting ready to play the A's.
Okay.
Not the Oakland A's, not the Sacramento A's, not the Vegas A's, just the A's.
The A's.
So they will have trade deadline day off at least. But this is now the real question, Wolf. 38 games before then, 26 before the All-Star break. What do they have to do to be in a position to buy at the trade deadline? Because we're already seeing teams in their division buying big, and we're not even anywhere near the trade deadline.
Okay, you're going to say 500? You're going to say 500, they're going to be in it to be buyers if they're right around 500. I don't think so, Luke.
No.
I don't think so.
I don't think it's enough.
I don't think it's about going 500 up until that point, even though that's what they've showed us.
Yeah.
For the most part, that's who they are and have been the entire season. I don't know if that's going to get it done. You would think that they would have to win 60% of their games.
60% of the time it works every time? Is that what you're saying?
To me, that's the number I would pick. What about you?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to make sure. Yeah, I think we have Hazen on this week, so this will be a fun conversation with him too. I actually think it's more about where they are in the race. So I don't know that I can give you a specific number, but like right now they're 3.5 back of the last wild card spot. I don't think they can go any further than this. You know what I mean? When we get into like the middle of July, I think you need to be 3 games or less, within 3 games or less of that final wild card spot. I think you need to be in striking distance. And I also, though, Wolf, I think you need to be playing good baseball. If they, let's say they go on a run here over this next stretch. Rick just brought up the next 9 games during Wolf and Down Your Lunch. And then they have the Marlins when they get back. I mean, they've got on paper some easy teams coming up. Now, the Blue Jays have a better record than the Diamondbacks, so I don't necessarily want to lump them in. But to have the Rockies and the White Sox and the Marlins, those are three very bad teams, 3 of the worst teams in baseball. What if you go on a run there, but then you get into July and you trail off heading towards the trade deadline? I don't know. I don't know how much you're going to buy. I mean, maybe in that scenario you would just stand pat, but that almost seems like the least likely scenario because you have so many pieces other teams would want that are on expiring deals.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying in regard to it's going to be more about where you are in terms of the wild card and the possibility of getting into the wild card. I think I'm looking at it, if you're not winning 60% of your games leading up to the trade deadline, which I realize is a tall order, especially with all the injuries that you've faced with right now. That is probably unlikely. But to me, it's also an estimation as to how many games they've got to win and be showing some type of capability before you're going to go ahead and make a move and say, we're buyers. Isn't that right, Mike Hazen?
Yeah. Here's Mike Hazen actually on MLB Network Radio yesterday.
It's hard for me to wrap my brain around that line of thought. I get it. Yes, it probably objectively makes a lot of sense to want to, load up for some imaginable future. I would have thought I'd have Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez and AJ Puck for the entirety of this season. That didn't go that great for us. So, me planning for acquiring 10 prospects that may or may not make us a good team, it's just hard for me to wrap my brain around that. It's hard for me to watch how hard these guys are grinding every day and then take the trap door and rip it out from underneath them, honestly. And we kind of do these jobs to take shots and win. Those 4 guys that you mentioned, I built the team with those 4 guys knowing they were going to be free agents at the end of the year. And we had every intention of going for it with that same collection of guys.
Yeah. For me, once again, it's more about just maybe even just standing pat at that point in time. It all depends on how many games they can win over the next 38.
Yeah.
38 games. How many games can they actually win and put themselves in a position where the freaky Mike Hazen might look at it and say, you know what? Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing. This team has got a shot. This team's got a shot. It just seems so bizarre to me that you could lose Corbin Burns, Justin Martinez, A.J. Puck. You can have the injuries that you've had right now, and somehow you're going to be capable of winning 60% of the next 38 games.
And there's a story on ESPN today. Buster Olney wrote it, and it's the front office executives under the most pressure, and the first name on the list is Mike Hazen. And it's not, I don't think he's writing it as like on the hot seat, but just like on the pressure that they're facing. And, you know, you hear him talk right there. I hear what you're saying right there. And here's your three options, right? You're either going to be sellers.
Yeah.
And he just kind of, I thought that was a pretty honest answer. Not shocking that Hazen would give an honest answer like that, but you just invested all this stuff in this year and guys are just hurt. How is your mind right now set to be like, let's invest in prospect pitchers for the next 5 years? Like, these guys might get Tommy John too and never pitch. Like, it's hard to just keep pushing it down the line. You built the team for this year. But that's one of your options, is you could sell. The other option is obviously to buy. The third one is to stand pat. And the stand pat one might be the most difficult, because then you have to make it, because you held on to guys that are going to –
Okay.
There's no way they're going to have Josh Naylor, Erod, Zach Gallen, and Merrill Kelly all back next year.
I love this conversation right here because, again, to stand pat – you would have to win 60% of your games, I think, going forward. You'd have to show him we're capable of doing this.
Yeah, I think it's more like you brought up how many games they have to win. I brought up how close they have to be, but I also think they have to pass the eye test. I think at a certain point, Mike Hazen's going to have to look and say, all right, like if the trade deadline was tomorrow, he'd have to look and say, we're 3.5 back, but what do I believe we can still do?
Yeah.
Are we still making errors in the field? Are we getting thrown out at home plate every game in a series? And they've cleaned some of that stuff up. But I think the eye test is going to play a big role in this, too, because it's so close.
We were talking about the fact that, hey, you know what? They won 89 games without Corbin Burns.
They did.
They won 89 games last year without Corbin Burns. So, yeah, you know, could this happen again? Yeah, it could happen again. But right now, the clock is ticking. And when we're talking about doing it before the trade deadline, July 31st, 38 games that are left right now. This is going to be, man, just grab the seatbelt and buckle up, because this is going to be wild, man.
It's going to dictate a lot of the direction of this team for the next couple years, honestly, next 38 games.
You know what? It's interesting, too, because this road trip that is coming up, this 3-city road trip that is coming up right now, Toronto, Colorado, and Chicago, the White Sox. Mm-hmm. Very, very interesting right now. How many of these games could you win? If you want to start building momentum, positive momentum in regard to the next 38 games, and are you going to be buyers or sellers, don't you think these next 9 games against winnable teams, don't you think it's important? I do.
I mean, this is your built-in launching pad. I know you've won 5 of the last 6, so maybe you're not launching from total, like, you know, flat-footed here, but you throw in the Marlins too. You've got your next 12 games, 9 of them aren't just winnable. You should win all of them. And then you've got 4 against the Giants and 4 against the Padres, and those games obviously mean a lot more than any other games right now. All right, when we come back, how much can team chemistry potentially help the Arizona Cardinals in 2025? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The trade deadline, and whether it's the Mariners or somebody else, trade deadline, the Diamondbacks are going to be, depending on what happens in the next 5 weeks, maybe the team to watch in Major League Baseball because of Gallen, because of Kelly, because of Naylor, because of Suarez, because of Shelby Miller. Yep. They've got a plethora of things that people would want. The Diamondbacks, they need to play well enough in the next month so that we don't even have to have the seller conversation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different.
TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the Valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A huge trade went down yesterday in Major League Baseball with the Boston Red Sox trading star slugger Rafael Devers to the San Francisco Giants for pitchers Jose Bayo, Kyle Harrison, and Jordan Hicks, as well as outfielder James Tibbs III. Here's Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher Merrill Kelly on the latest big bat coming to the National League West.
Obviously, I think everybody saw what was going on with Rafi in Boston, and I think they probably just decided it was better to part ways with him. But it'll just add to more of the excitement in the NL West.
The Snakes are off today before beginning a series at the Blue Jays tomorrow in Toronto. And the Oklahoma City Thunder host the Indiana Pacers in Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620 AM. It is a big one tonight with the series tied at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How is the progress bar on a Kevin Durant trade? We'll get to the latest on today's Burns and Gambo show on a KD trade starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
Wait, every TV, it's just nothing but Kevin Durant talk on all these TVs.
That's right.
And it's like, This is gonna be such a weird, remember this moment, Wolf. because I just feel like we're not going to hear people nationally talking about the Suns at all this upcoming season, unless they do something crazy that we're not like even looking at for this offseason.
I have to say this, Luke,
Okay, say it.
because I said this to you when you came walking in here. But ESPN had this up, and they're promoting, of course, as you can imagine, the NBA and the fact that this is trade season right now. They literally had the Bain event.
Okay.
Desmond Bain.
Yeah,
the
good.
Bain
Some
event.
producer came up with that and was like, hey,
coming
look
off
at me.
coming off the takeoff of main event, of course, Mason Reeves. The Bain event, and then they juxtaposed that to Slim Pickings. Guess who the Slim Pickings were?
The Slim Reaper.
The Slim.
Thanks,
guys. I'm just saying. Will you please knock it off?
I love it. I think it's great.
The Bain event versus Slim Pickings.
As a producer, I love it.
See,
Okay.
that's a very
Well, of
producer way
course
to
you
think.
do, Rick.
I would have gone with the bane of their existence. That's a lot easier. That's an actual phrase.
Well,
But like that's a negative concept.
So is Slim Pickings.
Well, for the Suns, but I don't think this Desmond Bain trade is bad for maybe both sides.
I don't know. Kevin Durant's a pretty good player. Like I feel like everybody's gotten caught up in this, just like, well, this is our perceived reality now. And then in November, when he's putting up 35 a night for his new team, nobody's even going to remember nationally where he came from.
And when you juxtapose Desmond Bain and Kevin Durant, once again, what sticks out, Basinonians? To me, the fact that Desmond Bain has 4 years left on his contract and Kevin Durant has 1 year left on his contract. And this is the reason why I'm really, really hoping that they're able to actually pull a deal off with a team that KD's going to sign a 2-year extension with.
They're just flashing nothing but potential trades up there. We're going to get back into the KD stuff in just a couple minutes. I want to play a cut of Monty Ossenfort from last week on with Bickley and Murata. Wolf talking about, he almost sounded like Torey Lovello when he said this, but he talked about the Arizona Cardinals' connectivity.
Vic, that's a great word, connectivity. You know, a connected team is important, you know, and I think it's not only with the team, it's with the football operations, it's with the entire organization together. You know, it's about the right type of people working toward a common goal, and it's great to see our players out there supporting each other, and they do a lot of great stuff in the community and a lot of great, get a lot of support, and to have those teammates out there and supporting those guys and doing that, it's awesome to see. And so, you know, I think that can only help us on the field. You know, off the field is important. And then when we come together, when the games start meaning something, that's going to be important.
Yeah, for me right now, it's a big deal. It is team chemistry and getting along. There's nothing wrong with that. It is, I'm going to put that in the positive category. Team chemistry is important in regard to how you play the game of football. What are your straws, so to speak, though? Who are your straws inside that locker room? Guys that are going to mix that drink. Guys that are going to mix it up right there. Not all of those guys are angels. I'm just saying, not all of them are. Some of them are difficult in terms of going out and playing the game of football. They're all in. There's no doubt about that. And their culture. This is what is big about JG and Monty Ossenfort. They want the same type of guy inside this locker room. But putting the same type of guys in a room together sometimes gets a little nasty if they're all the same.
Yeah.
Because they're competitive. You want somebody who's going to be competitive. You want somebody who's going to be physical. You want somebody who's going to be, quote unquote, violent in between the white lines. Sometimes when you want guys like that, sometimes they take exception to other guys who want the same thing. If you know what I mean.
Here's Calais Campbell last week talking about potential chemistry in the locker room.
I think the best teams have that, you know. The best teams have that camaraderie, you know, in that relationship. And, you know, I mean, I'm coming in new, but a lot of these guys have been here together for a few years. And that matters, too, that continuity, you know. That, you know, and then I think the guys that were brought in, you know, spent a lot of time these last 3 days with Josh Sweat and Dalvin Thomason. And a lot of good communication, a lot of good banter, a lot of football conversation, which is good. But you could tell those guys love ball, and so I feel like the team already having that continuity. A lot of guys, being together, and then you're bringing in those kind of guys who just love ball and love talking ball. I feel like they're bringing the right kind of guys, and that kind of builds that love that you need in the locker room for us to go further. So.
Yeah, I love that right there from Calais. I love what he just said, because it brings back so many memories. Guys who love talking ball, guys who love that. The Arizona Cardinals have a way of vetting the player. The price of admission, we've talked about it many, many times. JG's got a price of admission, and it's the type of guy that he wants inside the locker room. The only thing that I would caution is, again, you don't necessarily need a bunch of choir boys to get along with each other. You don't. You want some guys who got a little something coming out of the side of their neck as well, and sometimes it stinks, brothers. Sometimes it does. So what do? Well, you take out the napkin and you wipe it off your neck, and you get along with the guy next to you. And I think you're built that way. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the locker room.
I think you need guys that are able to work it out and work together on the same page, whether they have to. It's unrealistic to expect everybody to be on the same page all season long, but when you get knocked off the same page, can you get back on the same page quickly enough to do your job together? It's a real different dynamic with this year's team, Wolf, because the offensive guys have been together now for a little bit, and a lot of these guys are kind of growing up together in the league now. And the defense, I mean, that's Calais right there talking. He wasn't on the team last year. And he's talking about how he's kind of, getting to know Dalvin Tomlinson, wasn't on the team last year, and Josh Sweat wasn't on the team last year. So you can look at the offense and say, okay, yeah, I mean, Paris Johnson Jr. and Marvin Harrison Jr. and these guys, Tip Rhyme and Isaiah Adams, these guys are kind of growing up together, Michael Wilson. And then the defensive side of the ball, it's not like none of them have played together, but a lot of guys you're counting on weren't here 3 months ago.
Man, I love the fact you said counting on. You're counting on. It's such a big deal. When you're in the huddle, there's 10 other guys in that huddle, Ron Wolfley reporting. And then suddenly you've got to go up there. No, stop it with the sources, Rick. Suddenly you've got to depend on the guy you line up next to do his job. It's one of the big reasons why Bill Belichick is so big on do your job. Because ultimately, you want your chemistry to be good. You want your team chemistry to be good. Do your job. Do your job. The best way you can be a good teammate to the guy next to you is for you to do your job. And if you do your job and go out, now all of a sudden team chemistry, it's funny the way it works. Now it looks great. It's kind of like Leonard Marshall and Lawrence Taylor. Google it, my young crunks. Leonard Marshall and Lawrence Taylor. Leonard Marshall was the guy who lined up inside of Lawrence Taylor. LT'd be on the edge, and there's Leonard Marshall lined up as a 3 technique the vast majority of the time. And those two guys would work all sorts of games together. You know what? They were great friends, and they were great friends because they worked so well together on those games. It's funny the way that works. When suddenly you can depend on the guy who lines up next to you to do his job, and he's doing it well, the way that increases chemistry inside that locker room. It's a big deal.
You just flipped the whole conversation around.
That's what I'm saying.
This isn't off-season chemistry. Hey, I like that guy making them good. It's the other way around. If you play well together, you'll build the chemistry.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
That's the chemistry that'll last.
Wolf just completely flipped the whole show upside down, and it made sense. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. All right, when we come back, which of these potential KD destinations has the most to offer? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in, plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us. And we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Cattell Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at Dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, well, we are on definite KD watch at this point. High alert to see if there is a trade as soon as, well, really whenever at this point. I mean, there's already been a huge trade in the NBA, kind of out of nowhere. Somebody got one in before the KD trade, but the whole Desmond Bane to Orlando deal from over the weekend that commanded 4 unprotected first-round picks, a pick swap, and 2 players.
More picks than the Luka trade.
I know. It's insane.
Nico.
Nico's like, wait, you can get more than one piece back in a trade?
Yo.
Here's Shams, Wolf. I'm going to play this as just command and control. Just put this in here.
Just funny. Rick wanted to kick Nico in the cradle.
I did not.
Wanted to throw that out there. Kick him in the cradle. How's that feel, Nico?
You funnel your players.
I'm just saying, maybe try to get more picks for the top 5 player in the league that you have on your team.
It's I think, a very fair point. This is Shams from NBA Today, and this is just within like the last hour or so.
As far as those Minnesota Timberwolves, they've had some discussions with the Phoenix Suns, but I'm told Kevin Durant has no desire, he has no interest in playing for the Minnesota Timberwolves. So if you're the Timberwolves, how do you evaluate it? From a basketball fit, it makes plenty of sense to bring in Kevin Durant with Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
But if Kevin Durant doesn't want to be there, how do you approach that? The Suns have had an interest level in Julius Randle and Rudy Gobert. So these conversations will be fluid between now, potentially later this week, ahead of the NBA draft.
Boy, there's a lot there.
Okay, where do you start on that one?
I don't know about Rudy Gobert. That's where I start.
Katie doesn't want to go to Minnesota and play up there during the winter. That's why he doesn't want to go up there. Who would?
It's a great atmosphere if you want to play hockey, but I don't think KD wants to necessarily play hockey. Rudy Gobert was a guy that got traded to Minnesota a couple years ago, and everybody thought that was a ridiculous trade where it was all those picks going to Utah, and Gobert was signed for all this money for, I think it was 4 years. Now he's only got 2 years left on the deal, $35 million this year, $36.5 next year. But that's kind of where I'm focused, Wolf. If the Suns are looking to get Rudy Gobert or Julius Randle, are they really trying to rebuild?
Yeah. No.
Doesn't feel like it.
No would be the answer to that.
Julius Randle's a UFA next year.
So, yeah, okay. In other words, what are you saying? You're saying that it looks like you believe they are trying to do that, or you believe they are, you don't believe the story?
You know what? No, it's not that I don't believe the story. I think we're all just assuming the Suns are looking to rebuild.
Correct.
Maybe they're not. I mean,
you're saying that so they could be looking to reload.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, can you see Matt Ishbia sitting in his office and being like, I want to be good in years?
Yeah. No, I don't see that.
Yeah, the thing I immediately thought about when Jamal told me about this cut was this has Matt Ishbia all over it.
Well, he's the owner.
And not Brian Gregory.
Why do you say that, Rick?
Because I think Brian Gregory, as the general manager, would probably want to go through a more standard rebuilding process, whereas Ishbia wants to win now.
Yeah.
And he said that multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, Ishbia has been consistent that he's going to do everything he can to win every year. Yeah.
Okay.
I just think it's
this is where Brian Gregory needs to step in and say, Matt, you need to shut it and sit down. I would think.
Do you think he's going to do that? I mean, it might not.
Once again, this is the reason why I was so encouraged, because I believed where everyone else looked at it like Brian Gregory, he can't even believe it. Brian Gregory's got 1 year of experience in the front office. Now all of a sudden you're going to hire him as your general manager? The only reason why I was encouraged is maybe because of his relationship with Matt Ishbia. He could sit there and say, Matt, we're not doing that.
Well,
you need to sit down. We're not doing that.
This would be the week to say that. Like if you're going to say, hey, we're not making a trade for Rudy Gobert, now would be the time to do it. Like, are we going to come out of this and we're going to go into next season and the Suns are going to have like Russell Westbrook, Rudy Gobert, like all these guys that
Give me Russell Westbrook. He's fun.
Yeah, I don't hate that under the right context, but I'm wondering if we're all just assuming they're going into rebuild mode and instead they're going to have a bunch of vets next year that just aren't KD. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Devin Booker and a bunch of guys that, I mean, how many times did you see Chris Paul's name linked to the Suns over the weekend? It's like every time you looked anywhere, it's like, oh, Chris Paul back to the Suns.
My biggest concern right there, if you're talking about bringing in Rudy Gobert, if you're talking about Julius Randle, my biggest concern is Jordan Ott. That, and again, I don't mean that to backhand him at all. Jordan Ott is capable of being a head coach. He's just got to prove that he's capable of being a head coach, and that takes time. And a lot of times when you're bringing veterans in, like a Rudy Gobert, would you say they have a certain expectation from a head coach? Yes, they do. And if you don't hit that expectation, that could be disastrous.
Yeah. This all just keeps coming back to me that the Rockets, in a perfect world, are the team to make the trade with. Because what I believe you need to get out of this trade, Wolf, again, take the step back. You're trading away Kevin Durant. You should be able to dictate the terms to a certain extent. You need to get like 2 first-round picks and 2 younger players that are going to be on your team for the next at least 3, 4, 5 years. Ideally, one of them would be a pretty good young player, and then the other one's kind of maybe an upside guy that you think is going to be good, and maybe he's not playing much on his current team or something. I think that's a realistic thing to ask for. 2 legitimate first-round picks. I don't want the 29th pick in the draft. Give me 2 good first-round picks, and give me a good young player and a young player with upside.
Yes.
That's about halfway between what you see reported that the Suns can ask for and what Memphis just got from Orlando for Desmond Bane.
Which is why you like the Houston Rockets. Because you think you could do that.
They can do it, yeah.
Yeah.
Because, like San Antonio, again, they need to either give up the number 2 pick, which I understand them not wanting to do, or they need to give up Stephon Castle, which I understand them not wanting to do. But then you don't get to have everything, San Antonio. You don't get to have Wembanyama and the number 2 pick and Stephon Castle and De'Aaron Fox and Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
If I'm giving you Kevin Durant, I want something of consequence. So I don't know that San Antonio is going to work.
So you're saying the Rockets, you could get your pick back, okay? And not only that, pick up a Jabari Smith Jr., Jalen Green as well, those 2 guys.
What was see if I can find that Simmons trade from earlier, the one that Bill Simmons had proposed, because he just kind of threw that out here. Here, this is what it is. He threw that out there on his podcast yesterday. But honestly, Wolf, this feels like a win-win for the Suns and the Rockets.
I actually think Houston not only needs Durant, but becomes a really interesting team if they can add him and all they give up is Jabari and Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore, and they give Phoenix their pick back. I still really like the nucleus of their team. Like post-trade, they would have Şengün and Adams. They'd have KD and Amen Thompson. They'd have Eason and Brooks and Whitmore. They would have Van Vliet and Shepard and the 10th pick. That's a lot to work with just to throw Durant. And what was the one thing they needed last year was a guy to score at the end of games. So it's a home run across the board, I think, for them.
I tend to agree with him. I mean, that team he's throwing out there right now is a title contender with Houston, and the Suns get Green and Smith in a pick.
Yeah. Who do you think is more desperate to get Kevin Durant, San Antonio or Houston? Who do you think is more desperate?
Houston.
It should be Houston.
Because they're there.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere if they don't do something.
Yeah, they've got to do something right now, and it became very, very clear what they needed. A closer. That's what they needed more than anything else, a closer. The Slim Reaper. No slim pickings, but a Slim Reaper in Kevin Durant. That's what you need.
We need to get Houston's GM on the show, and Wolf can ask him who his closer is. And then we can be like, because you could have Kevin Durant. Yeah,
But they did. They needed somebody to be able to close out games, score the basketball to win games at the end.
San Antonio can just do their thing. I mean, you've got Wembanyama. You're going to get Harper with that number 2 pick. You've got Castle. You've got Fox. Like that team's on its way. It helps to have lottery luck all the time, but the Spurs do. So they shouldn't be nearly. Houston should be borderline, not desperate, but they should be moving with some urgency because it's rare to be as close as they are, to have it be pretty clear what you need, and then to have somebody who's an all-time great at specifically what you need available probably for a discount. Like, that's a pretty nice situation for you.
And you could have them for the next 3 years.
Yeah. All right, we come back to baseball. How big are the next dozen games for the Arizona Diamondbacks? Those 12 specifically. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. You don't want to move right now. Ron Wolfley reporting. Triple digits, not good for moving unless you want to sauce it up, of course. But listen, let Moving Team 6 move you, your family, and let them take care of your belongings. You can trust Moving Team 6. They're owned by the Lee family. Tim Lee, of course, he owns the company with his sons, Garrett and JT. He's run the business since 2012 right here in Phoenix. Whether it's a local move, a long-distance move, commercial, residential, they are the professionals. They offer packing services as well. I love that. Not only that, they have an air-conditioned storage unit right here in Phoenix where you can store your stuff and wait till the move. So they're honest, trustworthy, and experienced as well. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A huge trade went down yesterday in Major League Baseball with the Boston Red Sox trading star slugger Rafael Devers to the San Francisco Giants for pitchers Jose Bayo Kyle Harrison, and Jordan Hicks, as well as outfielder James Tibbs III. Here's Arizona Diamondbacks pitcher Merrill Kelly on the latest big bat coming to the National League West.
Obviously, I think everybody saw what was going on with Rafi in Boston, and I think they probably just decided it was better to part ways with him. But it'll just add to more of the excitement in the NL West.
The D-backs are off today before beginning a series at the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow. And the Oklahoma City Thunder host the Indiana Pacers in Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Where do things stand after a pivotal weekend for the National League West? We'll react to everything Diamondbacks starting at 2 on Arizona Sports.
All right, final hour of the show here on Wolf and Luke on a Monday. Looking at the schedule coming up for the Diamondbacks, Wolf, and we were going to look specifically at the next 12 games, and we still will, but it's pretty clear when you look at the schedule. Nothing is clear right now, but it feels like by the All-Star break, which is July 14th, you're going to have some clarity if you're the Diamondbacks.
Yes.
Just
agreed.
by virtue of what the schedule looks like.
Yes, you're talking about this 9-game road trip that is coming up. Toronto, Colorado, and Chicago.
The bad Chicago.
The bad Chicago,
not the Cubs, the White
not
Sox.
the Cubs, but the White Sox. I'm going to read into the next 12 games. I would say 16 in particular, because you have to throw in the San Francisco Giants 4-game homestand as well. You've got Toronto, you got Colorado, and Chicago, the White Sox, all on the road. Then you've got Miami at home for 3, and then the Giants at home for 4.
Mm-hmm.
How are you not going to read into that Giants series, a 4-game series? And then
keep reading.
What's really amazing, you got Kansas City at home for 3, and then you go on the road against the Padres for 4.
The
Padres. So you've got the Giants at home for 4, Kansas City for 3, and then on the road against the Padres for 4. Man, those 8 games specifically, the Giants and the Padres games, how are you not going to read into that?
It's going to be impossible not to. And again, the trade deadline is July 31st. The Diamondbacks still have 38 games before the trade dedeadline. But the decision on whether or not you're going to be buyers or sellers is not going to be made 3 hours before the trade deadline. So I really think it's the 26 of those 38 games that come up before the All-Star break that are going to determine a lot, Wolf, because you just read through it. And it's easy to break the schedule down, right? Okay, you've got 3 against the Blue Jays coming up in Toronto. Toronto's actually got a better record than the Diamondbacks, but it's about the same record. It's right there. I think they have 2 more wins. But then you're in Colorado, a historically bad record this season. Then you're in Chicago against the White Sox, a team that was historically bad last season. And it's like, they're not better this year. It's just Colorado's worse. Then you're home for 3 against Miami. I mean, that stretch right there, 12 games, but especially the final 9 after the Blue Jays, you're not going to win all 9 of them, but you should win all 9. Like, each game you go into, it's going to be like, oh, you should win this game. But then, yeah, you're right. Then your next 11 games, 4 against the Giants, and then 3 against the Royals, and then 4 against the Padres. You're going to have some clarity going into the All-Star break.
You are going to have some clarity at that point in time. I just wonder what we're going to see.
Well, that's a fair question.
That is the question we're all wondering about right now. What are we going to see at that point in time? Listen, I know that we talked about the fact that the Diamondbacks, without Corbin Burns, the Diamondbacks won 89 games last year. We keep talking about that. And yes, okay, Justin Martinez, they lost their closer. They lost another guy that they were really, really high on in regard to closing, A.J. Puck, as well. They've lost that guy, and we don't know what the news is on A.J. Puck. We just know it's not positive news. I would say that.
It's definitely not positive news.
It's not positive. And again, I honestly didn't think we were going to see A.J. Puck until maybe September. That was my hope, is that we'd see him at all, but we weren't going to see him until September.
My hope, and
now that's over.
I wasn't real optimistic about this hope, but my hope, because just generally, I mean, if you're going to be down that long with an elbow injury, it just kind of felt like delaying the inevitable, but you still hope, right? My hope was that they would get him, if they were still in it, maybe you get him in August, and it's almost like a trade deadline acquisition like it was with him last year, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be an option this year. Look, losing A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez is brutal, and it almost feels unfair, but I do feel like if you're still in it at the trade deadline, you can go, I guess, more all in and get relievers and try to find a closer. We've seen the Diamondbacks find a closer at the deadline just 2 years ago with Paul Sewald. Corbin Burns is the one that you're not going to be able to replace him at the trade deadline. It's going to have to be guys that are already on your team replacing him.
Let me ask you a hypothetical, right?
Okay.
How about Josh Naylor or Eugenio Suarez? If you could only have one. How about this? If you could only have one, who would that be? Naylor. Why do you say Josh Naylor?
I want to say this without saying anything bad about Gino, because I have nothing bad to say about Gino. Are you saying for the rest of this season or big picture?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about big picture for the rest of this season and big picture.
Naylor's just so consistent. I mean, he's probably been their best hitter this year. He's coming off a year last year. He was an all-star. He's only like 27 or 28 right now. So you think that you can – he's not signed past this year. Obviously, Gino isn't either. That's why you brought that up. But that could be your first baseman for the next 6-7 years. Really, I mean, he could be your guy for a while. You could have gone from Paul Goldschmidt to Christian Walker to Josh Naylor.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good run.
Eugenio Suarez is beloved inside that clubhouse, from what I understand.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I haven't, it's not like I'm walking around in there. I'm not based on Eanes, but from what I hear, everything I hear, and Luke, I think you would back me up 100%. On it. He's a guy that is beloved inside that clubhouse. Josh Naylor, not so much. I don't hear a lot about Josh Naylor inside the clubhouse, but I do know he's got a bit of a stoic side to him. We saw that.
I think he balances the team out a little bit. Like, first of all,
and that's where I was going with that. Luke. Right, okay. I love that.
Yeah, that's just you can say it then, but I mean, you've got a lot of. Saw it over the weekend again, where he's coming around third base and everybody's waiting to jump on top and throw popcorn on his head and stuff. He's like the serious one, but I think it balances, especially in baseball. 162 games, you have, like, as a fan, even you get to start to know some of these guys' personalities, and you know how he's going to react to a situation as opposed to how Perdomo's going to react to a situation. But you need both of those on your team.
Yeah, and Josh Naylor's done a much better job, too, of lobbing the ball over to first when the pitcher. Don't get me started on that again, please.
Oh, that was early.
Oh, my goodness, it was just right over airmail on the underhand. Oh, my goodness, it was just stunning.
He's made up for it, though.
He's totally made up for it. I'm not going to throw stones, Josh.
Well, so what was your answer, Naylor or Erod?
Man, that is really, really hard. It's not Erod, it's a Eugenio.
Oh, yeah. Wait, no, answer my question. Naylor or Erod? That's an easy one.
Oh, I'll take Josh.
Naylor or Gino, who are you going to go with?
Yeah, boy, that's rough. I'm going to have to go with Josh Naylor as well. I'd have to do it.
Especially with Corbin Carroll not hitting for average over the last month and a half. Like, Naylor's been their best hitter. And Perdomo's maybe been their Cattell's up there, too.
And sometimes it bothers me the way Eugenio stands. It just does.
This is why prospective Major League Baseball teams looking for a GM, you want Wolf to be
your
GM.
Gino. I love Gino, but it's just the way, okay.
We come back over to basketball, but not trade talk. How pivotal is Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight? Pacers Thunder. We got ourselves a series. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. That's right, DISC. As a former professional football player, I have suffered an awful lot of damage, especially to my back, Basinonians. But the spine surgeons at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation to you. If you are battling spine or back issues whatsoever, maybe you're just trying to mow the lawn and you want to mow the lawn and do it without your back flaring up on you. Well, DISC, they treat a wide range of issues, including sciatica, herniated disc, bulging disc, spinal stenosis, neck pain, low back pain, and degenerative disc disease. DISC surgeons have developed a personalized pain mapping system that pinpoints the spine pain generator to diagnose back and neck problems and customize a treatment plan that caters to your goals and active lifestyle, Basinonians. It's time to enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Thinking about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers by making just one phone call? That's what you get when you call me, Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or I will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, I deliver. Call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks after all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/ZED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Tuesday. Can the Diamondbacks keep up their winning ways and kick the poutine out of the Blue Jays? That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight. Pacers Thunder.
Here we go.
Oklahoma City, heavy favorites again. 9.5 points. I believe they're still heavy favorites in the series, which is now a best of 3 for the NBA title, Wolf. Do you know when the last time is the Pacers lost 2 games in a row?
No.
March 8th and March 10th.
Oh, my God.
I thought it was further back than that. I thought it was like December.
Wow. You guys, I can't believe you guys didn't all know this. I only know because it flashed on that screen about 40 seconds ago. But still.
So what you're saying is it wasn't December, Rick. It was March. Is that what you're saying?
It's March 8th and March 10th.
That's what Luke is saying.
Okay, well, so apparently it was just up here, Rick.
Rick's like, I don't buy it. That's a while. That's been a while.
That is.
It's been 3 months.
What's amazing about it, the Pacers, of course, they won game 1.
It's been a while.
In OKC, Ron Wolfley reporting, and then don't play it, and then it slapped the Thunder, I think, in the face for the most part. And the Thunder woke up in game 2 and tied the series up. And then what happened? The Pacers did the exact same thing at home this time. Mm-hmm. They won game 3, and then I think that also got the Thunder's attention. They got slapped in the face again, and they came back and won game 4.
Well, I'm double checking. The last time the Pacers lost 2 in a row, they lost to the Hawks on March 8th by 2. And then the Bulls on March 10th by 18. And they've never lost more than 1 in a row since then, all the way the rest of the regular season, which was another like 20 games at that point, and then all of the postseason. And Wolf, if they don't lose consecutive games, they will win the NBA title.
Yeah.
Like Oklahoma City's going to have to string 2 wins back to back here at some point.
Yeah. Game 5 is here, and although I would argue that game 4 determines the nature of a series, Basedonians, game 5 is certainly pivotal when it comes to math. Game 5 is pivotal when it comes to that. What do you expect to see? I expect the Thunder to win this series in 7 games.
Yeah, I'm going to keep expecting it, but I don't mean it in a disrespectful way to the Pacers, because I thought game 3 really showed something, because, they won game 1. We talked about this last week, though. They led for 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, right.
It's great. It was thrilling. It was exciting. Credit to them for hanging around, but it still felt like, okay, Oklahoma City's just significantly better, and then the Thunder beat them by 16 in game 2, and you're like, all right, here we go. For the Pacers to come back and then win game 3 by 9 and just straight up win the game, you got to give them a chance. I still think Oklahoma City wins. It wouldn't shock me if Oklahoma City still 1-6. Honestly, it wouldn't shock me. But the Pacers they're legit, and if they win tonight, they got to be the favorites at that point.
I think so. But the Thunder are so young. They're like a wild Mustang. They are so young, the youngest team in the league. Could they have issues closing out the Pacers being the youngest team?
They could
in the league.
They absolutely could.
As I said, I think the Thunder are going to win the series in 7 games. But at the same time, I think this is one of the reasons why we're seeing such a contested series, and the reason why I think we'll see it all the way through to 7 games is because of how young the Thunder are. Now, the Pacers as well, I think they're like the 12th team in terms of age or whatever it may be. But when you watch these 2 teams play, what's amazing about it is all of the talent you see with the Thunder. Yeah. It's just dripping. They're dripping with talent. And then you look at the Pacers, and to me, I just see a team that is tough. I see a lot of tough players for the Pacers. And I love that. It's one of the reasons why I love this series, and this series being as contested as it is, Luke.
It's funny what you say about Oklahoma City not necessarily, they are so young that maybe they don't know how to close out a series yet, because there have been moments watching early in this series where I've thought to myself, Oklahoma City was the favorites pretty much all season. And certainly once Boston went down in the playoffs, they're obviously the heavy favorites. But you do wonder if this was Oklahoma City against a healthy Celtics team that had just won last year, that knows how to close out a series. Like this is why typically these younger teams in the NBA don't typically win their first time really making the deep run. And I know Oklahoma City's made a little bit of a run before, but to be here where they are right now, I do wonder if they're going to benefit from the fact that they're playing the Pacers. Because it's not like the Pacers are here every year either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The one disadvantage Oklahoma City might have over against a team like the Celtics or whoever would have been like, oh, yeah, this team's here every year and they win. And they don't have to deal with that because the Pacers are basically in the same spot they're in, right?
Yeah. Yeah, for me, at least, Luke, the biggest question I have over these next 3 games, have the Pacers gotten the Thunder's attention? You know what I mean? The Thunder, I think, know they're the more talented team. I think they know they're the more talented team. But the Pacers know they're the more desperate / tougher team, I think, in this series. And that's what makes it so fascinating to me. Who's going to win out in the end? I've always believed, this is just me personally, I've always believed, in the end, talent wins. In the end.
In the NBA specifically or everywhere?
I think for the most part, everywhere. Talent in the end wins. That's just a general philosophy that I have. Having said that, man, we got a front row seat here. Talent versus toughness. I love it.
Well, in Game 5, if Oklahoma City wins tonight, it's going to be really hard to talk anybody into the Pacers having a chance to come back and win the final 2 games, especially at that point Oklahoma City will have won 2 in a row, and everything you just said is true. Oklahoma City is the more talented team.
But how many people really gave the Pacers a shot of winning this series?
I don't think a lot of people are giving them a shot right now, to be honest.
Right.
But if they win tonight, then it's like Indiana only has to win one of the last 2 games. You have to give them a shot at that point. Anything can happen in one. I mean,
Game 7, man.
Could have a bad shooting game. That seems unrealistic. But, somebody else could not have a good game, or Halliburton or whoever could just go off for the Pacers in any one game. So, if they win tonight, this gets really interesting.
What's really interesting, again, the first game 1 of the series. Oh, it's OKC. They're playing at home, and here come the Pacers. And what do? They win the game. The last second shot, as you already said. And then, first game in Indiana. First game, right? Here it is, our home game. What happens? They come out, and, man, they win that game, too. They pulled that game out of the fire. And both times it's been reactionary, the Thunder and what they've done in Game 2 and Game 4.
Yeah.
Just wonder, is that pattern going to continue because of how young these guys are? It could be a possibility. We'll see.
Here's Tyrese Halliburton talking about the importance of bouncing back.
That's the best part about playoff series is, when you get the chance to respond. I think that's the great thing about sports. It's you're going to have good games, you're going to have bad games, but there's nothing like the game to respond. So I look forward to doing that with this group and, coming out and competing. And, we got to be ready for a really big challenge that lies ahead with this team and in this environment. So I'm really looking forward to doing that with my teammates and seeing how we respond.
Huge tonight. Game 5, huge. Again, for me, it's always Game 4 that really defines what the series is going to be like. Either it's going to be a sweep or suddenly it's going to be 3-1 and you have a really good chance of winning a series when you're up 3-1, or it's going to be 2-2. It sets, Game 4 sets the entire nature of what the series is going to be like. But Game 5, pivotal.
It is kind of crazy. And I guess it comes down to expectations, right? But, I mean, the Pacers go in there and they steal Game 1 in Oklahoma City, and then they win another game, and yet the Thunder still have home court. I mean, just the way it works out, right? It feels like this has already been a victory for the Pacers to get it to 2-2, but the Thunder do still have home court advantage now after getting that win in Game 4. All right, when we come back, we've already seen a big trade in the NBA over the last, 24, 48 hours. Can the Suns expect a similar return for Kevin Durant like the Memphis Grizzlies got for Desmond Bane? Can they expect anything close to that? We'll get into it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
No question that the Diamondbacks' plan was for eventually Justin Martinez to be their closer. That plan's gone now. They need to go get a closer. The thought was, we'll go into the season and it'll be Puck and J-Mart, Puck and J-Mart, Puck and J-Mart. But the feeling was that eventually Justin Martinez would have enough reps under his belt where then he could be the closer. You have to go get a closer. You have to. And if you got to go get a guy that can be a closer for you for 5 years and Justin Martinez comes back as an 8th inning guy, fine. But you have to get a closer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. One client suffered neck, arm, and back injuries after a car ran a red light, and the insurance company offered them nothing for their injuries. Sweet James stepped in, recovered $600,000 for their client and the medical care needed. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't take it on alone. Call Sweet James, where you pay nothing until they win your case. 809-million, 809-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely, and you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Is your toilet clogged or no hot water? No worry. Are you spending too much on bottled water? No worry. Did your AC or heating break overnight or on a weekend? No worry. Collins Comfort Masters can help with all your heating, plumbing, and water treatment needs. All of our work is backed by our no worry guarantee. You'll get quality craftsmanship done right the first time. We take that so seriously, we put it in our phone number, 480-NO-WORRY. We have industry-leading warranties, like part and compressor warranties of at least 10 years, some even 15 and others lifetime. Plus, Collins Comfort is an official Lennox dealer, so you're going to get great pricing on an excellent cooling system. Get your house ready for the summer heat. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com to schedule your appointment now. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs. Collins Comfort Masters.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A huge trade went down yesterday in Major League Baseball with the Boston Red Sox trading star slugger Rafael Devers to the San Francisco Giants for pitchers Jose Bayo, Kyle Harrison, and Jordan Hicks, as well as outfielder James Tibbs III. Here's D-backs pitcher Merrill Kelly on the latest big bat coming to the National League West.
Obviously, I think everybody saw what was going on with Rafi in Boston, and I think they probably just decided it was better to part ways with him. But it'll just add to more of the excitement in the NL West.
The D-backs are off today before beginning a series at the Toronto Blue Jays tomorrow. And speaking of the D-backs, make sure you tune in at 3 o'clock because Burns and Gambo will be joined by their owner, Ken Kendrick. And the Oklahoma City Thunder host the Indiana Pacers in Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight. Tip-off for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620 AM. The series is tied at 2 games apiece. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale and online at sandersonford.com.
Arizona sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizons. KD Watch with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we are on KD Watch because it seems like a trade is relatively imminent here. Whether that, it could be today, tomorrow, it could be any time this week. That's what Gambo was saying last week. He was kind of thinking maybe this week, but either way, the NBA draft is next Wednesday, Wolf.
Yeah.
So it seems. Just based on everything we've heard, that it's almost certain to happen before that. In the sense that the Suns seem to want it to happen before that. Not necessarily how I would be running it, but that seems to be the way it is. So it could happen at any moment. And then you have that Desmond Bane trade happen over the weekend, and now everybody's on even more high alerts after you see a blockbuster like that happen.
Yeah, I do believe the NBA draft is a push point, and it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Hey, we're going to go and we're going to acquire Kevin Durant. That's what we're going to do right there. And is that going to impact our draft? Yeah, it probably is going to impact your draft. It's one of the reasons why you want to get this done. If you're the Phoenix Suns, I think you want to get this done before the draft. So maybe that draft capital is going to include this year.
It makes sense to me in a perfect world, you'd like to get the deal you want before the draft. It just sort of seems like they're trading him before the draft no matter what. Maybe that's just my perception.
Yeah.
That's not how I would do it.
I think that would be different if you were to talk to him. If you were a general manager and you called Brian Gregory, I think that would be different. Okay. You'd get a different feel on that. No, you know what? This is our timeline. We're going to make a deal with one of these teams before the draft.
Can we call them as Houston's GM right now and try and get the trade just put through?
Boy, wouldn't that be awesome if you could pull that off, if you could do that. I'll be hiding under the counter, of course, when you do that, laughing hysterically as you're trying to pull it off, a la Kevin Ray.
The trade, in case people missed it, for Desmond Bane over the weekend, Orlando got Desmond Bane, and they gave the Grizzlies Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and a first-round pick swap. So now everybody's trying to make sense of that. Here's Brian Windhorst yesterday on what Memphis is doing.
What does this mean for the Grizzlies? This is now what is being asked in the league because this is a rebuild trade, okay? While Kentavious Caldwell-Pope has proven to be a key piece of a championship contender twice in his career, last season did not look like that, and he has gotten older and has a big contract. So this is a trade where the Grizzlies are pivoting a little bit. And so what this means is the next question is, what about Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr.? And I don't know the answer to this. This is something that we're just started trying to figure out with this trade. The whole league is now going to investigate this, and we haven't heard from the Grizzlies yet. And if I was at the Grizzlies press conference, this is the number one question I would be asking. I wouldn't be asking about Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. I wouldn't be asking about Cole Anthony. I wouldn't be asking about those 4 first-round picks. I'd be asking, do you intend to extend Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr., both of whom are extension eligible this summer? That's the big story emanating out of this trade.
You know what I'd be? I'd be like, those 4 first-round picks right there, are you going to package those for somebody else?
Can we have a couple of those? How do you feel about getting involved in like a 3-team trade?
Yes.
Where some of your first-round picks get involved.
Yeah.
How about you take Karl Anthony Towns from the Knicks?
I'm just wondering. It just seems like the other shoe has got to drop here for the Memphis Grizzlies. Are they really going to give up on Ja Morant and Jaren Jackson? Are they going to really give up on those guys and say, you know what, you're gone, you're done? Desmond Bane, we already shipped you out. We've got all this draft capital now, and I don't know. To me, there's got to be another shoe that is going to fall for the Memphis Grizzlies.
I would love to know what
this team won 48 games last year.
Yeah, and I mean, so they won 48 games last year. The year before, Ja was suspended and all that, they won 27. The year before that, they won 51. So 2 of the last 3 years, they've won 48 and 51 games, and they've already gotten rid of their coach, Taylor Jenkins. They did that with the season still going, and they were playing, okay.
Which was a shocker.
Yeah. So what does it mean that a team in the Western Conference, who's a pretty good team, is just deciding to completely, it seems like, just blow it up?
Okay. Blow it up. Yeah, you know what? We've got all these draft picks now. We have all this draft capital. Hey, Phoenix, would you be interested in something like that? Could you see that? Could you see Jaren Jackson? Could you see Kevin Durant and Ja Morant? Could you see that?
Do they want to trade Jaren Jackson for Bradley Beal? That'd be awesome.
I don't think so.
Hey, you guys are just taking stuff. Take Bradley Beal.
Do you think they're going to move any of those guys? Do you think they're going to move Jackson? Do you think they're going to move Ja Morant? Do you think they're going to move either one of those guys? I don't. I'll believe it. I'll believe it when I see it.
Do you think they're just going to stay where they are with the picks?
No.
Or do you think they're moving the picks for
No,
something
they're going to
bigger?
move the picks for something else.
Giannis?
Here it comes.
I mean, Giannis.
I don't know.
Here, let's tie this into KD now. This is Brian Windhorst from NBA Today earlier today talking about the KD situation.
If you're the Timberwolves, for example, even if Durant says he doesn't want to be there, as Shams is accurately reporting, would you still trade for him and say, but we're going to be able to offer him the $100 million extension,
Sure.
and he can't get that necessarily in the open market next year, and we just are going to believe in that? Or are you going to lower your offer to the point where it may not be as palatable to Phoenix because you realize it's possible for a one-year rental? And does the offer come down to the point where now they start to want to work with Durant? I've been calling this the Durant triangle. You need this alignment on where Durant wants to play, how the contract works out, and something that the Suns would accept. That's going to be a hard triangle to satisfy.
Did he really just say alignment?
Yeah, he did. Your thoughts on that, Luke, other than the alignment?
Did he do it on purpose? It didn't sound like he did it on purpose.
I don't think he did. He just said it. Alignment.
You've been on this, for the last couple of weeks. It doesn't make sense for a team that KD doesn't have on his list to pay more than a team that he does have on his list. But at a certain point, if I'm the Suns, I'm looking at all the offers, and if the Rockets and the Spurs really do want to play around, and they're like, yeah, we'll give you a bunch of stuff we're not using, and some team like Minnesota or Toronto comes through with more than them, I mean, you got to look at it that way, I guess. The only way a team that's
I just
getting
don't know
him,
how you could do that, man. It's almost irresponsible if you're
the other team.
If you're the other
Yeah.
team.
I think the only way it happens is if the Rockets and Spurs just aren't offering anything. That's the only way, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they should easily be able to clear Toronto or Minnesota's offer.
Yes. No, it's bizarre. I cannot wait to have this all over base earnings. I really cannot, because it gets to a point where it's almost like you stare at a superstar that is coming out of college and you're going to draft, I don't care what sport it is, this superstar that is coming out of college, whether it's baseball, whether it's football, especially football, though. We see guys like this all of the time. Isn't that right, Travis Hunter? We see these guys coming out where suddenly you're going to start finding something wrong with them. It's kind of like if you stare at the sun too long, you're going to see spots. The same thing applies here, I think. All of these deals that are out there right now, I just want resolution on this.
Remember when we went up on the roof of this building and stared at the solar eclipse?
Yes.
I think there's still pictures of us.
About a year ago.
Yeah.
I just really want this whole thing to be over.
Well,
so we can analyze it as opposed to sit around and speculate about it.
Because right now there's almost no parameters. It's like, here's 3 teams that KD's interested in.
Well, this could possibly happen, and then this could as well.
But here's 5 other teams that might be interested, and then there's some unknown teams, and we don't really know what anybody's offering. Basically, the only thing anybody has definitively said, and who knows if it's even true, is that the Knicks aren't going to give you Mikal Bridges for Kevin Durant. Like the one thing we wanted, and it's the one thing we know we're not getting right now. All right, when we come back, what does this new Cardinals defense look like from a rookie's perspective? Walter Nolan weighed in, and we'll get you what he had to say about it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately, playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Summer's calling. Are you ready to answer with a brand new pool? That is the question that I have for you. With temps already rising, the best time to start building is right now, brothers. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they're known for the fastest build times in Arizona. Start today and be splashing, hanging out by the pool, grilling and relaxing this summer. But the clock is definitely ticking for you right now. And also, Presidential Pools, they have a free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color radiance they're offering right now. Free landscape lighting packages with path lights as well and uplights. This is only for a limited time, Basinonians. So get on over to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX/ZED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. How is the progress bar on a Kevin Durant trade? We'll get you the latest on today's Burns and Gambo show on a KD trade, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
It feels like a progress bar, doesn't it, David? Oh my goodness. I want to take the progress bar and fling it.
The last time I remember Wolf being this burned out on a story is when there was talk of the Suns trading for Kevin Durant. And now here we are 2.5 years later.
Man.
D-backs are going to get Bryce Harper, too.
You know, the speculation, once again, it's one of the most difficult things I've ever had to come around to, my brothers. Just the fact that speculation is so much of our business here. When you do a 4-hour sports talk show a day, Basinonians, during the week, you better be ready for speculation. It's a huge part of what we do. Yet at the same time, I prefer facts, and then looking at the facts and then analyzing the facts and saying, this is my opinion on what I see. It doesn't make me right, Basinonians. It's just my opinion. The speculation that goes into this is baffling sometimes.
Well, I've got some facts for you, and I'm going to have Rick and Jamal come in on this too because it was happening while we were doing the show. We're down to 6 teams left in the Men's College World Series. Okay. U of A was eliminated yesterday. Murray State just got eliminated, and they got eliminated via a no-hitter with 19 strikeouts. Is that right? Gage Wood, 19 strikeouts?
Insane. And just a tough couple of days for John Morant.
Yeah, this is...
Murray State alum.
Wow. 19 strikeouts?
No-hitter?
It's got to be up there for, like, one of the best baseball performances in the history of the sport at any level.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
What is the kid's name?
Gage Wood.
Gage Wood.
He threw like 120 pitches, so I hope the D-backs do not draft him.
he just dropped down draft boards by like 5
I'm going to put that in the positive category. The kid was like, knock it off.
No hitter in the College World Series. That's not bad. And that, by the way, is quite the baseball name. Gage Wood. That's right up there with Cutter Crawford. And who's the reliever? Jansen Junk. That's a great pitcher too. Yeah.
Come on.
That's a great for a reliever too.
How about Scott Blewett?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I'm.
Isn't he the one that blew it against the D-backs?
Yeah, I'm
current Oriole, by the way.
How about
so I have to deal
Josh
with him.
Cluett? You know, just change it. I'm not going with BL.
Yeah, not as a
doing
pitcher.
that.
It's like a pitcher named Walk or Homer but yeah, a 19 strikeout no hitter. All Murray State has, and looking at the box score, they have 1 error. That was it. Thanks for showing up, guys. 1 error.
Oh, my goodness.
So we're down to 6 teams in the College World Series. Wolf, I've got some audio here. Okay. Talking Cardinals now.
Okay.
Walter Nolan spoke earlier today. Now, Walter Nolan is not a man who likes to talk for a long time. His answers are fairly short here.
Yeah.
But he was talking about the Cardinals' defense, and he talked about having teammates like Dalvin Tomlinson and Calais Campbell. I mean, you really, as a rookie at his position, you couldn't ask for a better spot to step in. You're being coached by Nick Rallis, who's one of the better young defensive minds in football. Your head coach is Jonathan Gannon, and you're surrounded by vets that have seen pretty much everything in this league. This is what Walter Nolan said about that.
Well, just being around guys like DT and Calais, I feel like they're going to take me to where I need to get, especially, they on the back end of their career. So I feel like they put me in the spot where they wish they were at. So,
yeah, you know what? It's not a bad strategy. It isn't.
Just follow those guys
Walter
around.
Nolan, you do what they do, say what they say, act like they act, and you're going to be fine. You need people like that. You've heard me say this over the years, Luke. You need models, guys who are going to take your culture and they're going to bring it to life. How? By living their life. And they do it in front of these young guys like Walter Nolan.
Just follow Calais Campbell around. See what he does. I mean, this is year 18 for Calais. Here's more from Nolan. He was asked how confident he is that he can have an immediate impact on this team this season.
I mean, I feel like just me being me, I feel like I can help in any way possible, honestly. But it's just whatever the coaches got planned for me to do for them, and I'm going to do it to the best of my abilities.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what that entails, the best of his abilities. It really is a guy that has an awful lot of talent. He's got to put that toughness together with the talent and go out and play in a desperate kind of way. Will that happen? I don't know. Typically first-round picks have experienced an awful lot of success in their careers. You never know which way it's going to go. I hope he comes out and plays with desperation, even though he's a first-round pick, desperate to prove that he can play at this level, because there's been a lot of first-round picks that couldn't play at this level.
How much do you think they need from him as a rookie? I mean, they're pretty
I don't
loaded.
think they've got to really depend on him to go out and be destructive. I don't think they have to depend on him.
I don't think they do either, which is a weird thing to say about a first-round pick. When's the last time
Especially
the Cardinals...
when it's the defensive line.
Yeah.
Thinking of last year, now all of a sudden, look at the way they've addressed that. Just stop and think about that. Monty Austinfort, what are you doing?
If I had said that to you last year at like Thanksgiving, and I was like, well, if the Cardinals are going to take a defensive lineman with their first-round pick, they don't really need that much from him his first year.
I'd be like, what are you talking about? Look, he better go out there and play 50 snaps a game.
What do you think a successful season looks like from him then? Because it's already tough. You're not going to be able to just look at stats with Walter Nolan, obviously. By the nature of the position, too, and then also because they're going to rotate so many guys through. Like, how are we going to look his rookie year and be like, okay, he's doing this?
Wow, that is really difficult. That is because you want to attach numbers to it, and I don't want to do that. I want him to be in the right gap.
Okay.
Be in the right gap and make plays. That's what I'd like to see.
Walter Nolan was also asked which rookies he is the closest with right now.
I'll probably say the closest out of the whole group, probably either Jeremiah or Will or Jordan. And probably three people I talk to the most, for real.
Yeah.
I mean, all the different draft defensive guys.
You know what's cool about it? Walter sounds like he's about 75 years old to me when I listen to him talk. He does sound like he's about 75. 70 years old. Okay, he sounds like he's my age. And I'm not 75 or 70. 62 and Savage Brothers. Getting ready in October to be 63 and Savage.
Still Savage.
Yet at the same time, he sounds like a much older dude, doesn't he?
He sounds like he's seen some things in the NFL.
He sounds like he's
been
played
through it.
15 years in the league.
I just like that they drafted 7 players and 6 of them are defensive guys. So if you're a defensive rookie on the Cardinals this year, you have a bunch of guys to hang out with on the defense. It's be something to keep an eye on, his production and Will Johnson, those two in particular for sure. And let's see, anything else before we go? Shohei's pitching tonight. That's on every TV in here, so watch that.
Nice.
For about an inning. All right, that is it for us today. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of Get It Nowhere Else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get a $2,500 discount, so call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks over the weekend, very much impressive performance at Chase Field. They beat the Padres in the series. They lost the finale, but that's okay. They still won 5 of their 6 home games, so positive spirits for the Diamondbacks, who've been dealing with a lot, quite frankly. But the Diamondbacks now begin a road trip. They're off today. They're going to be working their way north of the border to Toronto. It's the first of 9 straight road games that the Diamondbacks are heading out on. It'll be a long road trip. We'll see them when they come back, but they start that road trip tomorrow. Speaking of the Diamondbacks, there's a lot going on outside of the product on the field. How about this looming House bill that could impact their future here in Arizona? Well, stay tuned at 3 p.m. today. Managing General Partner Ken Kendrick is going to join Burns and Gambo, and you can listen to it all right here on 98.7 on the Arizona Sports app, and you can watch on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. And in the NBA, the finals, Game 5 tonight from Oklahoma City. Pacers and Thunder knotted at 2 games apiece. Tip-off is at 5:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30. That'll be over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Do you have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Monday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How you doing?
19 strikeouts? This
for
kid from Arkansas?
The Arkansas kid, the no-hitter. The College World Series no-hitter. 19 strikeouts and a no-hitter. Most in a 9-inning game in College World Series history.
Did they say that's the first one since like 1960?
I think it's only the third one ever. So
Third one ever?
That plays, yeah.
Oh, Jalen Beeks is one happy camper right now, huh? Jalen Beeks.
Jalen Beeks right now is doing the Usui. What is it?
Gage Wood, Pig Suey.
The Pig Suey.
Calling out the Hogs.
He's calling out the Hogs.
Calling out the Hogs.
Somewhere right now in Toronto. People are looking at him like, what are you doing, eh?
9 innings.
He's calling out the Hogs.
19 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a performance.
We're not going to spend a ton of time talking about the College World Series.
Just acknowledge it.
Fun.
Just acknowledge it.
And the Cinderella story of Murray State ends. They were on a nice little roll.
My wife was rooting for them because they have like 700 seat stadium. They
were. I mean, total College World Series underdog.
Right.
Absolutely. We got a lot to get into today. It's mostly Kevin Durant. It's mostly Diamondbacks. Ken Kendrick is going to be on the show today at 3:00. We'll talk to him about trade deadlines and buying and selling and stadiums and the state of his baseball team after what was a really good weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the San Diego Padres, including that thriller on Saturday afternoon, and that a thriller it was. But the latest on the KD thing is our top story of the day here on Burns and Gambo.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
So Kevin Durant prefers to play moving forward for 3 NBA teams, either the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's the 3 teams that he would sign contract extensions with once he is traded. But for the Suns' part, the focus of their conversations have mostly been around the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm told. So the Timberwolves are along with a couple other teams known as wild cards potentially for Kevin Durant, but they're going to work with his business manager and partner, Rich Kleiman, on figuring out just exactly where his home could be.
There you go. Over the weekend, we found out where he wants to go. And in the next segment, we're going to talk about whether that list may or may not be relevant to the Phoenix Suns or not, which is kind of what we were more than hinting at, what we were talking about all last week. But he wants to go to Miami, San Antonio, or Houston. He's letting it be known.
Yeah, we all knew that he wanted to go to San Antonio or Houston. My reports were his preferences were San Antonio or Houston.
Shams is adding Miami in there. I'm going to continue to say I think Miami is is the least option available. I don't believe that Miami is going to be able to get Kevin Durant. Now, things can change, but I don't believe the Suns like the package that Miami could offer for Kevin Durant. So I'm going to continue to say that I think Miami is unlikely. I believe Miami is unlikely. I believe that there are better offers out there. And a lot of people may disagree with this, but I'm telling you, my understanding is that Miami is unlikely. I don't think that right now they have a package that could get it done. Could they change their package? Possibly. But I think that there are other teams, plural, that are ahead of the Miami Heat's offer right now. Well, there we go. Turn on that microphone. It's interesting because every time I look at a possible deal from the Miami Heat, I just think no. I think there's nothing there.
I see it. I did put the link to YouTube on Twitter, which is silly, but is that silly? I don't know.
I see it.
Is that loud? I see us. Great.
I'll share a YouTube thing. I don't know.
We're up.
Oh, we're up?
Yeah.
Yo, hi everyone. Hello. This is weird. We're going live for the Empire of the Suns podcast. If you're here right now in this specific moment, or you're watching a replay of this stream, we're going to blabble for about 4 to 5 minutes, let people get in here. Typical streamer stuff, if you will, that I see all the Twitch pros do on the regular. I'm Kellen Olson. That's Kevin Zimmerman. In about 5 minutes, we're going to intro in to our normal podcast. We're basically the guinea pigs for this, right? Because
here's our fear.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's some day baseball happening, or afternoon baseball, I guess, this week.
It's 4 o'clock against the Blue Jays on like Tuesday, Wednesday, right?
So when the KD trade inevitably goes down during a Dbacks game, we need Burns and Gambo to like come in here and do podcasty, streamy stuff.
Yeah, we need them in here, and we need them reacting and doing all that sort of stuff. They won't be able to go in that studio, but we're in a different room right now, which is on the opposite side of where the normal stuff in the building is. I don't know if I phrased that properly, but we're in the podcast studio that we're normally in, and this is where Burns and Gambo will be on Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday afternoon, and they'll have a live audience. And obviously, I think it goes without saying that ever since Quinn Ewers checked a blitz, this is going to be the biggest sports story of our year, probably. So we're just making sure we got all of our ducks in a row and everything, and we're the lab rats. So if we go down suddenly, if there's any issues, let us know in the chat. Also, since we've been talking for like 2 minutes, if you have any questions, you can get in the chat on YouTube and ask them to us. You can ask us KD questions. You can ask us draft questions. We're going to get into the latest on Kevin Durant. We're going to talk about possibilities at the late end of the lottery to preview the draft in case the Suns do trade for one of those prospects, or one of those picks, excuse me. And if they do, we'll come back later and talk about them as well. But this is just going to be our big draft episode in general as well. And then we'll get into some guys in 29 at the end of the first round. I had a series that went live on the website throughout last week that we were planning to space out a little bit, Kev, but we got nervous because there's a chance that they trade 29 in this trade. You got nervous. If you get nervous, I get nervous.
Sorry.
I'm the more anxious
enough to be win now. But they're not. But they want to be. They don't want to tank. They don't want to win 21 basketball games. They want to have a combination of guys that can help right now. You don't want to.
You don't want to sour Booker and be on a team that wins 40 games the next 2 years combined.
No, but I would think the priority would be young talent that you could develop, right? Young talent that not veterans who can help you win now, but young talent that you can develop. Not, I get it. They don't have their draft picks, so there's no benefit to them tanking. I'm not saying tanking. I'm just saying young guys like Kel'el Ware that are interesting perhaps as potentially
but they don't make $50 million to match the salary.
Well, no, I know, and you need other salaries to match it.
Yeah.
I don't want a bunch of, hey, we really think we're going for it next year because we got X, Y, and Z. I hope they're not.
They're not. They know they're not going to win these next 2 years. But they also don't want to fall off the face of the earth. They want to be competitive. I think every package is going to have a combination of draft picks, young players, and an older veteran player to kind of make the money work. So I don't know that there's a package out there that's going to give you 4 young players and draft. I think every package is going to be a combination of those 3 things. Are you going to get a veteran player? Yes. Are you going to get young players? Yes. Are you going to get at least some draft capital? Yes. I think almost any deal is going to have a combination of that. You'll take back a player with salary. You'll get back a young player that you like, and then you'll also get back some draft capital.
Yeah, that's good. And I'm not sitting here trying to stump for Kel'el Ware. I'm just trying to stump for the idea of a guy like Kel'el Ware. He was the 15th pick overall in the draft last year. I can't, it's hard for me to believe that after 1 year, you would say, oh, yeah, he's no good, or he's this, or he's that, right? Like he might have some sort of potential and some sort of. I'm not, and again,
that's what I was saying. He is still a prospect. He's got length. He's got skill. He's got a little bit of shooting touch. He's really young, so there's some talent and some upside there. And again, that's not a guy that's going to help you win right now. Doesn't play that hard. Just knock on him is a little soft too. So my point is, I don't think that Miami has the ammunition to get a deal done based on what I believe some of these other deals are. I think the other deals are better.
And that's fine. I mean, I think San Antonio obviously has a deep pool from which to deal. Houston has a deep pool from which to deal. How motivated those teams are to give the Suns what they want. We talk about the number 2 pick. We talk about Castle. We talk about getting some of your picks back from Houston. Those 2 teams might be like, yeah, no, we're not going to give you any of that stuff. And you're going to have to, this is what we're going to give you, counting on the idea that the Suns feel like they have to trade Kevin Durant somewhere he wants to go, and that those teams are holding that against the Suns and what they're offering.
Now, I have to preface this by saying that offers change. Like, right now, this is what I know. This is as of today. Miami wouldn't be able to get a deal done today. The deals change. You go back to the table. You go back to the drawing board. If you want the guy really bad, you then take guys out and add other guys or add more draft capital. So I'm not ruling them out and saying that they're not going to get it done. I think right now they are unlikely to get the deal done based on what their current offer is. It would have to change dramatically, or other teams would have to bow out for Miami to be able to get in there. Right now, I would think that it's unlikely that they get him.
When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, Gambo has said that the Suns are looking for the best package for them. And that kind of matches up with national reports that maybe it won't be somewhere Kevin Durant wants to go. So what exactly would that look like? That's coming up next on Burns and Gambo.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The Dbacks start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dr. Jay Schwartz in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, ready to help you with all of your eye care needs. The most trusted name in the Valley in LASIK surgery, with over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed, is Dr. Jay Schwartz. Performed my LASIK surgery. Also, Vince Marotta had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz. I don't wear glasses or contact lenses. I'm closer to 59 than I am 58 right now. And if you are looking for a vision correction procedure, if you're nearsighted or farsighted, or you have an astigmatism, I want you to check out the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. That is my family's eye doctor. Now, he's got locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And as most of you know, he's the team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. You could call right now to get a free thorough eye exam if you're interested in a vision correction procedure. The number is 480-483-EYES. You can also go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, baseball fans, don't miss your chance to meet star third baseman Eugenio Suarez live at Rift Valley Sports Cards on 2nd Street in Roosevelt in downtown Phoenix. Next Saturday, June 28th. Bring your favorite gear, grab a photo, and get an autograph from Gino himself. Spots are limited, so lock yours in today at ripvalley.com/Gino. That's ripvalley.com/Gino. Meet slugger Eugenio Suarez live in person and get an autograph. Saturday, June 28th at Rift Valley Sports Cards in downtown Phoenix. Don't miss it.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep. Don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona Sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
All right, so in the first segment, we kind of gave you the first half of the story. Kevin Durant's preferred trade destinations are the Miami Heat, San Antonio Spurs, and Houston Rockets. That's what Shams reported over the weekend. And we spent a lot of time in the last segment talking about the Miami Heat and whether their offer might not pass muster, as it goes to speak. But that was the first half of that report. The second half of the report is far, far and more in line with Gambo, with what he's been telling you for the better part of the second half of last week. The Suns have made clear to the 6 to 8 seriously interested teams that they will make the best deal for the franchise, even if it means trading Durant to a team outside his preferred list. And it would seem that that team that has come into the most focus today and over the weekend has been the Minnesota Timberwolves. That seems to be the one that is fitting that criteria, right?
Yeah, I think there's quite a few teams that look at it like, okay, yes, if we trade for Kevin Durant, there are benefits. We own his bird rights. We can pay him more than anybody else. He may say, I don't want to re-sign with you, but we still have his bird rights. So if he doesn't want to, if he wants to re-sign with us after a year, we can pay him the most money. If he doesn't, we can do a sign and trade. KD still plays at a high level. We'll do a sign and trade. We'll sign you to a 2-year deal, and then we'll trade you to somebody else. Because Kevin Durant's options are then to just be a free agent, and if he doesn't like the teams that are under the cap, then he's kind of relegated to just taking a mid-level exception of $16 million. The other avenue, which we started to hit on last week, which is another big reason, is that in all of these trades, there are some teams that can get off a salary that they may not want. If you're Minnesota, and Rudy Gobert is an excellent defensive player, one of the best we've ever seen, you can get off of Gobert knowing you've got Anthony Edwards and you've got McDaniels and you've got contracts that are coming up that, could really haunt you. So if you had Durant for 1 year and it allows you to get off of Gobert, well, then that might be good because you may re-sign Randall and maybe you keep Naz Reid and you've got Jaden and you've got Ant. And so there are teams out there that can benefit some from making a trade. I'll give you a couple of pieces. I'll give you young guys. But I'm going to get off of a contract that I may not want down the road.
To get an expiring.
Basically
to get an expiring contract. A big expiring contract, but an expiring contract. You know, that, hey, if he doesn't want to stay here, okay, worst case scenario, he ups and leaves, and now we've got $54 million in cap space because he's gone, right? And he's not on our books anymore.
Yeah, Rudy Gobert has 3 years left on his contract, age 33, 34, and 35. So for them, you know, they owe max money to Anthony Edwards. They're going to try to figure out a deal with maybe Julius Randle. McDaniels is on an expensive contract. It may be wise for them. Let's take Durant for a year and then see if he likes it here. And if not, we move on.
Yeah. And again, this is what we were talking about last week. Like this process is not dictated by where Kevin Durant wants to go. In fact, really, some of the back channel reaction this weekend, or the backlash reaction this weekend, was that, you know, Kevin Durant is kind of leaking the 3 teams he wants to go to.
Yeah.
Maybe because he's concerned the Suns aren't going to send him where he wants to go. Like this is kind of no, I want to go here. I want to go here. And the Suns are like, yeah, okay, that's great. But if we get a better offer there, we're sending you there. There's no reason why we wouldn't. And Shams has basically said so, and you've basically said so. They will take the best deal for them. And if it's on Kevin's list, great. And if it's not on Kevin's list, great. Because it's like the team that takes him knows full well whether he's going to want to sign a contract extension with them or not, and that makes them comfortable in doing the deal. Toronto is also now, I don't know if he's going to go to Toronto or not, but Toronto is very often talked about as a team. Like, yeah, we get it. He might not want to stay here long term. Fine. Everybody keeps bringing up the Kawhi Leonard thing. Brian Windhorst brought it up again this morning. Like, hey, remember what happened in 2018? Yeah, Brian, we all remember what happened in 2018 because it feels like almost a model for how this might work with Kevin Durant and Kawhi.
We were the first to report that the Suns are going to make the best deal for them regardless of where Kevin Durant goes, and that there are several teams out there that are not concerned about him signing an extension with them. Now, a few days later, the rest of the national media started to pick up on that, and to this day, it's still true. The Phoenix Suns, yes, okay, Kevin Durant would like to go there. If they're not going to make a good offer, they're not going to send Kevin Durant to his desired choice. So those teams can't go to the Phoenix Suns and say, look, we know he wants to come here, so we're not going to give you very much. Oh, really? Okay, we'll send him to freaking Toronto.
Yeah.
We'll send him to the Clippers. We'll send him to Minnesota. We'll send him wherever we want to send him because you don't hold the cards here. So the Suns, I believe, are still in a very good spot because, as I said last week, there are several teams that are more than willing to take Durant on a contract, knowing that he might just be there for the 1 year.
Here's Brian Windhorst on NBA Today talking about the KD triangle.
If you're the Timberwolves, for example, even if Durant says he doesn't want to be there, as Shams is accurately reporting, would you still trade for him and say, but we're going to be able to offer him the $100 million extension, and he can't get that necessarily in the open market next year, and we just are going to believe in that? Or are you going to lower your offer to the point where it may not be as palatable to Phoenix because you realize it's possible for a 1 year rental? And does the offer come down to the point where now they start to want to work with Durant? I've been calling this the Durant triangle. You need this alignment on where Durant wants to play, how the contract works out, and something that the Suns would accept. That's going to be a hard triangle to satisfy.
He later went on to say, quote, this is still wide open. Maybe he gets what he wants. Maybe he has to accept something else. And I think, and you said an article about this that I thought was interesting, and it pointed out that Kevin Durant is too much of a professional to submarine this once he gets there.
Right.
Like
He's going to play hard.
He might try to undo this before it happens. He undid Golden State because he didn't want to go there at the trade deadline, right?
Right.
He basically back-channeled the hell out of that and worked it behind the scenes where he let it be known to Steph and that organization, I don't want to go there. Don't do it. And that was enough to kind of scare him off and keep him from making the trade. But in this regard, you know, whether this is back channeling it, whether he's letting it be known, hey, I don't want to go to Minnesota, don't do it. If the Suns do it anyway, I suspect that Kevin Durant is enough of a baller and enough of a hooper. He'll play. He'll go there. He'll play.
He's a true professional.
He'll do
He's
his
not-
thing.
yep.
You know, he might not want to be there. It might be freezing cold for him in Minnesota, and he might not like it for 1 minute. He'll go there and be a pro and do the things that he has.
He's one of the greatest players that's ever played the game. He would never cheat the game. Kevin Durant would never cheat the game. If he can play, he's going to play. And if a team acquires his rights, he knows that's within the rules. And, you know, he doesn't have to stay there beyond 1 year, but he's not going to go to a team and not give his best effort. He's not going to be sulking. And he'll go there and he'll play hard, knowing that in a year he can go choose somewhere else. If that's what he wants to do.
We're still thinking this is the week, right?
I haven't got any. I know Shams had said he thought it would be done by the weekend, but I was always.
He said it could be. He
said it could be done by the weekend. I was always led to believe that it'll be this week. So I'm going to stick with this week. I think we're even working on the 19th, right? It's supposed to be like
it's a national holiday, but
we're going to work
we're
that day.
sucking it up here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Because
We're working on Juneteenth because it could come down.
It could come down. I'm expecting that it's and I'm checking on it now whether it's close or not. But I had always believed that it would be this week based on what I was led to believe, so I'm going to stick with that he'll be traded this week.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, a series win against the San Diego Padres, a 5-1 homestand, and in the midst of all of that, put it on the list. The good list for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Not the naughty list?
Not the naughty list, the nice list. It was epic on Saturday afternoon. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Houston, San Antonio, Miami. Those are the destinations that are reported to be high on Kevin Durant's list or on the list. They comprise the list. How close do you consider those three teams? I mean, Houston probably is the closest to competing for a championship in my mind. The other two aren't close.
No, that to me is really the big takeaway that very, very, very few people are talking about, in my opinion. That if this is accurate, that this is where KD wants to go, winning a championship is not at the forefront of what he's thinking about. It just isn't.
Totally agree.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
There are so many tough decisions to make once you decide to retire. What do I do with my money? Does the 4% rule work? How about the 5% rule? How about an annuity? Some annuities are really good. Some are really bad. It's why you need to have a financial advisor with the experience to navigate it. You want that money to last through retirement. You'd love for it to keep growing. So whatever your decisions are, it's important to work with a financial advisor that understands what your needs are and help you navigate these difficult choices that are going to be made. That's once you hit retirement, that's it. Maybe many of you stop working, and so you want to use that money for your lifestyle, to pay bills, to travel, to do the things that you want to do in life. I recommend a local company named Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart Willis, he's a fiduciary. Call him and get a free portfolio review. Talk to him about annuities, whether they're good or bad. 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN. Or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There's a lot going on in the world of Diamondbacks baseball. They just finished a 5-1 homestand. We just got first returns for the All-Star game. More on that in just a second. The division rivals are loading up for the final months of the season, and there's a looming House bill that could impact their future here in Arizona. So, for all the latest on that, no better person for Burns & Gambo to talk to than the managing general partner, Ken Kendrick. He's going to be on with Burns & Gambo at 3. That's a half hour from now, right here on 98.7 FM, on the Arizona Sports app and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Now, speaking of those All-Star Game returns, as far as the Diamondbacks are concerned, Ketel Marte, the current leader at National League second base, while Corbin Carroll is 5th among National League outfielders. What that means is if Phase 1 voting ended today, it doesn't end today, it ends next Thursday, they would both advance to Phase 2 voting to start in this year's games. And in the NBA, the finals, Game 5 tonight from Oklahoma City, the Pacers and Thunder knotted at 2 games apiece. Tip-off is at 5:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 4:30. That'll be over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Arizona Diamondbacks climb back into a playoff spot now that their schedule is getting easier? We'll get into that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Okay, there was this.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately, playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
But we really want to talk about this.
At his first pitch, Naylor swings, slow ground ball to first. Arise has it, comes home. Save! Perdomo under the tag, and the Diamondbacks win.
That was a crazy game.
That was a crazy game on Saturday.
That was a thriller. A 5-run ninth inning by the Dbacks, down 7-3. And about to lose their 23rd game after having a lead, the third most in baseball, by the way. They somehow battled back against one of the best closers in baseball.
Indeed.
And Robert Suarez. And they did it with the 7, 8, 9 hitters coming up. Pavin Smith, Gabby Moreno, Alec Thomas all getting base hits. And then Marte beats out an infield single. Man, he was so happy when they reversed that call. He was so happy because they called him out, and then they looked at it, and he was safe, and it was close. And then obviously Geraldo Perdomo with the lighting that inside pitch down the right field line, 3 runs scored, and then scoring on the nail. What a thriller. What a thrilling victory for the Arizona Diamondbacks. It gave them the series win.
Yep.
And it was just another one of those just strange seasons for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Their ability to lose games and win games late is remarkable.
It definitely goes on the list. We're keeping, and I think we're getting darn close to the list being even, to be honest with you, in terms of the number of games that they lost but should have won, the number of games but they won that they should have lost. I think they've almost like balanced each other out at this point with what happened against Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, what happened against San Diego. It was a remarkable moment for him, again, because you point out Suarez, how good he's been. He's got one of the best ERAs as a closer in Major League Baseball. I think he had gone 11 outings without giving up an earned run. It was a non-save situation for him, but he's been really, really good. Pavin Smith in particular, not that he deserves any more credit than the other guy. He was 0 for 3 with 3 punch-outs in the game up until that point. He was down 0-2 in the count when he got his kind of single that started things off. Perdomo with the big hit. I thought the most amazing thing that come out of that game on Saturday, Perdomo was not supposed to run. He knew it. Torrey knew it.
Has to get through.
Everybody knew it. It's like, don't run. Unless you know it's going to get through. Don't. Yeah. And he took off anyway.
Took off high throw from the second baseman. High throw. Catcher had to go up to get it. By the time he came down, Geraldo Perdomo got the slide in.
Barely got this. But I always cringe a little bit when guys are kind of off reservation doing things on their own. Like, it better work. Like, okay, if you're going to like openly defy your manager and openly defy what you've been told to do, boy, you better score that run. Because if you get thrown out and you kill a rally because you're off playing hero ball and I'm not trying to call out Perdomo. I was amazed to read after that game that he was basically acting on his own in that moment. It's crazy. They've got 3 4-run ninth inning comebacks. That's the most in Major League Baseball before the All-Star break since they invented the All-Star game back in 1933.
I'm looking at one of my games on my list. 5-run ninth, April 12th for the win against the Brewers.
Yes.
Down 4-0. Came back to win that one.
It's on my list too, yeah.
Okay, and then there's another one? There's another comeback?
I've got 4 should have lost but ones. Okay.
You got a Cubs game
I
in
got
there?
March 30th against the Cubs. They won 10-6. They were trailing 6-2 in the 8th. Okay.
Got that.
April 12th against the Brewers. They won 5-4. You mentioned
Got that.
The Atlanta one where they scored 7 in the 9th inning.
Okay.
Right, when they were down 11-4 in that game, 11-5 in that game.
Braves game.
That was like 2 weeks ago when they were in Atlanta. Remember, it was a day game, and they scored 7 runs in the 9th inning against Atlanta.
Yeah.
Just shell-shocked them. It was right before they went to Cincinnati and right before they got swept. They completed the sweep against the Atlanta Braves. So that's number 3.
Okay, I got to add that one because I don't have that one on my
This is now.
Put it on the list.
Put it on the list.
There it is.
This is now number 4 on the list of games they should have lost but won because they were, they down 4 in the bottom of the 9th. Then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games on the list of games they should have won but lost. Lost to the Dodgers 14-11. They were up 11-8. They gave up 6 in the 9th. The Rockies game in which they were up 11-6 at home and they blew it 14-12.
Right.
There was hold on, I lost my place in line here. There was the game at Wrigley where they lost 13-11 when they blew a big lead at the end. And then there was that game against the Braves, the Geno game, the 4 home run game where they lost. Teams never lose 4 home run games.
Right.
They lost that. And then there was
I guess the only game I don't have on my list is the Braves one you're talking about from a couple weeks ago. I'm going to have to go back and see if I have those in my notes.
Well, there was also the Pirates game from a couple of weeks ago that was also on the list of a game that they should have won but lost. Remember the one where Ginkel and Beeks melted down in the 7th day? Yeah, that's another.
Right.
So there's 5. Oof. There's 5 that they should have won but lost, 4 that they should have lost but won. So it's not quite balanced out yet.
The most important thing is that they got 2 out of 3 from San Diego. They had a really good homestand. They won 5 out of 6. And all of a sudden, we've always said this, you don't want to fall 7 or 8 back. You want to be in that, right now they're 3.5 out of a wild card, right? 3.5 out of the wild card.
Correctamundo.
That's a good spot to be in. It's not where you want to be, but it's a pretty good spot to be in. You're within striking distance. So the big news, what I would focus on, you win 2 out of 3 against the Padres. You pick up a game on them. You go 5-1 on the homestand. You had swept Seattle. You have that thrilling victory on Saturday, which is fantastic. And now this team, despite all the injuries and despite all the bad news, this team is giving everybody reason for hope. They're giving everybody reason for hope. And I loved Bickley's column last week about, hey, they're back to what they should be. The little engine that could, right? No Corbin Burns, without all these guys. Now just surprise everybody with the way you guys play, because that's what they're doing.
Yeah, there's no doubt that is the takeaway from the weekend. And we can, I get it, the list is a little convoluted at this point because we're, almost coming up on halfway through the season. But it is always fun for us anyway to kind of keep track of these things. The big picture is what matters the most here. And I think if we're going to go even big picture here, they won a series against a team that was above 500. That had been a struggle for them all year long. We talked about that on Friday. They've got another one coming up against Toronto. They were playing really well until they got swept by Philly over the weekend. Once they get past Toronto, now, look, I know we've been down this road before with the Pirates and the Nationals just a couple of weeks ago. Man, once they're done with the Blue Jays, the schedule gets light for a week and a half. It's the Rockies, it's the White Sox, and it's the Miami Marlins. That is your window. That is your moment to kind of really put on pause all this talk about whether they're going to be a seller at the deadline. That's their real opportunity to make up some ground and get back into it, because those teams are dreadful. Those teams are historically dreadful. They're bad. And the Diamondbacks have a chance to take advantage of that a little bit if they can get through this Toronto series. If they can win 2 or 3 against Toronto and have back-to-back series wins against above 500 teams, they've set themselves up, I think, to do a lot of damage in the next week and a half, given the schedule, as long as they can take advantage of it.
We looked at June, and we said, you've got to make some hay here.
They're making hay.
They're 9-4.
They're making hay, baby.
They're 9-4 in June.
They're doing it.
And the tough part was the Cincinnati series where you got swept.
Yes.
Outside of that, you swept the Braves, you swept Seattle, you won 2 out of 3 against San Diego. Despite all the bad news, they're playing good baseball right now.
They are. And Nelson looked good on Friday.
He looked good.
Gallen looked good on Saturday.
I thought he looked great until that last inning.
He didn't. What are you walking Diaz for? He's like
the ninth hitter.
Oh, he's just
the ninth hitter.
On what, 4 pitches?
3 and 1. It was a 3 and 1 pitch. 5 pitches.
That's right. 5-pitch walk. Just completely. And there's some talk about whether Torrey doesn't have the hook fast enough for Gallen. Is he trusting him too long?
It's fair.
Can you blame him with the bullpen, right? I mean,
what happened? Ryan Thompson comes in and all the runs score. We're like, Ryan Thompson, he's back. And then all the inherited runners scored, and then one of his scored. It was just not a great game for Thompson. Had been really good.
Yeah.
He had been really good.
And what's too bad is before Saturday, one of the stories of the Diamondbacks had been their bullpen. They were phenomenal.
Friday, they were great.
And
was it 4 scoreless?
Capped off a really good week for the Diamondbacks bullpen. Where outside of the 2/3 of an inning that Brigham gave them after Martinez got hurt, the bullpen had pitched really well until Saturday, and then it kind of went back to normal. But it was that's something to kind of keep an eye on too. When we come back to the NBA. Because yesterday, there was a major trade in the association. It wasn't Kevin Durant, obviously, but it certainly had enough ties to what the Suns might be looking at that it's got us wondering if it impacts the Phoenix Suns at all. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Final days of employee pricing from America for America at Sanderson Ford. Yeah, it's extended through July 4th, so you're really running out of time. Just a few weeks left to take advantage of employee pricing. You see the owner, David Kimberly, and Gonzo Luis Gonzalez talking about employee pricing. Take advantage of that, whether you want a new Escape, you want a new F-150 truck, you want to get yourself into a Mustang or a Bronco or a Bronco Sport, or maybe the Ford Maverick. They've got the best selection right now when it comes to Sanderson Ford. They've got a great selection of new inventory to get you into the car, truck, or SUV that you desire. So check out the Bronco Sport, the Escape, the F-150, the Super Duty, the Mustang Mach-E, the Ford Explorer. You're going to love the lineup at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online at sandersonford.com.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand.
That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top-flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Lauren is back from a few days off, watching her sister graduate. Welcome back, Lauren. Good to have you there.
Sister graduated. How about that? Congratulations.
Thank you. I had nothing to do with it, but thank you. I did sit there and whoop as she walked across
I'm
the
sure
stage.
you provided
some influence,
emotional support, and stability for her all throughout the years while she was pursuing her degree. Don't
you. I
sell
tried.
yourself short. How about that? Yeah, exciting.
And we got news that Dr. Gooby is engaged.
Now, see, you threw me for a loop because you started the show talking about the College World Series, and I'm like, dude, you're father of the bride now. What are we starting the show with that for?
Yep.
Gambo's
Dr. Goobs.
Dr. Gabriella. Dr. Goobs.
Gabriella Gambadoro.
Got proposed to
in Bulgaria.
In what appeared like a cave.
Her and her boyfriend, they travel a lot. They kind of have the travel bug like me. So they like to travel. So they were in Bulgaria on a vacation, and they like to hike. They love to. You would love them. They love everything they do is hiking.
I'm jealous of a couple of hikes they've gone.
They've hiked in Portugal and Peru
the big one
and
in Portugal.
Bulgaria, and so Machu Picchu. They did some hiking around there. So they got engaged.
Congratulations,
which is crazy because he asked me like back in like November, like October, November before one of their trips.
Taking his sweet time.
We love a good planner.
They were going to do it he was going to do it in Portugal, but the day it happened, it like rained a lot, and he just didn't do it. So I was like, all right, like 6 months later, dude, I'm like, I'm going to make my daughter get a new boyfriend if you don't get this done real soon. Me and Chelsea are going to go find her somebody new. I mean, she's a doctor. She makes a lot of money, and she's a good-looking kid. She's athletic. She was a all-time leading goal scorer at Desert Vista High School, over 100 goals in lacrosse, played college lacrosse, and she's a doctor. Like Dr. Gooby.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who won't be invited to the wedding, you just heard a preview of what Gambo's toast is going to be. That's it.
Yes.
That's word
I'm
for
not
word
kidding.
right there.
We
Word
almost,
for word.
we almost found a new guy.
That is going to be the speech.
At this rate, Gambo,
Right
do you
there.
want me to cut that so you can just play it back as an MP3 at the wedding?
You know, I toast the bride and groom, although we were trying to figure out how to replace this bum because he asked me in like 9 months
asked me
later.
in November, can I
he
marry your
finally
daughter?
asked her to marry her. I mean, what the hell?
What took you so long?
What took you so damn long?
Like, I
Right
actually
there
said
it
that
is.
to them
There's the speech.
When I got off the plane today. I talked to them like, hey, me and Chelsea were about to find you somebody new.
Please tell me you opened with something else. Like,
No, that's what I said.
congratulations.
There wasn't a congratulations first?
No, of
I
course
said
not.
it's about time.
Man,
we almost found somebody else for you.
Honestly, I think we've answered the questions on what took the dude so long. The father-in-law. I think
We're looking at the problem.
Do I really want to marry into this family where I
Right.
got to deal with
Yeah.
this bozo every holiday?
Oh, yeah.
I think now we know what took so long. Him.
Could be it. Most people don't want me as a father-in-law.
No
Lauren,
comment.
No. Lauren, you've got a poll question for us. Hit us, please.
I do, yes. Which recent move in the NL West will have a greater impact on the Diamondbacks' chances of making the playoffs? Is it Devers heading to Mitch's beloved San Francisco Giants? Is it Ohtani returning to the rotation for the Dodgers tonight? He will pitch against the Padres. Or is it neither of those?
Will have a greater impact on the Diamondbacks' ability to get to the playoffs?
Yes.
Like, in other words, which one isn't going to hurt the most?
Probably Devers. As much as I don't like him because he's just, I don't respect, like, he doesn't run ground balls out hard. He doesn't want to play
He's
in
not with the commies anymore, though.
He's not with the communists anymore. That is true. He got out of communism. I would say Devers' impact because they Chapman's hurt right now.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe he'll play third base with Chapman hurt, but their problem is offense. So he's going to help them.
I think he's going to help them. I think Ohtani is going to be limited in how much he could help this year. So I would vote for Ohtani as the thing that helps the Diamondbacks more. I think Devers is going to really help San Francisco, and I don't want San Francisco to be helped because I think the Dodgers are the Dodgers. They're going to stay in this race no matter what. I'm hoping the Giants fade, and I think Devers helps them not fade. So put me down for Ohtani.
42% is going with Devers to the Giants. 34% going with neither of those will have a chance on the D-backs' chance of making the playoffs, and 24% going with Ohtani returning to the rotation.
All right, thank you, Lauren. We appreciate that, and welcome back. There was a trade that went down yesterday in the NBA. Desmond Bane was traded from the Memphis Grizzlies to the Orlando Magic for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 first-round picks, and a future pick swap. This impacts the Suns on a couple levels.
Yes.
Number one, people are like, hey, is this the model for what the Suns are going to get back in Kevin Durant? And number two, because one of the draft picks that came back to Memphis belongs to the Suns. It's
Next year.
It's one of the pick swaps they gave up with the Wizards to get Bradley Beal, if I remember right.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
Phoenix's first-round pick in 2026 that is now going to go moving around. That was originally part of a 3-team deal in which Royce O'Neal came to Phoenix, and then it got swapped with Memphis and Orlando, and now it's fully in Memphis's possession with this trade. So 5 draft assets, 4 unprotected firsts, and a pick swap for Desmond Bane. Bane works out really well with Orlando. He's an undersized guard, but if you put him with Jalen Suggs, he's going to be, because Suggs is the modern day Drew Holiday. He's big and he's strong and he's physical. And so Bane, who's a little bit undersized, can't defend that well, but he is a great shooter, a great scorer. He's going to really help Orlando. I like Orlando going for it. They gave up a lot. They gave up a lot to get him. And I think when you're at Memphis, you're kind of looking at it like, hey, we draft really well. We draft Jaren Jackson Jr. and Wells and John Morant and Edey and Aldama and Bane. we're going to love having all these draft picks because we're really good at drafting.
Yeah, I mean, and for some people who think that this is the beginning of a dismantle in Memphis, all the reports are that it's not, that they're clearing money for a Jaren Jackson Jr. extension and that they're going to rebuild around him and Ja Morant, and they just wanted to kind of get off that money and move on and get the draft picks for Orlando. I like it for Orlando, too, because as we talked about last week, the East is wide open, and Orlando now has a core four of Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner and Desmond Bane and Jalen Suggs. Is that good enough to win the East? I don't know, but I think it's good enough to compete in the East, and it's been a minute since Orlando has won a playoff game, so you can see why they might be itching to kind of add to the threesome that they've got and go for it a little bit. It's a hefty package, and I don't think this really comps to the Suns when it comes to Kevin Durant, because I think the Suns, you've made it clear throughout this entire process, the Suns aren't just looking for draft picks when it comes to Kevin Durant. No. They want players to help them now. They want players to help them later. They want draft picks. They want a combination of goodies where it was really clear that Memphis just wanted the picks. I mean, I know they got Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and maybe he'll do better with a change of scenery, but very clearly they just wanted picks. I just can't believe, Desmond Bane, 4. I mean, he's good.
4 unprotected first.
4 unprotected
for
first
Desmond Bane.
Desmond Bane.
I know.
It's a whoa.
He's going to fit in really well there. He's a good player.
He's a good player. He's a tough player. He shoots the three well. He's a little undersized. I get it. That's a problem.
But now he's with Suggs.
He defends well. He's with Suggs. So the two of them combined, that Orlando Magic team couldn't shoot the three to save their lives, and now they're in a real good spot.
Right.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, the future of the Diamondbacks on and off the field. What does it look like in the eyes of the man that owns the team? Ken Kendrick, the Diamondbacks managing general partner. He will join us on Burns and Gambo next, so stay with us.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play.
Walk-off homer!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
You don't want to be saying Frank Sinatra's regrets I had a few when it comes to your roof. What you want to do is you want to get your roof checked out by a great local company that has been around for 3 generations of roofers, and that's JLC Roofing, a roofer-owned roofing business. How about that? Not a company that's sold out to another company, sold out to a bigger company, sold out to a bigger company. No, this has been in the family's hands for generations right here in Arizona. That's why they're the second largest roofer in Arizona, and they're going to help you. Matter of fact, one of the things they do is offer free estimates, because for many of you, you don't even realize it, but a small repair on your roof can help you get by a few more years without having to replace it. But most people wait, they don't do anything, and then all of a sudden a monsoon comes, or the 112-degree weather every day, and it just does the wear and tear on your roof, and the next thing you know, you've got some issues. We're talking insulation and drywall and paint and flooring and baseboards and mold, and all of that could have been avoided with one phone call. Call 602 Roofing and get a free estimate on your roof. That's 602 Roofing.
Dan Bickley here, and when you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above the rest. They deliver justice, the best medical care, and the most amount of money. You are not just another number. You are a real person who deserves the best, and the attorneys at Sweet James often represent a second chance at life for many clients, and they take that seriously. So if you are ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's general manager, John Nissen, and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans ineligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. There's a lot going on in the world of Diamondbacks baseball. They just finished up a 5-1 homestand. They got the division rivals loading up for the final months of the season. We got first returns of the All-Star voting in July, and we've got a looming House bill that could impact their future here in Arizona. So, no better man for Burns & Gambo to talk to than the managing general partner. Ken Kendrick joins Burns & Gambo coming up next, so don't go anywhere. And then Game 5 of the finals tonight from Oklahoma City. Pacers and Thunders knotted at 2 games apiece. Tip-off is at 5:30. That's over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we're all waiting for the Kevin Durant trade to drop. When it does, we'll be all over it starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, 3 o'clock hour here on the Burns & Gambo Show. It is our pleasure to welcome on today's edition a man with whom we're going to speak about many, many items facing the Arizona Diamondbacks, and it's always a pleasure to welcome managing general partner of the Dbacks, Ken Kendrick, on the Burns & Gambo Show. Ken, hope this call finds you well. Thank you for your time today. How are you doing today, sir?
Well, glad to be on with you guys. Quite a crazy time to be involved with the Diamondbacks.
Yeah,
I bet.
We were out there. I was at one of the Seattle games, and then me and Burns, you were both at the game on Saturday, that thrilling come-from-behind win, so taking 5 out of 6 on that homestand, really good. But the first thing we want to ask you about, HB 2704, the House vote to recapture some of that tax money, the revenue from sales at Chase Field. Tell me where you guys are with that. We've got the vote coming up very soon, correct?
Well, yes. We're anticipating potential for a vote in the Senate is where the bill is now. The bill number you referenced is a bill that started in the House and was approved by the House some time ago now and moved over to the Senate, and it's been kind of bouncing around there for a while and went through a committee vote, which, legislation that's the model. You come through a committee in each side, then you go onto the floor. In any event, we passed through the Senate committee. It's now been kind of in background, waiting for it to go onto the floor of the Arizona Senate. which could be forthcoming even this week. We don't know. It's not our job to schedule when bills get onto the floor, but we're being given word that maybe this week, maybe next week.
Right.
If approved there, which we're hoping it will be, then there will be differences as there is. I mean, you can almost follow U.S. legislation. You go to the House, or maybe you start with the Senate and then you go to the House. But in any event, both sides have to approve, and then any differences in the details they work out between them for a final vote, and then ultimately, if approved, then the governor, would have the final say of either approving or vetoing. And we're being given word that if it gets to the governor, that she's going to hopefully approve it. So it's still a work in progress.
Yeah, we've been going to this stadium ever since it opened up, and you guys are 30 years in now. It's time. It's time for renovations. It's time for the roof and the air conditioning and the plumbing and all the things that are needed and necessary to make this building one of the best. And it's been 30 years. $400 to $500 million is needed. And our understanding is not only is it just recapturing sales tax, but that you are also going to put in a lot of your own money to make sure that the renovations go the way they need to go.
Well, that's accurate. The model from the beginning was that it was part public money that built the stadium and part Diamondback partner money, and the model that we would advance, assuming that the government side comes through, is a similar partnership where we and the government entities would share in the repairs that are badly needed after a 30-year old building. It's like anything, and when it ages, there are significant deterioration in infrastructure. You don't really see it. You only feel it at this point when the air conditioning isn't working as well as we would have hoped it.
Yeah.
Once did, and now it's not as not working as well. So, a lot of the improvements that are going to be done, if we can get the economics together, we'll just make it a more stable facility under the hood. And then we're going to spend additional monies on, enhancing the fan experience. That building was built at a time 30 years ago at the current state of the art, where things weren't looked at in sports like they are today. If you go to the Suns Arena just down the street, there have been major upgrades in the recent years to make it, I'll call it, more fan-friendly, more socially network identified. And we need to do some of that kind of thing to enhance the fan experience. Cardinals have recently and are doing upgrades to their stadium,
sure,
which is newer than ours, but again, upgrading fan experience and then improving and maintaining infrastructure is just part of what any building in sports needs.
Ken Kendrick is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. Is a deadline looming for this? Does this?
Great question. From our side, we've been working collaboratively, a hard word for me, with the public authorities, both state legislature, county, and city, all are in the mix to be partners with us. We would hope they all would be. That's what we hope. But we've been working with this for some years, working on this for some years. And the model that we're now, and we've tried different models of ways that we could maybe solve the problem of the stadium, if I may. And now we have the model of the sharing with us of the taxes that we create from experiences at the ballpark, the sales tax and use tax that is generated from ticketing, from food and beverage, from merchandise, et cetera. That's all collected at the state level. And what we're hoping is that we can get a remittance back into a repair fund to help with the future of the stadium. And, that evolved out of several other options that ultimately didn't get didn't get to the goal line. We're hoping this one will.
Is there any? It seems like this part of the process, it feels like has taken, and I don't know, I'm not this educated on governmental process. It feels like this part of the process has taken longer than it's supposed to. Is there a concern on your end?
I think fair again, a reasonable inquiry. I think the process that is now the process that is an active one has only been ongoing within the last year. So for it to take that amount of time from the sales tax recapture model to get through the processes of, listening, city weighs in and their authorities, county weighs in and their authorities, legislature, both two houses of the legislature, all of them weigh in. Well, what do legislators do? They evaluate, they consider, they modify, they change. And so I don't think the process that we're undertaking now has been an unreasonable amount of time. I think maybe some of the things we tried to do before that we thought would work, when you add it all together, it has been a long period of time that we've been working on this since we settled some litigation back in 2018, which involved some of the stuff that we're dealing with currently, and that is repair-oriented problems.
Well, we are 100% behind you guys getting this through and getting it approved, getting those renovations that you need, because the last thing we want to see is the Diamondbacks have any issues. Lease expires after the 2020 season, 27 season, 2027.
Correct.
And the only thing I've seen is you guys have been 1,000% committed to staying in downtown Phoenix. I know from you and from Derek and everybody involved that is your goal. Your goal is to stay here in downtown Phoenix.
Yeah, you've nailed it. That is exactly what we want. It's a great location. It's a location our fans are, of course, used to, having millions of them having come to games in downtown. We've been there from the very beginning, as you know, and we've seen downtown begin to flourish during the time that we've been there. I've been personally involved in some of the non-sports development in the center of downtown, and I'm very proud of our downtown. As a Phoenix person, as a Arizona, and I think we have a very vibrant city, and we're in the heart of it. The Suns are there. That's where we would like to be.
Ken Kendrick is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, talking all things Diamondbacks. Obviously, turning more to the product on the field. Obviously,
okay.
a major financial commitment made by you the last couple of years, only to see a lot of those players getting hurt and getting injured and things like that. And yet the team still remains competitive. As the managing general partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, kind of assessing the state of your ball club right now, how would you assess the state of your ball club right now, Ken?
Well, we're obviously slightly above 500 on paper. That's how you're ultimately measured, wins and losses. And, we've battled back and forth, in the first 70 games, I believe we have played. There's lots of good things that have happened. Unfortunately, the injuries have really been way more than we would have ever thought we might have. Yet, that's part of sports. And, I was looking at over the weekend the reports that we get internally on the injuries, across the board. Mostly now it's focused on pitching, as you well know. And looking at the depth of problem there, it's the most significant series of pitching injuries that I can recall in my years of being associated with the Diamondbacks. And, that happens. Yet, having said that, you actually you could look only as far as the Dodgers. They literally have more injured pitchers than do we.
Yeah.
Now, the difference between the two teams is the depth of their economics allow them to, have more backup guys than we would ever be able to afford. And so they're not as negatively impacted overall, but they have been impacted by injury. So, what's that old line? There's no crying in sports, or there shouldn't be. And I'm not crying. I'm just trying to figure out what do we do to keep the ship going and get it going in the direction that we want it to go. And we have a lot of good ball players, and we still have a good group of decent pitchers. Not the depth that we wish that we had, and we've got guys that are for sure not going to be pitching. I looked at a list of 11 pitchers who have pitched in a major league game for us this year who are out. We only have 13 or 14 pitchers on a roster that, that are active. So we've almost lost an entire roster of pitchers, some, at the top of our rotation, some, middle relievers, and of course, sadly for us, our two ace bullpen guys that we thought at the beginning of the year, Martinez and Puck, are basically gone. And you still got to go play. So it's our job to figure out what to do and how to make it work.
Sorry, Ken, I didn't mean to cut you off. Ken Kendrick, our guest, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. As far as, and I know Mike Hazen over the weekend talked about the state of his team with the trade deadline. Yep. Obviously, we're a ways away from that, but we're not that far from it. As far as you're concerned, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Will there be any edicts from you when it comes to how your organization will approach the trade deadline as it relates to the roster or the budget or the payroll or anything along those lines?
Yeah, well, I play a role in that. I don't necessarily play a role in the specifics of talent evaluation, but I do play a role in the economics and the decision-making that we would build around, the trade deadline at the end of July. We'll play for the next month. You get to the middle of July, likely not much will happen, albeit that there was a blockbuster trade on yesterday, which is very much unusual that occurred. But that we wouldn't be likely doing an event of significance, I wouldn't think, in the next month. And within the last 2 weeks of July, it's where all the teams get more and more serious. There are those that are clearly in the playoffs, want to add. Those that are clearly out of the playoffs want to subtract. Those that are on the edge one way or another have hard decisions to make, whether you add to or subtract from or stay neutral. And I don't think it's absolutely predictable for us at this point. I would hope we have tough decisions to make, meaning that we're competitive and may have the chance to go for it, or more, I would even hope that we could be, significantly ahead of where we are now when it comes trade deadline.
Well, you guys have been the model.
We got a lot of games to play. We got 30 games to play, and you could. I hate to say it this way, you could win 20 of those, or you could lose 20 of those, and one of those makes life good. One of those makes life for us intolerable.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have been the model franchise for a long time, and I think everybody looks up to the Diamondbacks now as here's a team. They invested the money. They've had success. They've invested that money back into the ball club. So I just to follow up on that, is there anything, and you invested in Corbin Burns and Jordan Montgomery and everything. Is there anything that would prevent you from being able to add to this roster? Are you limited in what you could add at the deadline, or is it a go-for-it mode if you guys feel like you're close enough?
I'll use an example, and of course, you can't talk about other players on other teams specifically, but I'll tell you something. I'm not a big follower of the Internet. All the experts live on the Internet, and I won't say more than that, but one of the suggestions that was made is, well, the solution for the Diamondbacks is to go get Chris Sale to add to replace Corbin Burns. Well, the last time I looked, Chris Sale makes about $30 million a year, and he's the number one pitcher for the Atlanta Braves, who still have their own hopes of being in the playoffs. So what kind of moves are available to you is it takes two people to make a deal, and right now there aren't any imminent deals that are out there. But will we invest in this team? If the facts and circumstances suggest investing gives us a legitimate chance to be in the postseason, then we're gonna do that. Even though we're at the highest watermark in the history of the team, I believe in these young men. I think we have a solid group of baseball players. If you really look at the talent I believe that you could say, even now with the injuries that we have, the talent base are as talented a group on paper from their past performances as the team that went to the World Series. Some may argue with me. That was a band of brothers who did it. This band of brothers may be also able to do it. So I think we just have to let the next month play out.
Well, Ken, we always appreciate the conversation. We always appreciate you coming on for a few minutes and telling us about the state of the Diamondbacks from your perspective. We, of course, wish you guys nothing but the best. We'll all be monitoring what's going on with the state Senate and the discussions about the stadium. But we appreciate the time, and we thank you for coming on. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I will ask you guys, maybe you want to consider in your next lives coming back as state senators, and then you could vote for us.
Ken, once upon a time, my grandmother asked me to run for office. She thought I was, and I said, Grandma, I love you, but really, I have no interest in that at all. Well, but maybe I'll reconsider
in my earlier life, my father was a politician. He was a county sheriff.
Wow!
And in the world that I grew up in, small town West Virginia, the sheriff was kind of king-like, if you will.
I'm sure.
And yet it was. I think once he became the sheriff, he wished he wasn't.
I'm debating it, Ken. I might run for office.
Well,
Bernsey's trying to talk me out of it.
I'm not sure you're the better candidate of the two of you, to be fair.
Wow.
And on that note.
Well, let me put it this way. The one thing I know, you're either of you, both of you, would be a better candidate for public office than I would be.
Ken, you're awesome, man. We appreciate the conversation. We wish you guys nothing but the best.
Good to chat with you. All the best, guys.
Thanks, Ken Kendrick, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
I thought he was going to bankroll my candidacy there.
I'll take things I didn't expect to hear for 500, Alex. That's for sure. We'll come back.
You'd be a better candidate than me.
We'll react to what Ken had to say, and not about which one of us would make a better candidate or not, but in specific about what he said at the very end there about the payroll and about their competitiveness. And that's next on Burns and Gambo.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
All right, back here to say about V's Barbershop, their brand new location, which is just doing great from what I understand from Jimmy V, the founder and creator of V's Barbershop. V's Barbershop Cadence East Markets, right off of Ray Road near Ellsworth, part of the valley that is just exploding with growth right now. And there's V's Barbershop with the best barbers in town, with the best experience in town. And I'll tell you somebody else who is excited about V's Barbershop, and that's the guy sitting to my right. John Gambadoro is back with V's Barbershop. He went and tried a couple other things the last year or so and ultimately decided he was coming back to V's Barbershop. So I believe he's got an appointment this week, if I'm not mistaken. Tomorrow, as a matter of fact, with V's Barbershop, he'll be back. So walk in today, book online locations all across the valley. The best barbers in town, the best experience in town. You're not going to find anywhere better than V's Barbershop. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Tuesday. Can the Diamondbacks keep up their winning ways and kick the poutine out of the Blue Jays? That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
All right, John Gambadoro, Dave Burns, Burns and Gambo show. With an extra long interview with Ken Kendrick, and we appreciate him staying long. We obviously had a lot of questions to ask him and a lot of stuff we wanted to get out there. I thought, the stadium stuff obviously is the stadium stuff, and I don't mean to be like blasé about it, but it's been stuck in the Senate for a while trying to figure it out, and I asked Ken if there was any kind of looming deadline that needed to get done. I was under the impression that July 1st was somewhat of a deadline for them to get something done by then so it could be in the state budget, but most people seem to think this is going to be a big week for this bill and whether it gets out of the Senate or not and then goes back to the House, et cetera, et cetera. I thought the most interesting thing that we talked about there was, and I'm paraphrasing here, if this team gives me a reason to add, we'll add. If you give me a reason to, we'll add. I mean, that's kind of what he said. At least that's how I interpreted what he said at the end.
Yeah, I always thought that they were a little handcuffed because they didn't get off of Montgomery. Like, there's only Ken Kendrick has been praised throughout baseball for being the owner who has raised the salary of his team from a mid-level market to what the higher level markets are paying. He's been praised throughout baseball for putting his money where his mouth was and doing all the things right and adding payroll and signing Corbin Burns and doing all of the things to make this team competitive, which they have been. They made it to the World Series a couple of years ago. Last year, they missed out on a tiebreaker. I did think not moving Montgomery would have been a little bit of a hang-up because it was $25 million that you couldn't get off of. So I thought that may have prevented them. Now, I do think in some ways it did prevent them from going out and getting a closer. Yeah. They weren't going to go spend $10 million on a closer. But he's saying if we can add at the deadline, we're going to add. So maybe it's a rental for 2 months, and he's willing to spend an extra few $1 million to make this, to see if this team can get over the top.
Here's what Ken told us about further investing in the team at the deadline.
And circumstances suggest investing gives us a legitimate chance to be in the postseason. Then we're gonna do that. Even though we're at the highest watermark in the history of the team, I believe in these young men. I think we have a solid group of baseball players. If you really look at the talent, I believe that you could say even now with the injuries that we have, the talent base are as talented a group on paper from their past performances as the team that went to the World Series. Some may argue with me. That was a band of brothers who did it. This band of brothers may be also able to do it. So I think we just have to let the next month play out.
I think so too. If you get to a rental on a guy that's making $10 million, and it's just a rental, you're in it for $3.5 million. With 60 games left, you're probably in it for $3 to $4 million on somebody,
depending on who you get.
I think that they would do that. I think that they would do that. Now, maybe they move somebody out in a trade like that, so they subtract a little bit of stuff. Now, are they going to spend $10 to $20 million? Probably not. But could they add to? Because again, like you get to the trade deadline, 60-something% of the salary's been paid already for a player. So I would think that that's why they can probably go do something.
We'll have more follow-up and reaction to what Ken had to tell us. But when we come back, we want to get back to the Kevin Durant stuff because obviously tick-tock, we are waiting. Would it be more beneficial for a team to get Kevin Durant with just the 1 year left on his deal? Why there might be a line of teams that are waiting to do just that, we'll tell you next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to become much more aggressive. When that ball is in the air, no. I'm not going to wait for it to come to me. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to stab him out there and stab the pig out of the air and go get it and pull it down. That ball is mine.
It would be great to see, and I know I'm comparing him to an all-time great here again, which is all that seems to have ever happened in his career, but it'd be great to see him go out and just take balls away from defenders like Randy Moss in his prime.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And if you are looking for a company to help you with all of your retirement, investment needs, financial advice, I recommend Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. There's a lot of talk out there about annuities. Are they right for you? Are they wrong for you? Should I get one? Should I not get one? Look, some of the toughest decisions you make are actually when you retire. A lot of tough decisions to make as you're going through the process, but when you retire, because all of a sudden there's a tax bill due on all that money you saved. A lot of us saving money tax deferred. Guess what? You're going to get that knock on the door. Those taxes are going to be due at some point. Do you have a tax plan? Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation include that with all of their advising. They make sure that you've got a tax plan because they always tell me it's not about what you make, it's about how much of that you're able to keep. So if you want to work with a fiduciary, 5 locations in the Valley, call Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-431-8958. That's 800-431-8958.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. MLB trade deadline looms. Well, I mean, it's a month and a half away, I know. But, did you see what the Giants did yesterday? And with all that has happened for the Diamondbacks this year, injuries, the state of the team record-wise, how many teams ahead, how many teams behind, are they still in a position to add more salary at the deadline? Here's Managing General Partner Ken Kendrick with Burns & Gambo moments ago.
If the facts and circumstances suggest investing gives us a legitimate chance to be in the postseason, then we're going to do that. Even though we're at the highest watermark in the history of the team, I believe in these young men.
That full interview is available now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. We've also got Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight from Oklahoma City. Pacers and Thunder knotted at 2 games apiece. Tip-off is at 5:30. You can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and Dbacks. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Arizona Sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizons. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
I want to bring up another team here because this is somewhat reminiscent of what happened in 2018 when Kawhi Leonard was a free agent. He had a list of teams he preferred to go to. He had 1 year left on his contract, and the Toronto Raptors were willing to roll the dice as a possible rental. And once again, you don't see Toronto on Durant's list, but the Raptors are one of the teams lurking out there who may be willing to do this without knowing that they can keep Durant on an extension and basically potentially be a rental. And I think there's a couple others, including the Los Angeles Clippers and potentially even the Minnesota Timberwolves. This is still wide open. Maybe Durant gets what he wants. Maybe he has to accept something else.
Brian Windhorst with kind of the primer for what we think could very well happen this week with Kevin Durant, and that the trade goes down even though the NBA draft is still a week and a half away. We had always kind of assumed that was going to be the deadline, and in a way it still is, Gambo, but the fact that you had reported last week, you thought it was going to happen this week, and there were, reports even from Shams that it might happen over the weekend. It obviously didn't. But here we are. We are, I think, you and I in this station, fully braced and expecting for this to happen this week. It feels like this is going to happen.
So what's going on right now is they're debating the offers internally, and they're still negotiating with these teams. So that is where they are right now. There are offers on the table. They debate the offers amongst themselves. They look at the offers. They debate them. What would be best for that? You got 4 or 5 different offers. People may have different opinions. Not everybody may agree on what the best offer is. So that's where they're at right now. They're debating the offers, but also negotiating with these other teams because, as I've said, it's whoever had the best offer last week may not have the best offer this week. And I know a lot of the pathetic Miami Heat fans don't understand this, but right now, the Miami Heat don't have the best offer. At this point, well, I get so much crap from Heat fans, but that other Heat fan, yeah, but he's been right about everything he's ever said about the Heat, from Dame and Beal, and yes. But But the reality is, it's what are you laughing at? I love the state of Florida. It's a great state. Florida's a great state. But there are a lot of pathetic Miami Heat fans out there, just absolutely pathetic.
Okay.
They think their team is the be-all, end-all, and all their players are the greatest in the world. And how can you not take our offer? Because our guys are better than everybody else's. Yes. Right now, we're talking about debating the offers that are out there amongst the group, and then also negotiating with these teams to, because if they do realize that, hey, like this offer B or C or D is not as good as offer A, you have the right to go back and say you'd have to sweeten the pot to make it happen.
Well, yeah.
And that's what's going on right now.
I think, even through main channels or through back channels or through the media, I think that's exactly what's going on. We know his preferred destinations. It's been reported that it's the Miami Heat, that it's the San Antonio Spurs, and that it's the Houston Rockets. Okay. But by letting it be known, and the Phoenix Suns have let it be known, right? Like, hey, okay, great, that's the list. We're going to make the offer that's best for us, which means we might send him somewhere that he doesn't want to go, that's somewhere that's not on the list. And you heard, Minnesota's been a talking point on this one. Brian Windhorst mentioned them. Toronto's been a talking point.
Yeah, Minnesota had a good offer.
Been a talking point.
Clippers had a good offer. I would say that those teams have made good offers. Like now, if those offers are better than everybody else's, this is just common sense. It's a negotiating.
Sure, of course.
You negotiate. You go back and forth. Back and forth. Maybe somebody says, okay, I'll throw in an unprotected first-round pick in 2031. Wow, okay, that might put you over the top. So, the offers that everybody made, it's not, okay, I'm going to make you one offer and that's going to be it. You've been in a process of selling a house. You make an offer. They come back, counter offer. You make another offer. It's the same thing. You make an offer. If it's not good enough, they'll come back to you and tell you, and then you can say, okay, I don't want to pay any more for Kevin Durant. Or you might say, okay, maybe I can add this or that to sweeten the pot to try to get him.
The interesting thing that has come around in the last 24 hours, so you got these teams that are on the list, the teams that aren't on his list, and the Suns, would they be willing to send him to a team that's not on his list? And then what kind of happens next? Is why these teams who aren't on his list would be interested in him without knowing for sure whether he'd stay. And one of the reasons that was kind of suggested over the last 24 hours, and it really is an interesting one, is that it would be, at its core, Kevin Durant, in addition to being one of the greatest basketball players of all time, is also one massive, giant expiring contract. And if you do get him, and you get off of a longer bad contract to do it, let's say, for example, Rudy Gobert, and you're the Minnesota Timberwolves, and you throw Gobert in the deal, and you get off of paying him, 3 years at $35 million per?
His contract comes down because he was in the 40s, but it does come down into like the 38 and 35 range. But
whatever the exact number is,
sure.
My point, whatever the exact number is, my point is the Minnesota Timberwolves might be saying, hey, we're not real big fans of keeping Rudy Gobert around for 3 years on $112 million or whatever it is. If Kevin Durant comes here and he wants to stay, great. He'll make us a better basketball team. And if he doesn't, we just got off of 3 years of Rudy Gobert for 1 year of Kevin Durant, and you can walk and go wherever you want to go. And that might affect their offer. It might affect how much they're willing to give up for him. Of course, all of that is in play here too. In theory, a team that knows that Kevin Durant is going to hang around should be offering more than a team that thinks he's going to be around for a year. But if the places that he wants to go aren't giving you the offers that you want, it's your duty to go to everybody and say, okay, even if you just get him for a year, what are you going to offer me? Is it better than what the Rockets are offering? Is it better than what the Spurs are offering? Okay, let's talk. And then you figure out how to appeal to Kevin Durant, whether you want him to stay or not.
Debate, negotiate. That's what it is. Sit there and, again, I could tell you right now that the Heat right now, if the Suns are going to make the trade today, the Heat aren't getting Kevin Durant. But I can't tell you that the Heat don't all of a sudden change the offer in 2 days and jump teams. But as of right now, their offers wouldn't be good enough for them to get Kevin Durant.
We've had Sam Quinn from CBS Sports on this show before. He's an NBA writer. He wrote the deal could still function as the highest profile salary cap dump in NBA history. That's basically what this could be if they get rid of 3 expensive years of Gobert's contract off and take 1 year of Kevin Durant back. Yeah, it's only 1 year of Kevin Durant, but if he doesn't want to stay, okay, we just got rid of a contract that now we're free, and we're free to do. And if Kevin Durant doesn't want to stay, okay, fine. Kevin Durant doesn't want to stay.
Right, but then but it helps them because they got off of contract. They still got Ant, and they got Jaden McDaniels, and there are other guys they're going to have to pay, so it helps them down the road.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, okay, a lot about Kevin Durant. What about Royce O'Neal? What about Grayson Allen? And what about that report about Bradley Beal that Jake Fisher put out there? Have you heard this one yet? We need to share it with you next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately, playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
It's one of those things where you can be so overwhelmed by all the choices out there, and there are so many choices. You see all the billboards, all the ads, all the, everything. Injury attorneys, where do you start? If you've been in an accident, where do you start? You do your homework, you do your research, you do a little digging, and what you're going to find is that Berg Simpson is just different. Among the best lawyers at America publication, Berg Simpson has over 24 lawyers that were named in that. Of the Super Lawyers publication, Berg Simpson has over 12 lawyers that were named in that. They are routinely and commonly cited as one of the most influential law firms by the national trial lawyers. They are just different. They're at a different spot. They're at a different place. And so when you do your research, you do your homework, and you start comparing law firms, you'll quickly find there is no comparison. They absolutely have the resources and reputation to be able to represent you. If you're ever in need, and here's hoping that you're not, but if you're ever in need, let the best team represent you. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Arizona sports.
You know, I happen to believe that KD does not want to leave.
Suns, a new horizon.
You want players to not want to leave.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
With so much focus on Kevin Durant, and certainly rightfully so much focus on Kevin Durant, there are, other things going on with the Phoenix Suns as well. I mean, they're all kind of related to Kevin Durant. In fact, they're really directly related to Kevin Durant. And they're all coming from Jake Fisher. You know Jake. You speak with Jake from time to time, right? NBA insider, yeah. Jake Fisher, in the latest Mark Stein Substack insider column about the state of the NBA, wrote something about the Suns, a couple things about the Suns that we have to pass along. Now, one of them, honestly, is kind of an extension of what you said around the Jordan Ott hire and the Jordan Ott interview process. Okay. He basically said, look, the only reason why the Suns are looking to move Durant is because they know they can't move Beal. If they thought they could move Beal, they would keep Durant. And we can debate whether that's accurate or not, but it really doesn't matter. The landscape is no more encouraging for Phoenix 4+ months later when it comes to trading Beal. It's a reality that has left the Suns resigned to the idea that trading Durant is their only means to dramatically reshape their roster. There is likewise some hope within the Suns that moving Durant could possibly present Beal with more offensive opportunity to produce in a manner you'd expect from a player with that sort of contract.
There's been some discussion. Listen, they will most likely waive and stretch Beal. They have until August to do it. They have until August. Can't do it in September. Can't do it in October. Got to do it in August. So they've got until August to waive and stretch Beal. There's some reports that Charlotte would be interested in trading for Beal. They're not. But there might be a team that is interested in trading for Beal. I'm not going to say who now. I'm just double-checking everything. But right now, the Suns are about $15 million above the apron. They got to get under the apron. Waiving and stretching Beal would help them tremendously. They don't want Bradley Beal on this team. But, if Bradley Beal doesn't accept the buyout, if he tells them to go suck an egg, what are they going to do? Like, they want to waive and stretch him, but they need him to take less on a waive and stretch. But Charlotte is not interested in a trade. There was some reports last week Charlotte is. They're not. So if he gets traded, it will not be to Charlotte. There might be one other team, but it's not going to be Charlotte.
But I think it may be the part about your reporting about the coaching search that stood out to me in all of this is coaching candidates were asked, how would you rehabilitate Bradley Beal?
Yes.
Which sort of implies there's at least a consideration for what if we can't move him? What if he won't accept less? What if we're stuck with him? What if we're, we can't just waive and stretch him without him taking a little bit less? We exceeded the amount that we're allowed to waive and stretch without him and if he won't take a little bit less, what if we're stuck with Brett to the point where you had reported leading up to Jordan Ott's hire that a lot of the coaching candidates had been asked that question?
I spoke with several who had told me that was one of the questions. What would you do with Bradley Beal to develop him? What would you do with Ryan Dunn to develop him?
This, to me, is an extension of that conversation.
Yes.
This, to me, is, there is likewise some hope within the Suns that moving Durant could possibly present Beal with more offensive opportunity to produce in a manner you'd expect from a player with that sort of contract.
So, you trade for Harrison Barnes, you don't need Beal. You trade for, say Wiggins. If there are offensive players that you could trade for in which you'll say to yourself, I've got no room for Beal. There are also possibilities that they make a trade in which they don't bring back a really good offensive player, that they bring back more defensive-minded guys. And in a trade like that, they might consider, is there a spot for Beal? Is there a spot for another scorer on this roster? Again, what I believe is that they still are leaning towards most likely waiving and stretching Beal. They've got until August to do it. They don't have to do it now. They don't have to do it next month.
Yeah.
But they've got to do it by August.
And I get it. And I understand kind of the mechanism at work here and what's in play. And, for the minute we started talking about Bradley Beal when the season ended, I had wondered aloud, why would he take less unless he knows he's going to make that from the next team that's going to sign him, and maybe he's worried he's not going to make that back from the team that signs him. The idea of him being back on this team next year it's a tough one to wrap your arms around, right? I don't think they're going to have much success next year anyway. I think Bradley Beal's presence on this roster is going to add a layer of, for lack of a better word, controversy to it, right? He's just, the fans are not going to embrace him next year. The fans are not going to, I think it's going to be a tough year whether he is or whether he isn't on the roster. I think his mere presence on the roster is going to make it even harder than what a hard year is already going to be for them. It's going to make it really difficult.
Yeah, I went out on a limb and I said there's 0% chance Bradley Beal is going to get back. And I said to you, maybe that was very emotions at the time, but that's how the organization felt. They did not want Bradley Beal back. They really don't, and they don't want Bradley Beal back. But there is a scenario in which they have no option. Hey, we need you to take $30 million left in a buyout. And he tells them to go suck an egg. I'm not taking $30 million less. Well, then they have no choice because then they can't buy him out. But again, they want to try. They want to try to buy him out by August. What you're hearing, and I've heard this too, is what if we made a trade and we didn't bring back any offensive-minded players? Well, we need offense around Book. So, could we keep Beal? Could we keep Beal because we need somebody that can score the basketball?
Yeah, in other words,
why.
We don't have Kevin Durant. He's one of the best offensive players in the history of the game. We're going to need offense, so would it be worth it? I don't know, man. That all sounds to me like a bit of big juicy rationalization for keeping Bradley Beal around and trying to polish it and spin it a little bit to make it look like that it's what they wanted or what, trying to make it work because they couldn't get rid of him. The other thing that Fisher reported, and there were a few things he reported, but the other one that kind of stood out was, and I quote, "There's been a good bit of chatter this week about the Suns' willingness to explore trades involving Grayson Allen and Royce O'Neal as part of the Durant discussion," sources say, to reduce their tax bill further.
Yes.
Now, they can't aggregate salaries as a second apron team, so it would have to be a separate trade, but it certainly could still be under the umbrella of everything that happens with Kevin Durant.
15 above the apron is, I think, what they are right now, about 15 above the apron. The Durant trade alone is not going to get you there. So, your best way to do it is to waive and stretch Beal. I've heard that, too, that they'd be more than willing to move off of either Allen or Royce O'Neal. I don't know that they'd get off of both of them, but there's some similarities with what they bring to the table. Royce is a better defensive player. Grayson's a better three-point shooter. But, that might be okay just keeping one of those guys. And depending on what you bring back, say you made a deal in Minnesota and you ended up with Dante DiVincenzo in that deal. You're not going to want DiVincenzo, Royce O'Neal, and Grayson Allen, so you might look to move off of one of those guys and something else. So I do think there are a lot of scenarios in which they can make a trade there.
All right, 4 o'clock reset time. So when we come back, Lauren, who is back from her time off,
she's back,
is going to get us caught up on everything going on in sports. And there's the song. There's the song.
Change in the way
and the reset is next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz. And if you are looking for any eye care needs, dry eye, you have dry eye, you have glaucoma, cataracts, glasses, contact lenses, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is ready to help you right now. They did my LASIK surgery, and they did a great job of it. So if you are interested in a vision correction procedure, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, Glendale, Scottsdale, Mesa. Dr. J. Schwartz, the team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, did my LASIK surgery 15 years ago. I tell people to this day, one of the best things I've ever done for myself is having that LASIK surgery done by Dr. J. Schwartz. You can give him a call at 480-483-EYES. Set up your free thorough eye exam. But also, if anybody in your family needs glasses or contacts, or maybe one of your kids just needs an eye exam, The Schwartz Laser Eye Center does it all. 480-483-EYES, or go online for more information at teameydoc.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This was Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The MLB trade deadline looms. I mean, it's a month and a half away, I know, but, did you see what the Giants did yesterday? And with all of that has happened with the Dbacks this year, injuries, the record, the recent stretch of play where they've done really well in the month of June, are they still in a position to add more salary at the deadline? Here's Managing General Partner Ken Kendrick with Burns & Gambo earlier today.
If the facts and circumstances suggest investing gives us a legitimate chance to be in the postseason, then we're going to do that. Even though we're at the highest watermark in the history of the team, I believe in these young men.
That full interview is available now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. We also received our first return for MLB All-Star Game voting. As far as the Diamondbacks are concerned, Ketel Marte, the current leader at National League second base, while Corbin Carroll is fifth among National League outfielders. Now, if Phase 1 voting were to end today, which it's not, it ends next Thursday. They would both advance to phase 2 voting, which would allow them the opportunity to start in this year's games. And in the NBA Finals, Game 5 tonight from Oklahoma City. Pacers and Thunder knotted at 2 games apiece. Tip-off is at 5:30. Pre-game coverage starts a half hour from now over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's about saving you money. So when it comes to your plumbing or AC, give them a chance and let them prove their value to you. Online at ReadyServices.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, halfway home on this Monday. There is a lot going on that we have barely talked about that today, including the Rafael Devers trade, which we referenced for maybe like 60 seconds.
And Mitch is walking out.
Mitch is leaving. He doesn't even get a chance to hear us say nice things about his San Francisco Giants for acquiring Devers, if we're going to say it.
First time, and along comes a woman.
Along comes Lauren to provide the 4 o'clock reset. Go ahead, Lauren.
That you're feeling tonight.
I'll let him sing it because he hasn't been able to the last 3 days.
It's true.
So
Yeah.
unless he was singing it to Mitch, I don't know.
He wasn't singing it to Mitch.
Okay,
No,
I
he
didn't
wasn't.
assume so. All right, we'll start with the lead story of the day, which is Kevin Durant has at least narrowed his list down to 3 teams he'd like to go to. Here's Shams Charania from NBA Today.
So Kevin Durant prefers to play moving forward for 3 NBA teams, either the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's the 3 teams that he would sign contract extensions with once he is traded. But for the Suns' part, the focus of their conversations have mostly been around the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm told. So the Timberwolves are along with a couple other teams known as wild cards potentially for Kevin Durant. But they're going to work with his business manager and partner, Rich Kleiman, on figuring out just exactly where his home could be.
Those aren't the same teams. I'm just going to put that out there.
The teams that he wants to go to and the teams the Suns are talking, no, it's not. And Shams followed that up by saying the Suns have made clear to 6 to 8 seriously interested teams that they will, and this is a quote, make the best deal for the franchise, even outside of his preferred list of Miami, San Antonio, or Houston.
This is getting annoying. I want this to end. I really do. I do want it to end. And I think that it will this week. As I said last week, I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded this week. I still believe that's the case. I know others thought that it could have been done by the weekend, but it was going to go into this week. Right now, they are debating the offers internally, and they are also negotiating with the teams, because there are teams that have good offers, and there are teams that have offers that are not good enough. So you go back to those teams and you try to see if they want to sweeten the pot.
I understand why you want it to end and why you're probably sick of it. I want it to end, but not because I'm frustrated with it. I want it to end because I'm legitimately curious to see what the return is going to be and what kind of basketball team is left in its wake. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not frustrated with the story. We're like, come on, man, let's just get this over with. I'm tired of talking about this. I'm genuinely intrigued to know what they walk out of here with and whether it was worth it or not. What kind of basketball team is left after they do. So, but I get it. I think a lot of people are starting to get a little sick of this and they just want to get it done. It sounds like it's going to happen this week.
Yeah,
so.
I'm sure Durant wants to get it over with too. You know where my destination is, where am I going to be, that type of thing. He's known for a while he's going to get traded. And I expect that it will happen this week. We're getting closer.
And ABC is airing the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Indiana Pacers starting lineup introductions ahead of Game 5 tonight at 5:30. It is the first time starting introductions will be broadcasted at the finals since 2013.
Why?
Because fans have been clamoring for it.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I think some fans have said that these NBA finals just feel like basketball games. There's been no logos on the floor. There's been nothing to make anybody think that it's any different than just a garden variety basketball game. And so they're trying to spice things up a little bit. Heck of a game on Friday night to even the series.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander down the stretch.
Yeah.
He could not be stopped. Could not be stopped in that game.
This series.
And then Benedict Mathurin kept missing free throws. From U of A guy, bricked 3 out of 4 free throws at the end of the game.
This series has been very compelling.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
I was watching
very
that
entertaining.
game.
It really has been very good.
And we'll start with one of the big trades over the weekend. The Grizzlies have traded Desmond Bane to the Magic for Cole Anthony, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and 4 first-round draft picks. Those draft picks are 2025, 26, 28, and 30. There will also be a pick swap in 29.
The 26 pick is the Suns pick.
Yeah.
So they're going to count on the Suns not doing so well and maybe taking advantage of that. Like, a lot to give up for Desmond Bane, but he's a really good player. He'll fit in well with Orlando. He's an undersized guard, but shoots it really well. Jalen Suggs is like 6'5", 6'6". You can make that work because your point guard is a bigger point guard.
I think this is one of those classic two things can be true at the same time. That's a lot to give up for Desmond Bane. Like, a lot. But I think Desmond Bane, to Gambo's point, is a very good fit on Orlando. And I think that Eastern Conference with the Jason Tatum injury is wide open. Wide open. I don't know if Orlando's good enough to win it, but I think they're good enough now to compete for it if their top 4 can stay healthy, I think.
I would think so, too.
Yeah, and the other big trade over the weekend is the San Francisco Giants. Wow. They have acquired Devers from the Boston Red Sox. In return, Kyle Harrison, Jordan Hicks, James Tibbs, and Jose Bello are headed to the Red Sox.
The crazy part about it is that the Red Sox actually have been playing well as of late, and he is clearly one of the faces, if not the face of their franchise. But the temptation to get off that albatross contract for the next decade or so, right, and kind of reset it was just too much for them to pass up on. I don't know how they're going to spin this to their fans. I don't know how they look their fans in the eyes and say, hey, we're a better baseball team than we were 24 hours ago. I don't think you can. But financially, they must have just looked at that contract and said, man, we gotta get out of jail free card right now.
$250 million.
To just get off the deal.
I think you sell it. I always say this. I'm a huge addition by subtraction guy. If he was a bad teammate and he was bad in the clubhouse, and there's definitely plenty of videos where you can see that guy doesn't even try to run to first base on a ground ball. Like, if he wasn't going to be good for you, get off of it.
That's fair.
Get off of it.
And I think we're burying the lead a little bit. The lead is that a National League West rival and a team that you're competing with for at least a wild card spot, maybe more, just got themselves a hell of a baseball player when he wants to be. The Giants' offense has been kind of all year. You got to think Devers is going to help that. You got to think it is. And
their
if it
offense
does,
needs his bat.
And if it does, it makes the Giants that much more legitimate of a team to not go anywhere. Like I think we all just keep expecting the Giants are going to fade. Man, they were in first place at one point this weekend. They're not fading, and they just added Rafael Devers, which is
Robbie
scary.
Ray's had such a great year. Their pitching's been great. Their bullpen's good. They just needed some offensive pop, and they got it now.
And another NL West update, Shohei Ohtani is pitching tonight for the Dodgers versus the Padres. It will be Ohtani's first time pitching in an MLB game since August 23rd, 2023, back when he was with the Angels. But the Shohei Ohtani rule is in full effect, which means he can pitch tonight's game and be the DH in the game if he wants.
Because he's that two-way player with that special qualification. The Dodgers right now have 14 pitchers on their injured list, including 4 starters: Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, Roki Sasaki, and Tony Gonsolin. He's just going to be an opener, an inning, maybe 2. But this is way earlier than they thought that he was going to be available to pitch. And it makes some people wonder that the Dodgers are not desperate. They're in first place. They're not desperate, but they're thin in their rotation. And it's like, hey, you know what? If you can pitch, if you can help, we'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, they've had so many injuries, kind of like the Dbacks, who have like 8 pitchers injured right now. They've had a lot of injuries, too, and if Ohtani can help them a little bit, they're going to go for it.
And in the Phoenix Mercury's first game of the season with their full and complete Big Three, they got the victory. Satu Sabali led the way with 22 points, Alyssa Thomas 14 points, 13 assists, and Kalia Copper with 11 points in her first game of the season.
They beat the Vegas Aces last night in the win. They're 8-4 so far on the year, and it was nice to finally see. I know the fan base on social media was very excited when they saw that Kalia Copper was going to play, because it's okay, finally, after 11 games, here you go. The first look at this new Big Three for the Phoenix Mercury.
They're a top 4 team in the WNBA. Tibbetts has done a great job. And Caitlin Clark leading the Fever past New York. They were undefeated. She had a huge game there.
She shot 1 3 that was...
Oh, that was just rude.
It was absurd. It was rude. It's like, you've got no business taking that shot if you're Caitlin Clark, but because you're you, Okay, knock yourself out.
It's just a Caitlin Clark shot at this point.
She is such a star. It is amazing how she moves. That's not amazing anymore. We should be used to it by now. She is such a star.
Exactly.
How much she moves the needle.
Exactly. And in the College World Series, Arkansas's Gage Wood pitched
Wow.
the third no-hitter in men's College World Series history, the first in 65 years. He also struck out a record 19 batters in a 3-0 victory for Arkansas. UCLA and LSU are playing right now, and Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn are front row for this one.
Are they cheering on LSU to victory, I would imagine?
UCLA took down Murray State, right? Was it UCLA
no,
to beat
Arkansas today in the no-hitter.
Right, but I think UCLA beat them
Earlier,
yes.
yeah.
In the first loss. And of course, it's tip of the cap to Chip Hale and U of A. I know not everybody's a U of A fan around here, but they got eliminated yesterday when they lost in the losers bracket to Louisville. So they're out as well as the
So they went 1-2. They lost both games.
They lost both games. Yep.
And finally, we'll end this 4 o'clock reset with an update. I know that you two have been sitting on the edge of your seats about Joey Chestnut will return to the Nathan's hot dog eating contest after a 1-year hiatus.
I can't watch that. It makes me want to throw up. I can't watch it.
I know, that's why I brought it up.
I don't know how people could watch people gorge themselves with food. It's one of the 7 deadly sins.
And I
What's
love
in
it
the
every
box?
year.
What's in the box? I don't. I don't watch it either, which is what you're just
Gluttony. Was that what it was? Gluttony.
Gluttony was one of the 7.
Yeah. I can't watch that.
John Doe made that poor guy eat himself to death. It was like if I remember right, from 7, I think that was the first death in the movie.
I can't even think about it because I'd want to throw up. I can't think about somebody eating all of those food. That's ridiculous.
It's gross. I won't watch it, but I understand for people who do, it's a big deal that he's back.
It is a big deal. Yes, thank you for that, Bernsey.
No problem.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Multi-platinum entertainer Dierks Bentley is headed to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on June 20th. It's his Broken Branches tour. Limited tickets are still available. You can win a pair now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. 16 comeback wins, 22 losses when leading the baseball game. Is there anything we've actually learned about the Diamondbacks in crunch time this season so far? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marana mornings.
Monty Ossenfort, the general manager of the Cardinals, our guest here on Arizona Sports. What differences have you seen in Kyler Murray as a quarterback, as a human, and as a leader?
You know, just the comfortability with what we're asking him to do, both on the field and off the field. He's comfortable in his own skin. He has a good role in the locker room, on the field, and so just seeing him continue to expand his leadership of the team, I think that's going to pay dividends once we get to the fall.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at Dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Arizona Diamondbacks climb back into a playoff spot now that their schedule is getting easier? We'll get into that tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
At his first pitch, Naylor swings, slow ground ball to first. Arise has it, comes home. Save! Perdomo under the tag, and the Diamondbacks win.
Robert Suarez entered that game on Saturday night with a league-leading 21 saves, an ERA of 1.78. He had not allowed an earned run in his last 11 games, and the Diamondbacks just beat the hell out of him on Saturday
Yeah, it looked
night.
like Geno Suarez pitching right
Seriously,
there.
they
Turned him into Geno Suarez on the mound.
Pavin Smith, bang. Gabby Moreno, bang. Alec Thomas, bang.
7-8-9. 7-8-9 right there, Burnsy.
And then after a Corbin Carroll strikeout, Ketel Marte beats out the chopper after the review.
By about an inch.
By about an inch.
By
it was
an inch.
so close. Perdomo, the bases clearing triple. Josh Naylor, you just heard it there. The slow grounder to first that Perdomo, even though he was running against his manager's orders, he ran anyway, and he scored. And
I'm just glad that the third base coach sent, I guess it would have been, who scored the tying run on the Perdomo? Marte. I'm just glad he sent Marte instead of holding him up. Hey, we finally got a third base call right.
Yeah, you know, that ball's rattling around out there, but no, you stay put. You're fine. It is, look, and you said this earlier in the show, Gambo, and you're so right. Like, we can sit here and, like, micro-focus on this one win or Saturday night. It was an extraordinary win for them. You do have to zoom out. You have to look at the state of the Diamondbacks, and they 5-1 homestand. They've played really well, good baseball as of late.
9-5 in June.
They're 9-5 in June. They've gotten themselves right back into this conversation in the wild card, where now that's not so much of feels like so much of a long shot. But man, this team, whether it's the lists that we're keeping of the games that they won but should have lost, or the games that they lost but should have won, they are It's crazy the number of comebacks, the number of blown leads, the
can't
number
believe
of just things that you just
on
wouldn't-
both sides.
On both sides.
On both
I mean, like,
sides.
it's been on both sides of the equation.
It has been one of the most remarkable things. I almost can't believe it. That was the third time this season Arizona's come back from a 4+ run ninth inning deficit to win. No other Major League Baseball team has had 3 such wins before the All-Star break since the All-Star game began in 1933. So they have done something that hasn't been done since the All-Star game began in 1933. It is remarkable the amount of comebacks, but then on the flip side, they were about to lose a game for the 23rd time in which they had the lead. Top 3 in baseball. The Diamondbacks are top 3 in baseball in losing games in which they've had the lead. So you've got that, then you've got the dramatic comebacks. It's just like it is a pendulum. It's a pendulum. It's here and then it's there and it's here and it's there. We're gonna come back and win in thrilling fashion. Then we're gonna blow a lead and we're gonna lose. And we're gonna come back and win. And we're gonna. I don't know if it evens out in the long run or not, but it has been. They've got you on the edge of your seat almost all games.
They do, and I mean, even think about Monday night. Was one of those games that you could have put on either list if you wanted to, right? They had a 4-0 lead going into the 9th inning against the Seattle Mariners. No problem. Here comes Justin Martinez, 2 outs. Now he leaves the game because his elbow hurts. Here comes Jeff Brigham, and before you know it, after a Dominic Canzone home run, it's a 4-4 game, and suddenly into extras we go, right? Like that's a game that you could argue they should have won, but almost lost, and almost lost, but could have won, right? Like it's just, and that game in some ways is almost like the microcosm of the Diamondbacks season. When it's all said and done, the goal is still the same: win more of those than you lose, so that you give yourself a best chance to make the postseason when it's all said and done. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it or not, but there is a real instability to how they play these baseball games.
They would be ranked number 1 in all of baseball among teams that you can't leave until the game is over.
Yes.
You can't leave in the 7th inning.
Don't leave.
I don't care if they're up 5 or down 5. Don't leave.
Okay, but
because this team leads the league in dramatic wins and losses late in baseball games.
But I think, now that I think about it, I think this is relatively easy to diagnose as to why, okay? The reason why they blow so many leads, they're bullpen. The reason why they're never out of a game, they're offense. Right? Like
there it is. Good night, everybody.
Good night. We're done. Thank you for listening.
You can't do any better. Nothing is over.
Nothing. But that's it. Right? I mean, I know that's an oversimplification, but that's it. They're all of those games that they lost, that they should have won, all those leads that they blew, it's because they have an unreliable bullpen that we hope is going to turn some kind of corner, and we're probably, it's probably a bad idea to be hope is not a plan here on this one, but I think that's all we're left with. Whereas their offense, I mean, you saw it on Saturday. That's what was on display there. I mean, those were their 3 worst hitters in their lineup.
Bang, bang, bang. 3 base hits against the guy who was leading the league in saves with 21. Had an ERA of 1.7 something.
And then you flip it to where now you got Ketel Marte up with the bases loaded or Geraldo Perdomo. Like it's just their offense is so prolific and is so deep and has so many guys who can hurt you even on a night like that where really no lead is safe.
How many grand slams do they have this year? Don't they lead the major leagues in grand slams?
8?
7 or 8?
I think it's 8.
I think I saw that stat somewhere that they lead the league in grand slams. Like, yeah, it's just like it's a good point. With the key to me, and I've said this to you before, Alec Thomas hitting at the bottom of the lineup has been huge.
It has.
It's been huge.
Well, Alec Thomas hitting has been huge.
Yes.
That just because that comes and goes. But what he's done at the bottom with Geraldo Perdomo batting third has been huge for them.
Yes. Yeah. So they've got, Pavin Smith he's slowed down a little bit.
He's slowed down
Gabby
a lot.
Moreno's hitting the ball a lot better right now. You're getting a lot out of Gabby. And yeah, you're right. You have a very dangerous offense. There's a lot of home run power in that. They've had to rely a lot on the home runs, which we've talked about quite a bit. But again, if they could just fix this bullpen situation, they may very well go to the playoffs.
Eugenio Suarez in his last 162 baseball games. You ready for this?
Go ahead.
So basically his last full season.
55 homer pace?
46 homers, 128 RBIs.
Wow.
31 doubles, 1 triple. He's hitting 269 over his last calendar year. Eugenio Suarez is hitting .269 with 46 jacks and 128 RBI, and they almost cut him. This time a year ago, they were that close to cutting him. That close. You reported on it. They were like twice. They were that close to cutting him.
It was once Lawler got hurt in the minors. They were going to call Lawler up to replace him, and Lawler got hurt. And another one, he ended up hitting a big home run in a game.
Yes.
They were going to cut him that day, too.
Yeah.
There were 2 times that they were going to get rid of him last year. Once Lawler got injured in a minor league game, they're like, okay, can't get rid of him. And another, they were right on the verge of a hit, and then he hit a home run. They said, okay, let's give it a little more time.
What do the Suns hope to get back in a Kevin Durant trade? What could be available that maybe we haven't brought up yet? That's coming up next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks baseball.
And here comes the 0-2. That one crushed out towards center field. Unfortunately, playable for Lockridge. He'll make the catch. And there is no magical comeback for the Diamondbacks in this one. The Padres, a pretty defiant win as they fend off the sweep with a final. Padres 8, Diamondbacks 2.
The D-backs start a series in Toronto at the Blue Jays. Coverage starts at 3:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers AC, plumbing, and electric. For those of you who are dealing with older AC units, an older AC unit on its last leg, you need to know about Christian Brothers. First and foremost, to get you running, make sure you keep running in the summer, right? If you don't have to buy a new AC unit, they're going to help you not buy a new AC unit. They want to make sure that if you need a repair, they're going to get out to you quickly. They're going to repair your AC unit. Christian Brothers has been around since 1976. They do a fantastic job. Great technicians, and Better Business Bureau rated. Just look at their reviews anywhere you go. Look at their Google reviews. You're going to find an A+ rated company with Christian Brothers AC Plumbing and Electric. Now, when it comes to a new AC unit, they carry them all. Train, Bryant, Goodman. So if you happen to need a new AC unit, they can help you. Get you a good price on a new AC unit. Great financing available. That way you don't have to worry. So if your AC unit goes on you this summer, you either need a repair or a new unit, call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go to cbrothers.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7625.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The trade deadline looms in Major League Baseball. I mean, it's, a month and a half away, but, did you see what the Giants just did? Anyway, with all that has happened with the Dbacks this year, injuries, the level of play, but the recent hot stretch in the month of June, are they still in position to add even more salary at this year's trade deadline? Well, here's Managing General Partner Ken Kendrick with Burns & Gambo earlier today.
If the facts and circumstances suggest investing gives us a legitimate chance to be in the postseason, then we're going to do that. Even though we're at the highest watermark in the history of the team, I believe in these young men.
That full interview is available now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. We also received our first return of MLB All-Star voting. As far as the Diamondbacks are concerned, Ketel Marte, the current leader at National League second base, while Corbin Carroll is fifth among National League outfielders. If Phase 1 voting were to end today, it doesn't, it ends next week, they would both advance to Phase 2 voting for the chance to start in this year's game. And in the NBA Finals, Game 5 tonight from Oklahoma City, Pacers and Thunder knotted at 2 games apiece. Tip-off is at 5:30 with pregame coverage starting at 4:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. So that pregame coverage has started now if you want to go listen. Anyway, this report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizons. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
So the big development over the weekend was Kevin Durant's preferred list, which was put out there for all to know that it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's where he'd prefer to go. To which that report was also coupled with the reporting, which kind of falls in, which doesn't kind of fall in line. It does fall in line with what you have been saying for the last week, that, okay, great, that's where he wants to go. That's not necessarily where he's going to go.
Nope.
You got your list. That's awesome.
Yep.
It's awesome. To the point where some people have said, that's the reason why Kevin Durant's list is out there, is that might be his silent kind of pushback on, hey, they're getting ready to send me somewhere I don't want to go, so I'm going to let it be known where I want to go. I'm going to let everyone know.
I wonder if he would pull what he did with Steph Curry. He went to not get to Golden State. He called Steph. Steph called Kerr. Kerr called Lake up. They nixed the deal.
Yeah.
Because could he do that with, say, Minnesota?
Yeah.
Hey, Ant, let your guys know I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there.
I don't want to come.
I mean, could he do that? Could he go at reach?
Oh, he's done it before, of course.
He did it before.
I mean,
he did it before.
And that's his... It's his right and his prerogative. You and I talked about this earlier. I think if he goes somewhere that he doesn't want to go, I still think he's a professional enough that he'll play. And he'll play hard and do everything he can and be a pro. But yes, would he do it again? Of course he did it. He did it 6 months ago. He did it 4 months ago when he did it with of course he'll do it again. And that's the team that has suddenly become the focus of all of this is Minnesota, right? Because it's the team that is mentioned as a possible landing spot for. I think at one point over the weekend, they were like the odds-on favorite in terms of betting to get him. Like they were the odds-on favorite to land him. So clearly, I think you can start there if you're going to start with the disconnect between where he wants to go and maybe who else the Suns are talking to, because Minnesota has kind of been a buzzy team all week. I mean, to the point where I read a great, terrific article on The Athletic that just pointed out everything that Minnesota could potentially offer, the pitfalls, why they might do it, mentioning that talked about Rudy Gobert, talked about Dante DiVincenzo, talked about one of their younger players. Also,
they got Dillingham, they got Shannon. They could include one of those guys. I don't love Dillingham because he's little. He's real little, but he could score. I like Shannon a little bit more, but Shannon's like 4 years old. Dillingham's just so young. It's like he's young. But you get a draft pick in there, too. I mean, Toronto's got a pick. Everybody's got a pick. I think the Suns are going to get back a veteran piece that helps with the salary match. Younger players that could be, part of the next 4 years of Suns basketball, and some draft picks for the future, for now and the future. That's what I think.
Okay, not to get too in the weeds here, but if it is Dillingham, I mean, the good news about Dillingham is that he was once thought of so highly that Minnesota traded an unprotected 2031 first-round pick to move up to get him in the draft. That's the good news. The bad news is if they've soured on him that quickly that they're already putting him into a deal for Kevin Durant, they might know something the Suns don't. They might have gone, we made a mistake on that one. We got to back out of it. But either way, now, one thing they did point out about Minnesota is they are one of 3 teams that is over the second apron. So they're not allowed to aggregate players for a trade either. It's Minnesota, Boston, and Phoenix that are over that second apron. So this writer for The Athletic suggested it would almost have to be like a handshake deal to do the trade, but it wouldn't become official until like July 6th, when then Minnesota is no longer over the second apron and is allowed, because it'd be an aggregation of contracts, right? It'd be, let's say it's Gobert and DiVincenzo and one of the young guys. Well, they can't do that right now. They're not allowed to do that right now. They're over the second apron. So they'd have to almost wait until they were allowed, and it'd have to be one of those, okay, we promise we're going to do this. We're not going to renege. We're going to, and that's, I'm not saying for sure that's where Kevin Durant is going to go if he goes somewhere that's not on his list, but there is a lot of talk about, man, it doesn't have to be on Kevin Durant's list for him to go there.
We were the first to mention the Clippers.
The Clippers?
Nobody
That's
had
right.
the Clippers. Nobody had the Clippers. We mentioned the Clippers, and now everybody's saying the Clippers. The Clippers have, they could do a deal, right? There's Bogdanovich, there's Powell, there's Dunn. If they ever put the center in the deal, they'd get over the hump. I don't think that they'd want to. He had such a good year, Zubac. But there are players on that roster you look at, you say, I kind of like those. I don't think the Suns would necessarily want Powell. A little bit of redundancy, but there's other players on that roster that they like.
It is interesting to think what teams could do to get over the hump and to make their offer the best. You mentioned Zubac. There's no doubt in my mind he is one of the top 3 things out there in the NBA that if you said, that's in the deal, we're sending him there.
The others, I think, are Castle.
Yes.
And the number 2 pick.
I think those are
your 3.
Those are
Zubac, Castle, number 3 pick.
I think if there's anything else I would put on the list.
If the Rockets put in Tari Eason?
Maybe.
Jabari Smith, Jalen Green, Tari Eason, they threw in. Because they're not going to give you
They're not going to get you
You're not going to get Shepard.
One of our shows. They might give you Shepard. They're not going to give you Thompson.
They're not going to give you Thompson.
They're not going to give you Thompson. They're not going to give you Şengün. And you got to, if you're a Suns fan and you're looking for Amen Thompson or Alperen Şengün, get over it. You're not getting either one of those guys in this trade. But I do think those are the 3. I think Zubac, the number 2 pick,
Castle,
and Stephon Castle. If any of those teams threw any of those into the equation, okay, let's talk.
Game changer.
Yeah, game changer. But as it is now, I don't know if Minnesota's the leader in the clubhouse. I have no idea. I'm just looking at the teams Kevin Durant has listed side by side with the teams that the Suns are talking to. And that's, you look at the teams that are, the Clippers aren't on his list, the Raptors aren't on his list, the Timberwolves aren't on his list. Okay. Those are probably 3 teams that he doesn't want to go to. But
there was a report the Rockets, the Suns got Green, they could kind of push him off to another team. There's some interesting angles when you start to look at it. Okay, the Suns take back a player that they really don't want. Could they then move him somewhere else in a separate deal?
Sure.
To get something else that they like. That's a possibility. I can't rule that out.
We've talked about that a lot with the redundancy issue. If they get 2 shooting guards, and they don't want that. If they get Green or they get, Norman Powell or whoever, put whoever you want on the list as another shooting guard, they could absolutely make another deal and flip that guy somewhere else to kind of ease up that redundancy at the shooting guard position. Then there was a crazy story over the weekend about the Suns being interested in Kristaps Porzingis. I hope That's not true. I
mean, listen, if you need a guy that can play 25 games a year for you, Porzingis is your man. I mean,
that's why I hope that's not true. I just like, no.
It can't be. His injury history is littered. Like it's 15 pages long, his injury history. You would not want Kristaps Porzingis. You're trying to build a culture here. Tough, hard-nosed players. Man, he misses a lot of basketball games.
He's a very skilled basketball player.
He misses too many
games. I saw his name the same as you did. I'm like, oh, please tell me that's wrong. Please, Blue Oyster Cult that one for me, Gambo, please.
I'll find out. I haven't chased it. But he just misses so much time.
Yes,
To me, there's just no way you can make
And then as far as draft
like
compensation goes, there was another report, I think it was from Jake Fisher again, that suggested maybe Toronto would be willing to go as high as the 9th pick in the draft. Like, I don't know if you're getting the second pick from San Antonio. I tend to think that you're not going to.
The best pick you could get, maybe Toronto at 9?
The best pick that you could get by you're the insider, not me, but that I've been able to tell just reading about this might be number 9 from Toronto would be the best that you could do. If you can't get 2 from San Antonio.
I'd be happy with a top 10 pick in this draft.
Because Houston 10, San Antonio's 14,
and then 17 for
Minnesota 17.
Yeah,
right.
So 9 might be the best you can get.
Yeah,
which I'm intrigued by that.
Of course, yeah. Who wouldn't be? Suns haven't picked that high in a long time. A long time.
What was Devin Booker picked overall?
13th.
Okay,
I believe he was 13th.
13th. All right.
Yeah. Would it be their highest pick since Mikal? Probably. Cam Johnson? No, probably their highest since Cam Johnson. Cam Johnson was 11, if I remember right. Mikal was like 11, 12, or 13. So anyway, you don't need to go look it up. It'd be their highest pick in a long time.
Yeah.
They haven't picked that high. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we turn our attention back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Just how much pressure are they under to deal with the trade deadline in the right fashion? That's coming up on Arizona Sports.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade.
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns Corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
At Global Credit Union, a real commitment to eliminating the fees. The fees are out of control when it comes to, your checking accounts, savings accounts, loans. You go with a traditional bank, right? And it's just this little fee and that little fee, and it's a nickel here and a dime there, and they ding you, and you're like, wait, what's going on here? Global Credit Union has, as part of their idea of just providing a better way of banking, absolutely committed to eliminating fees as best they possibly can, because while everything these days seems to have some kind of a fee attached to it, a delivery fee, a service fee, a convenience fee, Global Credit Union is all about eliminating fees. You're a member of Global Credit Union, you'll enjoy no-fee checking accounts, no-fee savings accounts, no fees for, accidentally going over your account balance. That is what Global Credit Union is all about. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren with an update on our Twitter poll, social media poll question of the day. Lauren, hi, welcome back again. Glad to have you back in the captain's chair.
Oh, thank you. Good to be back.
What you got?
All right, we're asking which recent move in the NL West will have a greater impact on the Diamondbacks' chances of making the playoffs. Is it Devers heading to the Giants? Is it Ohtani returning to the rotation for the Dodgers? Or neither will have an impact on the Dbacks' chances?
Well, I do think that Devers going to the Giants, like, I keep expecting them to fade. Him going there really, like, I don't think they're going to fade now. I'm worried they're not going to fade anymore.
Yeah, I think that's the big one.
You know, like
I think Devers to the Giants to help their offense.
Yeah, it looked like they might be a team that could just kind of fall apart. We're like almost halfway through the season and it hasn't happened.
Hey, they play this week, the Red Sox and the Giants.
Yeah.
They play this week.
Yeah, so just like that, Devers gets to play his old team.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Just like
in
that.
San Francisco, 3-game series starts on Friday.
Yeah, so I guess in that regard, I would say Ohtani, because I don't think that's going to impact this as much from the Diamondbacks' perspective. Yeah.
Yeah. And Devers to the Giants is leading the way with 41% of the vote, 34% going with neither will impact the D-backs' chances, and 25% going with Shohei Ohtani returning to the rotation.
All right. Thank you, Lauren. That's the poll question. You can find it again on our social media channels at Burns and Gambo. One word is where that's at on X, Twitter, or whatever you want to call it. Mike Hazen was a guest on MLB Network Radio yesterday and said, right, and it's a longer cut, but it's a good one. Our intention is to be a buyer at the deadline.
Look, as long as we're playing well, and I believe that this team has the gas in the tank to go get it, we're going to try to add to this team. I don't really find it all that fun to sit there in August and September and go to the ballpark every day knowing you're going to get your butt kicked. Like, that's not really exciting for me, to be honest with you. I've done that for a few seasons, and that stinks. And I have no real intention to go and do that, in all honesty. Now, I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to sit there and just, throw bad money after bad. If, we're not in a position, we take on more injuries, our depth gets thinned out to the point where it's going to be very hard for us to cobble something together to chase into a wild card race where we're down behind 5 different clubs. And let me just say this, the National League is what it is. It's a really tough league, and we know that, but I think we're tough too. And I'm not sure that when we walk into town, teams are celebrating either when we walk in for 3 games. So hopefully we give those teams a lot to think about and a lot to handle. And hopefully by the end of July, we're one of those teams that's clawing at those 5 teams, 6 teams maybe, to go by. And that's what my intention is, to be honest with you.
His intention is to buy. I talked to Torrey the other day. He says, absolutely. Like, I'm telling everybody, like, don't sell. We got to buy. Like, they want to add to that roster. Now, you got to give them a reason. You got to give them a reason to add. And that's why 9-5 in June, 5-1 on that homestand. You got to keep playing good baseball. What are they, 3.5 out of a wild card spot right now?
3.5 out of a wild card spot.
That is really good striking distance. You're in a good spot right there, right? Objects in the rearview mirror appear closer.
Sure.
They're right where they need to be with all the injuries they've had. They've taken on this mantra, and again, I'll refer to, you brought it up, I didn't see it, but that Bickley column is 100% right, that, now they are who they're supposed to be.
They're almost better off being underdogs.
They're almost better off being like everybody's counting you out. They think you're going to sell. You're going to trade Gallen. You're going to trade Kelly. You're going to trade Suarez and Shelby Miller. And then this team steps up and they say, yeah, okay, watch us.
Yeah.
Just watch us.
Yeah, it was a terrific column. I really hope everybody out there who's a Diamondbacks fan read it, because it really does speak to maybe they've just kind of rediscovered their identity. And of course they're better with Corbin Burns. They're better. They're more talented with Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez. But when Ken Kendrick was on with us earlier, he wasn't wrong when he said if you compare this team side by side with the one that went to the World Series just 2 years ago, first of all, a lot of it's the same roster. And in parts where it's not the same, it is arguably better. It's way better at third base. It's certainly, Christian Walker was having a good year, but this year, Josh Naylor is destroying Christian Walker head to head. I mean, it's like not even close. Did you see the same thing I did? There was a
side-by-side stat, and the only thing that Walker and Naylor are tied with is home runs. Naylor's got a better WAR. Naylor's got more hits. He's got more RBIs. He's got more stolen bases. He's got a better batting average, on base percentage, slugging, OPS play. He's just killing him.
Yeah.
Crushing him in every category.
That's comparing Naylor this year to Walker this year.
Yes.
You were to look at Walker a couple of years ago. But again, you can at least make the argument the rotation's basically the same. They've added Eduardo Rodriguez to a rotation they didn't have 2 years ago. So, yeah, the more I listen to Mike, the more he is so, in some ways, your atypical general manager. I mean, in the sense that you can hear the aggression in his voice, right? Like there's not a lot of passivity there out of Mike Hazen. He wants to win.
Oh, yeah.
He's a really, and I know you have to be a general manager at any level in any, professional sport. I think Mike takes it to another level. I think that is one ultra competitive dude who is just not in any rush to say, this is over, we're done, we're out, I'm going to start selling. He didn't want to do that. That sucks. Yeah, that sucks for him and that sucks for them. And he will do everything in his power to avoid them being in that spot.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that makes Mike Hazen such a great general manager is that he understands he makes mistakes. Not every general manager is going to make 100 moves and go 100-0. He understands that he's going to get some wrong, and he's done a really good job of getting off of mistakes. And I even like his ability to anticipate. Like, I really give him a lot of credit for anticipating Christian Walker and Jock Peterson this year.
Yes.
I really do.
That's a great point.
I mean, the foresight you have to let those guys go after what they meant to your team last year, to let them go and say, you know what, I'll bring you back, but there's a line I'm not going past, and then saying, okay, you got a 2-year deal, Jock Peterson? God bless you. Take it. Christian Walker, you got 3 years? Okay, take it. Take it. I can't take. That's good for you. We can't do that. We're not going to do that. So he's got amazing foresight to look into a player and realize that this guy's time here may be done.
Yeah. If we get to the end of July, I mean, I heard Wolf and Luke talking about this earlier. Luke counted them up. There are still 38 games between now and the trade deadline. That's a quarter of the season.
It's a lot of baseball.
That's a lot of baseball. Now, it's good or bad, right? Like, it go either way. Or we could play 38 games and get to the trade deadline. And if the Diamondbacks are exactly where they are right now,
you see buyers.
Oh, I almost cursed.
3.5 out.
I almost said.
Wait a second. You have never cursed on air.
My teeth were on my lip, like I was gonna. I was like, yeah, they're buyers.
Wow.
Oh, I was so close. I was.
You could say that on my last show ever. Get the blank out of here.
I was
Just
so
say
close.
I could end with that.
My teeth were resting on
Wow.
on my lower lip. I was about to say a word that started with the letter F.
Which is also great because I just went and checked. Our dump button was off.
Oh,
we are
see?
not on delay, so we would have been screwed.
Good.
My dump button is on right now.
Yeah, but it's
Why?
It always lights up that you can hit it. I'm building it back up because our delay's off.
Should I turn mine off?
No, do
don't
not
touch
do
it.
not
Don't
hit the
touch it.
button.
Don't
Do not
touch-
hit the button.
Don't touch that.
Don't hit the button.
Don't touch that button.
Don't now.
don't
no, God,
don't
don't
do it.
I don't want to touch the
Don't
button
do
right
it.
now.
Don't touch. No,
I shouldn't have said anything.
You should, seriously, Lauren.
I know.
Go back
No.
Vacation. Go back on vacation. No.
I'm out of here.
God, seriously, what are you doing? Pointing out the don't. Did you?
Perfecta.
I wanted to see what it would do. What did it do?
Absolutely nothing because our delay still isn't built up.
Oh man. Wow. Glad
So
I
of
didn't say
all the
anything.
times for you to decide to be a 5-year-old boy, now was the time.
Don't ever push those. Campo, there are certain things around here that are just beyond your capability. The dump button is one of them.
I
Don't.
know, but like if you tell me not to do something, I'm gonna do it.
You're an idiot, Campo. You're an idiot. When we come back on the Burns and
press the
Gambo
button,
show.
and I won't press it.
Kevin Durant has 3 places he's willing to go. Is that all that matters in this equation? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team where they're ready to help you. They're ready to help you. Right, you listening right now, you're renting a house, you're renting an apartment, you're living with your mom in the basement. Like it's time. Your mom's basement, living with your mom in the basement. You're living in the basement of your mom's house. It's time to buy a house. You're saying, okay, why would I buy a house now? The market's great. There's so many inventory. There's so many houses that are sitting on the market. The prices are coming down on the houses. This is a great time. There's a lot of inventory. So you're going to go out in the market. You're going to look for houses. You're going to have your choice of so many great houses at prices that you haven't seen in years. And that's where the Lund Mortgage team comes in. A local mortgage company over 30 years in the industry right here in Arizona. The only mortgage company I've ever used is the Lund Mortgage Company right here in Arizona. And they're ready to help you get pre-approved for a mortgage for free. You're like, well, what does that mean? Well, that means you get pre-approved. You go to them and you spend about 2 minutes on the phone with them. They take down some information, and they get you qualified for a mortgage. You're qualified. Now, okay, you're qualified. Now you can go out and you can look at a house with a realtor or by yourself, and you can make an offer. You can say, I'm going to make an offer on that house, knowing that you have the backing to get it done. Contact the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130. Hi, it's Vince Murata here to tell you about the hottest deals of the summer being offered at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, now through Independence Day. Earnhardt Ford's General Manager John Nissen and his team are rolling out nearly every remaining 2024 new Ford car, truck, or SUV now below employee price. Like their Built in the USA 2024 Ford F-150 STX models and Escape SUVs at amazing low rates and big Ford bonus cash offers. Add in the wildly popular 2024 Bronco Sport Badlands, and your summer is ready to roll. Plus, buy with confidence with Earnhardt and get a 3-year, 36,000-mile maintenance plan at no charge. All offers require approved credit. Hurry into Earnhardt Ford and get the star-spangled deals you've been looking for, or check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the Noble Protection Package as an added benefit. $6.99 for cars and SUVs, $15.98 for trucks. After all applicable offers. Employee pricing available on select models. AX and CED plans and eligible for well-qualified customers through Ford credit. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 7/6/25.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake and have Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Carol will even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Don't wait. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This was Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. MLB trade deadline looms. I mean, it's a month and a half away, I know, but did you see what the Giants did yesterday? Anyway, with all that has happened with the Dbacks this year, the rash of injuries, the inconsistency in play, and the hot start to the month of June, are they still in position to add more salary at this year's deadline? Here's Managing General Partner Ken Kendrick with Burns & Gambo earlier today.
If the facts and circumstances suggest investing gives us a legitimate chance to be in the postseason, then we're going to do that. Even though we're at the highest watermark in the history of the team, I believe in these young men.
That full interview is available now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And NBA Finals Game 5 tonight from Oklahoma City. Pacers and Thunder knotted up at 2 games apiece. Tip-off is at 5:30. We've got pregame coverage happening right now over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
So Kevin Durant prefers to play moving forward for 3 NBA teams, either the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's the 3 teams that he would sign contract extensions with once he is traded. But for the Suns part, the focus of their conversations have mostly been around the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, I'm told. So the Timberwolves are along with a couple other teams known as wild cards potentially for Kevin Durant. But they're going to work with his business manager and partner, Rich Kleiman, on figuring out just exactly where his home could be.
And that's why everybody's eyebrows were raised over the weekend with Shams reporting. So here's the three teams Kevin Durant is willing to sign an extension with. It's the Miami Heat, the San Antonio Spurs, and the Houston Rockets. And here's the three teams the Phoenix Suns are dealing with. It's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, a team not on Kevin Durant's list. And that's where everybody's like, oh, okay, huh. All right, what do you and that's like we all along thought, Gambo, the list. Oh, the almighty list. Where does Kevin Durant want to go? That's all that matters here. And we're coming to find out that is not all that matters here.
No, what matters is who's going to give the Suns the best offer, because there are enough teams out there that are willing to take Kevin Durant on a one-year deal and take the gamble, have him for 1 year, understand that they retain his bird rights so they can pay him more than anybody else, understanding that if Kevin Durant wanted to leave after 1 year, he'd be limited in how much he can make with a team that's over the cap to just a mid-level. So if he wanted to sign for big money, he's got to sign it with a team under the cap, and there aren't many of those teams that are any good. So that's number one. Number two is a lot of these teams are going to get off of a salary they don't really want. They're going to get off of a salary that they feel that they can move on from, whether that's Rudy Gobert or Jalen Green or
Harrison Barnes
or Andrew Wiggins, Harrison Barnes. Everybody's going to get off of a contract that they look at and they say, I'd like to get off of this contract. I'd like to get off of this. So you get Durant for 1 year, but if it saves you 2 or 3 years of somebody else, it's not a terrible thing. So I don't think that there's a lot of leverage with Durant to say, I want to go here, I want to go there, which is maybe why he's willing to say, I'm willing to go to 3 different teams and not just one.
Well, maybe. And I mean, look, in some ways, him giving the 3 teams that he wants to go to satisfies like our most basic requirement of this. Hey, just make sure it's not one team. All right, give us multiple teams, multiple choices, multiple places you want to go. That don't screw us by saying I just want to go here and only there. So there's part of me that wants to say thank goodness it's only that he at least gave them 3 teams. The other thing too is if we're just focusing on the 3 places he wants to go to, and for just a second ignoring the other teams the Suns are talking to.
Okay,
of the 3 teams, there's a lot on Houston's roster that intrigues me. There's a lot on San Antonio's.
And a package would start with Jabari Smith and Jalen Green.
There's a lot on San Antonio's roster.
Probably Barnes and Vassell. Maybe Sohan, but definitely Barnes and Vassell, I think would be a part of that package. Don't know the whole package yet, but I think that would be a start.
There's nothing on Miami Heat's that I would look at and go, oh, yeah. I mean, nothing. Which is why, again, look at the disconnect between the 3 teams Shams mentioned that Kevin Durant wanted to go to and the 3 teams the Suns were talking to. They're not talking to Miami. He didn't mention Miami Heat as the ones that they were talking to, right? I don't think he did. I think he has to go play it again. Maybe he didn't.
You can play it again.
Play it again. Maybe he did. Maybe I'm wrong.
You have it right there?
I do have it right here.
Play it.
So Kevin Durant prefers to play moving forward for 3 NBA teams, either the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, or the Miami Heat. That's the 3 teams that he would sign contract extensions with once he is traded. But for the Suns' part, the focus of their conversations have mostly been around the Miami Heat.
Okay, he did say the Heat. My bad. He said
focus have been around.
He said the Heat, the Rockets, and the Timberwolves. So there's nothing on the Heat that I go, I'm that interested.
You don't want Andrew Wiggins. You really don't want Wiggins. Ware is a young kid with a lot of upside. He's got good size and he could shoot the ball a little bit. He's a young kid with some talent. Not the biggest fan of his game from what I've seen of him. I do think he's a little bit of a soft player. But there's upside there. There's upside. They tried to play him 20 minutes a game this year, and it didn't work out great. But again, there's a ceiling there. Maybe he'll be better. They may not want to move him. If I'm the Suns, I don't even know how much I really want that guy. I know I got all the Miami fans think that I'm just like a mouthpiece for the Suns organization because I'm telling them Miami's best offer is not good enough. Right now, Miami's best offer is not good enough. That's it. Like, unless they increase the offer and unless they want to add, other parts, like right now, today, a Miami deal doesn't get done. But I'm going to preface, maybe they increase the offer and they add 2 more first-round draft picks or another player. Everybody's got the chance. Right now, it's negotiating and debating. Internally, they're debating the offers because not everybody's going to have the same agreement. I can tell you what all the offers are, and we're all going to have a different feeling of to which one we like. I can tell you, here's the offers from all the teams. Me, you, Lauren, Mitch, and Big Red maybe we all have different opinions. We're all not going to come to a consensus that this is the best offer.
Yeah.
I may like an offer better than you. You may like an offer better than Mitch. So that's why you debate it internally, but then you also negotiate with the other teams that you know don't have the best offer to see if they will sweeten the pot. That's just normal negotiation.
No doubt. And we'll talk about the teams that maybe aren't on Kevin Durant's lists coming up after the break, because that's where the story gets really, really interesting, and what it would say to him and to the NBA for them to just, okay, we understand your list, we appreciate it, but that's not where we're going to send you. If they work within the confines of this list, then I would probably rank them in my own mind: Houston 1, San Antonio 2, Miami a very distant third. That's probably how I would rank them.
Because of Jabari Smith?
Because of Jabari Smith, because of Jalen Green, because of maybe you get some of your draft inventory back. Certainly not all of it, but maybe you get one of your picks back to make all this losing worth it potentially, or at least you're a little more incentivized to do it. I think that's the package I probably liked the best. Maybe you throw a Reed Shepherd in there. The guy was the number 3 pick. I think they still have, but then they're also the one that you hear time and time again. No, man, we're good. We're not in any rush to break up our young core. We like it. At least that's the bluff they're putting out there. Whether that's reality or not, I don't know. But they are really selling this idea hard. We don't need to do a thing, and we're good.
Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore could barely play for them last year. They've got another top 10 pick this year, the Suns pick that they've got. There does come a point where, too
much young talent.
Yes.
Too many young guys. You got to choose which ones to pay and which ones to let go at some point.
You're going to keep Eason. You're going to keep Eason. You got there are guys young guys that do play, but few of the key young guys barely played last year.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Please text the word water to 620-620 and help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It is the Arizona Sports Water Drive. It benefits Phoenix Rescue Mission. Is the best return for the Suns being offered by a team that Kevin Durant doesn't really want to go to? Now that's fun to talk about, and we will next on Burns and Gambo.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Lennox dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. College basketball's elite round out NBA draft's depth for Suns at the number 29 pick. ASU football is using Willy Wonka-style golden tickets to help solve local recruiting. And what has rookie Walter Nolan added to his pot early on with the Cardinals? Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
I want to bring up another team here because this is somewhat reminiscent of what happened in 2018 when Kawhi Leonard was a free agent. He had a list of teams he preferred to go to. He had 1 year left on his contract, and the Toronto Raptors were willing to roll the dice as a possible rental. And once again, you don't see Toronto on Durant's list, but the Raptors are one of the teams lurking out there who may be willing to do this without knowing that they can keep Durant on an extension and basically potentially be a rental. And I think there's a couple others, including the Los Angeles Clippers and potentially even the Minnesota Timberwolves. This is still wide open. Maybe Durant gets what he wants. Maybe he has to accept something else.
Maybe he gets what he wants. Maybe he has to accept something else. And you brought up Gambo earlier in the show. You know, we've already seen Kevin Durant kind of scuttle one of these behind the scenes back in February, the potential trade to Golden State, in which he kind of called Steph behind the scenes and, man, like, tell your people, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. And that basically killed the deal, the deadline that would have happened. Whether he's got the same juice to pull that off now to go to a team that isn't on his list. And once again, the 3 teams on his list, he wants to go to the Spurs, he wants to go to the Rockets, he wants to go to the Miami Heat. The 3 teams that the Suns, according to Shams, are speaking to are the Miami Heat, the Houston Rockets, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, a team not on his list. So immediately, there's team number 1 that's not on his list that the Suns are talking to. Windhorst there, echoing what you said last week, brings up the Clippers. Toronto, we've already known the Suns were talking to them. There are teams that are clearly and distinctly that are not on Kevin Durant's list. And the difference might be he just might not have that much power right now to be able to say, no, I'm not going to go there.
I don't think he does. I don't think he does. Because if teams are willing to take you for just 1 year, and again, part of it is I take Kevin Durant for a year. I have his bird rights. I do have some control over the situation. I don't have to lose him for nothing. I could pay him the most so I could do a sign and trade. So I could take that gamble that he'll end up loving it here. We talked about Pascal Siakam, went to Indiana, half a year, liked it, re-signed. You know what? This ain't a bad place to play. They didn't know if they were going to keep him or not. He ended up re-signing in Indiana. It worked out well. So that's number 1. Number 2 is I think all of these teams might be getting off of a contract that they don't love. You know, if I could get off of this or I can get off of that contract, I could do that. That gives me some flexibility down the road. Hey, if Kevin Durant happens to leave in a year, okay, I get all this cap flexibility now to work with me. If I'm Minnesota and I got Anthony Edwards and I got Jaden McDaniels, and okay, I got off of, say, I get Durant and then I lose Rudy Gobert, and then Durant does, okay, I'm off of the Gobert contract. And I'm off for the Durant contract. I've got flexibility to go do some other things.
Yeah, and that might be where Kevin Durant's now. The thing here's the thing that separates Kevin Durant, and this is a compliment for Kevin. All right, and I mean this sincerely. This is where Kevin Durant should be praised for this. He's not the kind of guy to say, I don't want to go to your team and I'm going to make it really unbearable for you. He's going to play. He's going to play hard. He's going to play professionally. He's not going to submarine you. He's not going to Jimmy Butler you. Jimmy Butler did this to the Miami Heat. Jimmy Butler was a pain in the butt and made it impossible for them to keep him. They had to move him. Kevin Durant would never do that to you.
No.
He'll play.
No, he respects the game too much. He respects the process too much. He understands he doesn't have a no-trade clause, and a team could trade him anywhere. He's not going to go somewhere. He'll play. He'll play for you.
No, I'm sure
he will play for you.
I don't know this because I don't know Kevin personally, but I imagine he wants to be able to dictate where he goes. I'm sure he wants to be able to have the power to say, no, man, I told you, I only want to go to Houston or San Antonio or Miami, and that's that. And so I don't, there's another conversation here to be had too, and that's, are the Suns doing any damage to their reputation as an organization by sending a star like Kevin Durant to a place he doesn't want to go? To prime the pump for the next star who comes to play for them. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Like would a potential star who wants to come to the Suns go, yeah, but man, they did Kevin Durant dirty a couple of years ago. He gave him a list of the places he wanted to go, and they sent him to Minnesota. They sent him to Toronto.
Yeah, they made the best deal for them.
Well, I know, but you know how this works.
It's a good question. I don't know.
Like a superstar isn't going to go, well, on second thought, they did what's best for them, and I'm totally cool with that. No, that's not how.
What, do you have a no-trade clause or not?
I get it.
Only Bradley Beal has one, right?
I'm just bringing, but Bradley Beal and LeBron James are the only ones.
Like, why should you be able to dictate? Like, unless if you want to have a
because that's how it's always been done.
Okay,
that's how it's always been done.
When you're a superstar, that's how it's been done in your prime. Because teams don't want in your prime. Teams don't want to give up all you've got to give up. But we're not talking about. Okay, if this was Kevin Durant 3 years ago. The Suns would have never gave up all that draft inventory for Kevin Durant to come here for 1 year, not knowing if they could have kept him.
Oh, God, no. No. Never.
Right, because it's what you're giving up. You're like, Kevin Durant's age means that you're not giving up the same package that you gave up before.
Look, I totally get what you're saying. I'm just talking about the next superstar who's making the decision whether he wants to come to the Suns or not. Will he hold this against them? And say, I don't want to go there because once upon a time they did my guy KD dirty. I don't know. And I don't know the answer to that, but I certainly don't think the player is going to go, yeah, well, the Suns did what's best for them. And I totally respect that. I don't think they'll do that. If
it's a superstar player, it's in his 20s, he's going to be able to dictate where he goes because he's going to be worth all the draft picks and all of the, that.
But in the here and the now, the Suns must do what's best for them. Because this is the kind of deal where you do it right and you give yourself a chance to make this not so painful. You do this wrong, and it is going to hurt. This is going to hurt for years. It might hurt for years no matter what. They might not have a choice on how bad this is going to hurt. But if you do this right, you can shorten the hurt. You can make the pain go away a little bit sooner. You do this wrong, and so I think the Suns, for now, have to worry about this is the biggest franchise-altering trade they're going to make in a long time.
Put it this way. When the Suns complete this trade, there's going to be grades, trade grades. You don't want to see the Suns with a bunch of D's and F's and the team that got Kevin Durant with a bunch of A's and B's. You want it to be like, okay, the team that got Kevin Durant got a B and the Suns got a C+. So you got a B+ for getting Durant and the Suns got a B. Like, I've said this all along. I don't think they have to win the trade. You just don't want to lose the trade. You don't have to win it.
Yeah.
But you have to make a trade that sets yourself up with some young players that are intriguing and some draft prospects that could help you.
And we'll see if this is the week that they're able to do it. But if he does end up going to somewhere he doesn't want to go, I can't wait to see his reaction to that and what his reaction might already be behind the scenes. There are some people who think that was behind the leak of the 3 teams that he wanted to go to this weekend, almost as if he was trying to, you're going to send me somewhere I don't want to go? Here's where I want to go. And I'm going to make sure Shams knows exactly where I want to go.
Yeah.
Because you're about to send me someplace I don't want to go, like Minnesota or Toronto or wherever else. Not wanting to go to Minnesota. I get it. It's cold out there.
It's cold, man.
That's a good basketball team.
It's a great basketball team.
And I heard the guys talking about this morning. You look at the list of places that he wants to go to. I mean, I don't know if championship contention is the first thing on Kevin Durant's mind with where he wants to.
Texas. He loves Texas. He's fond of Texas. He went to college there. And
I get it, but is Houston, maybe Houston's a Kevin Durant away from competing for a championship? I don't think
they're competitive.
I don't think the Spurs are. And God knows the Miami Heat aren't.
Full year of Fox, Wembanyama.
But this quickly,
if they keep Castle.
In year 1, go from the 11th best record in the West to a championship, in the West, that'd be a big jump for that team.
Okay, maybe not championship, but what if they can get to the playoffs and win a round?
Okay, but I'm talking championship. I'm talking if the priority is to win a championship. I think Houston is the only team on the list that even comes remotely close to satisfying that.
I think you're underestimating San Antonio's potential, but I'm not sure. If Wembanyama is healthy for the full season and continues to develop, and you've got the Aaron Fox for a full year, and you've got Castle, and you've got Durant.
Ooh, I just think that's a big jump.
It is a big jump.
That's a really big jump.
I mean, his Suns made a big jump one year, made it to the NBA Finals. Nobody thought they would have. We were hoping they'd be the 6th seed, and they made it to the NBA Finals. So I'm just saying big jumps are possible.
Okay. Ken Kendrick joined us earlier in the show, the managing general partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Will the Diamondbacks be buyers? Will the Diamondbacks be sellers? The man who signs the checks weighed in, and you're going to want to hear what he had to say about it coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts. And their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. If you're feeling sluggish, lacking energy, or having trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. The solution? Prescription strength testosterone. We're not talking supplements here. Nothing boosts your T levels like real testosterone. You'll have more energy, greater focus, and it'll boost your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. MLB trade deadline looms. I mean, it's a month and a half away, I know, but did you see what the Giants did yesterday? Anyway, with all that has happened with the Diamondbacks this year, the rash of injuries, the inconsistency in play, and their hot start to the month of June, are they still in position to add more at the deadline? Here's Managing General Partner Ken Kendrick with Burns & Gambo earlier today.
If the facts and circumstances suggest investing gives us a legitimate chance to be in the postseason, then we're going to do that. Even though we're at the highest watermark in the history of the team, I believe in these young men.
That full interview is available now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. We've also got our first return for MLB All-Star Game voting. As far as the Diamondbacks are concerned, Ketel Marte, the current leader at National League for second base, while Corbin Carroll, fifth among the National League outfielders. If Phase 1 voting were to end today, it does not end today, it ends next Thursday, they would both advance to Phase 2 for a shot to start in this year's games. And in the NBA, the finals, Game 5 tonight from Oklahoma City, Pacers and Thunder knotted up at 2 games apiece any moment now. Tip-off over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Tuesday. Can the Diamondbacks keep up their winning ways and kick the poutine out of the Blue Jays? That and more starting at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
It has been a very impressive run for the Diamondbacks, taking 2 of 3 from the San Diego Padres, winning the series with that tremendously entertaining game on Saturday afternoon, coming back from 4 down in the 9th the way they did, winning very easily on Friday, sweeping the Seattle Mariners. I mean, overall, over the last couple of weeks, they've gone from 6.5 back to 3.5 back in the wild card standings. They're
moving on up.
They're moving north. They're
going north.
That's all we've talked about. Move north.
Go north, young man.
North. They've now there's still teams in front of them, and there's still
work to be done.
Still plenty of work to be done, and they still had no Corbin Burns and no Justin Martinez, and we're no AJ Puck. We got that news that he's going back to get his elbow re-examined. We haven't heard anything specific about him, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do. We found out over the weekend that Christian Montez de Oca needs back surgery. Tommy Henry's going on the injured list. I mean,
Tommy Henry may need surgery too, is what I was told.
One guy after another, and yet here they are. They're still hanging around. They're threatening. Big series against the Blue Jays. A good team that just got swept by the Philadelphia Phillies, but overall they've been playing much better as of late. Then the schedule gets real cakey for about a week and a
Colorado.
half. The White Sox, the Marlins. Those are your next three series when you're done with the Blue Jays. You've got a real chance.
You can make a good mark here going into July.
Yes, you could.
Set yourself up. Look, I think, if they are at the trade deadline, if they are where they are now, they're going to be buyers. If they fall 6, 7, 8 games back of a wild card spot, I think they're going to be sellers. I think there's a middle ground where you don't know what they would be, and that's that 5-game range. You're right at 5 games. That's a tough line to me to be at. Now, maybe Colorado, Miami, the White Sox, maybe they make a move and they get into a wild card spot here if they play well against these teams. Maybe if they play well against Colorado and Miami and the White Sox and they win a lot of these games, maybe then instead of being 3.5 out, they're tied for the wild card lead.
Yeah, and then there's no question about what they're going to do. We had Ken Kendrick on the show earlier, and the cut that Mitch has been playing in his Trending Now updates is the one. I'm going to play the longer version here. Look, we know Ken Kendrick has, over the last 2 years, opened up and paid a lot of money for Eduardo Rodriguez and Corbin Burns to keep guys on this roster and reinvest in them, whether it's Ketel Marte or Brandon Pfaadt or Justin Martinez. Some of it's worked, some of it has not. Some of it's been very expensive, and the guys are out for the entire season. But if there is a need to invest further at the deadline because of where the team is at, Ken Kendrick said, yes, given the circumstances, we would do that.
If the facts and circumstances suggest investing gives us a legitimate chance to be in the postseason, then we're gonna do that. Even though we're at the highest watermark in the history of the team, I believe in these young men. I think we have a solid group of baseball players. If you really look at the talent, I believe that you could say, even now with the injuries that we have, the talent base are as talented a group on paper from their past performances as the team that went to the World Series. Some may argue with me. That was a band of brothers who did it. This band of brothers may be also able to do it. So I think we just have to let the next month play out.
I wouldn't argue with them. I think it's at least equal in talent to the team that went to the World Series 2023. I mean, it's mostly the same guys for the most part. Now, the bullpen was shaky and needed Paul Sewald to solidify it, but I still think they were better than this bullpen has been so far. But
that bullpen was better. They had to go with an opener in playoff games because they didn't have enough depth on starting pitching.
Yeah, this year's team has Eduardo Rodriguez. 2 years ago, they didn't.
Yeah, you lost Corbin Burns out for the season, and you've got Ryan Nelson and Eduardo Rodriguez as your 4 and your 5.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
And that team had Ryan Nelson back then too, but it's just different now. He's in a different space. So we can sit here and argue whether they are or whether they aren't, but for the most part, the roster is at least in a position where you could at least make the argument, hey, they're as good as they were 2 years ago when they went to the World Series. I'm not that I expected to hear Ken say anything else, but it was nice to hear Ken speak in the affirmative. Hey, give me a reason, and yeah, we'll spend. Now, maybe it's not a lot. Maybe you pointed out earlier, if you go out and you get a middle reliever at the deadline, you're probably on the hook for another $4 million in salary, maybe $3 million.
Yeah,
it's
I don't
not
think
a
they're
lot.
going to add 15 or 20, but can they add $2 million, $2.5 million, $3 million to solidify a bullpen? I think so.
Yeah,
I think he'd be willing to do that. Remember, there are a lot of guys coming off the books next year. You are going to lose Montgomery's salary. Kelly's off. Gallen's off, Naylor's off, Suarez is off. Now, you may keep some of these guys, but you've got a lot of guys coming off the books, which could help you as well.
Yeah, it could, and could put you in a better position to feel like, hey, if we're close, let's go for it. Wolf and Luke pointed this out earlier today. Luke had done the numbers. He's a smart guy. I'm going to trust him. He got 38 games between now and the trade deadline. That's a long time.
What'd you say,
that's
quarter of the season?
That's a quarter of the season. I mean, they play 160 games. That's basically 1/4 of the season.
19 and 19, 20 and 18. You're fine. 21 and 17.
You're fine.
You're fine.
You really are. I mean, we'd like better than that so we can feel better about them. But like you said, you go into the trade deadline and you're 4 back of the last wild card spot. Even if you have a few teams still in front of you,
this team will go for it.
They'll go for it. Mike Hazen's too. That cut we played from Mike Hazen earlier, and I'll play it again here when he was on MLB Network Radio over the weekend. confirmed they're just way too competitive to punt on this season. It's just not in their nature. Here's Hazen on MLB Radio yesterday.
Look, as long as we're playing well, and I believe that this team has the gas in the tank to go get it, we're going to try to add to this team. I don't really find it all that fun to sit there in August and September and go to the ballpark every day knowing you're going to get your butt kicked. Like, that's not really exciting for me, to be honest with you. I've done that for a few seasons, and that stinks. And I have no real intention to go and do that, in all honesty. Now, I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to sit there and just, throw bad money after bad if, we're not in a position, we take on more injuries, our depth gets thinned out to the point where it's going to be very hard for us to cobble something together to chase into a wild card race where we're down behind 5 different clubs. And let me just say this, the National League is what it is. It's a really tough league, and we know that, but I think we're tough too. And I'm not sure that when we walk into town, teams are celebrating either when we walk in for 3 games. So hopefully we give those teams a lot to think about and a lot to handle. And hopefully by the end of July, we're one of those teams that's clawing at those 5 teams, 6 teams maybe, to go by. And that's what my intention is, to be honest with you.
And I think that they're what they've done now is just, again, reinforce that don't give up on this team. Give them a chance. Hazen will give them every opportunity. Now, what does that mean? That the trade deadline, you need a reliever. I don't think he's going to go out and give up top prospects to go get one, but I think he might outbid some of these other teams to go get a guy. Because I think, you're probably not going to give up your top couple of prospects to go get a middle reliever or a 7th or 8th inning guy.
Not unless you know you're going to keep that guy for a long time.
Right.
Unless you had him under control for a number of years. You're not going to do that. Keep playing better, and this will take care of itself. And hopefully, as we all know, that lies so much in the bullpen. It's just every single night, every single game, it feels like just the defining moment for you're mostly gonna get a decent enough, if not great, performance out of your starter. It didn't happen yesterday with Merrill. But for the most part, you're going to get a decent enough outing from your starter. If your bullpen can do its job, you will win a lot of baseball games. But that's still just such a variable. You have no idea. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Phoenix Suns weighing lots of things, contemplating what they're going to do about Bradley Beal, Grayson Allen. Then there was a name that popped up over the weekend that caught our attention as well. Kristaps Porzingis? Please tell me no, Gambo. Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app. And ArizonaSports.com.
Summer season is here. Summer vacation season is here. And if you want the ultimate people mover, the ultimate toy hauler, the ultimate go to the mountains, go to the beach, I'm here to tell you about the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500, and I'm here to tell you about Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC, and that includes the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500. Save $12,500 off on a new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 right now, or 4.9% financing for 84 months on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 right now. The best deals always can be found at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Let me show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. I'll even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. Call me today, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months, plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? It's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities locally. Nobody's on tonight. Diamondbacks, it was a travel day. They're in Toronto for a 3-game series that starts tomorrow. You'll, of course, hear that right here on Arizona Sports. Mercury have the night off as well after getting a win over the weekend against the Vegas Aces. First time all year they've had their big three in the lineup. So what's on tonight is the NBA Finals crucial Game 5. The Thunder are beating the Pacers right now 17-12 with about 8 minutes to go in the first quarter of that game. The winner takes a 3-2 lead and is 1 win away from winning a championship.
I did see that The Accountant 2. Did you see that one?
I saw The Accountant 1.
The second
I have not
one with,
seen the second one with...
you watch it, Lauren? It was pretty good. It's pretty good.
With Affleck and Bernthal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that guy's a pretty good actor.
Which one, Affleck or Bernthal?
The guy was in Walking Dead. Bernthal.
Was Bernthal in The Walking Dead?
Yeah, he was in The Walking Dead.
John Bernthal was in The Walking Dead?
Yeah, that's what he's famous for. He's famous for The Walking Dead.
I didn't know he was in The Walking Dead.
Did you ever watch The Walking Dead?
I did not, no.
Well, then how would you know he wasn't in The Walking Dead if you never watched it?
How do I know who directed a movie back in 1985?
I don't know. He was famous for The Walking Dead. He was like the brother.
I've got bad news, everybody.
What?
Gambo's right. He played Shane in The Walking Dead.
Yes, he was famous for The Walking Dead.
I think of, maybe because I never saw The Walking Dead, I think of him for so many other things in The Walking Dead.
I don't know what else he did. I know he was in The Walking Dead.
That just was a long time ago, too. He was, okay, all right. All right. Yeah.
What do you think of him in, Burnsy?
When I think of John Bernthal, well, right now I think of The Bear. because I know it's not a big role, but I think of him in that.
He was in The Wolf of Wall Street.
And then I think of The Wolf of Wall Street.
Fury. He was in Fury. I'm looking at his IMDb.
What do you think of him in, Lauren?
I think of him as the Punisher.
Oh, the Marvel guy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gamble, I'm sorry. My apologies.
He's in The Amateur. My wife wanted to watch that the other day. We almost watched it. The Amateur.
The one with Remy Malek and Lawrence Fishburne.
That guy's a really good actor, that Remy guy.
Remy Malek?
Oh, my God. He's such a good actor.
Okay, I forgot about the Punisher, Fury, he's in King Richard, the one that Will Smith won Best Actor for.
Okay.
He was a tennis coach in that one. That's right. He was in that. I don't know. He's been in a lot of stuff, but
yeah.
I'm sorry, Gambo. I'm sorry.
Yep, The Accountant 2.
21 episodes of The Walking Dead.
Yeah, he got
killed.
Yeah, he got eaten by a
You're not giving it away. He got eaten by a zombie?
I don't know, whatever it was. He got killed by a zombie.
How
did he die? Maybe one of I don't remember how he died. But he was like the brother. He was
the sheriff's brother?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think so.
Because I thought maybe you were confusing him for the guy who played the sheriff. I'm like, no, that's Andrew Lincoln.
He was stabbed by Rick after a confrontation over leadership. That's what happened. His brother stabbed him.
Spoiler
I think
alert.
that was his brother.
For a show that's 20 years old. I trust you. You saw The Walking Dead. I did not. I wanted to. I really
Carl
did.
later shot him, and Rick had to re-kill him after he reanimated as a zombie. So he came back as a zombie.
We're getting all sorts of
I don't
intel
know.
now on The Walking Dead and how this went down. Anyway, so you enjoyed that movie, though, is the takeaway here.
I like movies.
Mm-hmm.
My wife, which is crazy, my wife would rather watch 2 TV shows that are each an hour, that add up to 2 hours, which is the same time as a movie. And I just don't get it. I'd rather watch a movie.
I'd always choose a movie.
But I'm like saving a couple of movies to like put on my iPad for the plane ride that I have to take to go to Sicily.
Okay.
In a couple of weeks, I'm going to Sicily. I want to have a couple of
What are you saving?
war movies. I'll tell you, I have them written down in my thing here.
I'm sorry I sent him on a wild goose chase.
No, that's okay.
But I was intrigued.
His movies are usually somewhat obscure. Usually very violent.
I bet the Alex Garland war movie.
Oh, what was that one called?
I don't remember.
There's a couple of like war movies.
Yeah, it was but there was
Charles Melton and Will Poulter.
Yeah,
and
it came out a couple of
Joseph
months
Quinn.
ago. It was the
Yeah.
one of the Iraqi war, right?
Yes.
And they're like,
and it's a real story.
It's like real time, real story.
One's called Valiant One, and one's called Warfare.
Warfare.
That was it. That was the Alex.
I'm
Garland
like,
one.
I've said like I'm gonna Valiant One and Warfare.
Okay, yeah.
Chelsea always says all of your movies that you watch are the same because when I'm watching it in another room, she can always just hear gunshots and violence and stuff like that. Every movie you watch is always the same. Again, you ever watch a comedy or a drama? I'm like, yeah, I watched some movie the other day about the Nonas cooking. It was like an Italian thing. It was what the Nonas. Some guy in Staten Island hired a bunch of grandmas to go cook at a restaurant.
Oh, I read about this movie, and
the Vince Vaughn movie?
Yeah,
I watched it the other day. I'm like, see, I didn't watch a war movie.
Made for like 70-year-old women?
Probably. It's made for Italians. It's made for Italian people who grew up with their Nonas cooking. So it's all about the grandmas. They get all the grandmas to be the chefs at the restaurant.
Is it the Nonas? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. It's about Yeah. And they do all the cooking at the restaurant.
Vince Vaughn, Lorraine Bracco was in it. So
yes.
Susan Sarandon, Brenda Ficarro.
Yeah. Guy opens up a restaurant.
Talia Shire, who is Rocky's wife in the Rocky movies, is one of the Nonas.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
No way.
She was in it. Yeah.
Oh my God, I didn't even know that was her. That was Adrian?
Adrian.
She was a nun in this movie. She was like a nun.
Oh,
but she knew how to cook.
She was. I'm looking at the poster right now. Vince Vaughn.
Oh my God, I didn't know
and
that
a
was
bunch
her.
of older.
That's Rocky's wife. I never knew that.
Yeah, that's Rocky's wife.
like he hires a bunch of grandmas to cook at the restaurant.
After losing his beloved mother, a man risks everything to honor her by opening an Italian restaurant with actual grandmothers as the chefs. Came out May 9th
and
on
it's
Netflix.
a real restaurant. It's a real true story. It's a real restaurant. It's still in existence.
I would love it if Gambo got a Letterboxd. Because, like, Bernsey and I follow each other on Letterboxd.
That'd be so
but,
much
like,
fun.
your reviews of movies would be incredible.
Letterboxd is like Facebook for movie lovers.